by Émile Zola. L'Assommoir. Gervaise had waited up for Lantier until 2 a.m. Then, shivering from having remained in a thin loose jacket exposed to the fresh air at the window, she had thrown herself across the bed, drowsy, feverish, and her cheeks bathed in tears. For a week past, on leaving the two-headed calf where they took their meals, he had sent her home with the children and never reappeared himself until late at night, alleging that he had been in search of work. That evening, while watching for his return, she thought she had seen him entering the dancing hall of La Grande Balcony, the 10 blazing windows of which lighted up with the glare of a conflagration the dark expanse of the exterior boulevards. And 5 or 6 paces behind him, she had caught sight of little Adele, a burnisher, who dined at the same restaurant, swinging her hands as if she had just quitted his arm so as not to pass together under the dazzling light of the globes at the door. When, towards 5 o'clock, Gervaise awoke stiff and sore, she broke forth into sobs. Lantier had not returned. For the first time he had slept away from home. She remained seated on the edge of the bed under the strip of faded chintz which hung from the rod fastened to the ceiling by a piece of string, and slowly, with her eyes veiled by tears, she glanced around the wretched lodging, furnished with a walnut chest of drawers minus 1 drawer, 3 rush-bottomed chairs, and a little greasy table, on which stood a broken water jug. There had been added for the children an iron bedstead, which prevented anyone getting to the chest of drawers, and filled 2/3 of the room. Gervaise's and Lantier's trunk, wide open in one corner, displayed its emptiness, and a man's old hat right at the bottom, almost buried beneath some dirty shirts and socks. Whilst against the walls, above the articles of furniture, hung a shawl full of holes, and a pair of trousers begrimed with mud, the last rags which the dealers in second-hand clothes declined to buy. In the centre of the mantelpiece, lying between 2 odd zinc candlesticks, was a bundle of pink pawn tickets. It was the best room of the hotel, the first-floor room, looking onto the boulevard. The 2 children were sleeping side by side with their heads on the same pillow. Claude, aged 8 years, was breathing quietly with his little hands thrown outside the coverlet, while Etienne, only 4 years old, was smiling with one arm round his brother's neck, and, barefooted, without thinking to again put on the old shoes that had fallen on the floor, she resumed her position at the window, her eyes searching the pavements in the distance. The hotel was situated on the Boulevard de la Chapelle, to the left of the Barrière Poissonnière. It was a building of 2 stories high, painted a red of the colour of wine dregs up to the 2nd floor, and with shutters all rotted by the rain. Over a lamp with starred panes of glass one could manage to read, between the 2 windows, the words Hôtel Boncoeur, kept by Maussoulier, painted in big yellow letters, several pieces of which the mouldering of the plaster had carried away. The lamp preventing her seeing, Gervaise raised herself on tiptoe, still holding the handkerchief to her lips. She looked to the right, towards the Boulevard Rochechouart, where groups of butchers in aprons smeared with blood were hanging about in front of the slaughterhouses, and the fresh breeze wafted occasionally a stench of slaughtered beasts. Looking to the left, she scanned a long avenue that ended nearly in front of her, where the white mass of the La Reboussière hospital was then in course of construction. Slowly from one end of the horizon to the other, she followed the octroi wall, behind which she sometimes heard during night-time the shrieks of persons being murdered, and she searchingly looked into the remote angles, the dark corners black with humidity and filth, fearing to discern there Lantier's body, stabbed to death. She looked at the endless grey wall that surrounded the city with its belt of desolation. When she raised her eyes higher, she became aware of a bright burst of sunlight. The dull hum of the city's awakening already filled the air. Craning her neck to look at the Poissonnière gate, she remained for a time watching the constant stream of men, horses, and carts which flooded down from the heights of Montmartre and La Chapelle, pouring between the 2 squat octroi lodges. It was like a herd of plodding cattle, an endless throng widened by sudden stoppages into eddies that spilled off the sidewalks into the street, a steady procession of labourers on their way back to work with tools slung over their back, and a loaf of bread under their arm. This human inundation kept pouring down into Paris to be constantly swallowed up. Gervaise leaned further out at the risk of falling when she thought she recognized Lantier amongst the throng. She pressed the handkerchief tighter against her mouth as though to push back the pain within her. The sound of a young and cheerful voice caused her to leave the window. "So the old man isn't here, Madame Lantier?" "Why no, Monsieur Coupeau," she replied, trying to smile. Coupeau, a zinc worker who occupied a 10-franc room on the top floor, having seen the door unlocked, had walked in, as friends will do. "You know," he continued, "I'm now working over there in the hospital. Oh, what beautiful May weather, isn't it? The air is rather sharp this morning." And he looked at Gervaise's face, red with weeping. When he saw that the bed had not been slept in, he shook his head gently. Then he went to the children's couch where they were sleeping, looking as rosy as cherubs, and lowering his voice, he said, "Come, the old man's not been home, has he? Oh, don't worry yourself, Madame Lantier, he's very much occupied with politics. When they were voting for Eugène Sue the other day, he was acting almost crazy. He has very likely spent the night with some friends blackguarding crapulous Bonaparte." "No, no," she murmured with an effort. "You don't think that. I know where Lantier is. You see, we have our little troubles, like the rest of the world." Coupeau winked his eye to indicate that he was not a dupe of this falsehood, and he went off after offering to fetch her milk, if she did not care to go out. She was a good and courageous woman, and might count upon him on any day of trouble. As soon as he was gone, Gervaise again returned to the window. At the barrière, the tramp of the drove still continued in the morning air. Locksmiths in short blue blouses, masons in white jackets, house painters in overcoats over long smocks. From a distance, the crowd looked like a chalky smear of neutral hue, composed chiefly of faded blue and dingy grey. When one of the workers occasionally stopped to light his pipe, the others kept plodding past him, without sparing a laugh or a word to a comrade. With cheeks grey as clay, their eyes were continuously drawn towards Paris, which was swallowing them one by one. At both corners of the Rue des Poissonnières, however, some of the men slackened their pace as they neared the doors of the two wine dealers who were taking down their shutters, and before entering they stood on the edge of the pavement, looking sideways over Paris, with no strength in their arms and already inclined for a day of idleness. Inside, various groups were already buying rounds of drinks, or just standing around, forgetting their troubles, crowding up the place, coughing, spitting, clearing their throats with sip after sip. Gervaise was watching Père Colombe's wine shop to the left of the street, where she thought she had seen Lantier, when a stout woman, bareheaded and wearing an apron, called to her from the middle of the roadway. "Hey, Madame Lantier, you are up very early." Gervaise leaned out. "Why, it's you, Madame Boche. Oh, I've got a lot of work today." "Yes, things don't do themselves, do they?" The conversation continued between roadway and window. Madame Boche was concierge of the building where the two-headed calf was on the ground floor. Gervaise had waited for Lantier more than once in the concierge's lodge, so as not to be alone at table with all the men who ate at the restaurant. Madame Boche was going to a tailor who was late in mending an overcoat for her husband. She mentioned one of her tenants who had come in with a woman the night before and kept everyone awake past 3 in the morning. She looked at Gervaise with intense curiosity. "Is Monsieur Lantier there still in bed?" she asked abruptly. "Yes, he's asleep," replied Gervaise, who could not avoid blushing. Madame Boche saw the tears come into her eyes, and, satisfied, no doubt, she turned to go, declaring men to be a cursed lazy set. As she went off, she called back, "It's this morning you go to the wash-house, isn't it? I've something to wash too. I'll keep you a place next to me, and we can chat together." Then, as if moved with sudden pity, she added, "Oh, my poor little thing, you had far better not remain there. You'll take harm. You look blue with cold." Gervaise still obstinately remained at the window during 2 mortal hours till 8 o'clock. Now all the shops had opened. Only a few workmen were still hurrying along. The working girls now filled the boulevard. Metal polishers, milliners, flower sellers, shivering in their thin clothing. In small groups they chatted gaily, laughing and glancing here and there, Occasionally there would be one girl by herself, thin, pale, serious-faced, picking her way along the city wall among the puddles and the filth. After the working girls, the office clerks came past, breathing upon their chilled fingers and munching penny rolls. Some of them are gaunt young fellows in ill-fitting suits, their tired eyes still fogged from sleep. Others are older men, stooped and tottering, with faces pale and drawn from long hours of office work, and glancing nervously at their watches for fear of arriving late. In time the boulevard settled into their usual morning quiet. Old folk came out to stroll in the sun. Tired young mothers in bedraggled skirts cuddled babies in their arms or sat on a bench to change diapers. Children ran, squealing and laughing, pushing and shoving. Then Gervaise felt herself choking, dizzy with anguish, all hopes gone. It seemed to her that everything was ended, even time itself, and that Lantier would return no more. Her eyes vacantly wandered from the old slaughterhouse, foul with butchery and with stench, to the new white hospital, which, through the yawning openings of its ranges of windows, disclosed the naked wards where death was preparing to mow. In front of her, on the other side of the octroi wall, the bright heavens dazzled her with the rising sun, which rose higher and higher over the vast awakening city. The young woman was seated on a chair, no longer crying, and with her hands abandoned on her lap, when Lantier quietly entered the room. It's you, she cried, rising to throw herself upon his neck. Yeah, it's me, what of it? He replied. You're not going to begin any of your nonsense, I hope. He had pushed her aside, then, with a gesture of ill humour, he threw his black felt hat to the chest of drawers. He was a young fellow of 26 years of age, short and very dark, with a handsome figure and slight moustache, which his hand was always mechanically twirling. He wore a workman's overalls and an old soiled overcoat, which he had belted tightly at the waist, and he spoke with a strong Provençal accent. Gervaise, who had fallen back on her chair, gently complained in short sentences, I've not had a wink of sleep. I feared some harm had happened to you. Where have you been? Where did you spend the night? For heaven's sake, don't do it again, or I shall go crazy. Tell me, your guts, where have you been? Where I had business, of course, he returned, shrugging his shoulders. At 8 o'clock I was at La Glacière with my friend who was to start a hat factory. We sat talking late, so I preferred to sleep there. Now you know I don't like being spied upon, so just shut up. The young woman recommenced sobbing. The loud voices and the rough movements of Lantier, who upset the chairs, had awakened the children. They sat up in bed half naked, disentangling their hair with their tiny hands, and hearing their mother weep, they uttered terrible screams, crying also with their scarcely open eyes. There's the music, shouted Lantier furiously. I'll warn you, I'll take my hook, and it will be for good this time. You won't shut up, then good morning, I'll return to the place I've just come from. He had already taken his hat from off the chest of drawers, but Gervaise threw herself before him, stammering, No, no. And she hushed the little one's tears with her caresses, smoothed their hair, and soothed them with soft words. The children, suddenly quieted, laughing on their pillow, amused themselves by punching each other. The father, however, without even taking off his boots, had thrown himself on the bed, looking worn out, his face bearing signs of having been up all night. He did not go to sleep. He lay with his eyes wide open, looking round the room. That's a mess here, he muttered, and after observing Gervaise a moment, he malignantly added, Don't you even wash yourself now? Gervaise was 22, tall and slim with fine features, but she had already begun to show the strain of her hard life. She seemed to have aged 10 years from the hours of agonized weeping. Lantier's mean remarks made her mad. You're not fair, she said spiritedly. You well know I do all I can. It's not my fault we find ourselves here. I would like to see you with 2 children in a room where there's not even a stove to heat some water. When we arrived in Paris, instead of squandering your money, you should have made a home for us at once, as you promised. Listen, Lantier exploded. You cracked the nut with me. It doesn't become you to sneer at it now. Apparently not listening, Gervaise went on with her own thought. If we work hard, we can get out of this hole we're in. Madame Faussonnier, the laundress en Rue Neuve, will start me on Monday. If you work with your friend from La Glacière, in 6 months we'll be doing well. We'll have enough for decent clothes and a place we can call our own. But we'll have to stick with it and work hard." Lantier turned over towards the wall, looking greatly bored. Then Gervaise lost her temper. "Yes, that's it. I know the love of work doesn't trouble you much. You're bursting with ambition. You want to be dressed like a gentleman. You don't think me nice enough, do you, now that you've made me pawn all my dresses? Now listen, Auguste. I didn't intend to speak of it. I would have waited a bit longer, but I know where you spent the night. I saw you enter the Grand Balcony with that trollop Adele. Ah, you choose them well. She's a nice one, she is. She does well to put on the airs of a princess. She's been the ridicule of every man who frequents the restaurant." At a bound, Lantier sprung from the bed. His eyes had become as black as ink in his pale face. With this little man, rage blew like a tempest. Yes, of every man who frequents the restaurant," repeated the young woman. "Madame Boche intends to give them notice, she and her long stick of a sister, because they've always a string of men after them on the staircase." Lantier raised his fists. Then, resisting the desire of striking her, he seized hold of her by the arms, shook her violently, and sent her sprawling upon the bed of the children, who recommenced crying. And he lay down again, mumbling, like a man resolving on something that he previously hesitated to do. "You don't know what you've done, Gervaise. You've made a big mistake, you'll see." For an instant the children continued sobbing. Their mother, who remained bending over the bed, held them both in her embrace and kept repeating the same words in a monotonous tone of voice. "Ah, if it weren't for you, my poor little ones, if it weren't for you, if it weren't for you." Stretched out quietly, his eyes raised to the faded strip of chintz, Lantier no longer listened, but seemed to be buried in a fixed idea. He remained thus for nearly an hour without giving way to sleep, in spite of the fatigue which weighed his eyelids down. He finally turned towards Gervaise, his voice set hard in determination. She had gotten the children up and dressed, and had almost finished cleaning the room. The room looked, as always, dark and depressing, with its sooty black ceiling and paper peeling from the damp walls. The dilapidated furniture was also streaked and dirty, despite frequent dustings. Gervaise, devouring her grief, trying to assume a look of indifference, hurried over her work. Lantier watched as she tidied her hair in front of the small mirror hanging near the window. While she washed herself, he looked at her bare arms and shoulders. He seemed to be making comparisons in his mind as his lips formed a grimace. Gervaise limped with her right leg, though it was scarcely noticeable, except when she was tired. Today, exhausted from remaining awake all night, she was supporting herself against the wall and dragging her leg. Neither one spoke. They had nothing more to say. Lantier seemed to be waiting, while Gervaise kept busy and tried to keep her countenance expressionless. Finally, while she was making a bundle of the dirty clothes thrown in the corner behind the trunk, he at length opened his lips and asked, "What are you doing there? Where are you going?" She did not answer at first. Then, when he furiously repeated his question, she made up her mind and said, "I suppose you can see for yourself I'm going to wash all this. The children can't live in filth." He let her pick up 2 or 3 handkerchiefs, and after a fresh pause, he resumed, "Have you got any money?" At these words, she stood up and looked him full in the face, without leaving go of the children's dirty clothes which she held in her hand. "Money? And where do you think I can have stolen any? You know well enough that I got 3 francs the day before yesterday on my black skirt. We've lunched twice off it, and money goes quick at the pork butcher's. Now, you may be quite sure I've no money. I've 4 sous for the wash-house. I don't have an extra income like some women." He let this allusion pass. He had moved off the bed and was passing in review the few rags hanging about the room. He ended by taking up the pair of trousers and the shawl and searching the drawers. He added 2 chemises and a woman's loose jacket to the parcel. Then he threw the whole bundle into Gervaise's arms, saying, "Here, go and pop this." "Don't you want me to go pop the children as well?" asked she. "Yeah, if they lent on children, it would be a fine riddance." She went to the pawn place, however. When she returned at the end of half an hour, she laid 100-sou piece on the mantel-shelf and added the ticket to the others between the 2 candlesticks. "That's what they gave me," said she. "I wanted 6 francs, but I couldn't manage it. Oh, they'll never ruin themselves, and there's always such a crowd there." Lantier did not pick up the 5-franc piece directly. He would rather that she got change, so as to leave her some of it. But he decided to slip it into his waistcoat pocket when he noticed a small piece of ham wrapped up in paper and the remains of a loaf on the chest of drawers. "I didn't dare go to the milkwoman's because we owe her a week," explained Gervaise, "but I shall be back early. You can get some bread and some chops while I'm away, and then we'll have lunch. Bring also a bottle of wine." He did not say no. Their quarrel seemed to be forgotten. The young woman was completing her bundle of dirty clothes, but when she went to take Lantier's shirts and socks from the bottom of the trunk, he called to her to leave them alone. "Leave my things, do you hear? I don't want 'em touched." "What is it you don't want touched?" she asked, rising up. "I suppose you don't mean to put these filthy things on again, do you? They must be washed." She studied his boyish, handsome face, now so rigid that it seemed nothing could ever soften it. He angrily grabbed his things from her and threw them back into the trunk, saying, "Just obey me for once, I tell you. I won't have 'em touched." "But why?" she asked, turning pale, a terrible suspicion crossing her mind. "You don't need your shirts now. You're not going away. What can it matter to you if I take them?" He hesitated for an instant, embarrassed by the piercing glance she fixed upon him. Why, stammered he. "Because you go and tell everyone that you keep me, that you wash and mend. Well, it worries me. There, attend to your own business and I'll attend to mine. Washerwomen don't work for dogs." She supplicated. She protested she had never complained, but he roughly closed the trunk and sat down upon it, saying "no" to her face. He could surely do as he liked with what belonged to him. Then, to escape from the inquiring look she levelled at him, he went and laid down on the bed again, saying that he was sleepy, and requested her not to make his head ache with any more of her row. This time, indeed, he seemed to fall asleep. Gervaise for a while remained undecided. She was tempted to kick the bundle of dirty clothes on one side and to sit down and sew, but Lantier's regular breathing ended by reassuring her. She took the ball of blue and the piece of soap remaining from her last washing, and going up to the little ones who were quietly playing with some old corks in front of the window, she kissed them and said in a low voice, "Be very good. Don't make any noise. Papa's asleep." When she left the room, Claude's and Etienne's gentle laughter alone disturbed the great silence beneath the blackened ceiling. It was 10 o'clock. A ray of sunshine entered by the half-open window. On the boulevard, Gervaise turned to the left and followed the Rue Neuve de la Goutte d'Or. As she passed Madame Fauconnier's shop, she slightly bowed her head. The wash-house she was bound for was situated towards the middle of the street, at the part where the roadway commenced to ascend. The rounded great contours of the 3 large zinc wash tanks studded with rivets rose above the flat-roofed building. Behind them was the drying room, a high 2nd story, closed in on all sides by narrow slatted lattices so that the air could circulate freely and through which laundry could be seen hanging on brass wires. The steam engine's smokestack exhaled puffs of white smoke to the right of the water tanks. Gervaise was used to puddles and did not bother to tuck her skirts up before making her way through the doorway, which was cluttered with jars of bleaching water. She was already acquainted with the mistress of the wash-house, a delicate little woman with red inflamed eyes, who sat in a small glazed closet with account books in front of her, bars of soap on shelves, balls of blue in glass bottles, and pounds of soda done up in packets. And as she passed, she asked for her beetle and her scouring brush, which she had left to be taken care of the last time she had done her washing there. Then, after obtaining her number, she entered the wash-house. It was an immense shed with large clear windows and a flat ceiling, showing the beams supported on cast-iron pillars. Pale rays of light passed through the hot steam, which remained suspended like a milky fog. Smoke rose from certain corners, spreading about and covering the recesses with a bluish veil. A heavy moisture hung around, impregnated with a soapy odor, a damp, insipid smell, continuous though at moments overpowered by the more potent fumes of the chemicals. Along the washing places on either side of the central alley were rows of women with bare arms and necks, and skirts tucked up, showing colored stockings and heavy lace-up shoes. They were beating furiously, laughing, leaning back to call out a word in the midst of the din, or stooping over their tubs, all of them brutal, ungainly, foul of speech, and soaked as though by a shower with their flesh red and reeking. All around the women continuously flowed a river from hot water buckets emptied with a sudden splash, cold water faucets left dripping, soap suds spattering, and the dripping from rinsed laundry which was hung up. It splashed their feet and drained away across the sloping flagstones. The din of the shouting and the rhythmic beating was joined by the patter of steady dripping. It was slightly muffled by the moisture-soaked ceiling. Meanwhile, the steam engine could be heard as it puffed and snorted ceaselessly while cloaked in its white mist. The dancing vibration of its flywheel seemed to regulate the volume of the noisy turbulence. Gervaise passed slowly along the alley, looking to the right and left, carrying her laundry bundle under one arm, with one hip thrust high and limping more than usual. She was jostled by several women in the hubbub. "This way, my dear," cried Madame Boche in her loud voice. Then, when the young woman had joined her at the very end on the left, the concierge, who was furiously rubbing a dirty sock, began to talk incessantly, without leaving off her work. "Put your things there. I've got your place. Oh, I shan't be long over what I've got. Boche scarcely dirties his things at all, and you won't be long either, will you? Your bundle's quite a little one. Before 12 o'clock we shall have finished, and we can go off to lunch. I used to send my things to a laundress in the Rue Poulet, but she destroyed everything with her chlorine and her brushes, so now I do the washing myself. It's so much saved, it only costs the soap. I say, you should have put those shirts to soak. Those little rascals of children, oh my word! One would think their bodies were covered with soot." Gervaise, having undone her bundle, was spreading out the little one's shirts, and as Madame Boche advised her to take a pailful of lye, she answered, "Oh no, warm water will do, I'm used to it." She had sorted her laundry with several coloured pieces to one side. Then, after filling her tub with 4 pails of cold water from the tap behind her, she plunged her pile of whites into it. "You're used to it," repeated Madame Boche. "You were a washerwoman in your native place, weren't you, my dear?" Gervaise, with her sleeves pushed back, displayed the graceful arms of a young blonde, as yet scarcely reddened at the elbows, and started scrubbing her laundry. She spread a shirt out on the narrow rubbing board, which was water-bleached and eroded by years of use. She rubbed soap into the shirt, turned it over, and soaped the other side. Before replying to Madame Boche, she grasped her beetle and began to pound away so that her shouted phrases were punctuated with loud and rhythmic thumps. Yes, a washerwoman. When I was 10. That's 12 years ago. We used to go to the river. It smelled nicer there than it does here. You should have seen. There was a nook under the trees with clear running water. You know, at Plassans. Don't you know Plassans? It's near Marseille." "Oh, how you go at it!" exclaimed Madame Boche, amazed at the strength of her blows. "Or you could flatten out a piece of iron with your little ladylike arms." The conversation continued in a very high volume. At times the concierge, not catching what she had said, was obliged to lean forward. All the linen was beaten, and with a will. Gervaise plunged into the tub again and then took it out once more, each article separately, to rub it over with soap a second time and brush it. With one hand she held the article firmly on the plank, with the other, which grasped the short couch-grass brush, she extracted from the linen a dirty lather, which fell in long drips. Then, in the slight noise caused by the brush, The two women drew together and conversed in a more intimate way. "No, we're not married," resumed Gervaise. "I don't hide it. Lantier isn't so nice for anyone to care to be his wife. If it weren't for the children. I was 14 and he was 18 when we had our first one. That happened in the usual way, you know how it is. I wasn't happy at home. Old man Macquart would kick me in the tail whenever he felt like it, for no reason at all. I had to have some fun outside. We might have been married, but I forget why. Our parents wouldn't consent." She shook her hands, which were growing red in the white suds. "The water's awfully hard in Paris." Madame Boche was now washing only very slowly. She kept leaving off, making her work last as long as she could, so as to remain there to listen to that story which her curiosity had been hankering to know for a fortnight past. Her mouth was half open in the midst of her big fat face. Her eyes, which were almost at the top of her head, were gleaming. She was thinking, with the satisfaction of having guessed right. "That's it. The little one gossips too much. There's been a row." Then she observed out loud, "He isn't nice, then?" "Don't mention it," replied Gervaise. "He used to behave very well in the country, but since we've been in Paris he's been unbearable. I must tell you that his mother died last year and left him some money, about 1,700 francs. He would come to Paris, so, as old Macquart was forever knocking me about without warning, I consented to come away with him. We made the journey with 2 children. He was to set me up as a laundress and work himself at his trade of a hatter. We should have been very happy, but you see Lantier's ambition and a spendthrift, a fellow who only thinks of amusing himself. In short, he's not worth much. On arriving, we went to the Hotel Montmartre in the Rue Montmartre, and then there were dinners and cabs and the theatre, a watch for himself and a silk dress for me, for he's not unkind when he's got the money. You understand. He went in for everything, and so well that at the end, at 2 months, we were cleaned out. It was then that we came to live at the Hotel Boncourt, and that this horrible life began." She interrupted herself. A lump had suddenly risen in her throat, and she could scarcely restrain her tears. She had finished brushing the things. "I must go and fetch my hot water," she murmured. But Madame Boche, greatly disappointed at this break-off in the disclosures, called to the wash-house boy who was passing, "My little Charles, kindly get Madame a pail of hot water. She's in a hurry." The youth took the bucket and brought it back filled. Gervaise paid him. It was a sou the pailful. She poured the hot water into the tub and soaked the things a last time with her hands, leaning over them in a mass of steam, which deposited small beads of grey vapour in her light hair. "Here, put some soda in it. I've got some by me," said the concierge obligingly. And she emptied into Gervaise's tub what remained of a bag of soda which she had brought with her. She also offered her some of the chemical water, but the young woman declined it. It was only good for grease and wine stains. "I think he's rather a loose fellow," resumed Madame Boche, returning to Lantier, but without naming him. Gervaise, bent almost double, her hands all shriveled, and thrust in amongst the clothes, merely tossed her head. Yes, continued the other. "I have noticed several little things." But she suddenly interrupted herself as Gervaise jumped up with a pale face and staring wildly at her. Then she exclaimed, "Oh, no, I don't think anything. He likes to laugh a bit, I think, that's all. For instance, you know, the 2 girls who lodge at my place, Adele and Virginie. Well, he larks about with them, but he just flirts for sport." The young woman, standing before her, her face covered with perspiration, the water dripping from her arms, continued to stare at her with a fixed and penetrating look. Then the concierge got excited, giving herself a blow on the chest and pledging her word of honour. She cried, "I know nothing. I mean it when I say so." Then, calming herself, she added in a gentle voice, as if speaking to a person on whom loud protestations would have no effect, "I think he has a frank look about the eyes. He'll marry you, my dear, I'm sure of it." Gervaise wiped her forehead with her wet hand, shaking her head again. She pulled another garment out of the water. Both of them kept silent for a moment. The wash-house was quieting down, for 11 o'clock had struck. Half of the washerwomen were perched on the edge of their tubs, eating sausages between slices of bread and drinking from open bottles of wine. Only housewives who had come to launder small bundles of family linen were hurrying to finish. Occasional beetle blows could still be heard amid the subdued laughter and gossip half-choked by the greedy chewing of jawbones. The steam engine never stopped. Its vibrant, snorting voice seemed to fill the entire hall, though not one of the women even heard it. It was like the breathing of the wash-house, its hot breath collecting under the ceiling rafters in an eternal floating mist. The heat was becoming intolerable. Through the tall windows on the left, sunlight was streaming in, touching the steamy vapors with opalescent tints of soft pinks and greyish blues. Charles went from window to window, letting down the heavy canvas awnings. Then he crossed to the shady side to open the ventilators. He was applauded by cries and hand-clapping, and a rough sort of gaiety spread around. Soon even the last of the beetle-pounding stopped. With full mouths, the washerwomen could only make gestures. It became so quiet that the grating sound of the firemen shoveling coal into the engine's firebox could be heard at regular intervals from far at the other end. Gervaise was washing her coloured things in the hot water thick with lather, which she had kept for that purpose. When she finished, she drew a trestle towards her and hung across it all the different articles, the drippings from which made bluish puddles on the floor, and she commenced rinsing. Behind her, the cold water tap was set running into a vast tub fixed on the ground, and across which were 2 wooden bars, whereon to lay the clothes. High up in the air were 2 other bars for the things to finish dripping on. "We're almost finished, and not a bad job," said Madame Boche. "I'll wait and help you wring all that." "Oh, it's not worthwhile. I'm much obliged, though," replied the young woman, who was kneading with her hands and sousing the coloured things in some clean water. "If I'd any sheets, it would be another thing." But she had, however, to accept the concierge's assistance. They were wringing between them, one at each end, a woolen skirt of a washed-out chestnut colour, from which dripped a yellowish water, when Madame Boche exclaimed, "Oh, why, there's tall Virginie. Why has she come here to wash, when all her wardrobe that isn't on her would go into a pocket handkerchief?" Gervaise jerked her head up. Virginie was a girl of her own age, taller than she was, dark and pretty in spite of her face being rather long and narrow. She had on an old black dress with flounces and a red ribbon round her neck, and her hair was done up carefully, the chignon being enclosed in a blue silk net. She stood an instant in the middle of the central alley, screwing up her eyes as though seeking someone. Then, when she caught sight of Gervaise, she passed close to her, erect, insolent, and with a swinging gait, and took a place in the same row 5 tubs away from her. "Oh, there's a freak for you," continued Madame Boche in a lower tone of voice. "She never does any laundry, not even a pair of cuffs. A seamstress who doesn't even sew on a loose button. She's just like her sister, the brass burnisher, that hussy Adele, who stays away from her job 2 days out of 3. Nobody knows who their folks are or how they make a living, though if I wanted to talk... Oh, what on earth is she scrubbing there? A filthy petticoat. I'll wager it's seen some lovely sights, that petticoat." Madame Boche was evidently trying to make herself agreeable to Gervaise. The truth was, she often took a cup of coffee with Adele and Virginie when the girls had any money. Gervaise did not answer, but hurried over her work with feverish hands. She had just prepared her blue in a little tub that stood on 3 legs. She dipped in the linen things and shook them an instant at the bottom of the coloured water, the reflection of which had a pinky tinge, and after wringing them lightly, she spread them out on the wooden bars up above. During the time she was occupied with this work, she made a point of turning her back on Virginie, but she heard her chuckles, and she could feel her sidelong glances. Virginie appeared only to have come there to provoke her. At one moment, Gervaise having turned around, they both stared into each other's faces. "Oh, leave her alone," whispered Madame Boche.
You're not going to pull each other's hair out, I hope. When I tell you there's nothing to it, it isn't her anyhow."
At this moment, as the young woman was hanging up the last article of clothing, there was a sound of laughter at the door of the wash-house.
"Here are two brats who want their mammas," cried Charles.
All the women leant forward. Gervaise recognized Claude and Etienne. As soon as they caught sight of her, they ran to her through the puddles, the heels of their unlaced shoes resounding on the flagstones. Claude, the eldest, held his little brother by the hand. The women, as they passed them, uttered little exclamations of affection as they noticed their frightened though smiling faces, and they stood there in front of their mother without leaving go of each other's hands and holding their fair heads erect.
"Has Papa sent you?"
asked Gervaise. But as she stooped to tie the laces of Etienne's shoes, she saw the key of their room on one of Claude's fingers, with a brass number hanging from it.
"Why, you've brought the key," she said, greatly surprised. "Well, what's that for?"
The child, seeing the key which he had forgotten on his finger, appeared to recollect, and exclaimed in his clear voice, "Papa's gone away."
"Well, he's gone to buy the lunch, and told you to come here to fetch me."
Claude looked at his brother, hesitated, no longer recollecting. Then he resumed all in a breath.
"Papa's gone away. He jumped off the bed, he put all his things in the trunk, he carried the trunk down to a cab. He's gone away."
Gervaise, who was squatting down, slowly rose to her feet, her face ghastly pale. She put her hands to her cheeks and temples as though she felt her head was breaking, and she could find only these words which she kept repeating 20 times in the same tone of voice. "Oh, good heavens! Oh, good heavens! Oh, good heavens!" Madame Boche, however, also questioned the child, quite delighted at the chance of hearing the whole story.
"Now come, little one, you must tell us just what happened. It was he who locked the door and who told you to bring the key, wasn't it?"
And lowering her voice, she whispered in Claude's ear,
"Was there a lady in the cab?"
The child again got confused. Then he recommenced his story in a triumphant manner.
"He jumped off the bed, he put all his things in the trunk, he's gone away."
Then, when Madame Boche let him go, he drew his brother in front of the tap, and they amused themselves by turning on the water. Gervaise was unable to cry. She was choking, leaning back against her tub, her face still buried in her hands. Brief shudders rocked her body, and she wailed out long sighs while pressing her hands tighter against her eyes, as though abandoning herself to the blackness of desolation, a dark, deep pit into which she seemed to be falling.
"Oh, come, my dear, pull yourself together," murmured Madame Boche.
"If only you knew, if only you knew," said she at length very faintly. "He sent me this morning to pawn my shawl and my chemise to pay for that cab." And she burst out crying. The memory of the events of that morning and of her trip to the pawn place tore from her the sobs that had been choking her throat. The abominable trip to the pawn place was the thing that hurt most in all her sorrow and despair. Tears were streaming down her face, but she didn't think of using her handkerchief.
"Now, do be reasonable, do be quiet, everyone's looking at you," Madame Boche, who hovered around her, kept repeating. "Now, how can you worry yourself so much on account of a man? You loved him then, all the same, did you, my poor darling? A little while ago you were saying all sorts of things against him, and now you're crying for him and almost breaking your heart. Oh, dear me, how silly we all are."
Then she became quite maternal.
"A pretty little woman like you, can it be possible? One may tell you everything now, I suppose. Well, you recollect when I passed under your window, I already had my suspicions. Just fancy, last night when Adele came home, I heard a man's footsteps with her. So I thought I'd see who it was. I looked up the staircase. The fellow was already on the second landing, but I certainly recognized Monsieur Lantier's overcoat. Boche, who was on the watch this morning, saw him tranquilly nod adieu. He was with Adele. You know, Virginie has a situation now where she goes twice a week, only it's highly imprudent all the same, for they've only one room and an alcove, and I can't very well say where Virginie managed to sleep."
She interrupted herself an instant, turned around, and then resumed, subduing her loud voice.
She's laughing at you, seeing you cry, the heartless thing over there. I'd stake my life that her washing's all a pretence. She's packed off the other two, and she's come here so as to tell them how you take it."
Gervaise removed her hands from her face and looked. When she beheld Virginie in front of her amidst 3 or 4 women, speaking low and staring at her, she was seized with a mad rage. Her arms in front of her, searching the ground, she stumbled forward a few paces, trembling all over. She found a bucket full of water, grabbed it with both hands, and emptied it at Virginie.
"That a virageon,"
yelled tall Virginie. She had stepped back, and her boots alone got wet. The other women, who for some minutes past had all been greatly upset by Gervaise's tears, jostled each other in their anxiety to see the fight. Some who were finishing their lunch got on top of their tubs. Others hastened forward, their hands smothered with soap. A ring was formed.
"That a virageon," repeated tall Virginie. "What's the matter with her? Huh? She's mad."
Gervaise, standing on the defensive, her chin thrust out, her features convulsed, said nothing, not having yet acquired the Paris gift of street gab. The other continued.
"Get out. This girl's tired of wallowing about in the country. She wasn't 12 years old when the soldiers were at her. She even lost her leg serving her country. That leg's rotting off."
The lookers-on burst out laughing. Virginie, seeing her success, advanced a couple of steps, drawing herself up to her full height and yelling louder than ever.
"Here, come a bit nearer, just to see how I'll settle you. Don't you come annoying us here. Do I even know her, the hussy? If she wetted me, I'd have pretty soon shown her battle, as you'd have seen. Let her just say what I've ever done to her. Speak, you vixen. What's been done to you?"
"Don't talk so much," stammered Gervaise. "You know well enough. Someone saw my husband last night, and shut up, because if you don't, I'll most certainly strangle you."
"Oh, her husband, that's a good one. As if cripples like her had husbands. If he left you, it's not my fault. Surely you don't think I've stolen him, do you? He was much too good for you, and you made him sick. Did you keep him on a leash? Has anyone here seen her husband? There's a reward."
The laughter burst forth again. Gervaise contented herself with continually murmuring in a low tone of voice, "You know well enough, it's your sister. I'll strangle her, your sister."
"Oh, yes, go and try it on with my sister," resumed Virginie sneeringly. "It's my sister. That's very likely. My sister looks a trifle different to you, but what's that to me? Can't one come and wash one's clothes in peace now? Just dry up, do you hear, because I've had enough of it."
But it was she who returned to the attack after giving 5 or 6 strokes with her beetle. Intoxicated by the insult she had been giving utterance to, and worked up into a passion, she left off and recommenced, again speaking in this way 3 times.
"Well, yes, it's my sister. There now, does that satisfy you? They adore each other. You should just see them bill and coo. And he's left you with your children, those pretty kids with scabs all over their faces. You got one of them from a gendarme, didn't you? And you let 3 others die because you didn't want to pay excess baggage on your journey. It's your Lantier who told us that. He's been telling some fine things. He's had enough of you."
But it was she who returned to the attack after giving 5 or 6 strokes with her beetle, intoxicated by the insult she had given utterance to, and worked up into a passion. She left off and recommenced again, speaking in this way 3 times.
"Well, yes, it's my sister. There now, does that satisfy you? Oh, they adore each other. You should see them bill and coo. And he's left you with your children, those pretty kids with scabs all over their faces. You got one of them from a gendarme, didn't you? And you let 3 others die because you didn't want to pay excess baggage on your journey. It's your Lantier who told us that. He's been telling some fine things. He'd had enough of you. "You dirty jade, you dirty jade, you dirty jade," yelled Gervaise, beside herself, and again, seized with a furious trembling, she turned round, looking once more about the ground, and only observing the little tub, she seized hold of it by the legs and flung the whole of the bluing at Virginie's face. "The beast, she's spoiled my dress," cried the latter, whose shoulder was sopping wet and whose left hand was dripping blue. "Just wait, you wretch." In her turn, she seized a bucket and emptied it over Gervaise. Then a formidable battle began. They both ran along the rows of tubs, seized hold of the pails that were full, and returned to dash the contents at each other's heads. And each deluge was accompanied by a volley of words. Gervaise herself answered now. "There, you scum, you got it that time, it'll help to cool you. Ah, the carrion. That's for your filth, wash yourself for once in your life." Yes, I'll wash the salt out of you, you cod. Another one, brush your teeth, fix yourself up for the post tonight at the corner of Rue Belle-Homme.
They ended by having to refill the buckets at the water taps, continuing to insult each other the while. The initial bucketfuls were so poorly aimed as to scarcely reach their targets, but they soon began to splash each other in earnest. Virginie was the first to receive a bucketful in the face. The water ran down, soaking her back and front. She was still staggering when another caught her from the side, hitting her left ear and drenching her chignon, which then came unwound into a limp, bedraggled string of hair. Gervaise was first hit in the legs. One pail filled her shoes full of water and splashed up to her thighs. Two more wet her even higher. Soon both of them were soaked from top to bottom, and it was impossible to count the hits. Their clothes were plastered to their bodies, and they looked shrunken. Water was dripping everywhere, as from umbrellas in a rainstorm.
"They look jolly funny," said the hoarse voice of one of the women.
Everyone in the wash-house was highly amused. A good space was left to the combatants, as nobody cared to get splashed. Applause and jokes circulated in the midst of the sluice-like noise of the buckets emptied in rapid succession. On the floor, the puddles were running one into another, and the two women were wading in them up to their ankles. Virginie, however, who had been meditating a treacherous move, suddenly seized hold of a pail of lye which one of her neighbours had left there and threw it. The same cry arose from all. Everyone thought that Gervaise was scalded, but only her left foot had been slightly touched, and, exasperated by the pain, she seized a bucket, without troubling herself to fill it this time, and threw it with all her might at the legs of Virginie, who fell to the ground. All the women spoke together.
"She's broken one of her limbs. Well, the other tried to cook her. She's right after all, the blonde one, if her man's been taken from her."
Madame Boche held up her arms to heaven, uttering all sorts of exclamations. She had prudently retreated out of the way between two tubs, and the children, Claude and Etienne, crying, choking, terrified, clung to her dress, with the continuous cry of "Mama, Mama," broken by their sobs. When she saw Virginie fall, she hastened forward and tried to pull Gervaise away by her skirt, repeating the while, "Now, come now, go home, be reasonable. Oh, my word, it's quite upset me. Never was such a butchery seen before." But she had to draw back and seek refuge again between the two tubs with the children. Virginie had just flown at Gervaise's throat. She squeezed her round the neck, trying to strangle her. The latter freed herself with a violent jerk, and in her turn hung on to the other's hair, as though she were trying to pull her head off. The battle was silently resumed, without a cry, without an insult. They did not seize each other around the body. They attacked each other's faces with open hands and clawing fingers, pinching, scratching whatever they caught hold of. The tall, dark girl's red ribbon and blue silk hair net were torn off. The body of her dress, giving away at the neck, displayed a large portion of her shoulder, whilst the blonde, half-stripped, her sleeve gone from her loose white jacket, without her knowing how, had a rent in her underlinen which exposed to view the naked line of her waist. Shreds of stuff flew in all directions. It was from Gervaise that the first blood was drawn, 3 long scratches from the mouth to the chin, and she sought to protect her eyes, shutting them at every grab the other made, for fear of having them torn out. No blood showed on Virginie yet. Gervaise aimed at her ears, maddened at not being able to reach them. At length she succeeded in seizing hold of one of the earrings, an imitation pear in yellow glass, which she pulled out and slit the ear, and the blood flowed.
"They're killing each other! Separate them, the vixens!" exclaimed several voices.
The other women had drawn nearer. They formed themselves into two camps. Some were cheering the combatants on, as others were trembling and turning their heads away, saying it was making them sick. A large fight nearly broke out between the two camps as the women called each other names and brandished their fists threateningly. 3 loud slaps rang out. Madame Boche, meanwhile, was trying to discover the wash-house boy.
Charles, wherever has he got to?"
And she found him in the front rank, looking on with his arms folded. He was a big fellow with an enormous neck. He was laughing and enjoying the sight of the skin which the 2 women displayed. The little blonde was as fat as a quail. It would be fun if her chemise burst open.
"Why," murmured he, blinking his eye, "she's got a strawberry birthmark under her arm." "What? You there?" cried Madame Boche as she caught sight of him. "Just come and help us separate them. You can easily separate them, you can."
"Oh, no, thank you, not if I know it," said he coolly. "To get my eye scratched like I did the other day, I suppose? I'm not here for that sort of thing. I have enough to do without that. Don't be afraid, a little bleeding does 'em good, it'll soften 'em." The concierge then talked of fetching the police, but the mistress of the wash-house, the delicate young woman with the red, inflamed eyes, would not allow her to do this. She kept saying, No, I won't. It'll compromise my establishment." The struggle on the ground continued. All on a sudden, Virginie raised herself up to her knees. She had just got hold of a beetle and held it on high. She had a rattle in her throat and an altered voice. She exclaimed, "Here's something that'll settle you. Get your dirty linen ready." Gervaise quickly thrust out her hand and also seized a beetle and held it up like a club, and she too spoke in a choking voice. You want to wash? Let me get hold of your skin that I may beat it into dishcloths." For a moment they remained there on their knees, menacing each other, their hair all over their faces, their breasts heaving, muddy, swelling with rage. They watched one another as they waited and took breath. Gervaise gave the first blow. Her beetle glided off Virginie's shoulder, and she at once threw herself on one side to avoid the latter's beetle, which grazed her hip. Then, warming to their work, they struck at each other like washerwomen beating clothes, roughly and in time. Whenever there was a hit, the sound was deadened, so that one might have thought it a blow in a tub full of water. The other women around them no longer laughed. Several had gone off, saying that it quite upset them. Those who remained stretched out their necks, their eyes lighted up with a gleam of cruelty, admiring the pluck displayed. Madame Boche had led Claude and Etienne away, and one could hear at the other end of the building the sound of their sobs mingled with the sonorous shocks of the 2 beetles. But Gervaise suddenly yelled. Virginie had caught her a whack with all her might on her bare arm just above the elbow. A large red mark appeared. The flesh at once began to swell. Then she threw herself upon Virginie, and everybody thought she was going to beat her to death. "Enough, enough," was cried on all sides. Her face bore such a terrible expression that no one dared approach her. Her strength seemed to have increased tenfold. She seized Virginie round the waist, bent her down and pressed her face against the flagstones. Raising her beetle, she commenced beating as she used to beat at Plassans on the banks of the Viorne, when her mistress washed the clothes of the garrison. The wood seemed to yield to the flesh with a damp sound. At each whack a red wheal marked the white skin. Oh, exclaimed the boy Charles, opening his eyes to their full extent and gloating over the sight. Laughter again burst forth from the lookers-on, but soon the cry, "Enough, enough," recommenced. Gervaise heard not, neither did she tire. She examined her work, bent over it, anxious not to leave a dry place. She wanted to see the whole of that skin beaten, covered with contusions, and she talked, seized with a ferocious gaiety, recalling a washerwoman's song. "Bang, bang, Margot at her tub. Bang, bang, beating rub-a-dub. Bang, bang,
tries to wash her heart. Bang, bang, black with grief to part, and then she resumed. That's for you, that's for your sister, that's for Lantier. When you next see them, you can give them that. Attention, I'm going to begin again. That's for Lantier, that's for your sister, that's for you. Bang, bang, Margot at her tub. Bang, bang, beating rub-a-dub. The others were obliged to drag Virginie away from her. The tall, dark girl, her face bathed in tears and purple with shame, picked up her things and hastened away. She was vanquished. Gervaise slipped on the sleeve of her jacket again and fastened up her petticoats. Her arm pained her a good deal, and she asked Madame Boche to place her bundle of clothes on her shoulder. The concierge referred to the battle, spoke of her emotions, and talked of examining the young woman's person just to see. You may perhaps have something broken. I heard a tremendous blow. But Gervaise wanted to go home. She made no reply to the pitying remarks and noisy ovation of the other women who surrounded her erect in their aprons. When she was laden, she gained the door, where the children awaited her. 2 hours, that makes 2 sous, said the mistress of the wash-house, already back at her post in the glazed closet. Why 2 sous? She no longer understood that she was asked to pay for her place there. Then she gave the 2 sous, and, limping very much beneath the weight of the wet clothes on her shoulder, the water dripping off her, her elbow black and blue, her cheek covered with blood, she went off, dragging Claude and Etienne with her bare arms, whilst they trotted along on either side of her, still trembling and their faces besmeared with their tears. Once she was gone, the wash-house resumed its roaring tumult. The washerwomen had eaten their bread and drunk their wine. Their faces were lit up and their spirits enlivened by the fight between Gervaise and Virginie. The long lines of tubs were astir again, with a fury of thrashing arms, of craggy profiles, of marionettes with bent backs and slumping shoulders that twisted and jerked violently, as though on hinges. Conversation went on from one end to the other in loud voices. Laughter and coarse remarks crackled through the ceaseless gurgling of the water. Faucets were sputtering, buckets spilling, rivulets flowing underneath the rows of washboards. Throughout the huge shed, rising wisps of steam reflected a reddish tint, pierced here and there by discs of sunlight, golden globes that had leaked through holes in the awnings. The air was stiflingly warm and odorous with soap. Suddenly the hall was filled with a white mist. The huge copper lid of a lye-water kettle was rising mechanically along a notched shaft, and from the gaping copper hollow within its walls of brick came whirling clouds of vapour. Meanwhile, at one side the drying machines were hard at work. Within their cast-iron cylinders, bundles of laundry were being wrung dry by the centrifugal force of the steam engine, which was still puffing, steaming, jolting the wash-house with the ceaseless labour of its iron limbs. When Gervaise turned into the entry of the Hôtel Boncoeur, her tears again mastered her. It was a dark, narrow passage with a gutter for the dirty water running alongside the walls, and the stench which she again encountered there caused her to think of the fortnight she had passed in the place with Lantier, a fortnight of misery and quarrels, the recollection of which was now a bitter regret. It seemed to bring her abandonment home to her. Upstairs the room was bare, in spite of the sunshine which entered through the open window. The blaze of light, that kind of dancing golden dust, exposed the lamentable condition of the blackened ceiling, and of the walls half denuded of paper all the more. The only thing left hanging in the room was a woman's small neckerchief, twisted like a piece of string. The children's bedstead, drawn into the middle of the apartment, displayed the chest of drawers, the open drawers of which exposed their emptiness. Lantier had washed himself and had used up the last of the pomatum, 2 sous worth of pomatum in a playing card. The greasy water from his hands filled the basin, and he had forgotten nothing. The corner, which until then had been filled by the trunk, seemed to Gervaise an immense empty space. Even the little mirror which hung on the window fastening was gone. When she made this discovery, she had a presentiment. She looked on the mantelpiece. Lantier had taken away the pawn tickets.
The pink bundle was no longer there, between the two odd zinc candlesticks. She hung her laundry over the back of the chair and just stood there, gazing around at the furniture. She was so dulled and bewildered that she could no longer cry. She had only 1 sou left. Then, hearing Claude and Etienne laughing merrily by the window, their troubles already forgotten, she went to them and put her arms around them, losing herself for a moment in contemplation of that long grey avenue, where that very morning she had watched the awakening of the working population of the immense workshop of Paris. At this hour, immense heat was rising from the pavement and from all the furnaces in the factories, setting light a reflecting oven over the city and beyond the octroi walls. Out upon this very pavement, into this furnace blast, she had been tossed, alone with her little ones. As she glanced up and down the boulevard, she was seized with a dull dread that her life would be fixed there forever, between a slaughterhouse and a hospital.
3 weeks later, towards 11:30, one beautiful sunshiny day, Gervaise and Coupeau, the zinc worker, were each partaking of a plum preserved in brandy at l'Assommoir, kept by Père Colombe. Coupeau, who had been smoking a cigarette on the pavement, had prevailed on her to go inside as she returned from taking home a customer's washing, and her big square laundress's basket was on the floor beside her, behind the little zinc-covered table. Père Colombe's l'Assommoir was at the corner of Rue de Poissonnier and Boulevard de Rochechouart. The sign, in tall blue letters stretching from one end to the other, said "Distillery." 2 dusty oleanders, planted in half-casks, stood beside the doorway. A long bar, with its tin measuring cups, was on the left as you entered. The large room was decorated with casks painted a gay yellow, bright with varnish and gleaming with copper taps and hoops. On the shelves above the bar were liquor bottles, jars of fruit preserved in brandy, and flasks of all shapes. They completely covered the wall and were reflected in the mirror behind the bar as colourful spots of apple green, pale gold, and soft brown. The main feature of the establishment, however, was the distilling apparatus. It was at the rear, behind an oak railing in a glassed-in area. The customers could watch its functioning, long-necked still pots, copper worms disappearing underground, a devil's kitchen alluring to drink-sodden workmen in search of pleasant dreams. L'Assommoir was nearly empty at the lunch hour. Père Colombe, a heavy man of 40, was serving a 10-year-old girl who had asked him to place 4 sous worth of brandy into her cup. A shaft of sunlight came through the entrance to warm the floor, which was always damp from the smokers' spitting. From everything, the casks, the bar, the entire room, a licorice odour arose, an alcoholic aroma which seemed to thicken and befuddle the dust motes dancing in the sunlight. Coupeau was making another cigarette. He was very neat, in a short blue linen blouse and cap, and was laughing and showing his white teeth. With a projecting underjaw and a slightly snubbed nose, he had handsome chestnut eyes, and the face of a jolly dog and a thorough good fellow. His coarse curly hair stood erect. His skin still preserved the softness of his 26 years. Opposite to him, Gervaise, in a thin black woolen dress and bareheaded, was finishing her plum, which she held by the stalk between the tips of her fingers. They were close to the street, at the first of the 4 tables placed alongside the barrels, facing the bar. When the zinc worker had lit a cigarette, he placed his elbows on the table, thrust his face forward, and for an instant looked without speaking at the young woman, whose pretty fair face had that day the milky transparency of china. Then, alluding to a matter known to themselves alone and already discussed between them, he simply asked in a low voice, "So, it's to be no? You say no?" "Oh, most decidedly no, Monsieur Coupeau," quietly replied Gervaise with a smile. "I hope you're not going to talk to me about that here. You know you promised me you would be reasonable. Had I known, I wouldn't have let you treat me." Coupeau kept silence, looking at her intently with a boldness. She sat still, at ease and friendly. At the end of a brief silence, she added, "You can't really mean it. I'm an old woman. I've a big boy, 8 years old. Whatever could we 2 do together?" "Why," murmured Coupeau, blinking his eyes, "what the others do, of course, get married." She made a gesture of feeling annoyed. "Oh, do you think it's always pleasant? One can very well see you've never seen much of living. No, Monsieur Coupeau, I must think of serious things. Burdening oneself never leads to anything, you know. I've 2 mouths at home which are never tired of swallowing, I can tell you. How do you suppose I can bring up my little ones if I only sit here talking indolently? And listen, besides that, my misfortune has been a famous lesson to me. You know I don't care a bit about men now. They won't catch me again for a long while." She spoke with such cool objectivity that it was clear she had resolved this in her mind, turning it about thoroughly. Coupeau was deeply moved and kept repeating, "I feel so sorry for you. It causes me a great deal of pain." "Yes, I know that," resumed she, "and I am sorry, Monsieur Coupeau. But you mustn't take it to heart. If I had any idea of enjoying myself, mon Dieu, I would certainly rather be with you than anyone else. You're a good boy and gentle. Only, where's the use, as I've no inclination to wed? I've been for the last fortnight now at Madame Fauconnier's. The children go to school, I've work, I'm contented. So the best is to remain as we are, isn't it?" And she stooped down to take her basket. "You're making me talk. They must be expecting me at the shop. You'll easily find someone else prettier than I, Monsieur Coupeau, and who won't have 2 boys to drag about with her." He looked at the clock inserted in the framework of the mirror and made her sit down again, exclaiming, "Don't be in such a hurry. It's only 11:35. I've still 25 minutes. You don't have to be afraid that I shall do anything foolish. There's the table between us. So you detest me so much that you won't stay and have a little chat with me?" She put her basket down again, so as not to disoblige him, and they conversed like good friends. She had eaten her lunch before going out with the laundry. He had gulped down his soup and beef hurriedly to be able to wait for her. All the while she chatted amiably, Gervaise kept looking out the window at the activity on the street. It was now unusually crowded with the lunchtime rush. Everywhere were hurried steps, swinging arms, and pushing elbows. Some latecomers, hungry and angry at being kept extra long at the job, rushed across the street into the bakery. They emerged with a loaf of bread and went 3 doors farther to the 2-headed calf to gobble down a 6-sou meat dish. Next door to the bakery was a grocer who sold fried potatoes and mussels cooked with parsley. A procession of girls went in to get hot potatoes wrapped in paper and cups of steaming mussels. Other pretty girls bought bunches of radishes. By leaning a bit, Gervaise could see into the sausage shop from which children issued, holding a fried chop, a sausage, or a piece of hot blood pudding wrapped in greasy paper. The street was always slick with black mud, even in clear weather. A few labourers had already finished their lunch and were strolling aimlessly about, their open hands slapping their thighs, heavy from eating, slow and peaceful amid the hurrying crowd. A group formed in front of the door of l'Assommoir. "Say, Bibi the smoker," demanded a hoarse voice, "aren't you going to buy us a round of vitriol?" 5 labourers came in and stood by the bar. "Ah, here's that thief Père Colombe," the voice continued. "We want the real old stuff, you know, and full-sized glasses too." Père Colombe served them as 3 more labourers entered. More blue smocks gathered on the street corner, and some pushed their way into the establishment. "You're foolish. You only think of the present," Gervaise was saying to Coupeau. "Sure, I loved him, but after the disgusting way in which he left me." They were talking of Lantier. Gervaise had not seen him again. She thought he was living with Virginie's sister at La Glacière in the house of that friend who was going to start a hat factory. She had no thought of running after him. She had been so distressed at first that she had thought of drowning herself in the river. But now that she had thought about it, everything seemed to be for the best. Lantier went through money so fast that she probably never could have raised her children properly. Oh, she'd let him see his children all right if he bothered to come round. But as far as she was concerned, she didn't want him to touch her, not even with his fingertips. She told all this to Coupeau just as if her plan of life was well settled. Meanwhile, Coupeau never forgot his desire to possess her. He made a jest of everything she said, turning it into ribaldry and asking some very direct questions about Lantier. But he proceeded so gaily and with such a smile that she never thought of being offended. "So you're the one who beat him," said he at length. "Oh, you're not kind. You just go around whipping people." She interrupted him with a hearty laugh. It was true, though. She had whipped Virginie's tall carcass. She would have delighted in strangling someone on that day. She laughed louder than ever when Coupeau told her that Virginie, ashamed at having shown so much cowardice, had left the neighbourhood. Her face, however, preserved an expression of childish gentleness as she put out her plump hands, insisting she wouldn't even harm a fly. She began to tell Coupeau about her childhood at Plassans. She had never cared overmuch for men. They had always bored her. She was 14 when she got involved with Lantier. She had thought it was nice because he said he was her husband, and she had enjoyed playing a housewife. She was too soft-hearted and too weak. She always got passionately fond of people who caused her trouble later. When she loved a man, she wasn't thinking of having fun in the present. She was dreaming about being happy and living together forever. And as Coupeau, with a chuckle, spoke of her 2 children, saying they hadn't come from under a bolster, she slapped his fingers. She added that she was, no doubt, made on the model of other women. Women thought of their home, slaved to keep the place clean and tidy, and went to bed too tired at night not to go to sleep at once. Besides, she resembled her mother, a stout labouring woman who died at her work and who had served as beast of burden to old Macquart for more than 20 years. Her mother's shoulders had been heavy enough to smash through doors, but that didn't prevent her from being soft-hearted and madly attracted to people. And if she limped a little, she no doubt owed that to the poor woman whom old Macquart used to belabour with blows. Her mother had told her about the times when Macquart came home drunk and brutally bruised her. She had probably been born with a lame leg as a result of one of those times. "Oh, it's scarcely anything. It's hardly perceptible," said Coupeau gallantly. She shook her head. She knew well enough that it could be seen. At 40 she would look broken in 2. Then she added gently, with a slight laugh, "It's a funny fancy of yours to fall in love with a cripple." With his elbows still on the table, he thrust his face closer to hers and began complimenting her in rather dubious language as though to intoxicate her with his words. But she kept shaking her head no, and didn't allow herself to be tempted, although she was flattered by the tone of his voice. While listening, she kept looking out the window, seeming to be fascinated by the interesting crowd of people passing. The shops were now almost empty. The grocer removed his last panful of fried potatoes from the stove. The sausage man arranged the dishes scattered on his counter. Great bearded workmen were as playful as young boys, clumping along in their hobnailed boots. Other workmen were smoking, staring up into the sky and blinking their eyes. Factory bells began to ring in the distance, but the workers, in no hurry, relit their pipes. Later, after being tempted by one wine shop after another, they finally decided to return to their jobs, but were still dragging their feet. Gervaise amused herself by watching 3 workmen, a tall fellow and 2 short ones, who turned to look back every few yards. They ended by descending the street, and came straight to Père Colombe's l'Assommoir. "Ah, well," murmured she, "there's 3 fellows who don't seem inclined for work." "Why," said Coupeau, "I know the tall one. It's my Boots, a comrade of mine." Père Colombe's l'Assommoir was now full. You had to shout to be heard. Fists often pounded on the bar, causing the glasses to clink. Everyone was standing, hands crossed over belly or held behind back. The drinking groups crowded close to one another. Some groups, by the casks, had to wait a quarter of an hour before being able to order their drinks of Père Colombe. "Hello, it's that aristocrat, young Cassis," cried my Boots, bringing his hand down roughly on Coupeau's shoulder. "A fine gentleman who smokes paper and wears shirts. So we want to do the grand with our sweetheart. We stand her little treats." "Shut up, don't bother me," replied Coupeau, greatly annoyed. But the other added, with a chuckle, "Right you are. We know what's what, my boy. Muffs are muffs, that's all." He turned his back after leering terribly as he looked at Gervaise. The latter drew back, feeling rather frightened. The smoke from the pipes, the strong odour of all those men, ascended in the air, already foul with the fumes of alcohol, and she felt a choking sensation in her throat and coughed slightly. "Ah, what a horrible thing it is to drink," said she in a low voice. And she related that formerly at Plassans she used to drink anisette with her mother, but on one occasion it nearly killed her, and that disgusted her with it. Now she could never touch any liqueurs. "You see," added she, pointing to her glass, "I've eaten my plum, only I must leave the juice, because it would make me ill." For himself, Coupeau couldn't understand how anyone could drink glass after glass of cheap brandy. A brandied plum occasionally could not hurt, but as for cheap brandy, absinthe, and the other strong stuff, no, not for him, no matter how much his comrades teased him about it. He stayed out on the sidewalk when his friends went into low establishments. Coupeau's father had smashed his head open one day when he fell from the eaves of number 25 on Rue Coquenard. He was drunk. This memory kept Coupeau's entire family from the drink. Every time Coupeau passed that spot, he thought he would rather lick up water from the gutter than accept a free drink in a bar. He would always say, "In our trade, you have to have steady legs." Gervaise had taken up her basket again. She did not rise from her seat, however, but held the basket on her knees, with a vacant look in her eyes, and lost in thought, as though the young workman's words had awakened within her far-off thoughts of existence. And she said again, slowly, and without any apparent change of manner, "Mon Dieu, I'm not ambitious. I don't ask for much. My desire is to work in peace, always to have bread to eat, and a decent place to sleep in, you know, with a bed, a table, and 2 chairs, nothing more. If I can, I'd like to raise my children to be good citizens. Also, I'd like not to be beaten up, if I ever again live with a man. It's not my idea of amusement." She pondered, thinking if there was anything else she wanted, but there wasn't anything of importance. Then, after a moment, she went on, "Yes, when one reaches the end, one might wish to die in one's bed. For myself, having trudged through life, I should like to die in my bed, in my own home." And she rose from her seat. Coupeau, who cordially approved her wishes, was already standing up, anxious about the time, but they did not leave yet. Gervaise was curious enough to go to the far end of the room for a look at the big still behind the oak railing. It was chugging away in a little glassed-in courtyard. Coupeau explained its workings to her, pointing at the different parts of the machinery, showing her the trickling of the small stream of limpid alcohol. Not a single gay puff of steam was coming forth from the endless coils. The breathing could barely be heard. It sounded muffled, as if from underground. It was like a sombre worker performing dark deeds in the bright daylight, strong but silent. My Boots, accompanied by his 2 comrades, came to lean on the railing until they could get a place at the bar. He laughed, looking at the machine. "Tonnerre de Dieu, that's clever. There's enough stuff in his big belly to last for weeks. He wouldn't mind if they just fixed the end of the tube in his mouth, so he could feel the fiery spirits flowing down to his heels like a river. It would be better than the tiny sips doled out by Père Colombe." His 2 comrades laughed with him, saying that My Boots was quite a guy after all. The huge still continued to trickle forth its alcoholic sweat. Eventually it would invade the bar, flow out along the outer boulevards, and inundate the immense expanse of Paris. Gervaise stepped back, shivering. She tried to smile as she said, "It's foolish, but that still and the liquor gives me the creeps." Then, returning to the idea she nursed of a perfect happiness, she resumed, "Now, ain't I right? It's much the nicest, isn't it, to have plenty of work, bread to eat, a home of one's own, and to be able to bring up one's children, and to die in one's bed?" "And never to be beaten," added Coupeau gaily. "But I would never beat you, if you would only try me, Madame Gervaise. You've no cause for fear. I don't drink, and then I love you too much. Come, shall it be marriage? I'll get you divorced and make you my wife." He was speaking low, whispering at the back of her neck, while she made her way through the crowd of men with her basket held before her. She kept shaking her head no, yet she turned around to smile at him, apparently happy to know that he never drank. Yes, certainly, she would say yes to him, except she had already sworn to herself never to start up with another man. Eventually they reached the door and went out. When they left, L'Assommoir was packed to the door, spilling its hubbub of rough voices and its heavy smell of vitriol into the street. My boots could be heard railing at Père Colombe, calling him a scoundrel and accusing him of only half filling his glass. He didn't have to come in here. He'd never come back. He suggested to his comrades a place near the Barrière Saint-Denis where you drank good stuff straight. Ah, sighed Gervaise when they reached the sidewalk. You can breathe out here. Goodbye, Monsieur Coupeau, and thank you. I must hurry now. He seized her hand as she started along the boulevard, insisting, Take a walk with me along Rue de la Goutte d'Or. It's not much farther for you. I've got to see my sister before going back to work. We'll keep each other company. In the end, Gervaise agreed, and they walked beside each other along the Rue de Poissonnier, although she did not take his arm. He told her about his family. His mother, an old vest-maker, now had to do housekeeping because her eyesight was poor. Her birthday was the 3rd of last month, and she was 62. He was the youngest. One of his sisters, a widow of 36, worked in a flower shop and lived in the Batignolles section on Rue de Moine. The other sister was 30 years old now. She had married a deadpan chainmaker named Laurier. That's where he was going now. They lived in a big tenement on the left side. He ate with them in the evenings. It saved a bit for all of them. But he had been invited out this evening, and he was going to tell her not to expect him. Gervaise, who was listening to him, suddenly interrupted him to ask, with a smile, So you're called Young Cassis, Monsieur Coupeau? Oh, replied he, it's a nickname my mates have given me, because I generally drink cassis when they force me to accompany them to the wine shop. It's no worse to be called Young Cassis than My Boots, is it? Of course not. Young Cassis isn't an ugly name, observed the young woman, and she questioned him about his work. He was still working there, behind the octroi wall at the new hospital. Oh, there was no want of work. He would not be finished there for a year at least. There were yards and yards of gutters. You know, said he, I can see the Hôtel Boncoeur when I'm up there. Yesterday you were at the window, and I waved my arms, but you didn't notice me. They had already gone about 100 paces along the Rue de la Goutte d'Or when he stood still, and, raising his eyes, said, That's the house. I was born farther on, at number 22. But this house is, all the same, a fine block of masonry. It's as big as a barrack inside. Gervaise looked up, examining the façade. On the street side, the tenement had 5 stories, each with 15 windows, whose black shutters with their broken slats gave an air of desolation to the wide expanse of wall. 4 shops occupied the ground floor. To the right of the entrance, a large, greasy hash house, and to the left a coal dealer, a notion seller, and an umbrella merchant. The building appeared even larger than it was, because it had on each side a small, low building which seemed to lean against it for support. This immense, squared-off building was outlined against the sky. Its unplastered side walls were as bare as prison walls, except for rows of roughly jutting stones which suggested jaws full of decayed teeth yawning vacantly. Gervaise was gazing at the entrance with interest. The high, arched doorway rose to the 2nd floor and opened onto a deep porch, at the end of which could be seen the pale daylight of a courtyard. This entrance-way was paved like the street, and down the centre flowed a streamlet of pink-stained water. "Come in," said Coupeau. "No one will eat you." Gervaise wanted to wait for him in the street. However, she could not resist going through the porch as far as the concierge's room on the right, and there, on the threshold, she raised her eyes. Inside, the building was 6 stories high, with 4 identical plain walls enclosing the broad central court. The drab walls were corroded by yellowish spots and streaked by drippings from the roof gutters. The walls went straight up to the eaves with no moulding or ornament except the angles on the drain pipes at each floor. Here the sink drains added their stains. The glass window panes resembled murky water. Mattresses of checkered blue ticking were hanging out of several windows to air. Clotheslines stretched from other windows with family washing hanging to dry. On a 3rd floor line was a baby's diaper still implanted with filth. This crowded tenement was bursting at the seams, spilling out poverty and misery through every crevice. Each of the 4 walls had, at ground level, a narrow entrance, plastered without a trace of woodwork. This opened into a vestibule containing a dirt-encrusted staircase which spiraled upward. They were each labelled with one of the first 4 letters of the alphabet painted on the wall. Several large workshops with weather-blackened skylights were scattered about the court. Near the concierge's room was the dyeing establishment responsible for the pink streamlet. Puddles of water infested the courtyard, along with wood shavings and coal cinders. Grass and weeds grew between the paving stones. The unforgiving sunlight seemed to cut the court into two parts. On the shady side was a dripping water tap with 3 small hens scratching for worms with their filth-smeared claws. Gervaise slowly gazed about, lowering her glance from the 6th floor to the paving stones, then raising it again, surprised at the vastness, feeling as it were in the midst of a living organ, in the very heart of a city, and interested in the house, as though it were a giant before her. "Is Madame seeking for anyone?" called out the inquisitive concierge, emerging from her room. The young woman explained that she was waiting for a friend. She returned to the street. Then, as Coupeau did not come, she went back to the courtyard, seized with the desire to take another look. She did not think the house ugly. Amongst the rags hanging from the windows she discovered various cheerful touches: a wallflower blooming in a pot, a cage of chirruping canaries, shaving glasses shining like stars in the depth of the shadow. A carpenter was singing in his workshop, accompanied by the whining of his plane. The blacksmith's hammers were ringing rhythmically. In contrast to the apparent wretched poverty, at nearly every open window appeared the begrimed faces of laughing children. Women with peaceful faces could be seen bent over their sewing. The rooms were empty of men who had gone back to work after lunch. The whole tenement was tranquil, except for the sounds from the workshops below, which served as a sort of lullaby that went on unceasingly, always the same. The only thing she did not like was the courtyard's dampness. She would want rooms at the rear, on the sunny side. Gervaise took a few more steps into the courtyard, inhaling the characteristic odour of the slums, comprised of dust and rotten garbage. But the sharp odour of the waste water from the dye shop was strong, and Gervaise thought it smelled better here than at the Hôtel Boncoeur. She chose a window for herself, the one at the far left, with a small window box planted with scarlet runners. "I'm afraid I've kept you waiting rather a long time," said Coupeau, whom she suddenly heard close beside her. "They always make an awful fuss whenever I don't dine with them, and it was worse than ever today, as my sister had bought some veal." And as Gervaise had slightly started with surprise, he continued glancing around in his turn. "You were looking at the house. It's always all let from the top to the bottom. There are 300 lodgers, I think. If I had any furniture, I would have secured a small room. One would be comfortable here, don't you think so?" "Yes, one would be comfortable," murmured Gervaise. "In our street at Plaisance there weren't near so many people. Look, that's pretty, that window up on the 5th floor, with the scarlet runners." The zinc worker's obstinate desire made him ask her once more whether she would or she wouldn't. They could rent a place here as soon as they found a bed. She hurried out the arched entrance-way, asking him not to start that subject again. There was as much chance of this building collapsing as there was of her sleeping under the same blanket with him. Still, when Coupeau left her in front of Madame Fauconnier's shop, he was allowed to hold her hand for a moment. For a month the young woman and the zinc worker were the best of friends. He admired her courage when he beheld her half killing herself with work, keeping her children tidy and clean, and yet finding time at night to do a little sewing. Often other women were hopelessly messy, forever nibbling or gadding about, but she wasn't like them at all. She was much too serious. Then she would laugh and modestly defend herself. It was her misfortune that she had not always been good, having been with a man when only 14. Then, too, she had often helped her mother empty a bottle of anisette. But she had learned a few things from experience. He was wrong to think of her as strong-willed. Her willpower was very weak. She had always let herself be pushed into things because she didn't want to hurt someone's feelings. Her one hope now was to live among decent people, for living among bad people was like being hit over the head. It cracks your skull. Whenever she thought of the future, she shivered. Everything she had seen in life so far, especially when a child, had given her lessons to remember. Coupeau, however, chaffed her about her gloomy thoughts, and brought back all her courage by trying to pinch her hips. She pushed him away from her and slapped his hands, whilst he called out laughingly that, for a weak woman, she was not a very easy capture. He, who always joked about everything, did not trouble himself regarding the future. One day followed another, that was all. There would always be somewhere to sleep and a bite to eat. The neighbourhood seemed decent enough to him, except for a gang of drunkards that ought to be cleaned out of the gutters. Coupeau was not a bad sort of fellow. He sometimes had really sensible things to say. He was something of a dandy with his Parisian working man's gift for banter, a regular gift of gab, and besides, he was attractive. They had ended by rendering each other all sorts of services at the Hotel Boncoeur. Coupeau fetched her milk, ran her errands, carried her bundles of clothes. Often of an evening, as he got home first from work, he took the children for a walk on the exterior boulevard. Gervaise, in return for his polite attentions, would go up into the narrow room at the top of the house where he slept and see to his clothes, sewing buttons on his blue linen trousers and mending his linen jackets. A great familiarity existed between them. She was never bored when he was around. The gay songs he sang amused her, and so did his continuous banter of jokes and jibes characteristic of the Paris streets, this being still new to her. On Coupeau's side, this continual familiarity inflamed him more and more, until it began to seriously bother him. He began to feel tense and uneasy. He continued with his foolish talk, never failing to ask her, "When will it be?" She understood what he meant and teased him. He would then come to visit her carrying his bedroom slippers as if he were moving in. She joked about it and continued calmly without blushing at the illusions with which he was always surrounding her. She stood for anything from him, as long as he didn't get rough. She only got angry once when he pulled a strand of her hair while trying to force a kiss from her. Towards the end of June, Coupeau lost his liveliness. He became most peculiar. Gervaise, feeling uneasy at some of his glances, barricaded herself in at night. Then, after having sulked ever since the Sunday, he suddenly came on the Tuesday night about 11 o'clock and knocked at her room. She would not open to him, but his voice was so gentle and so trembling that she ended by removing the chest of drawers she had pushed against the door. When he entered, she thought he was ill. He looked so pale, his eyes were so red, and the veins on his face were all swollen. And he stood there, stuttering and shaking his head. No, he was not ill. He'd been crying for 2 hours upstairs in his room. He wept like a child, biting his pillow so as not to be heard by the neighbours. For 3 nights past he'd been unable to sleep. It could not go on like that. "Listen, Madame Gervaise," said he, with a swelling in his throat and on the point of bursting out crying again. "We must end this, mustn't we? We'll go and get married. It's what I want. I've quite made up my mind." Gervaise showed great surprise. She was very grave. "Oh, Monsieur Coupeau," murmured she, "whatever are you thinking of? You know I've never asked you for that. I didn't care about it. That was all. Oh, no, it's serious now. Think of what you're saying, I beg of you." But he continued to shake his head with an air of unalterable resolution. He had already thought it all over. He had come down because he wanted to have a good night. She wasn't going to send him back to weep again, he supposed. As soon as she'd said yes, he would no longer bother her, and she could go quietly to bed. He only wanted to hear her say yes. They could talk it over on the morrow. "But I suddenly can't say yes just like that," resumed Gervaise. "I don't want you to be able to accuse me later on of having incited you to do a foolish thing. You shouldn't be so insistent, Monsieur Coupeau. You can't really be sure that you're in love with me. If you didn't see me for a week, it might fade away. Sometimes men get married, and then there's day after day, stretching out into an entire lifetime, and they get pretty well bored by it all. Sit down there. I'm willing to talk it over at once." Then, until 1 in the morning, in the dark room and by the faint light of a smoky tallow candle, which they forgot to snuff, they talked of their marriage, lowering their voices so as not to wake the 2 children, Claude and Etienne, who were sleeping, both heads on the same pillow. Gervaise kept pointing out the children to Coupeau. What a funny kind of dowry they were. She really shouldn't burden him with them. Besides, what would the neighbours say? She'd feel ashamed for him, because everyone knew about the story of her life and her lover. They wouldn't think it decent if they saw them getting married barely 2 months later. Coupeau replied by shrugging his shoulders. He didn't care about the neighbours. He never bothered about their affairs. So there was Lantier before him. Well, so what? What's so bad about that? She hadn't been constantly bringing men upstairs, as some women did, even rich ladies. The children would grow up, they'd raise them right. Never had he known before such a woman, such sound character, so good-hearted. Anyway, she could have been anything, a streetwalker, ugly, lazy and good for nothing, with a whole gang of dirty kids, and so what? He wanted her. Yes, I want you, he repeated, bringing his hand down on his knee with a continuous hammering. You understand? I want you. There's nothing to be said to that, is there? Little by little, Gervaise gave way. Her emotions began to take control when faced with his encompassing desire. Still, with her hands in her lap and her face suffused with a soft sweetness, she hesitantly offered objections. From outside, through the half-open window, a lovely June night breathed in puffs of sultry air, disturbing the candle with its long wick, gleaming red like a glowing coal. In the deep silence of the sleeping neighborhood, the only sound was the infantile weeping of a drunkard lying in the middle of the street. Far away, in the back room of some restaurant, a violin was playing a dance tune for some late party. Coupeau was silent. Then, knowing she had no more arguments, he smiled, took hold of her hands and pulled her toward him. She was in one of those moments of weakness she so greatly mistrusted, persuaded at last, too emotionally stirred to refuse anything or to hurt anyone's feelings. Coupeau didn't realize that she was giving way. He held her wrists so tightly as to almost crush them. Together they breathed a long sigh that to both of them meant a partial satisfaction of their desire. "You'll say yes, won't you?" asked he. "How you worry me," she murmured. "You wish it? Well then, yes." "Ah, we're perhaps doing a very foolish thing." He jumped up and, seizing her round the waist, kissed her roughly on the face at random. Then, as this caress caused a noise, he became anxious and went softly and looked at Claude and Etienne. "Hush, we must be careful," said he in a whisper, "and not wake the children. Goodbye till tomorrow." And he went back to his room. Gervaise, all in a tremble, remained seated on the edge of her bed without thinking of undressing herself for nearly an hour. She was touched. She felt that Coupeau was very honorable, for at one moment she had really thought it was all over, and that he would forget her. The drunkard below under the window was now hoarsely uttering the plaintive cry of some lost animal. The violin in the distance had left off its saucy tune and was now silent. During the following days, Coupeau sought to get Gervaise to call some evening on his sister in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, but the young woman, who was very timid, showed a great dread of this visit to the Lorilleux. She knew that Coupeau had a lingering fear of that household, even though he certainly wasn't dependent on his sister, who wasn't even the oldest of the family. Mamma Coupeau would certainly give her consent at once, and she never refused her only son anything. The thing was that the Lorilleuxs were supposed to be earning 10 francs a day or more, and that gave them a certain authority. Coupeau would never dare to get married unless his wife was acceptable to them. "I have spoken to them of you. They know our plans," explained he to Gervaise. "Come now, what a child you are. Let's call on them this evening. I've warned you, haven't I? You'll find my sister rather stiff. Lorilleux, too, isn't always very amiable. In reality, they are greatly annoyed, because if I marry, I shall no longer take my meals with them, and it'll be an economy the less. But that doesn't matter. They won't turn you out. Do this for me. It's absolutely necessary." These words only frightened Gervaise the more. One Saturday evening, however, she gave in. Coupeau came for her at 8:30. She had dressed herself in a black dress, a crepe shawl with yellow palms, and a white cap trimmed with a little cheap lace. During the 6 weeks she had been working, she had saved the 7 francs for the shawl, and the 2.5 francs for the cap. The dress was an old one, cleaned and made up afresh. "They are expecting you," said Coupeau to her, as they went round by the Rue de Poissonnier. "Oh, they're beginning to get used to the idea of my being married. They seem nice indeed, tonight. And you know, if you've never seen gold chains made, it'll amuse you to watch them. They just happen to have a pressing order for Monday." "They've got gold in their room?" asked Gervaise. "I should think so. There's some on the walls, on the floor, in fact, everywhere." They had passed the arched doorway and crossed the courtyard. The Lorilleuxs lived on the 6th floor, staircase B. Coupeau laughingly told her to hold the handrail tight and not to leave go of it. She looked up and blinked her eyes as she pierced the tall, hollow tower of the staircase, lighted by 3 gas jets, one on every second landing. The last one, right up at the top, looked like a star twinkling in a black sky, whilst the other 2 cast long flashes of light of fantastic shapes among the interminable windings of the stairs. "By Jove," said the zinc worker as he reached the first floor, smiling. "There's a strong smell of onion soup. Someone's having onion soup, I'm sure." Staircase B, with its grey, dirty steps and handrail, its scratched walls and chipped plaster, was full of strong kitchen odours. Long corridors, echoing with noise, led away from each landing. Doors, painted yellow, gaped open, smeared black around the latch from dirty hands. A sink on each landing gave forth a fetid humidity, adding its stench to the sharp flavour of the cooking of onions. From the basement all the way to the 6th floor, you could hear dishes clattering, saucepans being rinsed, pots being scraped and scoured. On the 1st floor, Gervaise saw a half-open door with the word "Designer" written on it in large letters. Inside were 2 men sitting by a table, the dishes cleared away from its oilcloth cover, arguing furiously amid a cloud of pipe smoke. The 2nd and 3rd floors were quieter, and through cracks in the woodwork only such sounds filtered as the rhythm of a cradle rocking, the stifled crying of a child, a woman's voice sounding like the dull murmur of running water with no words distinct. Gervaise read the various signs on the doors, giving the names of the occupants. Madame Gaudron, wool carder, and Monsieur Madinier, cardboard boxes. There was a fight in progress on the 4th floor, a stomping of feet that shook the floor, furniture banged around, a racket of curses and blows. But this did not bother the neighbours opposite, who were playing cards with their door opened wide to admit more air. When Gervaise reached the 5th floor, she had to stop to take a breath. She was not used to going up so high. That wall forever turning, the glimpses she had of the lodgings following each other, made her head ache. Anyway, there was a family almost blocking the landing, the father washing the dishes over a small earthenware stove near the sink, and the mother sitting with her back to the stair rail and cleaning the baby before putting it to bed. Coupeau kept urging Gervaise along, and they finally reached the 6th floor. He encouraged her with a smile. They had arrived. She had been hearing a voice all the way up from the bottom, and she was gazing upward, wondering where it could be coming from, a voice so clear and piercing that it had dominated all the other sounds. It came from a little old woman in an attic room who sang while putting dresses on cheap dolls. When a tall girl came by with a pail of water and entered a nearby apartment, Gervaise saw a tumbled bed on which a man was sprawled, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. As the door closed behind her, Gervaise saw the handwritten card, Mademoiselle Clémence, ironing. Now that she had finally made it to the top, her legs weary and her breath short, Gervaise leaned over the railing to look down. Now it was the gaslight on the 1st floor which seemed a distant star at the bottom of a narrow well 6 stories deep. All the odours and all the murmurings of the immense variety of life within the tenement came up to her in one stifling breath that flushed her face as she hazarded a worried glance down into the gulf below. "We're not there yet," said Coupeau. "Oh, it's quite a journey." He had gone down a long corridor on the left. He turned twice, the first time also to the left, the second time to the right. The corridor still continued branching off, narrowing between walls full of crevices, with plaster peeling off, and lighted at distant intervals by a slender gas jet. And the doors, all alike, succeeded each other the same as the doors of a prison or a convent, and nearly all open, continued to display homes of misery and work, which the hot June evening filled with a reddish mist. At length they reached a small passage in complete darkness. "We're here," resumed the zinc worker. "Be careful, keep to the wall, there are 3 steps." And Gervaise carefully took another 10 steps in the obscurity. She stumbled and then counted the 3 steps. But at the end of the passage, Coupeau had opened the door without knocking. A brilliant light spread over the tiled floor. They entered. It was a narrow apartment, and seemed as if it were the continuation of the corridor. A faded woolen curtain, raised up just then by a string, divided the place in 2. The first part contained a bedstead pushed beneath an angle of the attic ceiling, a cast-iron stove still warm from the cooking of the dinner, 2 chairs, a table and a wardrobe, the corners of which had to be sawn off to make it fit in between the door and the bedstead. The second part was fitted up as a workshop. At the end, a narrow forge with its bellows. To the right, a vise fixed to the wall beneath some shelves on which pieces of old iron lay scattered. To the left, near the window, a small workman's bench, encumbered with greasy and very dirty pliers, shears, and microscopical saws, all very dirty and grimy. "It's us!" cried Coupeau, advancing as far as the woolen curtain. But no one answered at first. Gervaise, deeply affected, moved especially by the thought that she was about to enter a place full of gold, stood behind the zinc worker, stammering and venturing upon nods of her head by way of bowing. The brilliant light, a lamp burning on the bench, a brazier full of coals flaring in the forge, increased her confusion still more. She ended, however, by distinguishing Madame Lorilleux, little, red-haired, and tolerably strong, pulling with all the strength of her short arms and with the assistance of a big pair of pincers a thread of black metal which she passed through the holes of a draw-plate fixed to the vise. Seated in front of the bench, Lorilleux, quite as small of stature but more slender in the shoulders, worked with the tips of his pliers with the vivacity of a monkey at a labour so minute that it was impossible to follow it between his scraggy fingers. It was the husband who first raised his head, a head with scanty locks, the face with the yellow tinge of old wax, long and with an ailing expression. "Ah, it's you. Well, well," murmured he. "We're in a hurry, you know. Don't come into the workroom, you'd be in our way. Stay in the bedroom." And he resumed his minute task, his face again in the reflection of a glass globe full of green-coloured water, through which the lamp shed a circle of bright light over his work. "Take the chairs," called out Madame Lorilleux in her turn. "It's that lady, isn't it? Very well, very well." She had rolled the wire, and she carried it to the forge, and then, reviving the fire of the brazier with a large wooden fan, she proceeded to temper the wire before passing it through the last holes of the draw-plate. Coupeau moved the chairs forward and seated Gervaise by the curtain. The room was so narrow that he could not sit beside her, so he sat behind her, leaning over her shoulder to explain the work in progress. Gervaise was intimidated by this strange reception and felt uneasy. She had a buzzing in her ears and couldn't hear clearly. She thought the wife looked older than her 30 years, and not very neat, with her hair in a pigtail dangling down the back of her loosely worn wrapper. The husband, who was only a year older, appeared already an old man with mean, thin lips, as he sat there working in his shirt-sleeves, with his bare feet thrust into down-at-the-heel slippers. Gervaise was dismayed by the smallness of the shop, the grimy walls, the rustiness of the tools, and the black soot spread all over what looked like the odds and ends of a scrap-iron peddler's wares. "And the gold?" asked Gervaise in a low voice. Her anxious glances searched the corners and sought amongst all that filth for the resplendence she had dreamt of. But Coupeau burst out laughing. "Gold?" said he. "Why, there's some some more, and there's some at your feet." He pointed successively to the fine wire at which his sister was working, and to another roll of wire, similar to the ordinary iron wire, hanging against the wall close to the vise. Then, going down on all fours, he picked up, beneath the wooden screen which covered the tiled floor of the workroom, a piece of waste, a tiny fragment resembling the point of a rusty needle. But Gervaise protested. That couldn't be gold, that blackish piece of metal as ugly as iron. He had to bite into the piece and show her the gleaming notch made by his teeth. Then he continued his explanations. The employers provided the gold wire, already alloyed. The craftsman first pulled it through the draw-plate to obtain the correct size, being careful to anneal it 5 or 6 times to keep it from breaking. It required a steady, strong hand and plenty of practice. His sister would not let her husband touch the wire drawing, since he was subject to coughing spells. She had strong arms for it. He had seen her draw gold to the fineness of a hair. Lorilleux, seized with a fit of coughing, almost doubled up on his stool. In the midst of the paroxysm, he spoke, and said in a choking voice, still without looking at Gervaise, as though he was merely mentioning the thing to himself, "I am making the herringbone chain." Coupeau urged Gervaise to get up. She might draw nearer and see. The chainmaker consented with a grunt. He wound the wire prepared by his wife round a mandrel, a very thin steel rod. Then he sawed gently, cutting the wire the whole length of the mandrel, each turn forming a link, which he soldered. The links were laid on a large piece of charcoal. He wetted them with a drop of borax, taken from the bottom of a broken glass beside him, and he made them red hot at the lamp beneath the horizontal flame produced by the blowpipe. Then, when he had soldered about 100 links, he returned once more to his minute work, propping his hands against the edge of the cheville, a small piece of board which the friction of his hands had polished. He bent each link almost double with the pliers, squeezed one end close, inserted it in the last link already in place, and then, with the aid of a point, opened out again the end he had squeezed. And he did this with a continuous regularity, the links joining each other so rapidly that the chain gradually grew beneath Gervaise's gaze without her being able to follow or well understand how it was done. "That's the herringbone chain," said Coupeau. "There's also the long link, the cable, the plain ring, and the spiral. But that's the herringbone. Lorieux only makes the herringbone chain." The latter chuckled with satisfaction. He exclaimed, as he continued squeezing the links, invisible between his black fingernails, "Listen to me, young Cassis. I was making a calculation this morning. I commenced work when I was 12 years old, you know. Well, can you guess how long a herringbone chain I must have made up till today?" He raised his pale face and blinked his red eyelids. 26,000 feet, do you hear? 2 leagues. That's something. A herringbone chain 2 leagues long. It's enough to twist round the necks of all the women of the neighbourhood. And you know, it's still increasing. I hope to make it long enough to reach from Paris to Versailles. Gervaise had returned to her seat, disenchanted and thinking everything very ugly. She smiled to be polite to the Lorilleuxs. The complete silence about her marriage bothered her. It was the sole reason for her having come. The Lorilleuxs were treating her as some stranger brought in by Coupeau. When a conversation finally did get started, it concerned the building's tenants. Madame Lorilleux asked her husband if he had heard the people on the 4th floor having a fight. They fought every day. The husband usually came home drunk, and the wife had her faults too, yelling in the filthiest language. Then they spoke of the designer on the 1st floor, an uppity show-off with a mound of debts, always smoking, always arguing loudly with his friends. Monsieur Madinier's cardboard business was barely surviving. He had let 2 girl workers go yesterday. The business ate up all his money, leaving his children to run around in rags. And that Madame Goudron was pregnant again. This was almost indecent at her age. The landlord was going to evict the Coquettes on the 5th floor. They owed 9 months' rent, and besides, they insisted on lighting their stove out on the landing. Last Saturday, the old lady on the 6th floor, Mademoiselle Remonjou, had arrived just in time to save the Lingerlot child from being badly burned. Mademoiselle Clémence, one who took in ironing, well, she lived life as she pleased. She was so kind to animals, though, and had such a good heart that you couldn't say anything against her. It was a pity, a fine girl like her, the company she kept. She'd be walking the streets before long. "Look, here's one," said Lorieux to his wife, giving her the piece of chain he'd been working on since his lunch. "You can trim it." And he added, with the persistence of a man who does not easily relinquish a joke, "Another 4 feet and a half. That brings me nearer to Versailles." Madame Lorieux, after tempering it again, trimmed it by passing it through the regulating draw plate. Then she put it in a little copper saucepan with a long handle, full of lye water, and placed it over the fire of the forge. Gervaise, again pushed forward by Coupeau, had to follow this last operation. When the chain was thoroughly cleansed, it appeared a dull red colour. It was finished and ready to be delivered. "They're always delivered like that, in their rough state," the zinc worker explained. "The polishers rub them afterwards with cloths." Gervaise felt her courage failing her. The heat, more and more intense, was suffocating her. They kept the door shut, because Lorieux caught cold from the least draught. Then, as they still did not speak of the marriage, she wanted to go away and gently pulled Coupeau's jacket. He understood. Besides, he also was beginning to feel ill at ease and vexed at their affectation of silence. "Well, we're off," said he. "We mustn't keep you from your work." He moved about for a moment, waiting, hoping for a word or some allusion or other. At length he decided to broach the subject himself. "I say, Lorieux, we're counting on you to be my wife's witness." The chainmaker pretended, with a chuckle, to be greatly surprised, whilst his wife, leaving her draw plates, placed herself in the middle of the workroom. "So it's serious then," murmured he. "That confounded young Cassis, one never knows whether he's joking or not." "Ah, yes, Madame's the person involved," said the wife in her turn, as she stared rudely at Gervaise. Mon Dieu, we've no advice to give you, we haven't. It's a funny idea to go and get married all the same. Anyhow, it's your own wish. When it doesn't succeed, one's only got oneself to blame, that's all. And it doesn't often succeed. Not often. Not often. She uttered these last words slower and slower, and, shaking her head, she looked from the young woman's face to her hands, and then to her feet, as though she had wished to undress her and see the very pores of her skin. She must have found her better than she expected. My brother is perfectly free, she continued more stiffly. No doubt the family might have wished. One always makes projects, but things take such funny turns. For myself, I don't want to have any unpleasantness. Had he brought us the lowest of the low, I should merely have said, marry her and go to blazes. He was not badly off, though, here with us. He's fat enough. One can very well see he didn't fast much, and he always found his soup hot right on time. I say, Lorilleux, don't you think Madame's like Thérèse? You know who I mean, that woman who used to live opposite, and who died of consumption. Yes, there is a certain resemblance, replied the chainmaker. And you've got 2 children, Madame. Now, I must admit, I said to my brother, I can't understand how you can want to marry a woman who's got 2 children. You mustn't be offended if I consult his interests. It's only natural. You don't look strong either. Don't you think, Lorilleux, that Madame doesn't look very strong? No, she's not strong. They did not mention her leg, but Gervaise understood by their side glances and the curling of their lips that they were alluding to it. She stood before them, wrapped in her thin shawl with the yellow palms, replying in monosyllables as though in the presence of her judges. Coupeau, seeing she was suffering, ended by exclaiming, All that's nothing to do with it. What you are talking about isn't important. The wedding will take place on Saturday, July 29th. I calculated by the almanac. Is it settled? Does it suit you? Oh, it's all the same to us, said his sister. There was no necessity to consult us. I shan't prevent Lorilleux being witness. I only want peace and quiet. Gervaise, hanging her head, not knowing what to do with herself, had put the toe of her boot through one of the openings in the wooden screen which covered the tiled floor of the workroom. Then, afraid of having disturbed something when she had withdrawn it, she stooped down and felt about with her hand. Lorilleux hastily brought the lamp, and he examined her fingers suspiciously. You must be careful, said he. The tiny bits of gold stick to the shoes and get carried away without one knowing it. It was all to do with business. The employers didn't allow a single speck for waste. He showed her the rabbit's foot he used to brush off any flecks of gold left on the cheville, and the leather he kept on his lap to catch any gold that fell. Twice weekly the shop was swept out carefully, the sweepings collected and burned, and the ashes sifted. This recovered up to 25 or 30 francs worth of gold a month. Madame Lorilleux could not take her eyes from Gervaise's shoes. There's no reason to get angry, murmured she with an amiable smile. But perhaps Madame would not mind looking at the soles of her shoes? And Gervaise, turning very red, sat down again, and holding up her feet, showed that there was nothing clinging to them. Coupeau had opened the door, exclaiming, Good night, in an abrupt tone of voice. He called to her from the corridor. Then she in her turn went off, after stammering a few polite words. She hoped to see them again, and that they would all agree well together. Both of the Lorilleux had already gone back to their work at the far end of their dark hole of a workroom. Madame Lorilleux, her skin reflecting the red glow from the bed of coals, was drawing on another wire, each effort swelling her neck and making the strained muscles stand out like taut cords. Her husband, hunched over beneath the greenish gleam of the globe, was starting another length of chain, twisting each link with his pliers, pressing it on one side, inserting it into the next link above, opening it again with a pointed tool, continuously, mechanically, not wasting a motion, even to wipe the sweat from his face. When Gervaise emerged from the corridor onto the landing, she could not help saying, with tears in her eyes, That doesn't promise much happiness. Coupeau shook his head furiously. He would get even with Lorilleux for that evening. Had anyone ever seen such a miserly fellow? To think that they were going to walk off with 2 or 3 grains of his gold dust. All the fuss they made was from pure avarice. His sister thought perhaps that he would never marry, so as to enable her to economize 4 sous on her dinner every day. However, it would take place all the same on July 29th. He did not care a hang for them. Nevertheless, Gervaise still felt depressed. Tormented by a foolish fearfulness, she peered anxiously into every dark shadow along the stair rail as she descended. It was dark and deserted at this hour, lit only by a single gas jet on the second floor. In the shadowy depths of the dark pit it gave a spot of brightness, even with its flame turned so low. It was now silent behind the closed doors. The weary labourers had gone to sleep after eating. However, there was a soft laugh from Mademoiselle Clémence's room, and a ray of light shone through the keyhole of Mademoiselle Remanjou's door. She was still busy cutting out dresses for the dolls. Downstairs at Madame Gaudron's, a child was crying. The sinks on the landings smelled more offensive than ever in the midst of the darkness and stillness. In the courtyard, Gervaise turned back for a last look at the tenement as Coupeau called out to the concierge. The building seemed to have grown larger under the moonless sky. The drip, drip of water from the faucet sounded loud in the quiet. Gervaise felt that the building was threatening to suffocate her, and a chill went through her body. It was a childish fear, and she smiled at it a moment later. "Watch your step," warned Coupeau. To get to the entrance, Gervaise had to jump over a wide puddle that had drained from the dye shop. The puddle was blue now, the deep blue of a summer sky. The reflections from the night light of the concierge sparkled in it like stars.
Gervaise did not want to have a wedding party. What was the use of spending money? Besides, she still felt somewhat ashamed. It seemed to her quite unnecessary to parade the marriage before the whole neighbourhood. But Coupeau cried out at that. One could not be married without having a feed. He did not care a button for the people of the neighbourhood. Nothing elaborate, just a short walk and a rabbit ragout in the first eating-house they fancied. No music with dessert, just a glass or two, and then back home. The zinc worker, chaffing and joking, at length got the young woman to consent by promising her that there should be no larks. He would keep his eye on the glasses to prevent sunstrokes. Then he organized a sort of picnic at 5 francs a head at the Silver Windmill, kept by Auguste on the Boulevard de la Chapelle. It was a small café with moderate charges, and had a dancing place in the rear beneath the 3 acacias in the courtyard. They would be very comfortable on the first floor. During the next 10 days he got hold of guests in the house where his sister lived, in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or. Monsieur Madinier, Mademoiselle Remanjou, Madame Gaudron, and her husband. He even ended by getting Gervaise to consent to the presence of 2 of his comrades, Bibi the smoker and My Boots. No doubt My Boots was a boozer, but then he had such a fantastic appetite that he was always asked to join these sort of gatherings, just for the sight of the caterer's mug when he beheld that bottomless pit swallowing his 12 pounds of bread. The young woman on her side promised to bring her employer, Madame Fauconnier, and the Boches, some very agreeable people. On counting, they found there would be 15 to sit down to table, which was quite enough. When there are too many, they always wind up by quarrelling. Coupeau, however, had no money. Without wishing to show off, he intended to behave handsomely. He borrowed 50 francs of his employer. Out of that, he first of all purchased the wedding ring, a 12-franc gold wedding ring, which Lorilleux procured for him at the wholesale price of 9 francs. He then bought himself a frock coat, a pair of trousers, and a waistcoat at a tailor's in the Rue Mirat, to whom he gave merely 25 francs on account. His patent leather shoes and his hat were still good enough. When he had put by the 10 francs for his and Gervaise's share of the feast, the 2 children not being charged for, he had exactly 6 francs left, the price of a low mass at the altar of the poor. He had no liking for those black crows, the priests. It would gripe him to pay his last 6 francs to keep their whistles wet. However, a marriage without a mass wasn't a real marriage at all. Going to the church himself, he bargained for a whole hour with a little old priest in a dirty cassock who was as sharp at dealing as a pushcart peddler. Coupeau felt like boxing his ears. For a joke, he asked the priest if he didn't have a second-hand mass that would do for a modest young couple. The priest, mumbling that God would take small pleasure in blessing their union, finally let him have his mass for 5 francs. Well, after all, that meant 20 sous saved. Gervaise also wanted to look decent. As soon as the marriage was settled, she made her arrangements, worked extra time in the evenings, and managed to put 30 francs on one side. She had a great longing for a little silk mantle marked 13 francs in the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière. She treated herself to it, and then bought for 10 francs of the husband of a washerwoman who had died in Madame Fauconnier's house a blue woolen dress, which she altered to fit herself. With the 7 francs remaining, she procured a pair of cotton gloves, a rose for her cap, and some shoes for Claude, her eldest boy. Fortunately, the youngster's blouses were passable. She spent 4 nights cleaning everything and mending the smallest holes in her stockings and chemise. On Friday night, the eve of the great day, Gervaise and Coupeau had still a good deal of running about to do up till 11 o'clock after returning home from work. Then, before separating for the night, they spent an hour together in the young woman's room, happy at being about to be released from their awkward position. In spite of the fact that they had originally resolved not to put themselves out to impress the neighbours, they had ended by taking it seriously and working themselves till they were weary. By the time they said good night, they were almost asleep on their feet. They breathed a great sigh of relief now that everything was ready. Coupeau's witnesses were to be Monsieur Madinier and Bibi the smoker. They were counting on Lorilleux and Boche for Gervaise's witnesses. They were to go quietly to the mayor's office and the church, just the 6 of them, without a whole procession of people trailing behind them. The bridegroom's 2 sisters had even declared that they would stay home, their presence not being necessary. Coupeau's mother, however, had sobbed and wailed, threatening to go ahead of them and hide herself in some corner of the church until they had promised to take her along. The meeting of the guests was set for 1 o'clock at the Silver Windmill. From there they would go to Saint-Denis, going out by railroad and returning on foot along the highway in order to work up an appetite. The party promised to be quite all right. Saturday morning, while getting dressed, Coupeau felt a qualm of uneasiness in view of the single franc in his pocket. He began to think that it was a matter of ordinary courtesy to offer a glass of wine and a slice of ham to the witnesses while awaiting dinner. Also, there might be unforeseen expenses. So, after taking Claude and Etienne to stay with Madame Boche, who was to bring them to the dinner later that afternoon, he hurried over to the Rue de la Goutte d'Or to borrow 10 francs from Lorilleux. Having to do that griped him immensely, as he could guess the attitude his brother-in-law would take. The latter did grumble a bit, but ended by lending him 2 5-franc pieces. However, Coupeau overheard his sister muttering under her breath, "This is a fine beginning." The ceremony at the mayor's was to take place at 10:30. It was beautiful weather. The magnificent sun seemed to roast the streets. So as not to be stared at, the bride and bridegroom, the old mother, and the 4 witnesses separated into 2 bands. Gervaise walked in front with Lorilleux, who gave her his arm, whilst Monsieur Madinier followed with Mother Coupeau. Then, 20 steps behind, on the opposite side of the way, came Coupeau, Boche, and Bibi the smoker. These 3 were in black frock coats, walking erect and swinging their arms. Boche's trousers were bright yellow. Bibi the smoker didn't have a waistcoat, so he was buttoned up to the neck with only a bit of his cravat showing. The only one in a full dress suit was Monsieur Madinier, and passers-by gazed at this well-dressed gentleman escorting the huge bulk of Mother Coupeau in her green shawl and black bonnet with red ribbons. Gervaise looked very gay and sweet in her dress of vivid blue, and with her new silk mantle fitted tightly to her shoulders. She listened politely to the sneering remarks of Lorilleux, who seemed buried in the depths breasts of the immense overcoat he was wearing. From time to time, Gervaise would turn her head a little to smile brightly at Coupeau, who was rather uncomfortable under the hot sun in his new clothes. Though they walked very slowly, they arrived at the mayor's quite half an hour too soon, and as the mayor was late, their turn was not reached till close upon 11 o'clock. They sat down on some chairs and waited in a corner of the apartment, looking by turns at the high ceiling and bare walls, talking low, and over-politely pushing back their chairs each time that one of the attendants passed. Yet among themselves they called the mayor a sluggard, saying he must be visiting his blonde to get a massage for his gout, or that maybe he'd swallowed his official sash. However, when the mayor did put in his appearance, they rose respectfully in his honour. They were asked to sit down again, and they had to wait through 3 other marriages. The hall was crowded with the 3 bourgeois wedding parties, brides all in white, little girls with carefully curled hair, bridesmaids wearing wide sashes, an endless procession of ladies and gentlemen dressed in their best and looking very stylish. When at length they were called, they almost missed being married altogether. Bibi the smoker having disappeared, Boche discovered him outside smoking his pipe. Well, they were a nice lot inside there to humbug people about like that, just because one hadn't yellow kid gloves to shove under their noses. And the various formalities, the reading of the code, the different questions to be put, the signing of all the documents, were all got through so rapidly that they looked at each other with an idea that they'd been robbed of a good half of the ceremony. Gervaise, dizzy, her heart full, pressed her handkerchief to her lips. Mother Coupeau wept bitterly. All had signed the register, writing their names in big struggling letters, with the exception of the bridegroom, who, not being able to write, had put his cross. They each gave 4 sous for the poor. When an attendant handed Coupeau the marriage certificate, the latter, prompted by Gervaise, who nudged his elbow, handed him another 5 sous. It was a fair walk from the mayor's office in the town hall to the church. The men stopped along the way to have a beer. Mother Coupeau and Gervaise took cassis with water. Then they had to trudge along the long street where the sun glared down without the relief of shade. When they arrived at the church, they were hurried along and asked if they came so late in order to make a mockery of religion. A priest came forward, his face pale and resentful from having to delay his lunch. An altar boy in a soiled surplice ran before him. The mass went very fast, with the priest turning, bowing his head, spreading out his arms, making all the ritual gestures in haste while casting sidelong glances at the group. Gervaise and Coupeau, before the altar, were embarrassed, not knowing when they should kneel or rise or seat themselves, expecting some indication from the attendant. The witnesses, not knowing what was proper, remained standing during the ceremony. Mother Coupeau was weeping again and shedding her tears into the missal she had borrowed from a neighbour. Meanwhile, the noon chimes had sounded, and the church began to fill with noise from the shuffling feet of sacristans and the clatter of chairs being put back in place. The high altar was apparently being prepared for some special ceremony. Thus, in the depths of this obscure chapel, amid the floating dust, the surly priest placed his withered hands on the bared heads of Gervaise and Coupeau, blessing their union amid a hubbub like that of moving day. The wedding party signed another registry, this time in the sacristy, and then found themselves out in the bright sunlight before the church doors, where they stood for a moment, breathless and confused from having been carried along at such breakneck speed. "Voila!" said Coupeau with an embarrassed laugh. "Well, it sure didn't take long. They shove it at you so. It's like being at the painless dentist who doesn't give you time to cry out. Here you get a painless wedding." "Yes, it's a quick job," Lorilleux smirked. "In 5 minutes you're tied together for the rest of your life. You poor young cassis, you've had it." The four witnesses whacked Coupeau on the shoulders as he arched his back against the friendly blows. Meanwhile, Gervaise was hugging and kissing Mother Coupeau, her eyes moist, a smile lighting her face. She replied reassuringly to the old woman's sobbing. "Don't worry, I'll do my best. I want so much to have a happy life. If it doesn't work out, it won't be my fault. Anyhow, it's done now. It's up to us to get along together and do the best we can for each other." After that, they went straight to the silver windmill. Coupeau had taken his wife's arm. They walked quickly, laughing as though carried away, quite 200 steps ahead of the others, without noticing the houses or the passers-by or the vehicles. The deafening noises of the faubourg sounded like bells in their ears. When they reached the wine shop, Coupeau at once ordered 2 bottles of wine, some bread and some slices of ham to be served in the little glazed closet on the ground floor, without plates or tablecloth, simply to have a snack. Then, noticing that Boche and Bibi the smoker seemed to be very hungry, he had a 3rd bottle brought, as well as a slab of brie cheese. Mother Coupeau was not hungry, being too choked up to be able to eat. Gervaise found herself very thirsty, and drank several large glasses of water with a small amount of wine added. "I'll settle for this," said Coupeau, going at once to the bar, where he paid 4 francs and 5 sous. It was now 1 o'clock, and the other guests began to arrive. Madame Fauconnier, a fat woman, still good-looking, first put in an appearance. She wore a chintz dress with a flowery pattern, a pink tie, and a cap over-trimmed with flowers. Next came Mademoiselle Remanjou, looking very thin in the eternal black dress which she seemed to keep on even when she went to bed. And the 2 Gaudrons, the husband like some heavy animal and almost bursting his brown jacket at the slightest movement, the wife an enormous woman whose figure indicated evident signs of an approaching maternity, and whose stiff violet-coloured skirt still more increased her rotundity. Coupeau explained that they were not to wait for my boots. His comrade would join the party on the route de Saint-Denis. "Well," exclaimed Madame Lerat as she entered, "it'll pour in torrents soon. That'll be pleasant." And she called everyone to the door of the wine shop to see the clouds, as black as ink, which were rising rapidly to the south of Paris. Madame Lerat, eldest of the Coupeaux, was a tall, gaunt woman who talked through her nose. She was unattractively dressed in a puce-coloured robe that hung loosely on her, and had such long dangling fringes that they made her look like a skinny poodle coming out of the water. She brandished her umbrella like a club. After greeting Gervaise, she said, "You've no idea. The heat in the street is like a slap on the face. You'd think someone was throwing fire at you." Everyone agreed that they knew the storm was coming. It was in the air. Monsieur Madinier said that he had seen it as they were coming out of the church. Lorilleux mentioned that his corns were aching and that he hadn't been able to sleep since 3 in the morning. The storm was due. It had been much too hot for 3 days in a row. "Well, maybe it will just be a little mist," Coupeau said several times, standing at the door and anxiously studying the sky. "Now we have to wait only for my sister. We'll start as soon as she arrives." Madame Lorilleux was late. Madame Lerat had stopped by so that they could come together, but found her only beginning to get dressed. The 2 sisters had argued. The widow whispered in her brother's ear, "I left her flat. She's in a dreadful mood, you'll see." And the wedding party had to wait another quarter of an hour, walking about the wine shop, elbowed and jostled in the midst of the men who entered to drink a glass of wine at the bar. Now and again Boche or Madame Fauconnier or Bibi the smoker left the others and went to the edge of the pavement, looking up at the sky. The storm was not passing over at all. A darkness was coming on, and puffs of wind sweeping along the ground raised little clouds of white dust. At the first clap of thunder, Mademoiselle Remanjou made the sign of the cross. All the glances were anxiously directed to the clock over the looking-glass, It was 20 minutes to 2. "Here it goes," cried Coupeau. "It's the angels who are weeping." A gush of rain swept the pavement, along which some women flew, holding down their skirts with both hands. And it was in the midst of this first shower that Madame Lorilleux at length arrived, furious and out of breath, and struggling on the threshold with her umbrella that would not close. "Did anyone ever see such a thing?" she exclaimed. "It caught me just at the door. I felt inclined to go upstairs again and take my things off. I should have been wise had I done so. Ugh, it's a pretty wedding. I said how it would be. I wanted to put it off till next Saturday, and it rains because they wouldn't listen to me. So much the better, so much the better. I wish the sky would burst." Coupeau tried to pacify her without success. He wouldn't have to pay for her dress if it was spoilt. She had on a black silk dress in which she was nearly choking. The bodice, too tight-fitting, was almost bursting the buttonholes, and was cutting her across the shoulders, while the skirt only allowed her to take very short steps in walking. However, the ladies present were all staring at her, quite overcome by her costume. She appeared not to notice Gervaise, who was sitting beside Mother Coupeau. She asked her husband for his handkerchief. Then she went into a corner and very carefully wiped the raindrops that had fallen on her silk dress. The shower had abruptly ceased. The darkness increased. It was almost like night, a livid night, rent at times by large flashes of lightning. Bibi the smoker said laughingly that it would certainly rain priests. Then the storm burst forth with extreme violence. For half an hour the rain came down in bucketsful, and the thunder rumbled unceasingly. The men standing up before the door contemplated the grey veil of the downpour, the swollen gutters, the splashes of water caused by the rain beating into the puddles. The women, feeling frightened, had sat down again, holding their hands before their eyes. They no longer conversed, they were too upset. A jest Bosch made about the thunder, saying that St. Peter was sneezing up there, failed to raise a smile. But when the thunderclaps became less frequent and gradually died away in the distance, the wedding guests began to get impatient, enraged against the storm, cursing and shaking their fists at the clouds. A fine and interminable rain now poured down from the sky, which had become an ashy grey. "It's past 2 o'clock," cried Madame Lorilleux. "We can't stop here forever." Mademoiselle Remanjou, having suggested going into the country all the same, even though they went no farther than the moat of the fortifications, the others scouted the idea. The roads would be in a nice state. One would not even be able to sit down on the grass. Besides, it did not seem to be all over yet. There might perhaps be another downpour. Coupeau, who had been watching a workman completely soaked, yet quietly walking along in the rain, murmured, "If that animal my boots is waiting for us on the route to Saint-Denis, he won't catch a sunstroke." That made some of them laugh, but the general ill humor increased. It was becoming ludicrous. They must decide on something, unless they planned to sit there staring at each other until time for dinner. So for the next quarter of an hour, while the persistent rain continued, they tried to think of what to do. Bibi the smoker suggested that they play cards. Bosch slyly suggesting a most amusing game, the game of true confessions. Madame Gaudron thought of going to eat onion tarts on the Chaussée Clignancourt. Madame Lerat wanted to hear some stories. Gaudron said he wasn't a bit put out and thought they were quite well off where they were, out of the downpour. He suggested sitting down to dinner immediately. There was a discussion after each proposal. Some said that this would put everybody to sleep, or that would make people think they were stupid. Lorilleux had to get his word in. He finally suggested a walk along the outer boulevard to Père Lachaise cemetery. They could visit the tomb of Héloïse and Abélard. Madame Lorilleux exploded, no longer able to control herself. She was leaving, she was. Were they trying to make fun of her? She got all dressed up and came out in the rain. And for what? To be wasting time in a wine shop. No, she'd had enough of this wedding party. She'd rather be in her own home. Coupeau and Lorilleux had to get between her and the door to keep her from leaving. She kept telling them, "Get out of my way, I'm leaving, I tell you." Lorilleux finally succeeded in calming her down. Coupeau went over to Gervaise, who had been sitting quietly in a corner with Mother Coupeau and Madame Fauconnier. "You haven't suggested anything," he said to her. "Oh, whatever they want," she replied, laughing. "I don't mind. We can go out or stay here." She seemed aglow with contentment. She had spoken to each guest as they arrived. She spoke sensibly in her soft voice, not getting into any disagreements. During the downpour, she had sat with her eyes wide open, watching the lightning as though she could see the future in the sudden flashes. Monsieur Madinier had up to this time not proposed anything. He was leaning against the bar with the tails of his dress coat thrust apart, while he fully maintained the important air of an employer. He kept on expectorating and rolled his big eyes about. "Mon Dieu," said he, "we might go to the museum." And he stroked his chin as he blinkingly consulted the other members of the party. "There are antiquities, pictures, paintings, a whole heap of things. It is very instructive. Perhaps you have never been there. Oh, it is quite worth seeing, at least once in a while." They looked at each other interrogatively. No, Gervaise had never been. Madame Fauconnier neither, nor Boche, nor the others. Coupeau thought he had been one Sunday, but he was not sure. They hesitated, however, when Madame Lorilleux, greatly impressed by Monsieur Madinier's importance, thought the suggestion a very worthy and respectable one. As they were wasting the day and were all dressed up, they might as well go somewhere for their own instruction. Everyone approved. Then, as it still rained a little, they borrowed some umbrellas from the proprietor of the wine shop. Old blue, green and brown umbrellas forgotten by different customers, and started off to the museum. The wedding party turned to the right and descended into Paris along the Faubourg Saint-Denis. Coupeau and Gervaise again took the lead, almost running and keeping a good distance in front of the others. Monsieur Madinier now gave his arm to Madame Lorilleux, Mother Coupeau having remained behind in the wine shop on account of her old legs. Then came Lorilleux and Madame Lerat, Boche and Madame Fauconnier, Bibi the smoker, and Mademoiselle Romanjou, and finally the two Gaudrons. They were 12 and made a pretty long procession on the pavement. "I swear to you, we had nothing to do with it," Madame Lorilleux explained to Monsieur Madinier. "We don't even know how they met, or we know only too well, but that's not for us to discuss. My husband even had to buy the wedding ring. We were scarcely out of bed this morning when he had to lend them 10 francs. And not a member of her family at the wedding. What kind of bride is that? She says she has a sister in Paris who works for a pork butcher. Why didn't she invite her?" She stopped to point at Gervaise, who was limping awkwardly because of the slope of the pavement. "Just look at her. Clump, clump." Clump, clump ran through the wedding procession. Lorilleux laughed under his breath and said they ought to call her that. But Madame Fauconnier stood up for Gervaise. They shouldn't make fun of her. She was as neat as a pin and did a good job when there was washing to be done. When the wedding procession came out of the Faubourg Saint-Denis, they had to cross the boulevard. The street had been transformed into a morass of sticky mud by the storm. It had started to pour again, and they had opened the assorted umbrellas. The women picked their way carefully through the mud, holding their skirts high as the men held the sorry-looking umbrellas over their heads. The procession stretched out the width of the street. "It's a masquerade," yelled 2 street urchins. People turned to stare. These couples parading across the boulevard added a splash of vivid color against the damp background. It was a parade of a strange medley of styles, showing fancy used clothing such as constitute the luxury of the poor. The gentlemen's hats caused the most merriment, old hats preserved for years in dark and dusty cupboards, in a variety of comical forms, tall ones, flattened ones, sharply peaked ones, hats with extraordinary brims curled back or flat, too narrow or too wide. Then, at the very end, Madame Gaudron came along with her bright dress over her bulging belly and caused the smiles of the audience to grow even wider. The procession made no effort to hasten its progress. They were, in fact, rather pleased to attract so much attention and admiration. "Look, here comes the bride," one of the urchins shouted, pointing to Madame Gaudron. "Oh, isn't it too bad? She must have swallowed something." The entire wedding procession burst into laughter. Bibi the smoker turned around and laughed. Madame Gaudron laughed the most of all. She wasn't ashamed, as she thought more than one of the women watching had looked at her with envy. They turned into the Rue de Cléry. Then they took the Rue du Mail. On reaching the Place des Victoires, there was a halt. The bride's left shoelace had come undone, and as she tied it up again at the foot of the statue of Louis XIV, the couples pressed behind her, waiting and joking about the bit of calf of her leg that she displayed. At length, after passing down the Rue Croix des Petits Champs, they reached the Louvre. Monsieur Madinier politely asked to be their cicerone. It was a big place, and they might lose themselves. Besides, he knew the best parts, because he had often come there with an artist, a very intelligent fellow from whom a large dealer bought designs to put on his cardboard boxes. Down below, when the wedding party entered the Assyrian Museum, a slight shiver passed through it. The deuce! It was not at all warm there. The hall would have made a capital cellar. And the couple slowly advanced, their chins raised, their eyes blinking, between the gigantic stone figures, the black marble gods, dumb in their hieratic rigidity, and the monstrous beasts, half cats and half women, with death-like faces, attenuated noses, and swollen lips. They thought all these things very ugly. The stone carvings of the present day were a great deal better. An inscription in Phoenician characters amazed them. No one could possibly ever have read that scroll. But Monsieur Madinier, already up on the first landing with Madame Lorilleux, called to them, shouting beneath the vaulted ceiling, "Come along, they're nothing, all those things. The things to see are on the first floor." The severe barrenness of the staircase made them very grave. An attendant, superbly attired in a red waistcoat and a coat trimmed with gold lace, who seemed to be awaiting them on the landing, increased their emotion. It was with great respect and treading as softly as possible that they entered the French gallery. Then, without stopping, their eyes occupied with the gilding of the frames, they followed the string of little rooms, glancing at the passing pictures, too numerous to be seen properly. It would have required an hour before each if they had wanted to understand it. What a number of pictures! There was no end to them. They must be worth a mint of money. Right at the end, Monsieur Madinier suddenly ordered a halt opposite the raft of the Medusa, and he explained the subject to them. All deeply impressed and motionless, they uttered not a word. When they started off again, Bosch expressed the general feeling, saying it was marvelous. In the Apollo Gallery, the inlaid flooring especially astonished the party, a shining floor as clear as a mirror, and which reflected the legs of the seats. Mademoiselle Remanjou kept her eyes closed because she could not help thinking that she was walking on water. They called to Madame Gaudron to be careful how she trod on account of her condition. Monsieur Madinier wanted to show them the gilding and paintings of the ceiling, but it nearly broke their necks to look up above, and they could distinguish nothing. Then, before entering the square salon, he pointed to a window, saying, "That's the balcony from which Charles IX fired on the people." He looked back to make sure the party was following. In the middle of the salon carré, he held up his hand. "There are only masterpieces here," he said in a subdued voice, as though in church. They went all around the room. Gervaise wanted to know about the wedding at Cana. Coupeau paused to stare at the Mona Lisa, saying that she reminded him of one of his aunts. Bosch and Bibi the smoker snickered at the nudes, pointing them out to each other and winking. The Gaudrons looked at the Virgin of Murillo, he with his mouth open, she with her hands folded on her belly. When they had been all around the salon, Monsieur Madinier wished them to go round it again. It was so worthwhile. He was very attentive to Madame Lorilleux because of her silk dress, and each time that she questioned him, he answered her gravely with great assurance. She was curious about Titian's mistress, because the yellow hair resembled her own. He told her it was La Belle Ferronnière, a mistress of Henry IV, about whom there had been a play at the Ambigu. Then the wedding party invaded the long gallery, occupied by the Italian and Flemish schools. More paintings, always paintings, saints, men and women, with faces which some of them could understand, landscapes that were all black, animals turned yellow, a medley of people and things, the great mixture of the colours, which is beginning to give them all violent headaches. Monsieur Madinier no longer talked as he slowly headed the procession, which followed him in good order, with stretched necks and upcast eyes. Centuries of art passed before their bewildered ignorance, the fine sharpness of the early masters, the splendours of the Venetians, the vigorous life, beautiful with light, of the Dutch painters. But what interested them most were the artists who were copying, with their easels planted amongst the people, painting away unrestrainedly. An old lady mounted on a pair of high steps, working a big brush over the delicate sky of an immense painting, struck them as something most peculiar. Slowly the word must have gone around that a wedding party was visiting the Louvre. Several painters came over with big smiles. Some visitors were so curious that they went to sit on benches ahead of the group in order to be comfortable while they watched them pass in review. Museum guards bit back comments. The wedding party was now quite weary and beginning to drag their feet. Monsieur Madinier was reserving himself to give more effect to a surprise that he had in store. He went straight to the Kermesse of Rubens, but he said nothing. He contented himself with directing the others' attention to the picture by a sprightly glance. The ladies uttered faint cries the moment they brought their noses close to the painting. Then, blushing deeply, they turned away their heads. The men, though, kept them there, cracking jokes and seeking for the coarser details. "Just look," exclaimed Boche. "It's worth the money. There's one spewing, and another he's watering the dandelions. And that one, oh, that one! Oh, well, they're a nice clean lot, they are." "Let us be off," said Monsieur Madinier, delighted with his success. "There is nothing more to see here." They retraced their steps, passing again through the Salon Carré and the Apollo Gallery. Madame Lerat and Mademoiselle Remanjou complained, declaring that their legs could scarcely bear them. But the cardboard box manufacturer wanted to show Lorilleux the old jewellery. It was close by in a little room which he could find with his eyes shut. However, he made a mistake, and led the wedding party astray through 7 or 8 cold, deserted rooms, only ornamented with severe looking-glass cases, containing numberless broken pots and hideous little figures. While looking for an exit, they stumbled into the collection of drawings. It was immense. Through room after room they saw nothing interesting, just scribblings on paper that filled all the cases and covered the walls. They thought there was no end to these drawings. Monsieur Madinier, losing his head, not willing to admit that he did not know his way, ascended a flight of stairs, making the wedding party mount to the next floor. This time they traversed the Naval Museum, among models of instruments and cannons, plans in relief, and vessels as tiny as playthings. After going a long way and walking for a quarter of an hour, the party came upon another staircase, and having descended this, found itself once more surrounded by the drawings. Then despair took possession of them, as they wandered at random through long halls following Monsieur Madinier, who was furious and mopping the sweat from his forehead. He accused the government of having moved the doors around. Museum guards and visitors looked on with astonishment as the procession, still in a column of couples, passed by. They passed again through the Salon Carré, the French Gallery, and then along the cases where minor Eastern divinities slumbered peacefully. It seemed they would never find their way out. They were getting tired and made a lot of noise. Closing time, called out the attendants in a loud tone of voice. And the wedding party was nearly locked in. An attendant was obliged to place himself at the head of it and conduct it to a door. Then, in the courtyard of the Louvre, when it had recovered its umbrellas from the cloakroom, it breathed again. Monsieur Madinier regained his assurance. He had made a mistake in not turning to the left. Now he recollected that the jewellery was to the left. The whole party pretended to be very pleased at having seen all they had. 4 o'clock was striking. There were still 2 hours to be employed before the dinner time, so it was decided that they should take a stroll, just to occupy the interval. The ladies, who were very tired, would have preferred to sit down, but as no one offered any refreshments, they started off, following the line of quays. There they encountered another shower, and so sharp a one that in spite of the umbrellas, the ladies' dresses began to get wet. Madame Lorilleux, her heart sinking within her each time a drop fell upon her black silk, proposed that they should shelter themselves under the Pont Royal. Besides, if the others did not accompany her, she threatened to go all by herself. And the procession marched under one of the arches of the bridge. They were very comfortable there. It was most decidedly a capital idea. The ladies, spreading their handkerchiefs over the paving stones, sat down with their knees wide apart and pulled out the blades of grass that grew between the stones with both hands, whilst they watched the dark flowing water as though they were in the country. The men amused themselves calling out very loud, so as to awaken the echoes of the arch. Boche and Bibi the smoker shouted insults into the air at the top of their voices, one after the other. They laughed uproariously when the echo threw the insults back at them. When their throats were hoarse from shouting, they made a game of skipping flat stones on the surface of the Seine. The shower had ceased, but the whole party felt so comfortable that no one thought of moving away. The Seine was flowing by, an oily sheet carrying bottle corks, vegetable peelings and other refuse that sometimes collected in temporary whirlpools moving along with the turbulent water. Endless traffic rumbled on the bridge overhead, the noisy bustle of Paris, of which they could glimpse only the rooftops to the left and right, as though they were in the bottom of a deep pit. Mademoiselle Romanjou sighed. If the leaves had been out, this would have reminded her of a bend of the Marne where she used to go with a young man. It still made her cry to think of him. At last, Monsieur Madinier gave the signal for departure. They passed through the Tuileries gardens in the midst of a little community of children whose hoops and balls upset the good order of the couples. Then, as the wedding party, on arriving at the Place Vendôme, looked up at the column, Monsieur Madinier gallantly offered to treat the ladies to a view from the top. His suggestion was considered extremely amusing. Yes, they would go up. It would give them something to laugh about for a long time. Besides, it would be full of interest for those persons who had never been higher than a cow pasture. Do you think Clump Clump will venture inside there with her leg all out of place? Murmured Madame Lorilleux. I'll go up with pleasure, said Madame Lerat, but I won't have any men walking behind me. And the whole party ascended. In the narrow space afforded by the spiral staircase, the 12 persons crawled up one after the other, stumbling against the worn steps and clinging to the walls. Then, when the obscurity became complete, they almost split their sides with laughing. The ladies screamed when the gentlemen pinched their legs. But they weren't stupid enough to say anything. The proper plan is to think that it is the mice nibbling at them. It wasn't very serious. The men knew when to stop. Boche thought of a joke and everyone took it up. They called down to Madame Gaudron to ask her if she could squeeze her belly through. Just think, if she should get stuck there, she would completely block the passage, and how would they ever get out? They laughed so at the jokes about her belly that the column itself vibrated. Boche was now quite carried away, and declared that they were growing old climbing up this chimney pipe. Was it ever coming to an end, or did it go right up to heaven? He tried to frighten the ladies by telling them the structure was shaking. Coupeau, meanwhile, said nothing. He was behind Gervaise with his arm around her waist, and felt that she was everything perfect to him. When they suddenly emerged again into the daylight, he was just in the act of kissing her on the cheek. "Well, you're a nice couple, you don't stand on ceremony," said Madame Lorilleux with a scandalized air. Bibi the smoker pretended to be furious. He muttered between his teeth, "You made such a noise together, I wasn't even able to count the steps." But Monsieur Madinier was already up on the platform, pointing out the different monuments. Neither Madame Fauconnier nor Mademoiselle Remanjou would on any consideration leave the staircase. The thought of the pavement below made their blood curdle, and they contented themselves with glancing out of the little door. Madame Lerat, who was bolder, went round the narrow terrace, keeping close to the bronze dome. But, mon Dieu, it gave one a rude emotion to think that one only had to slip off. The men were a little paler than usual as they stared down at the square below. You would think you were up in mid-air, detached from everything. No, it wasn't fun. It froze your very insides. Monsieur Madinier told them to raise their eyes and look straight into the distance to avoid feeling dizzy. He went on pointing out the Invalides, the Panthéon, Notre-Dame and the Montmartre Hill. Madame Lorilleux asked if they could see the place where they were to have dinner, the Silver Windmill on the Boulevard La Chapelle. For 10 minutes they tried to see it, even arguing about it. Everyone had their own idea where it was. "It wasn't worthwhile coming up here to bite each other's noses off," said Boche angrily as he turned to descend the staircase. The wedding party went down, unspeaking and sulky, awakening no other sound beyond that of shoes clanking on the stone steps. When it reached the bottom, Monsieur Madinier wished to pay, but Coupeau would not permit him, and hastened to place 24 sous into the keeper's hand, 2 sous for each person. So they returned by the boulevard and the Faubourg du Poissonnier. Coupeau, however, considered that their outing could not end like that. He bundled them all into a wine shop, where they took some vermouth. The repast was ordered for 6 o'clock. At the Silver Windmill they'd been waiting for the wedding party for a good 20 minutes. Madame Boche, who had got a lady living in the same house to attend to her duties for the evening, was conversing with Mother Coupeau in the first-floor room, in front of the table, which was all laid out. And the 2 youngsters, Claude and Etienne, whom she had brought with her, were playing about beneath the table and amongst the chairs. When Gervaise, on entering, caught sight of the little ones, whom she had not seen all the day, she took them on her knees and caressed and kissed them. "Have they been good?" asked she of Madame Boche. "I hope they haven't worried you too much." And as the latter related the things the little rascals had done during the afternoon, and which would make one die with laughing, the mother again took them up and pressed them to her breast, seized with an overpowering outburst of maternal affection. "It's not very pleasant for Coupeau, all the same," Madame Lorilleux was saying to the other ladies at the end of the room. Gervaise had kept her smiling peacefulness from the morning, but after the long walk she appeared almost sad at times as she watched her husband and the Lorilleuxs in a thoughtful way. She had the feeling that Coupeau was a little afraid of his sisters. The evening before he'd been talking big, swearing he would put them in their places if they didn't behave. However, she could see that in their presence he was hanging on their words, worrying when he thought they might be displeased. This gave the young bride some cause for worry about the future. They were now only waiting for My Boots, who had not yet put in an appearance. "Oh, blow him!" cried Coupeau. "Let's begin. You'll see, he'll turn up. He's got a hollow nose. He can scent the grub from afar. I say, he must be amusing himself if he's still standing like a post on the Route de Saint-Denis." Then the wedding party, feeling very lively, sat down making a great noise with the chairs. Gervaise was between Lorilleux and Monsieur Madinier, and Coupeau between Madame Fauconnier and Madame Lorilleux. The other guests seated themselves where they liked, because it always ended with jealousies and quarrels when one settled their places for them. Boche glided to a seat beside Madame Lerat. Bibi the smoker had for neighbours Mademoiselle Remonjou and Madame Gaudron. As for Madame Boche and Mother Coupeau, they were right at the end of the table, looking after the children, cutting up their meat and giving them something to drink, but not much wine. "Does nobody say grace?" asked Boche, whilst the ladies arranged their skirts under the tablecloth so as not to get them stained. But Madame Lorilleux paid no attention to such pleasantries. The vermicelli soup, which was nearly cold, was gulped down very quickly, their lips making a hissing noise against the spoons. 2 waiters served at table, dressed in little greasy jackets and not over-clean white aprons. By the 4 open windows overlooking the acacias of the courtyard, there entered the clear light of the close of a stormy day, with the atmosphere purified thereby, though without sufficiently cooling it. The light, reflected from the humid corner of trees, tinged the haze-filled room with green, and made leaf shadows dance along the tablecloth, from which came a vague aroma of dampness and mildew. 2 large mirrors, one at each end of the room, seemed to stretch out the table. The heavy crockery with which it was set was beginning to turn yellow, and the cutlery was scratched and grimed with grease. Each time a waiter came through the swinging doors from the kitchen, a whiff of odorous burnt lard came with him. "Don't talk all at once," said Boche, as everyone remained silent with his nose in his plate. They were drinking the first glass of wine as their eyes followed 2 meat pies which the waiters were handing round, when My Boots entered the room. "Well, you're a scurvy lot, you people," said he. "I've been wearing my pins out for 3 hours waiting on that road, and a gendarme even came and asked me for my papers. It isn't right to play such dirty tricks on a friend. He might at least have sent me word by a commissionaire. Ah, no, you know, joking apart, it's too bad. And with all that, it rained so hard that I got my pockets full of water. Honour bright, you might still catch enough fish in them for a meal." The others wriggled with laughter. That animal, My Boots, was just a bit on. He had certainly already stowed away his 2 quarts of wine, merely to prevent his being bothered by all that frog's liquor with which the storm had deluged his limbs. "Hallo, Count Leg of Mutton," said Coupeau. "Just go and sit yourself there beside Madame Gaudron. You see, you were expected." Oh, he did not mind. He would soon catch the others up. And he asked for 3 helpings of soup, platefuls of vermicelli, in which he soaked enormous slices of bread. Then, when they had attacked the meat pies, he became the profound admiration of everyone at the table. How he stowed it away! The bewildered waiters helped each other to pass him bread, thin slices which he swallowed at a mouthful. He ended by losing his temper. He insisted on having a loaf placed on the table beside him. The landlord, very anxious, came for a moment and looked in at the door. The party, which was expecting him again, wriggled with laughter. It seemed to upset the caterer. What a rum card he was, that My Boots. One day he had eaten a dozen hard-boiled eggs and drank a dozen glasses of wine while the clock was striking 12. There are not many who can do that. And Mademoiselle Remonjou, deeply moved, watched My Boots chew while Monsieur Madinier, seeking for a word to express his almost respectful astonishment, declared that such a capacity was extraordinary. There was a brief silence. A waiter had just placed on the table a ragout of rabbits in a vast dish as deep as a salad bowl. Coupeau, who liked fun, started another joke. "I say, waiter, that rabbit's from the housetops. It still mews." And in fact, a faint mew, perfectly imitated, seemed to issue from the dish. It was Coupeau who did that with his throat, without opening his lips, a talent which at all parties met with decided success, so much so that he never ordered a dinner abroad without having a rabbit ragout. After that he purred. The ladies pressed their napkins to their mouths to try and stop their laughter. Madame Fauconnier, asked for a head. She only liked that part. Mademoiselle Remanjou had a weakness for slices of bacon, and as Boche said he preferred the little onions when they were nicely broiled, Madame Lerat screwed up her lips and murmured, "I can understand that." She was a dried-up stick, living the cloistered life of a hard-working woman imprisoned within her daily routine, who had never had a man stick his nose into her room since the death of her husband. Yet she had an obsession with double meanings and indecent allusions that were sometimes so far off the mark that only she understood them. As Boche leaned towards her and in a whisper asked for an explanation, she resumed, "Little onions, why of course. That's quite enough, I think." The general conversation was becoming grave. Each one was talking of his trade. Monsieur Madinier raved about the cardboard business. There were some real artists. For an example, he mentioned Christmas gift boxes, of which he'd seen samples that were marvels of splendor. Lorilleux sneered at this. He was extremely vain because of working with gold, feeling that it gave a sort of sheen to his fingers and his whole personality. In olden times, jewelers wore swords like gentlemen. He often cited the case of Bernard Palissy, even though he really knew nothing about him. Coupeau told of a masterpiece of a weather vane made by one of his fellow workers, which included a Greek column, a sheaf of wheat, a basket of fruit, and a flag, all beautifully worked out of nothing but strips of zinc shaped and soldered together. Madame Lerat showed Bibi the smoker how to make a rose by rolling the handle of her knife between her bony fingers. All the while their voices had been rising louder and louder, competing for attention. Shrill comments by Madame Fauconnier were heard. She complained about the girls who worked for her, especially a little apprentice who was nothing but a tart and had badly scorched some sheets the evening before. "You may talk," Lorilleux cried, banging his fist down on the table, "but gold is gold." And in the midst of the silence caused by the statement of this fact, the only sound heard was Mademoiselle Remanjou's shrill voice continuing, "Then I turn up the skirt and stitch it inside. I stick a pin in the head to keep the cap on, and that's all. And they are sold for 13 sous apiece." She was explaining how she dressed her dolls to my boots, whose jaws were working slowly like grindstones. He did not listen, though he kept nodding his head, but looked after the waiters to prevent them removing any of the dishes he had not cleaned out. They had now finished a veal stew with green beans. The roast was brought in, 2 scrawny chickens resting on a bed of watercress, which was limp from the warming oven. Outside, only the higher branches of the acacias were touched by the setting sun. Inside, the greenish reflected light was thickened by wisps of steam rising from the table, now messy with spilled wine and gravy and the debris of the dinner. Along the wall were dirty dishes and empty bottles which the waiters had piled there like a heap of refuse. It was so hot that the men took off their jackets and continued eating in their shirt sleeves. "Madame Boche, please don't spread their butter so thick," said Gervaise, who spoke but little, and who was watching Claude and Etienne from a distance. She got up from her seat and went and talked for a minute while standing behind the little ones' chairs. Children did not reason. They would eat all day long without refusing a single thing. And then she herself helped them to some chicken, a little of the breast. But Mother Coupeau said they might, just for once in a while, risk an attack of indigestion. Madame Boche, in a low voice, accused Boche of caressing Madame Lerat's knees. Oh, he was a sly one, but he was getting a little too gay. She had certainly seen his hand disappear. If he did it again, drat him. She wouldn't hesitate throwing a pitcher of water over his head. In the partial silence, Monsieur Madinier was talking politics. "The law of May 31st is an abominable one. Now you must reside in a place for 2 years. 3 millions of citizens are struck off the voting list." I've been told that Bonaparte is in reality very much annoyed, for he loves the people. He has given them proofs. He was a Republican, but he admired the prince on account of his uncle, a man the like of whom would never be seen again. Bibi the smoker flew into a passion. He had worked at the Élysée. He had seen Bonaparte just as he saw my boots in front of him over there. Well, that muff of a president was just like a jackass, that was all. It was said that he was going to travel about in the direction of Lyon. It would be a precious good riddance of bad rubbish if he fell into some hole and broke his neck. But as the discussion was becoming too heated, Coupeau had to interfere. "Ah, well, how simple you all are to quarrel about politics. Politics are all humbug. Do such things exist for us? Let there be anyone as king, it won't prevent me earning my 5 francs a day, and eating and sleeping. Isn't that so? No, it's too stupid to argue about." Lorilleux shook his head. He was born on the same day as the Count of Chambord, the 29th of September, 1820. He was greatly struck with this coincidence, indulging himself in a vague dream in which he established a connection between the king's return to France and his own private fortunes. He never said exactly what he was expecting, but he led people to suppose that when that time arrived, something extraordinarily agreeable would happen to him. So whenever he had a wish too great to be gratified, he would put it off to another time, when the king came back. "Besides," observed he, "I saw the Count de Chambord one evening." Every face was turned towards him. "It's quite true, a stout man in an overcoat, with a good-natured air. I was at Péquignot's, one of my friends who deals in furniture at the Grand Rue de la Chapelle. The Count of Chambord had forgotten his umbrella there the day before. So he came in and just simply said like this, 'Will you please return my umbrella?' Well, yes, it was him. Péquignot gave me his word of honor it was." Not one of the guests suggested the smallest doubt. They had now arrived at dessert, and the waiters were clearing the table with much clattering of dishes. Madame Lorilleux, who up to then had been very genteel, very much the lady, suddenly let fly with a curse. One of the waiters had spilled something wet down her neck while removing a dish. This time her silk dress would be stained for sure. Monsieur Madinier had to examine her back, but he swore there was nothing to be seen. 2 platters of cheese, 2 dishes of fruit, and a floating island pudding of frosted eggs in a deep salad bowl had now been placed along the middle of the table. The pudding caused a moment of respectful attention, even though the overdone egg whites had flattened on the yellow custard. It was unexpected, and seemed very fancy. My Boots was still eating. He had asked for another loaf. He finished what there was of the cheese, and as there was some cream left, he had the salad bowl passed to him, in which he sliced some large pieces of bread as though for a soup. "The gentleman is really remarkable," said Monsieur Madinier, again giving way to his admiration. Then the men rose to get their pipes. They stood for a moment behind My Boots, patting him on the back and asking him if he was feeling better. Bibi the smoker lifted him up in his chair, but tonnerre de Dieu, the animal had doubled in weight. Coupeau joked that My Boots was only getting started, that now he was going to settle down and really eat for the rest of the night. The waiters were startled and quickly vanished from sight. Boche, who had gone downstairs for a moment, came up to report the proprietor's reaction. He was standing behind his bar, pale as death. His wife, dreadfully upset, was wondering if any bakeries were still open. Even the cat seemed deep in despair. This was as funny as could be, really worth the price of the dinner. It was impossible to have a proper dinner party without My Boots, the bottomless pit. The other men eyed him with a brooding jealousy as they puffed on their pipes. Indeed, to be able to eat so much, you had to be very solidly built. "I wouldn't care to be obliged to support you," said Madame Gaudron. "Ah, no, you may take my word for that." "I say, little mother, no jokes," replied My Boots. casting a side glance at his neighbour's rotund figure. "You've swallowed more than I have." The others applauded, shouting, "Bravo!" It was well answered. It was now pitch dark outside. 3 gas jets were flaring in the room, diffusing dim rays in the midst of the tobacco smoke. The waiters, after serving the coffee and the brandy, had removed the last piles of dirty plates. Down below, beneath the 3 acacias, dancing had commenced, a cornet à piston and 2 fiddles playing very loud and mingling in the warm night air with the rather hoarse laughter of women. "We must have a punch," cried My Boots. 2 quarts of brandy, lots of lemon and a little sugar." But Coupeau, seeing the anxious look on Gervaise's face in front of him, got up from the table, declaring that there should be no more drink. They had emptied 25 quarts, 1.5 quarts to each person, counting the children as grown-up people. That was already too much. They had had a feed together in good fellowship and without ceremony, because they esteemed each other and wished to celebrate the event of the day among themselves. Everything had been very nice. They'd had lots of fun. It wouldn't do to get cock-eyed drunk now, out of respect to the ladies. That was all he had to say. They had come together to toast a marriage, and they had done so. Coupeau delivered the little speech with convincing sincerity, and punctuated each phrase by placing his hand on his heart. He won wholehearted approval from Lorilleux and Monsieur Madinier, but the other 4 men, especially My Boots, were already well lit and sneered. They declared in hoarse, drunken voices that they were thirsty and wanted drinks. "Those who are thirsty, and those who aren't thirsty," remarked My Boots. "Therefore we'll order the punch. No one need take offence. The aristocrats can drink sugar and water." And as the zinc worker commenced another sermon, the other, who had risen on his legs, gave himself a slap, exclaiming, "Come, let's have no more of that, my boy. Waiter, 2 quarts of your aged stuff." So Coupeau said, very well, only they would settle for the dinner at once. It would prevent any disputes. The well-behaved people did not want to pay for the drunkards. And it just happened that My Boots, after searching in his pockets for a long time, could produce only 3 francs and 7 sous. Well, why had they made him wait all that time on the Route de Saint-Denis? He could not let himself be drowned, and so he'd broken into his 5-franc piece. It was the fault of the others, that was all. He ended by giving the 3 francs, keeping the 7 sous for the morrow's tobacco. Coupeau, who was furious, would have knocked him over, had not Gervaise, greatly frightened, pulled him by his coat and begged him to keep cool. He decided to borrow the 2 francs off Lorilleux, who, after refusing them, lent them on the sly, for his wife would never have consented to his doing so. Monsieur Madinier went round with a plate. The spinster and the ladies who were alone, Madame Lerat, Madame Fauconnier, Mademoiselle Romanjou, discreetly placed their 5-franc pieces in it first. Then the gentlemen went to the other end of the room and made up the accounts. They were 15. It amounted therefore to 75 francs. When the 75 francs were in the plate, each man added 5 sous for the waiters. It took 1/4 hour of laborious calculations before everything was settled to the general satisfaction. But when Monsieur Madinier, who wished to deal direct with the landlord, had got him to step up, the whole party became lost in astonishment on hearing him say with a smile that there was still something due to him. There were some extras. And as the word extras was greeted with angry exclamations, he entered into details. 25 quarts of wine instead of 20, the number agreed upon beforehand, the frosted eggs which he had added as the dessert was rather scanty, finally 1/4 bottle of rum served with the coffee, in case anyone preferred rum. Then a formidable quarrel ensued. Coupeau, who was appealed to, protested against everything. He had never mentioned 20 quarts. As for the frosted eggs, they were included in the dessert, so much the worse for the landlord if he chose to add them without being asked to do so. There remained the rum, a mere nothing, just a mode of increasing the bill by putting on the table spirits that no one thought anything about. It was on the tray with the coffee, he cried, therefore it goes with the coffee. Go to the deuce, take your money, and never again will we set foot in your den. "It's 6 francs more," repeated the landlord. "Pay me my 6 francs. And with all that, I haven't counted the 4 loaves that gentleman ate." The whole party, pressing forward, surrounded him with furious gestures and a yelping of voices choking with rage. The women especially threw aside all reserve and refused to add another centime. This was some wedding dinner. Mademoiselle Remanjou vowed she would never again attend such a party. Madame Fauconnier declared that she'd had a very disappointing meal. At home she could have had a finger-licking dish for only 2 francs. Madame Gaudron bitterly complained that she had been shoved down to the worst end of the table next to my boots, who had ignored her. These parties never turned out well. One should be more careful whom one invites. Gervaise had taken refuge with Mother Coupeau near one of the windows, feeling shamed as she realized that all these recriminations would fall back upon her. Monsieur Madinier ended by going down with the landlord. One could hear them arguing below. Then, when half an hour had gone by, the cardboard box manufacturer returned. He had settled the matter by giving 3 francs, but the party continued annoyed and exasperated, constantly returning to the question of the extras. And the uproar increased from an act of vigour on Madame Boche's part. She had kept an eye on Boche, and at length detected him squeezing Madame Lerat round the waist in a corner. Then, with all her strength, she flung a water pitcher, which smashed against the wall. "One can easily see that your husband's a tailor, madame," said the tall widow, with a curl of the lip, full of a double meaning. "He's a petticoat specialist, even though I gave him some pretty hard kicks under the table." The harmony of the evening was altogether upset. Everyone became more and more ill-tempered. Monsieur Madinier suggested some singing, but Bibi the smoker, who had a fine voice, had disappeared some time before, and Mademoiselle Remanjou, who was leaning out of the window, caught sight of him under the acacias, swinging round a big girl who was bareheaded. The cornet à piston and 2 fiddles were playing Le Marchand de Moutarde. The party now began to break up. My boots and the Gaudron went down to the dance, with Boche sneaking along after them. The twirling couples could be seen from the windows. The night was still as though exhausted from the heat of the day. A serious conversation started between Lorilleux and Monsieur Madinier. The ladies examined their dresses carefully to see if they'd been stained. Madame Lerat's fringe looked as though it had been dipped in the coffee. Madame Fauconnier's chintz dress was spotted with gravy. Mother Coupeau's green shawl, fallen from off a chair, was discovered in a corner, rolled up and trodden upon. But it was Madame Lorilleux especially who became more ill-tempered still. She had a stain on the back of her dress. It was useless for the others to declare that she had not. She felt it. And by twisting herself about in front of a looking-glass, she ended by catching a glimpse of it. "What did I say?" cried she. "It's gravy from the fowl. The waiter shall pay for the dress. I will bring an action against him. Ah, this is a fit ending to such a day. I should have done better to have stayed in bed. To begin with, I'm off. I've had enough of their wretched wedding." And she left the room in a rage, causing the staircase to shake beneath her heavy footsteps. Lorilleux ran after her. But all she would consent to was that she would wait 5 minutes on the pavement outside if he wanted them to go off together. She ought to have left directly after the storm, as she wished to do. She would make Coupeau sorry for that day. Coupeau was dismayed when he heard how angry she was. Gervaise agreed to leave at once to avoid embarrassing him any more. There was a flurry of quick good-night kisses. Monsieur Madinier was to escort Mother Coupeau home. Madame Boche would take Claude and Etienne with her for the bridal night. The children were sound asleep on chairs, stuffed full from the dinner. Just as the bridal couple and Lorilleux were about to go out the door, a quarrel broke out near the dance floor between their group and another group. Boche and My Boots were kissing a lady and wouldn't give her up to her escorts, 2 soldiers. It was scarcely 11 o'clock. On the Boulevard de la Chapelle, and in the entire neighborhood of the Goutte d'Or, The fortnight's pay, which fell due on that Saturday, produced an enormous drunken uproar. Madame Lorilleux was waiting beneath a gas lamp about 20 paces from the silver windmill. She took her husband's arm and walked on in front without looking round, at such a rate that Gervaise and Coupeau got quite out of breath in trying to keep up with them. Now and again they stepped off the pavement to leave room for some drunkard who had fallen there. Lorilleux looked back, endeavouring to make things pleasant. "We will see you as far as your door," said he. But Madame Lorilleux, raising her voice, thought it a funny thing to spend one's wedding night in such a filthy hole as the Hôtel Boncoeur. Ought they not to have put their marriage off and have saved a few sous to buy some furniture, so to have had a home of their own on the first night? They would be comfortable right up under the roof, packed into a little closet at 10 francs a month, where there was not even the slightest air. "I've given notice we're not going to use the room at the top of the house," timidly interposed Coupeau. "We're keeping Gervaise's room, which is larger." Madame Lorilleux forgot herself. She turned abruptly round. "That's worse than all," cried she. "You're going to sleep in Clump's room." Gervaise became quite pale. This nickname, which she received full in the face for the first time, fell on her like a blow. And she fully understood it too, her sister-in-law's exclamation. The Clump's room was the room in which she had lived for a month with Lantier, where the shreds of her past life still hung about. Coupeau did not understand this, but merely felt hurt at the harsh nickname. "You do wrong to christen others," he replied angrily. "You don't know, perhaps, that in the neighbourhood they call you Cow's Tail because of your hair. There, that doesn't please you, does it? Why should we not keep the room on the first floor? Tonight the children won't sleep there, and we shall be very comfortable." Madame Lorilleux added nothing further, but retired into her dignity, horribly annoyed at being called Cow's Tail. To cheer up Gervaise, Coupeau squeezed her arm softly. He even succeeded in making her smile by whispering into her ear that they were setting up housekeeping with the grand sum of 7 sous, 3 big 2-sou pieces and 1 little sou, which he jingled in his pocket. When they reached the Hôtel Boncoeur, the two couples wished each other good night with an angry air, and as Coupeau pushed the two women into each other's arms, calling them a couple of ninnies, a drunken fellow, who seemed to want to go to the right, suddenly slipped to the left and came tumbling between them. "Why, it's old Bazouge," said Lorilleux. "He's had his fill today." Gervaise, frightened, squeezed up against the door of the hotel. Old Bazouge, an undertaker's helper of some 50 years of age, had his black trousers all stained with mud, his black cape hooked onto his shoulder, and his black feather hat knocked in by some tumble he had taken. "Don't be afraid, he's harmless," continued Lorilleux. "He's a neighbour of ours, the 3rd room in the passage before us. He would find himself in a nice mess if his people were to see him like this." Old Bazouge, however, felt offended at the young woman's evident terror. "Well, what?" hiccuped he. "We ain't going to eat anyone. I'm as good as another any day, my little woman. No doubt I've had a drop. When work's plentiful, one must grease the wheels. It's not you nor your friends who would have carried down the stiff'un of 47 stone whom I and a pal brought from the 4th floor to the pavement, and without smashing him too. I like jolly people." But Gervaise retreated further into the doorway, seized with a longing to cry, which spoilt her day of sober-minded joy. She no longer thought of kissing her sister-in-law. She implored Coupeau to get rid of the drunkard. Then Bazouge, as he stumbled about, made a gesture of philosophical disdain. "That won't prevent you passing through our hands, my little woman. You'll perhaps be glad to do so one of these days. Yes, I know some women would be much obliged if we did carry 'em off." And as Lorilleux led him away, he turned around and stuttered out a last sentence between 2 hiccups. "When you're dead, listen to this, when you're dead, it's for a long, long time."
Then followed 4 years of hard work. In the neighborhood, Gervaise and Coupeau had the reputation of being a happy couple, living in retirement without quarrels and taking a short walk regularly every Sunday in the direction of Saint-Ouen. The wife worked 12 hours a day at Madame Fauconnier's and still found means to keep their lodging as clean and bright as a new-coined sou, and to prepare the meals for all her little family morning and evening. The husband never got drunk, brought his wages home every fortnight, and smoked a pipe at his window in the evening to get a breath of fresh air before going to bed. They were frequently alluded to on account of their nice, pleasant ways, and as between them they earned close upon 9 francs a day, it was reckoned they were able to put by a good deal of money. However, during their first months together they had to struggle hard to get by. Their wedding had left them owing 200 francs. Also, they detested the Hotel Boncourt, as they didn't like the other occupants. Their dream was to have a home of their own with their own furniture. They were always figuring out how much they would need, and decided 350 francs at least, in order to be able to buy little items that came up later. They were in despair at ever being able to collect such a large sum when a lucky chance came their way. An old gentleman at Plassans offered to take the older boy, Claude, and send him to an academy down there. The old man, who loved art, had previously been much impressed by Claude's sketches. Claude had already begun to cost them quite a bit, and now with only Etienne to support, they were able to accumulate the money in little over 7 months. One day they were finally able to buy their own furniture from a second-hand dealer on Rue Belhomme. Their hearts filled with happiness, they celebrated by walking home along the exterior boulevards. They had purchased a bed, a night table, a chest of drawers with a marble top, a wardrobe, a round table covered with oilcloth, and 6 chairs. All were of dark mahogany. They also brought blankets, linen, and kitchen utensils that were scarcely used. It meant settling down and giving themselves a status in life as property owners, as persons to be respected. For 2 months past they had been busy seeking some new apartments. At first they wanted above everything to hire these in the big house of the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, but there was not a single room to let there, so they had to relinquish their old dream. To tell the truth, Gervaise was rather glad in her heart. The neighborhood of the Lorilleux, almost door to door, frightened her immensely. Then they looked about elsewhere. Coupeau, very properly, did not wish to be far from Madame Fauconnier's, so that Gervaise could easily run home at any hour of the day. And at length they met with exactly what suited them, a large room with a small closet and a kitchen in the Rue Neuve de la Goutte d'Or, almost opposite the laundresses. This was a small 2-story building with a very steep staircase. There were 2 apartments on the 2nd floor, one to the left, the other to the right. The ground floor was occupied by a man who rented out carriages, which filled the sheds in the large stable yard by the street. Gervaise was delighted with this, as it made her feel she was back in a country town. With no close neighbors, there would be no gossip to worry about in this little corner. It reminded her of a small lane outside the ramparts of Plassans. She could even see her own window while ironing at the laundry by just tilting her head to the side. They took possession of their new abode at the April quarter. Gervaise was then 8 months advanced, but she showed great courage, saying with a laugh that the baby helped her as she worked. She felt its influence growing within her and giving her strength. Ah, well, she just laughed at Coupeau whenever he wanted her to lie down and rest herself. She would take to her bed when the labor pains came. That would be quite soon enough, as with another mouth to feed, they would have to work harder than ever. She made their new place bright and shiny before helping her husband install the furniture. She loved the furniture, polishing it and becoming almost heartbroken at the slightest scratch. Any time she knocked into the furniture while cleaning, she would stop with a sudden shock, as though she had hurt herself. The chest of drawers was especially dear to her. She thought it handsome, sturdy, and most respectable looking. The dream that she hadn't dared to mention was to get a clock and put it right in the middle of the marble top. It would make a splendid effect. She probably would have bought one right away, except for the expected baby. The couple were thoroughly enchanted with their new home. Etienne's bed occupied the small closet, where there was still room to put another child's crib. The kitchen was a very tiny affair, and as dark as night, but by leaving the door wide open, one could just manage to see. Besides, Gervaise had not to cook meals for 30 people. All she wanted was room to make her soup. As for the large room, it was their pride. The first thing in the morning they drew the curtains of the alcove, white calico curtains, and the room was thus transformed into a dining room, with a table in the center and the wardrobe and chest of drawers facing each other. They stopped up the chimney, since it burned as much as 15 sous of coal a day. A small cast-iron stove on the marble hearth gave them enough warmth on cold days for only 7 sous. Coupeau had also done his best to decorate the walls. There was a large engraving showing a Marshal of France on horseback with a baton in his hand. Family photographs were arranged in 2 rows on top of the chest of drawers, on each side of an old holy water basin in which they kept matches. Busts of Pascal and Béranger were on top of the wardrobe. It was really a handsome room. "Guess how much we pay here?" Gervaise would ask of every visitor she had. And whenever they guessed too high a sum, she, triumphed and delighted at being so well suited for such a little money, cried, 150 francs, not a sou more. Isn't it almost like having it for nothing? The street Rue Neuve de la Goutte d'Or played an important part in their contentment. Gervaise's whole life was there, as she travelled back and forth endlessly between her home and Madame Fauconnier's laundry. Coupeau now went down every evening and stood on the doorstep to smoke his pipe. The poorly paved street rose steeply and had no sidewalks. Towards Rue de la Goutte d'Or there was some gloomy shops with dirty windows. There were shoemakers, coopers, a run-down grocery, and a bankrupt café, whose closed shutters were covered with posters. In the opposite direction, towards Paris, 4-story buildings blocked the sky. Their ground-floor shops were all occupied by laundries, with one exception, a green-painted storefront typical of a small-town hairdresser. Its shop windows were full of variously coloured flasks. It lighted up this drab corner with the gay brightness of its copper bowls, which were always shining. The most pleasant part of the street was in between, where the buildings were fewer and lower, letting in more sunlight. The carriage sheds, the plant which manufactured soda water, and the wash-house opposite made a wide expanse of quietness. The muffled voices of the washerwomen and the rhythmic puffing of the steam engines seemed to deepen the almost religious silence. Open fields and narrow lanes vanishing between dark walls gave it the air of a country village. Coupeau, always amused by the infrequent pedestrians having to jump over the continuous streams of soapy water, said it reminded him of a country town where his uncle had taken him when he was 5 years old. Gervaise's greatest joy was a tree growing in the courtyard to the left of their window, an acacia that had stretched out a single branch, and yet with its meagre foliage lent charm to the entire street. It was on the last day of April that Gervaise was confined. The pains came on in the afternoon towards 4 o'clock, as she was ironing a pair of curtains at Madame Fauconnier's. She would not go home at once, but remained there wriggling about on a chair and continuing her ironing every time the pain allowed her to do so. The curtains were wanted quickly, and she obstinately made a point of finishing them. Besides, perhaps after all it was only a colic. It would never do to be frightened by a bit of a stomachache. But as she was talking of starting on some shirts, she became quite pale. She was obliged to leave the workshop and cross the street doubled in two, holding on to the walls. One of the workwomen offered to accompany her. She declined, but begged her to go instead for the midwife close by, in the Rue de la Charbonnière. This was only a false alarm. There was no need to make a fuss. She would be like that, no doubt, all through the night. It was not going to prevent her getting Coupeau's dinner ready as soon as she was indoors. Then she perhaps might lie down on the bed a little, but without undressing. On the staircase she was seized with such a violent pain that she was obliged to sit down on one of the stairs, and she pressed her 2 fists against her mouth to prevent herself from crying out, for she would have been ashamed to have been found there by any man had one come up. The pain passed away. She was able to open her door, feeling relieved and thinking that she had decidedly been mistaken. That evening she was going to make a stew with some neck chops. All went well while she peeled the potatoes. The chops were cooking in a saucepan when the pains returned. She mixed the gravy as she stamped about in front of the stove, almost blinded with her tears. If she was going to give birth, there was no reason why Coupeau should be kept without his dinner. At length the stew began to simmer on a fire covered with cinders. She went into the other room, and thought that she would have time to lay the cloth at one end of the table. But she was obliged to put down the bottle of wine very quickly. She no longer had strength to reach the bed. She fell prostrate. She had more pains on a mat on the floor. When the midwife arrived a quarter of an hour later, she found mother and baby lying there on the floor. The zinc worker was still employed at the hospital. Gervaise would not have him disturbed. When he came home at 7 o'clock, he found her in bed, well covered up, looking very pale on the pillow, and the child crying, swathed in a shawl at its mother's feet. "Oh, my poor wife," said Coupeau, kissing Gervaise, "and I was joking only an hour ago whilst you were crying with pain. I say, you don't make much fuss about it. The time to sneeze and it's all over." She smiled faintly, then she murmured, "It's a girl." "Right," the zinc worker replied, joking so as to enliven her. "I ordered a girl. Well, now I've got what I wanted. You do everything I wish." And taking the child up in his arms, he continued, "Let's have a look at you, miss. Oh, you've got a very black little mug. It'll get whiter, never fear. You must be good, never run about the streets, and grow up sensible like your papa and mamma." Gervaise looked at her daughter very seriously with wide-open eyes, slowly overshadowed with sadness, for she would rather have had a boy. Boys can take care of themselves and don't have to run such risks on the streets of Paris as girls do. The midwife took the infant from Coupeau. She forbade Gervaise to do any talking. It was bad enough there was so much noise around her. Then the zinc worker said that he must tell the news to Mother Coupeau and the Lorilleux, but he was dying with hunger. He must first of all have his dinner. It was a great worry to the invalid to see him have to wait on himself, run to the kitchen for the stew, eat it out of a soup plate, and not be able to find the bread. In spite of being told not to do so, she bewailed her condition and fidgeted about in her bed. It was stupid of her not to have managed to set the cloth. The pains had laid her on her back like a blow from a bludgeon. A poor old man would not think it kind of her to be nursing herself up there whilst he was dining so badly. At least, were the potatoes cooked enough? She no longer remembered whether she had put salt in them. "Keep quiet," cried the midwife. "If only she could stop her from wearing herself out," said Coupeau with his mouth full. "If you were not here, I bet she'd get up and cut my bread. Now keep on your back, you big goose. You mustn't move about, otherwise it'll be a fortnight before you'll be able to stand on your legs. Your stew's very good, madam. Will you eat some with me, or won't you, madam?" The midwife declined, but she was willing to accept a glass of wine, because it had upset her, said she, to find the poor woman with the baby on the mat. Coupeau at length went off to tell the news to his relations. Half an hour later he returned with all of them, Mother Coupeau, the Lorilleux, and Madame Lerat, whom he had met at the latter's. "I've brought you the whole gang," cried Coupeau. "It can't be helped. They wanted to see you. Now don't open your mouth. It's forbidden. They'll stop here and look at you without ceremony, you know. As for me, I'm going to make them some coffee, and of the right sort." He disappeared into the kitchen. Mother Coupeau, after kissing Gervaise, became amazed at the child's size. The other two women also kissed the invalid on her cheeks, and all three, standing before the bed, commented with diverse exclamations on the details of the confinement, a most remarkable confinement, just like having a tooth pulled, nothing more. Madame Lerat examined the baby all over, declared she was well formed, even added that she could grow up into an attractive woman. Noticing that the head had been squeezed into a point on top, she kneaded it gently, despite the infant's cries, trying to round it a bit. Madame Lorilleux grabbed the baby from her. That could be enough to give the poor little thing all sorts of vicious tendencies, meddling with it like that while her skull was still soft. Then she tried to figure out who the baby resembled. This almost led to a quarrel. Lorilleux, peering over the woman's shoulders, insisted that the little girl didn't look the least bit like Coupeau. Well, maybe a little around the nose, nothing more. She was her mother all over again, with big eyes like hers. Certainly there were no eyes like that in the Coupeau family. Coupeau, however, had failed to reappear. One could hear him in the kitchen, struggling with the grate and the coffee pot. Gervaise was worrying herself frightfully. It was not the proper thing for a man to make coffee, and she called and told him what to do, without listening to the midwife's energetic hush. "Here we are," said Coupeau, entering with the coffee pot in his hand. "Oh, didn't I just have a bother with it? It all went wrong on purpose. Now we'll drink out of glasses, won't we? Because, you know, the cups are still at the shop." They seated themselves around the table, and the zinc worker insisted on pouring out the coffee himself. It smelled very strong. It was none of that weak stuff. When the midwife had sipped hers up, she went off. Everything was going on nicely. She was not required. If the young woman did not pass a good night, they were to send for her on the morrow. She was scarcely down the staircase when Madame Lorilleux called her a glutton and a good-for-nothing. She put 4 lumps of sugar in her coffee and charged 15 francs for leaving you with a baby all by yourself. But Coupeau took her part. He would willingly fork out the 15 francs. After all, those sort of women spend their youth in studying. They were right to charge a good price. It was then Lorilleux who got into a quarrel with Madame Lara by maintaining that in order to have a son, the head of the bed should be turned to the north. She shrugged her shoulders at such nonsense, offering another formula which consisted in hiding under the mattress, without letting your wife know, a handful of fresh nettles picked in bright sunlight. The table had been pushed over close to the bed. Until 10 o'clock Gervaise lay there smiling, although she was only half awake. She was becoming more and more weary. Her head turned sideways on the pillow. She no longer had the energy to venture a remark or a gesture. It seemed to her that she was dead, a very sweet death from the depths of which she was happy to observe the others still in the land of the living. The thin cries of her baby daughter rose above the hum of heavy voices that were discussing a recent murder on Rue du Bois-Puy at the other end of La Chapelle. Then, as the visitors were thinking of leaving, they spoke of the christening. The Lorilleux had promised to be godfather and godmother. They looked very glum over the matter. However, if they had not been asked to stand, they would have felt rather peculiar. Coupeau did not see any need for christening the little one. It certainly would not procure her an income of 10,000 francs, and besides, she might catch a cold from it. The less one had to do with priests, the better. But Mother Coupeau called him a heathen. The Lorilleux, without going and eating consecrated bread in church, plumed themselves on their religious sentiments. "It shall be next Sunday, if you like," said the chainmaker. And Gervaise having consented by a nod, everyone kissed her and told her to take good care of herself. They also wished the baby goodbye. Each one went and leant over the little trembling body with smiles and loving words, as though she were able to understand. They called her Nana, the pet name for Anna, which was her godmother's name. "Good night, Nana. Come be a good girl, Nana." When they had at length gone off, Coupeau drew his chair close up to the bed and finished his pipe, holding Gervaise's hand in his. He smoked slowly, deeply affected, and uttering sentences between the puffs. "Well, old woman, they've made your head ache, haven't they? You see, I couldn't prevent them coming. After all, it shows their friendship. But we're alone, aren't we? I wanted to be alone like this with you. It has seemed such a long evening to me. Oh, poor little thing, she's had a lot to go through. Those shrimps, when they come out into the world, have no idea of the pain they cause. Why, it must really almost be like being split in two. Where does it hurt the most, that I may kiss it and make it well?" He had carefully slid one of his big hands under her back, and now he drew her towards him, bending over to kiss her stomach through the covers. Touched by a rough man's compassion for the suffering of a woman in childbirth, he inquired if he was hurting her. Gervaise felt very happy, and answered him that it didn't hurt any more at all. She was only worried about getting up as soon as possible, because there was no time to lie about. He assured her that he'd be responsible for earning the money for the new little one. He would be a real bum if he abandoned her and the little rascal. The way he figured it, what really counted was bringing her up properly. Wasn't that so? Coupeau did not sleep much that night. He covered up the fire in the stove. Every hour he had to get up to give the baby spoonfuls of lukewarm sugar and water. That did not prevent his going off to work in the morning as usual. He even took advantage of his lunch hour to make a declaration of the birth at the mayor's. During this time, Madame Boche, who had been informed of the event, had hastened to go and pass the day with Gervaise, but the latter, after 10 hours of sleep, bewailed her position, saying that she already felt pains all over her through having been so long in bed. She would become quite ill if they did not let her get up. In the evening, when Coupeau returned home, she told him all her worries. No doubt she had confidence in Madame Boche, only had put her beside herself to see a stranger installed in her room, opening the drawers and touching her things. On the morrow, the concierge, on returning from some errands, found her up, dressed, sweeping, and getting her husband's dinner ready, and it was impossible to persuade her to go to bed again. They were trying to make a fool of her, perhaps. It was all very well for ladies to pretend to be unable to move. When one was not rich, one had no time for that sort of thing. 3 days after her confinement, she was ironing petticoats at Madame Fauconnier's, banging her irons and all in a perspiration from the great heat of the stove. On the Saturday evening, Madame Lorilleux brought her presents for her godchild, a cup that cost 35 sous, and a christening dress plaited and trimmed with some cheap lace, which she had got for 6 francs, because it was slightly soiled. On the morrow, Lorilleux, as godfather, gave the mother 6 pounds of sugar. They certainly did things properly. At the baptism supper, which took place at the Coupeaus that evening, they did not come empty-handed. Lorilleux carried a bottle of fine wine under each arm, and his wife brought a large custard pie from a famous pastry shop on Chaussée Clignancourt. But the Lorilleux made sure that the entire neighborhood knew they had spent 20 francs. As soon as Gervaise learned of their gossiping, furious, she stopped giving them credit for generosity. It was at the christening feast that the Coupeaus ended by becoming intimately acquainted with their neighbors on the opposite side of the landing. The other lodging in the little house was occupied by 2 persons, mother and son, the Gougiers, as they were called. Until then, the 2 families had merely nodded to each other on the stairs and in the street, nothing more. The Coupeaus thought that their neighbors seemed rather bearish. Then, the mother having carried up a pail of water for Gervaise on the morrow of her confinement, the latter had thought it proper to invite them to their feast, more especially as they considered them very respectable people, and naturally they became well acquainted with each other. The Gougiers came from the Département du Nord. The mother mended lace, the son, a blacksmith, worked at an iron bolt factory. They had lived in their lodging for 5 years. Behind the quiet peacefulness of their life, a long-standing sorrow was hidden. Gouget, the father, one day, when furiously drunk at Lille, had beaten a comrade to death with an iron bar, and had afterwards strangled himself in prison with his handkerchief. The widow and child who had come to Paris after their misfortune always felt the tragedy hanging over their heads, and atoned for it by a strict honesty and an unvarying gentleness and courage. They had a certain amount of pride in their attitude, and regarded themselves as better than other people. Madame Gouget, dressed in black as usual, her forehead framed in a nun's hood, had a pale, calm, matronly face, as if the whiteness of the lace and the delicate work of her fingers had cast a glow of serenity over her. Gouget was 23 years old, huge, magnificently built, with deep blue eyes and rosy cheeks, and the strength of Hercules. His comrades at the shop called him Golden Mouth because of his handsome blonde beard. Gervaise at once felt a great friendship for these people. When she entered their home for the first time, she was amazed at the cleanliness of the lodging. There was no denying it, one might blow about the place without raising a grain of dust. Oh, and the tiled floor shone like a mirror. Madame Gouget made her enter her son's room just to see it. It was pretty and white like the room of a young girl. An iron bedstead with muslin curtains, a table, a washstand, and a narrow bookcase hanging against the wall. Then there were pictures all over the place, figures cut out, coloured engravings nailed up with 4 tacks, and portraits of all kinds of persons taken from the illustrated papers. Madame Goujet said with a smile that her son was a big baby. He found that reading in the evening put him to sleep, so he amused himself looking at pictures. Gervaise spent an hour with her neighbour without noticing the passing of time. Madame Goujet had gone to sit by the window and work on her lace. Gervaise was fascinated by the hundreds of pins that held the lace, and she felt happy to be there, breathing in the good, clean atmosphere of this home, where such a delicate task enforced a sort of meditative silence. The Goujets were worth visiting. They worked long hours and placed more than a quarter of their fortnight's earnings in the savings bank. In the neighbourhood, everyone nodded to them. Everyone talked of their savings. Goujet never had a hole in his clothes, always went out in a clean short blue blouse without a stain. He was very polite and even a trifle timid in spite of his broad shoulders. The washerwomen at the end of the street laughed to see him hold down his head when he passed them. He did not like their oaths, and thought it disgusting that women should be constantly uttering foul words. One day, however, he came home tipsy. Then Madame Goujet, for sole reproach, held his father's portrait before him, a daub of a painting hidden away at the bottom of a drawer, and ever since that lesson Goujet never drank more than was good for him, without, however, any hatred of wine, for wine is necessary to the workman. On Sundays he walked out with his mother, who took hold of his arm. He would generally conduct her to Vincennes. At other times they would go to the theatre. His mother remained his passion. He still spoke to her as though he were a little child. Square-headed, his skin toughened by the wielding of the heavy hammer, he somewhat resembled the larger animals, dull of intellect, though good-natured all the same. In the early days of their acquaintance, Gervaise embarrassed him immensely. Then in a few weeks he became accustomed to her. He watched for her that he might carry up her parcels, treated her as a sister with an abrupt familiarity, and cut out pictures for her. One morning, however, having opened her door without knocking, he beheld her half undressed, washing her neck, and for a week he did not dare to look her in the face, so much so that he ended up by making her blush herself. Young Cassie, with the casual wit of a born Parisian, called Golden-Mouth a dolt. It was all right not to get drunk all the time or chase women, but still a man must be a man, or else he might as well wear skirts. Coupeau teased him in front of Gervaise, accusing him of making up to all women in the neighbourhood. Goujet vigorously defended himself against the charge. But this didn't prevent the two working men from becoming best of friends. They went off to work together in the mornings and sometimes had a glass of beer together on the way home. It eventually came about that Golden-Mouth could render a service to young Cassie, one of those favours that is remembered forever. It was the 2nd of December. The zinc worker decided, just for the fun of it, to go into the city and watch the rioting. He didn't really care about the Republic or Napoleon or anything like that, but he liked the smell of gunpowder and the sound of the rifles firing. He would have been arrested as a rioter if the blacksmith hadn't turned up at the barricade at just that moment and helped him escape. Goujet was very serious as they walked back up the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière. He was interested in politics and believed in the Republic, but he had never fired a gun because the common people were getting tired of fighting battles for the middle classes, who always seemed to get the benefit of them. As they reached the top of the slope of the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière, Goujet turned to look back at Paris and the mobs. After all, someday people would be sorry that they just stood by and did nothing. Coupeau laughed at this, saying you would be pretty stupid to risk your neck just to preserve the 25 francs a day for the lazy bones in the Legislative Assembly. That evening the Coupeaus invited the Goujets to dinner. After dessert, young Cassie and Golden-Mouth kissed each other on the cheek. Their lives were joined till death. For 3 years the existence of the two families went on either side of the landing without an event. Gervaise was able to take care of her daughter and still work most of the week. She was now a skilled worker on fine laundry and earned up to 3 francs a day. She decided to put Etienne, now nearly 8, into a small boarding school on Rue de Chartres for 5 francs a week. Despite the expenses for the 2 children, they were able to save 20 or 30 francs each month. Once they had 600 francs saved, Gervaise often lay awake thinking of her ambitious dream. She wanted to rent a small shop, hire workers, and go into the laundry business herself. If this effort worked, they would have a steady income from savings in 20 years. They could retire and live in the country. Yet she hesitated, saying that she was looking for the right shop. She was giving herself time to think it over. Their savings were safe in the bank and growing larger. So in 3 years' time, she had only fulfilled one of her dreams. She had bought a clock. But even this clock made of rosewood with twined columns and pendulum of gilded brass was being paid for in installments of 22 sous each Monday for a year. She got upset if Coupeau tried to wind it. She liked to be the only one to lift off the glass dome. It was under the glass dome behind the clock that she hid her bank book. Sometimes when she was dreaming of her shop, she would stare fixedly at the clock, lost in thought. The Coupeaus went out nearly every Sunday with the Goujet. They were pleasant little excursions, sometimes to have fried fish at Saint-Ouen, at others a rabbit at Vincennes, in the garden of some eating housekeeper without any grand display. The men drank sufficiently to quench their thirst and returned home as right as ninepins, giving their arms to the ladies. In the evening, before going to bed, the 2 families made up accounts, and each paid half the expenses, and there was never the least quarrel about a sou more or less. The Lorilleux became jealous of the Goujet. It seemed strange to them to see young Cassis and Clump going places all the time with strangers instead of their own relations. But that's the way it was. Some folks didn't care a bit about their family. Now that they had saved a few sous, they thought they were really somebody. Madame Lorilleux was much annoyed to see her brother getting away from her influence and began to continually run down Gervaise to everyone. On the other hand, Madame Lerat took the young wife's side. Mother Coupeau tried to get along with everybody. She only wanted to be welcomed by all 3 of her children. Now that her eyesight was getting dimmer and dimmer, she only had one regular house-cleaning job, but she was able to pick up some small jobs now and again. On the day on which Nana was 3 years old, Coupeau, on returning home in the evening, found Gervaise quite upset. She refused to talk about it. There was nothing at all the matter with her, she said. But as she had the table all wrong, standing still with the plates in her hands, absorbed in deep reflection, her husband insisted upon knowing what was the matter. "Well, it is this," she ended by saying. "The little draper's shop in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or is to let. I saw it only an hour ago when going to buy some cotton. It gave me quite a turn." It was a very decent shop, and in that big house where they dreamed of living in former days. There was the shop, a back room, and 2 other rooms to the right and left, in short, just what they required. The rooms were rather small but well placed, only she considered they wanted too much. The landlord talked of 500 francs. "So you've been over the place and asked the price?" said Coupeau. "Oh, you know, only out of curiosity," replied she, affecting an air of indifference. "One looks about and goes in wherever there's a bill up. That doesn't bind one to anything. But that shop is altogether too dear. Besides, it would perhaps be foolish of me to set up in business." However, after dinner she again referred to the draper's shop. She drew a plan of the place on the margin of a newspaper, and little by little she talked it over, measuring the corners and arranging the rooms as though she were going to move all her furniture in there on the morrow. Then Coupeau advised her to take it. Seeing how she wanted to do so, she would certainly never find anything decent under 500 francs. Besides, they might perhaps get a reduction. He knew only one objection to it, and that was living in the same house as the Lorilleux, whom she could not bear. Gervaise declared that she wasn't mad at anybody. So much did she want her own shop that she even spoke up for the Lorilleux, saying that they weren't mean at heart and that she would be able to get along just fine with them. When they went to bed, Coupeau fell asleep immediately, but she stayed awake, planning how she could arrange the new place, even though she hadn't yet made up her mind completely. On the morrow, when she was alone, she could not resist removing the glass cover from the clock and taking a peep at the savings bank book. To think that her shop was there in those dirty pages covered with ugly writing. Before going off to her work, she consulted Madame Goujet, who highly approved her project of setting up in business for herself. With a husband like hers, a good fellow who did not drink, she was certain of getting on, and of not having her earnings squandered. At the luncheon hour, Gervaise even called on the Lorilleux to ask their advice. She did not wish to appear to be doing anything unknown to the family. Madame Lorilleux was struck all of a heap. What? Clump Clump was going in for a shop now? And her heart bursting with envy, she stammered and tried to pretend to be pleased. No doubt the shop was a convenient one. Gervaise was right in taking it. However, when she had somewhat recovered, she and her husband talked of the dampness of the courtyard, of the poor light of the rooms on the ground floor. Oh, it was a good place for rheumatism. Yet if she made up her mind to take it, their observations, of course, would not make her alter her decision. That evening Gervaise frankly owned with a laugh that she would have fallen ill if she had been prevented from having the shop. Nevertheless, before saying, "It's done," she wished to take Coupeau to see the place and try and obtain a reduction in the rent. "Very well then, tomorrow, if you like," said her husband. "You can come and fetch me towards 6 o'clock at the house where I'm working in the Rue de la Nation, and we'll call in at the Rue de la Goutte d'Or on our way home." Coupeau was then finishing the roofing of a new 3-storied house. It so happened that on that day he was to fix the last sheets of zinc. As the roof was almost flat, he had set up his bench on it, a wide shutter supported on 2 trestles. A beautiful May sun was setting, giving a golden hue to the chimney pots, and right up at the top, against the clear sky, the workman was quietly cutting up his zinc with a big pair of shears, leaning over the bench and looking like a tailor in his shop cutting out a pair of trousers. Close to the wall of the next house, his boy, a youngster of 17, thin and fair, was keeping the fire of the chafing dish blazing by the aid of an enormous pair of bellows, each puff of which raised a cloud of sparks. "Hey, Zidore, put in the irons," cried Coupeau. The boy struck the soldering irons into the midst of the charcoal, which looked a pale rose colour in the daylight. Then he resumed blowing. Coupeau held the last sheet of zinc. It had to be placed at the edge of the roof, close to the gutter pipe. There was an abrupt slant there, and the gaping void of the street opened beneath. The zinc worker, just as though in his own home, wearing his list shoes, advanced, dragging his feet, and whistling the air, "Oh, the little lambs." Arrived in front of the opening, he let himself down, and then, supporting himself with one knee against the masonry of a chimney stack, remained halfway out over the pavement below. One of his legs dangled. When he leant back to call that young viper Zidore, he held on to a corner of the masonry on account of the street beneath him. "You confounded dawdler, give me the irons. It's no use looking up in the air, you skinny beggar. The larks won't tumble into your mouth already cooked." But Zidore did not hurry himself. He was interested in the neighbouring roofs and in a cloud of smoke which rose from the other side of Paris, close to Grenelle. It was very likely a fire. However, he came and lay down on his stomach, his head over the opening, and he passed the irons to Coupeau. Then the latter commenced to solder the sheet. He squatted, he stretched, always managing to balance himself, sometimes seated on one side, at other times standing on the tip of one foot, often only holding on by a finger. He had a confounded assurance, the devil's own cheek, familiar with danger and braving it. It knew him. It was the street that was afraid, not he. As he kept his pipe in his mouth, he turned around every now and then to spit onto the pavement. "Look, there's Madame Boche," he suddenly exclaimed, and called down to her, "Hi, Madame Boche." He had just caught sight of the concierge crossing the road. She raised her head and recognized him, and a conversation ensued between them. She hid her hands under her apron, her nose elevated in the air. He, standing up now, his left arm passed around a chimney pot, leant over. "Have you seen my wife?" asked he. "No, I haven't," replied the concierge. "Is she around here?" "She's coming to fetch me. And are they all well at home?" "Well, yes, thanks. I'm the most ill, as you see. I'm going to the Chaussée-Clignancourt to buy a small leg of mutton. The butcher near the Moulin Rouge only charges 16 sous. They raised their voices because a vehicle was passing. In the wide, deserted Rue de la Nation, their words, shouted out with all their might, had only caused a little old woman to come to her window,
and this little old woman remained there leaning out, giving herself the treat of a grand emotion by watching that man on the roof over the way, as though she expected him to fall from one minute to another. "Well, good evening," cried Madame Boche. "I won't disturb you." Coupeau turned round and took back the iron that Zidore was holding for him. But just as the concierge was moving off, she caught sight of Gervaise on the other side of the way, holding Nana by the hand. She was already raising her head to tell the zinc worker when the young woman closed her mouth by an energetic gesture, and in a low voice, so as not to be heard up there, she told her of her fear. She was afraid, by showing herself suddenly, of giving her husband a shock which might make him lose his balance. During the 4 years she had only been once to fetch him at his work. That day was the second time. She could not witness it. Her blood turned cold when she beheld her old man between heaven and earth, in places where even the sparrows would not venture. "No doubt it's not pleasant," murmured Madame Boche. "My husband's a tailor, so I have none of those terrors." "If you only knew in the early days," said Gervaise again, "I had frights from morning till night. I was always seeing him on a stretcher with his head smashed. Now I don't think of it so much. One gets used to everything. Bread must be earned. All the same, it's a precious dear loaf, for one risks one's bones more than is fair." And she left off speaking, hiding Nana in her skirt, fearing a cry from the little one. Very pale, she looked up in spite of herself. At that moment, Coupeau was soldering the extreme edge of the sheet close to the gutter. He slid down as far as possible, but without being able to reach the edge. Then he risked himself with those slow movements peculiar to workmen. For an instant he was immediately over the pavement, no longer holding on, all absorbed in his work, and from below one could see the little white flame of the solder frizzling up beneath the carefully welded iron. Gervaise, speechless, her throat contracted with anguish, had clasped her hands together and held them up in a mechanical gesture of prayer. But she breathed freely as Coupeau got up and returned back along the roof, without hurrying himself and taking the time to spit once more onto the street. "Ah, so you've been playing the spy on me," cried he gaily on beholding her. "She's been making a stupid of herself, eh, Madame Boche? She wouldn't call to me. Wait a bit, I shall have finished in 10 minutes. All that remained to do was to fix the top of the chimney, a mere nothing. The laundress and the concierge waited on the pavement, discussing the neighbourhood and giving an eye to Nana to prevent her from dabbling in the gutter, where she wanted to look for little fishes, and the two women kept glancing up at the roof, smiling and nodding their heads, as though to imply that they were not losing patience. The old woman opposite had not left her window, and had continued watching the man and waiting. "Whatever can she have to look at, that old she-goat?" said Madame Boche. "What a mug she has!" One could hear the loud voice of the zinc worker up above singing, "Ah, it's nice to gather strawberries." Bending over his bench, he was now artistically cutting out his zinc. With his compasses he traced a line, and he detached a large fan-shaped piece with the aid of a pair of curved shears. Then he lightly bent this fan with his hammer into the form of a pointed mushroom. Zidore was again blowing the charcoal in the chafing dish. The sun was setting behind the house in a brilliant rosy light, which was gradually becoming paler and turning to a delicate lilac. And at this quiet hour of the day, right up against the sky, the silhouettes of the two workmen, looking inordinately large with the dark lines of the bench and the strange profile of the bellows, stood out from the limpid background of the atmosphere. When the chimney top was got into shape, Coupeau called out, "Zidore, the irons!" But Zidore had disappeared. The zinc worker swore and looked about for him, even calling him through the open skylight of the loft. At length he discovered him on a neighbouring roof, 2 houses off. The young rogue was taking a walk, exploring the environs, his fair, scanty locks blowing in the breeze, his eyes blinking as they beheld the immensity of Paris. "Why, say, lazy bones, do you think you're having a day in the country?" asked Coupeau in a rage. "You're like Monsieur Beranger, composing verses, perhaps? Will you give me those irons? Did anyone ever see such a thing? Strolling about on the housetops. Why not bring your sweetheart at once and tell her of your love? Will you give me those irons, you confounded little shirker?" He finished his soldering and called to Gervaise, "There, it's done, I'm coming down."
The chimney pot to which he had to fix the flue was in the middle of the roof. Gervaise, who was no longer uneasy, continued to smile as she followed his movements. Nana, amused all on a sudden by the view of her father, clapped her little hands. She had seated herself on the pavement to see the better up there. "Papa, Papa," called she, and with all her might, "Papa, just look." The zinc worker wished to lean forward, but his foot slipped. Then suddenly, stupidly, like a cat with its legs entangled, he rolled and descended the slight slope of the roof without being able to grab hold of anything. "Oh, mon Dieu!" he cried in a choked voice. And he fell. His body described a gentle curve, turned twice over on itself, and came smashing into the middle of the street with a dull thud of a bundle of clothes thrown from on high. Gervaise, stupefied, her throat rent by one great cry, stood holding up her arms. Some passers-by hastened to the spot. A crowd soon formed. Madame Boche, utterly upset, her knees bending under her, took Nana in her arms to hide her head and prevent her seeing. Meanwhile, the little old woman opposite quietly closed her window, as though satisfied. 4 men ended by carrying Coupeau into a chemist's at the corner of Rue des Poissonnières, and he remained there on a blanket in the middle of the shop. Whilst they sent to the Lariboisière hospital for a stretcher, he was still breathing. Gervaise, sobbing, was kneeling on the floor beside him, her face smudged with tears, stunned and unseeing. Her hands would reach to feel her husband's limbs with the utmost gentleness. Then she would draw back as she had been warned not to touch him. But a few seconds later she would touch him to assure herself that he was still warm, feeling somehow that she was helping him. When the stretcher at length arrived and they talked of starting for the hospital, she got up, saying violently, "No, not the hospital. We live in the Rue Neuve de la Goutte d'Or." It was useless for them to explain to her that the illness would cost her a great deal of money if she took her husband home. She obstinately repeated, "Rue Neuve de la Goutte d'Or. I will show you the house. What can it matter to you? I've got money. He's my husband, isn't he? He's mine, and I want him at home." And they had to take Coupeau to his own home. When the stretcher was carried through the crowd, which was crushing up against the chemist's shop, the women of the neighborhood were excitedly talking of Gervaise. She limped, the dolt, but all the same she had some pluck. She would be sure to save her old man. Whilst at the hospital, the doctors let the patients die who were very bad, so as not to have the bother of trying to cure them. Madame Boche, after taking Nana home with her, returned and gave her account of the accident with interminable details, and still feeling agitated with the emotion she had passed through. "I was going to buy a leg of mutton. I was there. I saw him fall," repeated she. "It was all through the little one. He turned to look at her and bang! Oh, good heavens! I never want to see such a sight again. However, I must be off to get my leg of mutton." For a week, Coupeau was very bad. The family, the neighbours, everyone expected to see him turn for the worse at any moment. The doctor, a very expensive doctor who charged 5 francs for each visit, apprehended internal injuries, and these words filled everyone with fear. It was said in the neighbourhood that the zinc worker's heart had been injured by the shock. Gervaise alone, looking pale through her nights of watching, serious and resolute, shrugged her shoulders. Her old man's right leg was broken, everyone knew that. It would be set for him, and that was all. As for the rest, the injured heart, there was nothing. She knew how to restore a heart with ceaseless care. She was certain of getting him well and displayed magnificent faith. She stayed close by him and caressed him gently during the long bouts of fever without a moment of doubt. She was on her feet continuously for a whole week, completely absorbed by her determination to save him. She forgot the street outside, the entire city, and even her own children. On the 9th day, the doctor finally said that Coupeau would live. Gervaise collapsed into her chair, her body limp from fatigue. That night she consented to sleep for 2 hours with her head against the foot of the bed. Coupeau's accident had created quite a commotion in the family. Mother Coupeau passed the nights with Gervaise, but as early as 9 o'clock she fell asleep on a chair. Every evening, on returning from work, Madame Leroux went a long round out of her way to inquire how her brother was getting on. At first, the Lorilleur had called 2 or 3 times a day, offering to sit up and watch, and even bringing an easy chair for Gervaise. Then it was not long before there were disputes as to what was the proper way to nurse invalids. Madame Lorilleux said that she had saved enough people's lives to know how to go about it. She accused the young wife of pushing her aside, of driving her away from her own brother's bed. Certainly that Clump ought to be concerned about Coupeau's getting well, but if she hadn't gone to Rue de la Nation to disturb him at his job, he would never have fallen. Only the way she was taking care of him, she would certainly finish him. When Gervaise saw that Coupeau was out of danger, she ceased guarding his bedside with so much jealous fierceness. Now they could no longer kill him, and she let people approach without mistrust. The family invaded the room. The convalescence would be a very long one. The doctor had talked of 4 months. Then, during the long hours, the zinc worker slept. The Lorilleux talked of Gervaise as a fool. She hadn't done any good by having her husband at home. At the hospital they would have cured him twice as quickly. Lorilleux would have liked to have been ill, to have called no matter what, just to show her that she did not hesitate for a moment to go to La Reboissière. Madame Lorilleux knew a lady who had just come from there. Well, she had chicken to eat morning and night. Again and again the two of them went over their estimate of how much 4 months of convalescence would cost. Workdays lost, the doctor and medicines, and afterwards good wine and fresh meat. If the Coupeaux only used up their small savings, they would be very lucky indeed. They would probably have to go into debt. Well, that was to be expected, and it was their business. They had no right to expect any help from the family, which couldn't afford the luxury of keeping an invalid at home. It was just Clump's bad luck, wasn't it? Why couldn't she have done as others did and let a man be taken to hospital? This just showed how stuck-up she was. One evening, Madame Lorilleux had the spitefulness to ask Gervaise suddenly, "Well, and your shop? When are you going to take it?" "Yes," chuckled Lorilleux, "the landlord's still waiting for you." Gervaise was astonished. She had completely forgotten the shop, but she saw the wicked joy of those people at the thought that she would no longer be able to take it, and she was bursting with anger. From that evening, in fact, they watched for every opportunity to twit her about her hopeless dream. When anyone spoke of some impossible wish, they would say that it might be realized on the day that Gervaise started in business, in a beautiful shop opened onto the street. And behind her back they would laugh, fit to split their sides. She did not like to think such an unkind thing, but really the Lorilleux now seemed to be very pleased at Coupeau's accident, as it prevented her setting up as a laundress in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or. Then she also wished to laugh and show them how willingly she parted with the money for the sake of curing her husband. Each time she took the savings bank book from beneath the glass clock tower in their presence, she would say gaily, "I'm going out. I'm going to rent my shop." She had not been willing to withdraw the money all at once. She took out 100 francs at a time so as not to keep such a pile of gold and silver in her drawer. Then, too, she vaguely hoped for some miracle, some sudden recovery, which would enable them not to part with the entire sum. At each journey to the savings bank and on her return, she added up on the piece of paper the money they had still left there. It was merely for the sake of order. Their bank account might be getting smaller all the time, yet she went on with her quiet smile and common-sense attitude, keeping the account straight. It was a consolation to be able to use this money for such a good purpose, to have it when faced with their misfortune. While Coupeau was bedridden, the Gougets were very kind to Gervaise. Madame Gouget was always ready to assist. She never went to shop without stopping to ask Gervaise if there was anything she needed, sugar or butter or salt. She always brought over hot bouillon on the evenings she cooked pot au feu. Sometimes, when Gervaise seemed to have too much to do, Madame Goujet helped her do the dishes or clean the kitchen herself. Gouget took her water pails every morning and filled them at the tap on Rue de Poissonnière, saving her 2 sous a day. After dinner, if no family came to visit, the Gouget would come over to visit with the Coupeaux. Until 10 o'clock, the blacksmith would smoke his pipe and watch Gervaise busy with her invalid. He would not speak 10 words the entire evening. He was moved to pity by the sight of her pouring Coupeau's tea and medicine into a cup, or stirring the sugar in it very carefully so as to make no sound with the spoon. It stirred him deeply when she would lean over Coupeau and speak in her soft voice. Never before had he known such a fine woman. Her limp increased the credit due her for wearing herself out doing things for her husband all day long. She never sat down for 10 minutes, not even to eat. She was always running to the chemist's, and then she would still keep the house clean, not even a speck of dust. She never complained, no matter how exhausted she became. Goujet developed a deep affection for Gervaise in this atmosphere of unselfish devotion. One day he said to the invalid, "Well, old man, now you're patched up again. I wasn't worried about you. Your wife works miracles." Goujet was supposed to be getting married. His mother had found a suitable girl, a lace mender like herself, whom she was urging him to marry. He had agreed so as not to hurt her feelings, and the wedding day had been set for early September. Money had long since been saved to set them up in housekeeping. However, when Gervaise referred to his coming marriage, he shook his head, saying, "Not every woman is like you, Madame Coupeau. If all women were like you, I'd marry 10 of them." At the end of 2 months, Coupeau was able to get up. He did not go far, only from the bed to the window, and even then Gervaise had to support him. There he would sit down in the easy chair the Lorilleur had brought, with his right leg stretched out on a stool. This joker, who used to laugh at the people who slipped down on frosty days, felt greatly put out by his accident. He had no philosophy. He had spent those 2 months in bed in cursing and in worrying the people about him. It was not an existence, really, to pass one's life on one's back with a pin all tied up and as stiff as a sausage. He certainly knew that ceiling by heart. There was a crack at the corner of the alcove that he could have drawn with his eyes shut. Then, when he was made comfortable in the easy chair, it was another grievance. Would he be fixed there for long, just like a mummy? Nobody ever passed along the street, so it was no fun to watch. Besides, it stank of bleach water all day. No, he was just growing old. He'd have given 10 years of his life just to go see how the fortifications were getting along. He kept going on about his fate. It wasn't right what had happened to him. A good worker like him, not a loafer or a drunkard, he could have understood in that case. Papa Coupeau said he broke his neck one day that he'd been boozing. I can't say that it was deserved, but anyhow it was explainable. I had had nothing since my luncheon was perfectly quiet, and without a drop of liquor in my body, and yet I came to grief just because I wanted to turn round to smile at Nana. Don't you think that's too much? If there is Providence, it certainly arranges things in a very peculiar manner. I, for one, shall never believe in it. And when at last he was able to use his legs, he retained a secret grudge against work. It was a handicraft full of misfortunes to pass one's day like the cats on the roofs of the houses. The employers were no fools. They sent you to your death, being far too cowardly to venture themselves on a ladder, and stopped at home in safety at their firesides without caring a hang for the poorer classes. And he got to the point of saying that everyone ought to fix the zinc himself on his own house. Mon Dieu! It was the only fair way to do it. If you don't want the rain to come in, do the work yourself. He regretted he hadn't learned another trade, something more pleasant, something less dangerous, maybe cabinet-making. It was really his father's fault. Lots of fathers had the foolish habit of shoving their sons into their own line of work. For another 2 months, Coupeau hobbled about on crutches. He had first of all managed to get as far as the street and smoke his pipe in front of the door. Then he had managed to reach the exterior boulevard, dragging himself along in the sunshine and remaining for hours on one of the seats. Gaiety returned to him. His infernal tongue got sharper in these long hours of idleness, and with the pleasure of living he gained there a delight in doing nothing. An indolent feeling took possession of his limbs, and his muscles gradually glided into a very sweet slumber. It was the slow victory of laziness which took advantage of his convalescence to obtain possession of his body and unnerve him with its tickling. He regained his health as thorough a banterer as before, thinking life beautiful, and not seeing why it should not last forever. As soon as he could get about without the crutches, he made longer walks, often visiting construction jobs to see old comrades. He would stand with his arms folded, sneering and shaking his head, ridiculing the workers slaving at their job, stretching out his leg to show them what you got for wearing yourself out. Being able to stand about and mock others while they were working satisfied his spite against hard work. He no doubt would have to go back to it, but he'd put it off as long as possible. He had reason now to be lazy. Besides, it seemed good to him to loaf around like a bum. On the afternoons, when Coupeau felt dull, he would call on the Lorilleux. The latter would pity him immensely and attract him with all sorts of amiable attentions. During the first years following his marriage, he had avoided them, thanks to Gervaise's influence. Now they regained their sway over him by twitting him about being afraid of his wife. He was no man, that was evident. The Lorilleux, however, showed great discretion, and were loud in their praise of the laundress's good qualities. Coupeau, without as yet coming to wrangling, swore to the latter that his sister adored her, and requested that she would behave more amiably to her. The first quarrel which the couple had occurred one evening on account of Etienne. The zinc worker had passed the afternoon with the Lorilleux. On arriving home, as the dinner was not quite ready, and the children were whining for their soup, he suddenly turned upon Etienne and boxed his ears soundly. And during an hour he did not cease to grumble. The brat was not his, he did not know why he allowed him to be in the place. He would end up by turning him out into the street. Up till then he had tolerated the youngster without all that fuss. On the morrow he talked of his dignity. 3 days after, he kept kicking the little fellow morning and evening, so much so that the child, whenever he heard him coming, bolted into the Gougets, where the old lace-mender kept a corner of the table clear for him to do his lessons. Gervaise had for some time past returned to work. She no longer had the trouble of looking under the glass cover of the clock. All the savings were gone, and she had to work hard, work for four, for there were 4 to feed now. She alone maintained them. Whenever she heard people pitying her, she at once found excuses for Coupeau. Recollect, he had suffered so much. It was not surprising if his disposition had soured, but it would pass off when his health returned. And if anyone hinted that Coupeau seemed all right again, that he could very well return to work, she protested. No, not yet. She did not want to see him take to his bed again. They would allow her to know best what the doctor said, perhaps. It was she who prevented him returning to work, telling him every morning to take his time and not to force himself. She even slipped 20-sou pieces into his waistcoat pocket. Coupeau accepted this as something perfectly natural. He was always complaining of aches and pains so that she would coddle him. At the end of 6 months he was still convalescing. Now, whenever he went to watch others working, he was always ready to join his comrades in downing a shot. It wasn't so bad after all. They had their fun, and they never stayed more than 5 minutes. That couldn't hurt anybody. Only a hypocrite would say he went in because he wanted a drink. No wonder they had laughed at him in the past. A glass of wine never hurt anybody. He only drank wine, though, never brandy. Wine never made you sick, didn't get you drunk, and helped you to live longer. Soon, though, several times, after a day of idleness in going from one building job to another, he came home half drunk. On those occasions, Gervaise pretended to have a terrible headache and kept their door closed so that the Gouget couldn't hear Coupeau's drunken babblings. Little by little, the young woman lost her cheerfulness. Morning and evening she went to the Rue de la Goutte d'Or to look at the shop, which was still to be let, and she would hide herself as though she were committing some childish prank unworthy of a grown-up person. This shop was beginning to turn her brain. At night-time, when the light was out, she experienced the charm of some forbidden pleasure by thinking of it with her eyes open. She again made her calculations. 250 francs for the rent, 150 francs for utensils and moving, 100 francs in hand to keep them going for a fortnight, in all 500 francs at the very lowest figure. If she was not continually thinking of it aloud, it was for fear she should be suspected of regretting the savings swallowed up by Coupeau's illness. She often became quite pale, having almost allowed her desire to escape her, and catching back her words quite confused, as though she had been thinking of something wicked. Now they would have to work for 4 or 5 years before they would succeed in saving such a sum. Her regret was not being able to start in business at once. She would have earned all the home required, without counting on Coupeau, letting him take months to get into the way of work again. She would no longer have been uneasy, but certain of the future and free from the secret fears which sometimes seized her when he returned home very gay and singing, and relating some joke of that animal My-Boots, whom he treated to a drink. One evening Gervaise came home alone. Goujet entered and did not hurry off again, according to his habit. He seated himself and smoked as he watched her. He probably had something very serious to say. He thought it over, let it ripen without being able to put it into suitable words. At length, after a long silence, he appeared to make up his mind, and took his pipe out of his mouth to say all in a breath, "Madame Gervaise, will you allow me to lend you some money?" She was leaning over an open drawer, looking for some dishcloths. She got up, her face very red. He must have seen her then, in the morning, standing in ecstasy before the shop for close upon 10 minutes. He was smiling in an embarrassed way, as though he had made some insulting proposal, but she hastily refused. Never would she accept money from anyone without knowing when she would be able to return it. Then also it was a question of too large an amount, and as he insisted, in a frightened manner, she ended by exclaiming, "But your marriage! I certainly can't take the money you've been saving for your marriage." "Oh, don't let that bother you," he replied, turning red in his turn. "I'm not going to be married now. That was just an idea, you know. Really, I would much sooner lend you the money." Then they both held down their heads. There was something very pleasant between them, to which they did not give expression, and Gervaise accepted. Goujet had told his mother. They crossed the landing and went to see her at once. The lace-mender was very grave, and looked rather sad as she bent her face over her tambour frame. She would not thwart her son, but she no longer approved Gervaise's project, and she plainly told her why. Coupeau was going to the bad. Coupeau would swallow up her shop. She especially could not forgive the zinc worker for having refused to learn to read during his convalescence. The blacksmith had offered to teach him, but the other had sent him to the right about, saying that learning made people get thin. This had almost caused a quarrel between the two workmen. Each went his own way. Madame Goujet, however, seeing her big boy's beseeching glances, behaved very kindly to Gervaise. It was settled that they would lend their neighbours 500 francs. The latter were to repay the amount by instalments of 20 francs a month. It would last as long as it lasted. "I'd say the blacksmith's sweet on you," exclaimed Coupeau, laughing when he heard what had taken place. "Oh, I'm quite easy. He's too big a muff. We'll pay him back his money. But really, if he had to deal with some people, he'd find himself pretty well duped." On the morrow, the Coupeaus took the shop. All day long, Gervaise was running from Rue Neuve de la Goutte d'Or. When the neighbours beheld her pass thus, nimble and delighted to the extent that she no longer limped, they said she must have undergone some operation.
It so happened that the Boches had left the Rue des Poissonniers at the April quarter, and were now taking charge of the great house in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or. It was a curious coincidence all the same. One thing that worried Gervaise, who had lived so quietly in her lodgings in the Rue Neuve, was the thought of again being under the subjection of some unpleasant person with whom she would be continually quarrelling, either on account of water spilt in the passage or a door shut too noisily at night time. Concierges are such a disagreeable class. But it would be a pleasure to be with the Boches. They knew one another. They would always get on well together. It would be just like members of the same family. On the day the Coupeaus went to sign their lease, Gervaise felt her heart swollen with pride as she passed through the high doorway. She was then at length going to live in that house as vast as a little town, with its interminable staircases and passages as long and winding as streets. She was excited by everything: the grey walls with vari-coloured rugs hanging from the windows to dry in the sun, the dingy courtyard with as many holes in its pavement as a public square, the hum of activity coming through the walls. She felt joy that she was at last about to realize her ambition. She also felt fear that she would fail and be crushed in the endless struggle against the poverty and starvation she could feel breathing down her neck. It seemed to her that she was doing something very bold, throwing herself into the midst of some machinery in motion, as she listened to the blacksmith's hammers and the cabinet maker's planes hammering and hissing in the depths of the workshops on the ground floor. On that day, the water flowing from the dyers under the entrance porch was a very pale apple green. She smilingly stepped over it. To her, the colour was a pleasant omen. The meeting with the landlord was to take place in the Boches' room. Monsieur Marescot, a wealthy cutler of the Rue de la Paix, had at one time turned a grindstone through the streets. He was now stated to be worth several millions. He was a man of 55, large and big-boned. Even though he now wore a decoration in his buttonhole, his huge hands were still those of a former working man. It was his joy to carry off the scissors and knives of his tenants, to sharpen them himself for the fun of it. He often stayed for hours with his concierges, closed up in the darkness of their lodges, going over the accounts. That's where he did all his business. He was now seated by Madame Boche's kitchen table, listening to her story of how the dressmaker on the third floor, staircase A, had used a filthy word in refusing to pay her rent. He had had to work precious hard once upon a time, but work was the high road to everything. And after counting the 250 francs for the first 2 quarters in advance and dropping them into his capacious pocket, he related the story of his life and showed his decoration. Gervaise, however, felt rather ill at ease on account of the Boches' behaviour. They pretended not to know her. They were most assiduous in their attentions to the landlord, bowing down before him, watching for his least words, and nodding their approval of them. Madame Boche suddenly ran out and dispersed a group of children who were paddling about in front of the cistern, the tap of which they had turned full on, causing the water to flow over the pavement. And when she returned, upright and severe in her skirts, crossing the courtyard and glancing slowly up at all the windows, as though to assure herself of the good behaviour of the household, she pursed her lips in a way to show with what authority she was invested, now that she reigned over 300 tenants. Boche again spoke of the dressmaker on the second floor. He advised that she should be turned out. He reckoned up the number of quarters she owed with the importance of a steward whose management might be compromised. Monsieur Marescot approved the suggestion of turning her out, but he wished to wait until the half-quarter. It was hard to turn people out into the street, more especially as it did not put a sou into the landlord's pocket. And Gervaise asked herself with a shudder if she too would be turned out into the street the day that some misfortune rendered her unable to pay. The concierge's lodge was as dismal as a cellar, black from smoke and crowded with dark furniture. All the sunlight fell upon the tailor's workbench by the window. An old frock coat that was being reworked lay on it. The Boche's only child, a 4-year-old redhead named Pauline, was sitting on the floor, staring quietly at the veal simmering on the stove, delighted with the sharp odour of cooking that came from the frying pan. Monsieur Marescot again held out his hand to the zinc worker, when the latter spoke of the repairs, recalling to his mind a promise he had made to talk the matter over later on. But the landlord grew angry. He had never promised anything. Besides, it was not usual to do any repairs to a shop. However, he consented to go over the place, followed by the Coupeaus and Boche. The little linen draper had carried off all his shelves and counters. The empty shop displayed its blackened ceiling and its cracked wall, on which hung strips of an old yellow paper. In the sonorous emptiness of the place there ensued a heated discussion. Monsieur Marescot exclaimed that it was the business of shopkeepers to embellish their shops, for a shopkeeper might wish to have gold put about everywhere, and he, the landlord, could not put out gold. Then he related that he had spent more than 20,000 francs in fitting up his premises in the Rue de la Paix. Gervaise, with her woman's obstinacy, kept repeating an argument which she considered unanswerable. He would repaper a lodging, would he not? Then why did he not treat the shop the same as a lodging? She did not ask him for anything else, only to whitewash the ceiling and put some fresh paper on the walls. Bosch all this while remained dignified and impenetrable. He turned about and looked up in the air without expressing an opinion. Coupeau winked at him in vain. He affected not to wish to take advantage of his great influence over the landlord. He ended, however, by making a slight grimace, a little smile accompanied by a nod of the head. Just then, Monsieur Marescot, exasperated and seemingly very unhappy, and clutching his fingers like a miser being despoiled of his gold, was giving way to Gervaise, promising to do the ceiling and repaper the shop, on condition that she paid for half of the paper. And he hurried away, declining to discuss anything further. Now that Bosch was alone with the Coupeaus, the concierge became quite talkative and slapped them on the shoulders. Well, well, see what they had gotten. Without his help, they would never have gotten the concessions. Didn't they notice how the landlord had looked to him out of the corner of his eye for advice, and how he'd made up his mind suddenly when he saw Bosch smile? He confessed to them confidentially that he was the real boss of the building. It was he who decided who got eviction notices and who could become tenants. He collected all the rents and kept them for a couple of weeks in his bureau drawer. That evening, the Coupeaus, to express their gratitude to the Boches, sent them 2 bottles of wine as a present. The following Monday, the workmen started doing up the shop. The purchasing of the paper turned out especially to be a very big affair. Gervaise wanted a grey paper with blue flowers, so as to enliven and brighten the walls. Bosch offered to take her to the dealers so that she might make her own selection. But the landlord had given him formal instructions not to go beyond the price of 15 sous the piece. They were there an hour. The laundress kept looking in despair at a very pretty chintz pattern costing 18 sous the piece, and thought all the other papers hideous. At length the concierge gave in. He would arrange the matter, and if necessary would make out there was a piece more used than was really the case. So on her way home, Gervaise purchased some tarts for Pauline. She did not like being behindhand. One always gained by behaving nicely to her. The shop was to be ready in 4 days. The workmen were there 3 weeks. At first, it was arranged that they should merely wash the paint. But this paint, originally maroon, was so dirty and so sad-looking that Gervaise allowed herself to be tempted to have the whole of the frontage painted a light blue with yellow mouldings. Then the repairs seemed as though they would last forever. Coupeau, as he was still not working, arrived early each morning to see how things were going. Bosch left the overcoat or trousers on which he was working to come and supervise. Both of them would stand and watch with their hands behind their backs, puffing on their pipes. The painters were very merry fellows who would often desert their work to stand in the middle of the shop and join the discussion, shaking their heads for hours, admiring the work already done. The ceiling had been whitewashed quickly, but the paint on the walls never seemed to dry in a hurry. Around 9 o'clock, the painters would arrive with their paint pots, which they stuck in a corner. They would look around and then disappear. Perhaps they went to eat breakfast. Sometimes Coupeau would take everyone for a drink, Bosch, the 2 painters, and any of Coupeau's friends who were nearby. This meant another afternoon wasted. Gervaise's patience was thoroughly exhausted, when suddenly everything was finished in 2 days. The paint varnished, the paper hung, and the dirt all cleared away. The workmen had finished it off as though they were playing, whistling away on their ladders and singing loud enough to deafen the whole neighborhood. The moving in took place at once. During the first few days, Gervaise felt as delighted as a child. Whenever she crossed the road on returning from some errand, she lingered to smile at her home. From a distance her shop appeared light and gay with its pale blue signboard, on which the word laundress was painted in big yellow letters amidst the dark row of the other frontages. In the window, closed in behind by little muslin curtains, and hung on either side with blue paper to show off the whiteness of the linen, some shirts were displayed, with some women's caps hanging above them on wires. She thought her shop looked pretty, being the same colour as the heavens. Inside there was more blue. The paper, in imitation of a pompadour chintz, represented a trellis overgrown with morning glories. A huge table, taking up 2/3 of the room, was her ironing table. It was covered with thick blanketing and draped with a strip of cretonne, patterned with blue flower sprays that hid the trestles beneath. Gervaise was enchanted with her pretty establishment, and would often seat herself on a stool and sigh with contentment, delighted with all the new equipment. Her first glance always went to the cast-iron stove, where the irons were heated 10 at a time, arranged over the heat on slanting rests. She would kneel down to look into the stove to make sure the apprentice had not put in too much coke. The lodging at the back of the shop was quite decent. The Coupeaus slept in the first room, where they also did the cooking and took their meals. A door at the back opened onto the courtyard of the house. Nana's bed was in the right-hand room, which was lighted by a little round window close to the ceiling. As for Etienne, he shared the left-hand room with the dirty clothes, enormous bundles of which lay about on the floor. However, there was one disadvantage. The Coupeaus would not admit it at first, but the damp ran down the walls, and it was impossible to see clearly in the place after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the neighbourhood, the new shop produced a great sensation. The Coupeaus were accused of going too fast and making too much fuss. They had in fact spent the 500 francs lent by the Goujet in fitting up the shop and in moving, without keeping sufficient to live upon for a fortnight, as they had intended doing. The morning that Gervaise took down her shutters for the first time, she had just 6 francs in her purse. But that did not worry her. Customers began to arrive and things seemed promising. A week later, on the Saturday before going to bed, she remained 2 hours making calculations on a piece of paper, and she awoke Coupeau to tell him, with a bright look on her face, that there were hundreds and thousands of francs to be made if only they were careful. "Ah, well," said Madame Lorilleux, all over the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, "my fool of a brother is seeing some funny things. All that was wanting was that Clump should go about so haughty. Becomes her well, doesn't it?" The Lorilleuxs had declared a feud to the death against Gervaise. To begin with, they had almost died of rage during the time while the repairs were being done to the shop. If they caught sight of the painters from a distance, they would walk on the other side of the way and go up to their rooms with their teeth set. A blue shop for that nobody. It was enough to discourage all honest, hard-working people. Besides, the second day after the shop opened, the apprentice happened to throw out a bowl of starch just at the moment when Madame Lorilleux was passing. The zinc worker's sister caused a great commotion in the street, accusing her sister-in-law of insulting her through her employees. This broke off all relations. Now they only exchanged terrible glares when they encountered each other. "Yes, she leads a pretty life," Madame Lorilleux kept saying. "We all know where the money came from that she paid for her wretched shop. She borrowed it from the blacksmith. And he springs from a nice family too. Didn't the father cut his own throat to save the guillotine the trouble of doing so? Anyhow, there was something disreputable of that sort." She bluntly accused Gervaise of flirting with Goujet. She lied. She pretended she had surprised them together one night on a seat on the exterior boulevards. The thought of this liaison, of pleasures that her sister-in-law was no doubt enjoying, exasperated her still more because of her own ugly woman's strict sense of propriety. Every day the same cry came from her heart to her lips. "What does she have, that wretched cripple, for people to fall in love with her? Why doesn't anyone want me?" She busied herself in endless gossiping among the neighbors. She told them the whole story. The day the Coupeaus got married, she turned her nose up at her. Oh, she had a keen nose. She could smell in advance how it would turn out. Then Clump Clump pretended to be so sweet. What a hypocrite! She and her husband had only agreed to be Nana's godparents for the sake of her brother. What a bundle it had cost, that fancy christening. If Clump Clump were on her deathbed, she wouldn't give her a glass of water, no matter how much she begged. She didn't want anything to do with such a shameless baggage. Little Nana would always be welcome when she came up to see her godparents. The child couldn't be blamed for her mother's sins, but there was no use trying to tell Coupeau anything. Any real man in his situation would have beaten his wife and put a stop to it all. All they wanted was for him to insist on respect for his family. Mon Dieu, if she, Madame Lorilleux, had acted like that, Coupeau wouldn't be so complacent. He would have stabbed her for sure with his shears. The Boches, however, who sternly disapproved of quarrels in their building, said that the Lorilleuxs were in the wrong. The Lorilleuxs were no doubt respectable persons, quiet, working the whole day long, and paying their rent regularly. But really, jealousy had driven them mad. And they were mean enough to skin an egg, real misers. They were so stingy they'd hide their bottle when anyone came in, so as not to have to offer a glass of wine. Not regular people at all. Gervaise had brought over cassis and soda water one day to drink with the Boches. When Madame Lorilleux went by, she acted out spitting before the concierge's door. Well, after that, when Madame Boche swept the corridors on Saturdays, she always left a pile of trash before the Lorilleux's door. "It isn't to be wondered at," Madame Lorilleux would exclaim. "Clump Clump's always stuffing them, the gluttons. Ah, they're all alike. But they had better not annoy me. I'll complain to the landlord. Only yesterday I saw that sly old Boche chasing after Madame Gaudron's skirts. Just fancy, a woman of that age, and who has half a dozen children too. It's positively disgusting. If I catch them at anything of the sort again, I'll tell Madame Boche, and she'll give them both a hiding. That'll be something to laugh at." Mother Coupeau continued to visit the two houses, agreeing with everybody, and even managing to get asked oftener to dinner by complacently listening one night to her daughter and the next night to her daughter-in-law. However, Madame Lerat did not go to visit the Coupeaus because she had argued with Gervaise about a zouave who had cut the nose of his mistress with a razor. She was on the side of the zouave, saying it was evidence of a great passion, but without explaining further her thought. Then she had made Madame Lorilleux even more angry by telling her that Clump Clump had called her cow tail in front of 15 or 20 people. Yes, that's what the Boches and all the neighbors called her now, cow tail. Gervaise remained calm and cheerful among all these goings-on. She often stood by the door of her shop greeting friends who passed by with a nod and a smile. It was her pleasure to take a moment between batches of ironing to enjoy the street and take pride in her own stretch of sidewalk. She felt that the Rue de la Goutte d'Or was hers, and the neighboring streets and the whole neighborhood. As she stood there with her blonde hair slightly damp from the heat of the shop, she would look left and right, taking in the people, the buildings, and the sky. To the left, Rue de la Goutte d'Or was peaceful and almost empty, like a country town, with women idling in their doorways. While to the right, only a short distance away, Rue des Poissonniers had a noisy throng of people and vehicles. The stretch of gutter before her own shop became very important in her mind. It was like a wide river which she longed to see neat and clean. It was a lively river, coloured by the dye shop with the most fanciful of hues, which contrasted with the black mud beside it. Then there were the shops, a large grocery with a display of dried fruits protected by mesh nets, a shop selling work clothes which had white tunics and blue smocks hanging before it with arms that waved at the slightest breeze. Cats were purring on the counters of the fruit store and the tripe shop. Madame Vigouroux, the coal dealer next door, returned her greetings. She was a plump, short woman with bright eyes in a dark face, who was always joking with the men while standing at her doorway. Her shop was decorated in imitation of a rustic chalet. The neighbours on the other side were a mother and daughter, the Cudorges. The umbrella sellers kept their door closed and never came out to visit. Gervaise always looked across the road too, through the wide carriage entrance of the windowless wall opposite her at the blacksmith's forge. The courtyard was cluttered with vans and carts. Inscribed on the wall was the word blacksmith. At the lower end of the wall, between the small shops selling scrap iron and fried potatoes, was a watchmaker. He wore a frock coat and was always very neat. His cuckoo clocks could be heard in chorus against the background noise of the street and the blacksmith's rhythmic clanging. The neighbourhood in general thought Gervaise very nice. There was, it is true, a great deal of scandal related regarding her, but everyone admired her large eyes, small mouth, and beautiful white teeth. In short, she was a pretty blonde, and had it not been for her crippled leg, she might have ranked among the comeliest. She was now in her 28th year, and had grown considerably plumper. Her fine features were becoming puffy, and her gestures were assuming a pleasant indolence. At times, she occasionally seemed to forget herself on the edge of a chair while she waited for her iron to heat, smiling vaguely and with an expression of greedy joy upon her face. She was becoming fond of good living, everybody said so, but that was not a very grave fault, but rather the contrary. When one earns sufficient to be able to buy good food, one would be foolish to eat potato parings. All the more so as she continued to work very hard, slaving to please her customers, sitting up late at night after the place was closed, whenever there was anything urgent. She was lucky, as all her neighbours said. Everything prospered with her. She did the washing for all the house, Monsieur Madinier, Mademoiselle Remonjou, the Boche. She even secured some of the customers of her old employer, Madame Fauconnier, Parisian ladies living in the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière. As early as the third week, she was obliged to engage 2 workwomen, Madame Putois and tall Clémence, the girl who used to live on the 6th floor. Counting her apprentice, that little squint-eyed Augustine, who was as ugly as a beggar's behind, that made 3 persons in her employ. Others would certainly have lost their heads at such a piece of good fortune. It was excusable for her to slack a little on a Monday, after drudging all through the week. Besides, it was necessary to her. She would have no courage left and would have expected to see the shirts iron themselves if she had not been able to dress up in some pretty thing. Gervaise was always so amiable, meek as a lamb, sweet as sugar. There wasn't anyone she disliked except Madame Lorilleux. While she was enjoying a good meal and coffee, she could be indulgent and forgive everybody, saying, "We have to forgive each other, don't we? Unless we want to live like savages." Hadn't all her dreams come true? She remembered her old dream, to have a job, enough bread to eat and a corner in which to sleep, to bring up her children, not to be beaten, and to die in her own bed. She had everything she wanted now, and more than she had ever expected. She laughed, thinking of delaying dying in her own bed as long as possible. It was to Coupeau especially that Gervaise behaved nicely. Never an angry word, never a complaint behind her husband's back. The zinc worker had at length resumed work, and as the job he was engaged on was at the other side of Paris, she gave him every morning 40 sous for his luncheon, his glass of wine, and his tobacco. Only 2 days out of every 6, Coupeau would stop on the way, spend the 40 sous in drink with a friend, and return home to lunch with some cock and bull story. Once even he did not take the trouble to go far. He treated himself, my boots, and 3 others to a regular feast, snails, roast meat, and some sealed bottles of wine, at the Capuchin on the Barrière de la Chapelle. Then, as his 40 sous were not sufficient, he had sent the waiter to his wife with the bill and the information that he was in pawn. She laughed and shrugged her shoulders. Where was the harm if her old man amused himself a bit? You must give men a long rein if you want to live peaceably at home. From one word to another, one soon arrived at blows, Mon Dieu, it was easy to understand. Coupeau still suffered from his leg. Besides, he was led astray. He was obliged to do as the others did, or else he would be thought a cheapskate. And it was really a matter of no consequence. If he came home a bit elevated, he went to bed, and 2 hours afterwards he was all right again. It was now the warm time of the year. One June afternoon, a Saturday, when there was a lot of work to get through, Gervaise herself had piled the coke into the stove, around which 10 irons were heating, whilst a rumbling sound issued from the chimney. At that hour the sun was shining full on the shop front, and the pavement reflected the heat waves, causing all sorts of quaint shadows to dance over the ceiling, and that blaze of light, which assumed a bluish tinge from the colour of the paper on the shelves and against the window, was almost blinding in the intensity with which it shone over the ironing table, like a golden dust shaken among the fine linen. The atmosphere was stifling. The shop door was thrown wide open, but not a breath of air entered. The clothes which were hung up on brass wires to dry steamed and became as stiff as shavings in less than 3/4 of an hour. For some little while past, an oppressive silence had reigned in that furnace-like heat, interrupted only by the smothered sound of the banging down of the irons on the thick blanket covered with calico. "Oh, well," said Gervaise, "it's enough to melt one. We might have to take off our chemises." She was sitting on the floor in front of a basin, starching some things. Her sleeves were rolled up, and her camisole was slipping down her shoulders. Little curls of golden hair were stuck to her skin by perspiration. She carefully dipped caps, shirt fronts, entire petticoats, and the trimmings of women's drawers into the milky water. Then she rolled the things up and placed them at the bottom of a square basket, after dipping her hand in a pail and shaking it over the portions of the shirts and drawers which she had not starched. "This basketful's for you, Madame Putois," she said. "Look sharp now, it dries at once, and will want doing all over again in an hour." Madame Putois, a thin little woman of 45, was ironing. Though she was buttoned up in an old chestnut-coloured dress, there was not a drop of perspiration to be seen. She had not even taken her cap off, a black cap trimmed with green ribbons turned partly yellow. And she stood perfectly upright in front of the ironing table, which was too high for her, sticking out her elbows and moving her iron with the jerky evolutions of a puppet. On a sudden she exclaimed, "Ah no, Mademoiselle Clémence, you mustn't take your camisole off. You know I don't like such indecencies. While you're about it, you'd better show everything. There's already 3 men over the way stopping to look." Tall Clémence called her an old beast between her teeth. She was suffocating. She might certainly make herself comfortable. Everyone was not gifted with a skin as dry as touchwood. Besides, no one could see anything. And she held up her arms whilst her opulent bosom almost ripped her chemise, and her shoulders were bursting through the straps. At the rate she was going, Clémence was not likely to have any marrow left in her bones long before she was 30 years old. Mornings after big parties, she was unable to feel the ground she trod upon, and fell asleep over her work, whilst her head and her stomach seemed as though stuffed full of rags. But she was kept on all the same, for no other workwoman could iron a shirt with her style. Shirts were her specialty. "This is mine, isn't it?" she declared, tapping her bosom. "And it doesn't bite, it hurts nobody." "Clémence, put your wrapper on again," said Gervaise. "Madame Putois is right, it isn't decent. People will begin to take my house for what it isn't." So tall Clémence dressed herself again, grumbling the while. "Mon Dieu, there's prudery for you." And she vented her rage on the apprentice, that squint-eyed Augustine, who was ironing some stockings and handkerchiefs beside her. She jostled her and pushed her with her elbow. But Augustine, who was of a surly disposition, and slyly spiteful in the way of an animal and a drudge, spat on the back of the other's dress, just out of revenge, without being seen. Gervaise, during this incident, had commenced a cap belonging to Madame Boche, which she intended to take great pains with. She had prepared some boiled starch to make it look new again. She was gently passing a little iron rounded at both ends over the inside of the crown of the cap when a bony-looking woman entered the shop, her face covered with red blotches and her skirts sopping wet. It was a washerwoman who employed 3 assistants at the wash-house in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or. "You've come too soon, Madame Bijard," cried Gervaise. "I told you to call this evening. I'm too busy to attend to you now." But as the washerwoman began lamenting and fearing that she would not be able to put all the things to soak that day, she consented to give her the dirty clothes at once. They went to fetch the bundles in the left-hand room where Etienne slept, and returned with enormous armfuls which they piled up on the floor at the back of the shop. The sorting lasted a good half-hour. Gervaise made heaps all around her, throwing the shirts in one, the chemises in another, the handkerchiefs, the socks, the dishcloths in others. Whenever she came across anything belonging to a new customer, she marked it with a cross in red cotton thread, so as to know it again. And from all this dirty linen which they were throwing about, there issued an offensive odour in the warm atmosphere. "Oh la la, what a stench!" said Clémence, holding her nose. "Of course there is. If it were clean, they wouldn't send it to us," quietly explained Gervaise. "It smells as one would expect it to, that's all. We said 14 chemises, didn't we, Madame Bijard? 15, 16, 17. And she continued counting aloud. Used to this kind of thing, she evinced no disgust. She thrust her bare pink arms deep into the piles of laundry. Shirts yellow with grime, towels stiff from dirty dishwater, socks threadbare and eaten away by sweat. The strong odour which slapped her in the face as she sorted the piles of clothes made her feel drowsy. She seemed to be intoxicating herself with this stench of humanity as she sat on the edge of a stool, bending far over, smiling vaguely, her eyes slightly misty. It was as if her laziness was started by a kind of smothering caused by the dirty clothes which poisoned the air in the shop. Just as she was shaking out a child's dirty diaper, Coupeau came in. "By Jove," he stuttered, "what a sun! It shines full on your head." The zinc worker caught hold of the ironing table to save himself from falling. It was the first time he had been so drunk. Until then, he had sometimes come home slightly tipsy, but nothing more. This time, however, he had a black eye. Just a friendly slap he had run up against in a playful moment. His curly hair, already streaked with grey, must have dusted a corner in some low wine shop, for a cobweb was hanging to one of his locks over the back of his neck. He was still as attractive as ever, though his features were rather drawn and aged, and his underjaw projected more, but he was always lively, as he would sometimes say, with a complexion to be envied by a duchess. "I'll just explain it to you," he resumed, addressing Gervaise. "It was Celery Root, you know him, the bloke with the wooden leg. Well, as he was going back to his native place, he wanted to treat us. Oh, we were all right if it hadn't been for that devil of a sun. In the street, everybody looked shaky. Really, all the world's drunk." And as tall Clémence laughed at his thinking that the people in the street were drunk, he was himself seized with an intense fit of gaiety which almost strangled him. "Look at them, the blessed tipplers, aren't they funny?" he cried. "But it's not their fault, it's the sun that's causing it." All the shop laughed, even Madame Putois, who did not like drunkards. That squint-eyed Augustine was cackling like a hen, suffocating with her mouth wide open. Gervaise, however, suspected Coupeau of not having come straight home, but of having passed an hour with the Lorilleux, who were always filling his head with unpleasant ideas. When he swore he had not been near them, she laughed also, full of indulgence and not even reproaching him with having wasted another day. "Mon Dieu, what nonsense he does talk," she murmured. "How does he manage to say such stupid things?" Then in a maternal tone of voice she added, "Now go to bed, won't you? You see, we're busy. You're in our way." That makes 32 handkerchiefs, Madame Bijard, and 2 more, 34. But Coupeau was not sleepy. He stood there wagging his body from side to side like the pendulum of a clock, and chuckling in an obstinate and teasing manner. Gervaise, wanting to finish with Madame Bijard, called to Clémence to count the laundry while she made the list. Tall Clémence made a dirty remark about every item that she touched. She commented on the customers' misfortunes and their bedroom adventures. She had a wash-house joke for every rip or stain that passed through her hands. Augustine pretended that she didn't understand, but her ears were wide open. Madame Putois compressed her lips, thinking it a disgrace to say such things in front of Coupeau. It's not a man's business to have anything to do with dirty linen. It's just not done among decent people. Gervaise, serious and her mind fully occupied with what she was about, did not seem to notice. As she wrote, she gave a glance to each article as it passed before her so as to recognize it, and she never made a mistake. She guessed the owner's name just by the look or the colour. Those napkins belonged to the Goujet, that was evident. They had not been used to wipe out frying pans. That pillowcase certainly came from the Boches on account of the pomatum with which Madame Boche always smeared her things. There was no need to put your nose close to the flannel vests of Monsieur Madinier. His skin was so oily that it clogged up his woolens. She knew many peculiarities, the cleanliness of some, the ragged underclothes of neighbourhood ladies who appeared on the streets in silk dresses, how many items each family soiled weekly, the way some people's garments were always torn at the same spot. Oh, she had many tales to tell. For instance, the chemises of Mademoiselle Remanjou provided material for endless comments. They wore out at the top first because the old maid had bony, sharp shoulders, and they were never really dirty, proving that she'd dry up by her age, like a stick of wood out of which it's hard to squeeze a drop of anything. It was thus that at every sorting of the dirty linen in the shop, they undressed the whole neighbourhood of the Goutte d'Or. "Oh, here's something luscious!" cried Clémence, opening another bundle. Gervaise, suddenly seized with a great repugnance, drew back. "Madame Gaudron's bundle," said she. "I'll no longer wash for her. I'll find some excuse. No, I'm not more particular than another. I've handled some most disgusting linen in my time, but really that lot I can't stomach. What can the woman do to get her things into such a state?" And she requested Clémence to look sharp. But the girl continued her remarks, thrusting the clothes sullenly about her, with complaints on the soiled cap she waved like triumphal banners of filth. Meanwhile, the heaps around Gervaise had grown higher. Still seated on the edge of the stool, she was now disappearing between the petticoats and chemises. In front of her were the sheets, the tablecloths, a veritable mass of dirtiness. She seemed even rosier and more languid than usual within this spreading sea of soiled laundry. She had regained her composure, forgetting Madame Gaudron's laundry, stirring the various piles of clothing to make sure there had been no mistake in sorting. Squint-eyed Augustine had just stuffed the stove so full of coke that its cast-iron sides were bright red. The sun was shining obliquely on the window. The shop was in a blaze. Then Coupeau, whom the great heat intoxicated all the more, was seized with a sudden fit of tenderness. He advanced toward Gervaise with open arms and deeply moved. "You're a good wife," he stammered. "I must kiss you." But he caught his foot in the garments which barred the way and nearly fell. "What a nuisance you are," said Gervaise without getting angry. "Keep still, we're nearly done now." No, he wanted to kiss her. He must do so because he loved her so much. Whilst he stuttered, he tried to get round the heap of petticoats and stumbled against the pile of chemises. Then, as he obstinately persisted, his feet caught together and he fell flat, his nose in the midst of the dishcloths. Gervaise, beginning to lose her temper, pushed him, saying that he was mixing all the things up. But Clémence and even Madame Putois maintained that she was wrong. It was very nice of him, after all. He wanted to kiss her. She might very well let herself be kissed. "You're lucky, you are, Madame Coupeau," said Madame Bijard, whose drunkard of a husband, a locksmith, was nearly beating her to death each evening when he came in. "If my old man was like that when he's had a drop, it would be a real pleasure." Gervaise had calmed down and was already regretting her hastiness. She helped Coupeau up on his legs again. Then she offered her cheek with a smile. But the zinc worker, without caring a button for the other people being present, seized her bosom. "It's not for the sake of saying so," he murmured, "but your dirty linen stinks tremendously. Still, I love you all the same, you know." "Leave off, you're tickling me," cried she, laughing the louder. "What a great silly you are. How can you be so absurd?" He had caught hold of her and would not let her go. She gradually abandoned herself to him, dizzy from the slight faintness caused by the heap of clothes, and not minding Coupeau's foul-smelling breath. The long kiss they exchanged on each other's mouths, in the midst of the filth of the laundress's trade, was perhaps the first tumble in the slow downfall of their life together. Madame Bijard had meanwhile been tying up the laundry into bundles and talking about her daughter, Eulalie, who at 2 was as smart as a grown woman. She could be left by herself. She never cried or played with matches. Finally, Madame Bijard took the laundry away, a bundle at a time, her face splotched with purple and her tall form bent under the weight. "This heat is becoming unbearable. We're roasting," said Gervaise, wiping her face before returning to Madame Boche's cap. They talked of boxing Augustine's ears when they saw that the stove was red hot. The irons also were getting in the same condition. She must have the very devil in her body. One could not turn one's back a moment without her being up to some of her tricks. Now they would have to wait a quarter of an hour before they would be able to use their irons. Gervaise covered the fire with 2 shovelfuls of cinders. Then she thought to hang some sheets on the brass wires near the ceiling to serve as curtains to keep out the sunlight. Things were now better in the shop. The temperature was still high, but you could imagine it was cooler. Footsteps could still be heard outside, but you were free to make yourself comfortable. Clémence removed her camisole again. Coupeau still refused to go to bed, so they allowed him to stay, but he had to promise to be quiet in a corner, for they were very busy. "Whatever has that vermin done with my little iron?" murmured Gervaise, speaking of Augustine. They were forever seeking the little iron, which they found in the most out-of-the-way places, where the apprentice, so they said, hid it out of spite. Gervaise could now finish Madame Boche's cap. First she roughly smoothed the lace, spreading it out with her hand, and then she straightened it up by light strokes of the iron. It had a very fancy border consisting of narrow puffs alternating with insertions of embroidery. She was working on it silently and conscientiously, ironing the puffs and insertions. Silence prevailed for a time. Nothing was to be heard except the soft thud of irons on the ironing pad. On both sides of the huge rectangular table, Gervaise, her 2 employees, and the apprentice were bending over, slaving at their tasks with rounded shoulders, their arms moving incessantly. Each had a flat brick, blackened by hot irons, near her. A soup plate filled with clean water was on the middle of the table, with a moistening rag and a small brush soaking in it. A bouquet of large white lilies bloomed in what had once been a brandied cherry jar. Its cluster of snowy flowers suggested a corner of a royal garden. Madame Putois had begun the basket that Gervaise had brought to her, filled with towels, wrappers, cuffs, and underdrawers. Augustine was dawdling with the stockings and washcloths, gazing into the air, seemingly fascinated by a large fly that was buzzing around. Clémence had done 34 men's shirts so far that day. "Always wine, never spirits," suddenly said the zinc worker, who felt the necessity of making this declaration. "Spirits make me drunk. I'll have none of them." Clémence took an iron from the stove with her leather holder, in which a piece of sheet iron was inserted, and held it up to her cheek to see how hot it was. She rubbed it on her brick, wiped it on a piece of rag hanging from her waistband, and started on her 35th shirt, first of all ironing the shoulders and the sleeves. "Bah, Monsieur Coupeau," said she after a minute or two, "a little glass of brandy isn't bad. It sets me going. Besides, the sooner you're merry, the jollier it is. Oh, I don't make any mistake. I know that I shan't make old bones." "What a nuisance you are with your funeral ideas," interrupted Madame Putois, who did not like hearing people talk of anything sad. Coupeau had arisen and was becoming angry, thinking that he'd been accused of drinking brandy. He swore on his own head and on the heads of his wife and child that there was not one drop of brandy in his veins. And he went up to Clémence and blew in her face so that she might smell his breath. Then he began to giggle because her bare shoulders were right under his nose. He thought maybe he could see more. Clémence, having folded over the back of the shirt and ironed it on both sides, was now working on the cuffs and collar. However, as he was shoving against her, he caused her to make a wrinkle, obliging her to reach for the brush soaking in the soup plate to smooth it out. "Madame," said she, "do make him leave off bothering me." "Leave her alone. It's stupid of you to go on like that," quietly observed Gervaise. "We're in a hurry, do you hear?" They were in a hurry. Well, what? It was not his fault. He was doing no harm. He was not touching. He was only looking. Was it no longer allowed to look at the beautiful things that God had made? All the same, she had precious fine arms, that artful Clémence. She might exhibit herself for 2 sous and nobody would have to regret his money. The girl allowed him to go on, laughing at these coarse compliments of a drunken man, and she soon commenced joking with him. He chuffed her about the shirts. So she was always doing shirts. Why, yes, she practically lived in them. Mon Dieu, she knew them pretty well. Hundreds and hundreds of them had passed through her hands. Just about every man in the neighborhood was wearing her handiwork on his body. Her shoulders were shaking with laughter through all this, but she managed to continue ironing. "That's the banter," said she, laughing harder than ever. That squint-eyed Augustine almost burst. The joke seemed to her so funny. The others bullied her. There was a brat for you, who laughed at words she ought not to understand. Clémence handed her her iron. The apprentice finished up the irons on the stockings and the dishcloths when they were not hot enough for the starched things. But she took hold of this one so clumsily that she made herself a cuff in the form of a long burn on the wrist. And she sobbed and accused Clémence of having burnt her on purpose. The latter, who had gone to fetch a very hot iron for the shirt front, consoled her at once by threatening to iron her 2 ears if she did not leave off. Then she placed a piece of flannel under the front and slowly passed the iron over it, giving the starch time to show up and dry. The shirt front became as stiff and as shiny as cardboard. "By golly," swore Coupeau, who was treading behind her with the obstinacy of a drunkard. He raised himself up with a shrill laugh that resembled a pulley in want of grease. Clémence, leaning heavily over the ironing table, her wrists bent in, her elbows sticking out and wide apart, was bending her neck in a last effort, and all her muscles swelled. Her shoulders rose with the slow play of the muscles beating beneath the soft skin. Her breasts heaved, wet with perspiration in the rosy shadow of the half-open chemise. Then Coupeau thrust out his hands, trying to touch her bare flesh. "Madame, madame," cried Clémence, "do make him leave off. I shall go away if it continues. I won't be intimated." Gervaise glanced over just as her husband's hands began to explore inside the chemise. "Really, Coupeau, you're too foolish," said she with a vexed air, as though she were scolding a child who persisted in eating his jam without bread. "You must go to bed." "Yes, go to bed, Monsieur Coupeau. It'll be far better," exclaimed Madame Putois. "Ah, well," stuttered he without ceasing to chuckle, "you're all precious particular. So one mustn't amuse oneself now. Women, I know how to handle them. I only kiss them, no more. One admires a lady, you know, and wants to show it. And besides, when one displays one's goods, it's that one may make one's choice, isn't it? Why does a tall blonde show everything she's got? It's not decent." and turning towards Clémence, he added, "You know, my lovely, you're wrong to be so very insolent. If it's because there are others here—" But he was unable to continue. Gervaise very calmly seized hold of him with one hand and placed the other on his mouth. He struggled just by way of a joke, while she pushed him to the back of the shop towards the bedroom. He got his mouth free and said that he was willing to go to bed, but that the tall blonde must come and warm his feet. Then Gervaise could be heard taking off his shoes. She removed his clothes too, bullying him in a motherly way. He burst out laughing after she had removed his trousers and kicked about, pretending that she was tickling him. At last she tucked him in carefully like a child. Was he comfortable now? But he did not answer. He called to Clémence, "I say, my lovely, I'm here and waiting for you." When Gervaise went back into the shop, the squint-eyed Augustine was being properly chastised by Clémence because of a dirty iron that Madame Putois had used and which had caused her to soil a camisole. Clémence, in defending herself for not having cleaned her iron, blamed Augustine, swearing that it wasn't hers, in spite of the spot of burnt starch still clinging to the bottom. The apprentice, outraged at the injustice, openly spat on the front of Clémence's dress, earning a slap for her boldness. Now, as Augustine went about cleaning the iron, she saved up her spit, and each time she passed Clémence, spat on her back and laughed to herself. Gervaise continued with the lace of Madame Boche's cap. In the sudden calm which ensued, one could hear Coupeau's husky voice issuing from the depths of the bedroom. He was still jolly and was laughing to himself as he uttered bits of phrases. "How stupid she is, my wife. How stupid of her to put me to bed. Really, it's too absurd in the middle of the day when one isn't sleepy." But all on a sudden he snored. Then Gervaise gave a sigh of relief, happy in knowing that he was at length quiet and sleeping off his intoxication on 2 good mattresses. And she spoke out in the silence in a slow and continuous voice without taking her eyes off her work. "You see, he hasn't his reason. One can't be angry. Were I to be harsh with him, it would be of no use. I prefer to agree with him and get him to bed. Then at least it's over at once and I'm quiet. Besides, he isn't ill-natured. He loves me very much. You could see that just a moment ago when he was so desperate to give me a kiss. That's quite nice of him. There are plenty of men, you know, who after drinking a bit don't come straight home but stay out chasing women. Oh, he may fool around with the women in the shop, but it doesn't lead to anything. Clémence, you mustn't feel insulted. You know how it is when a man's had too much to drink. He could do anything and not even remember it." She spoke composedly, not at all angry, being quite used to Coupeau's sprees and not holding them against him. The silence settled down for a while when she stopped talking. There was a lot of work to get done. They figured they would have to keep at it until 11, working as fast as they could. Now that they were undisturbed, all of them were pounding away. Bare arms were moving back and forth, showing glimpses of pink among the whiteness of the laundry. More coke had been put into the stove, and the sunlight slanted in between the sheets onto the stove. You could see the heat rising up through the rays of the sun. It became so stifling that Augustine ran out of spit and was forced to lick her lips. The room smelled of the heat and of the working women. The white lilies in the jar were beginning to fade, yet they still exuded a pure and strong perfume. Coupeau's heavy snores were heard like the regular ticking of a huge clock, setting the tempo for the heavy labor in the shop. On the morrow of his carouses, the zinc worker always had a headache, a splitting headache which kept him all day, with his hair uncombed, his breath offensive, and his mouth all swollen and askew. He got up late on those days, not shaking the fleas off until about 8 o'clock, and he would hang about the shop, unable to make up his mind to start off to his work. It was another day lost. In the morning he would complain that his legs bent like pieces of thread, and would call himself a great fool to guzzle to such an extent as it broke one's constitution. Then, too, there were a lot of lazy bums who wouldn't let you go, and you'd get to drinking more in spite of yourself. No more for him. After lunch, he would always begin to perk up and deny that he'd been really drunk the night before, maybe just a bit lit up. He was rock solid and able to drink anything he wanted without even blinking an eye. When he had thoroughly badgered the workwomen, Gervaise would give him 20 sous to clear out, and off he would go to buy his tobacco at the little civet in the Rue des Poissonniers, where he generally took a plum in brandy whenever he met a friend. Then he spent the rest of the 20 sous at old Françoise, at the corner of the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, where there was a famous wine, quite young, which tickled your gullet. This was an old-fashioned place with a low ceiling. There was a smoky room to one side where soup was served. He would stay there until evening drinking, because there was an understanding that he didn't have to pay right away, and they would never send the bill to his wife. Besides, he was a jolly fellow who would never do the least harm. A chap who loved a spree, sure enough, and who coloured his nose in his turn, but in a nice manner, full of contempt for those pigs of men who have succumbed to alcohol and whom one never sees sober. He always went home as gay and as gallant as a lark. "Has your lover been?" he would sometimes ask Gervaise by way of teasing her. "One never sees him now. I must go and rout him out." The lover was Goujet. He avoided, in fact, calling too often for fear of being in the way, and also of causing people to talk. Yet he frequently found a pretext, such as bringing in the washing, and he would pass no end of time on the pavement in front of the shop. There was a corner right at the back in which he liked to sit without moving for hours and smoke his short pipe. Once every 10 days, in the evening after his dinner, he would venture there and take up his favourite position. And he was no talker. His mouth almost seemed sewn up as he sat with his eyes fixed on Gervaise, and only removed his pipe to laugh at everything she said. When they were working late on a Saturday, he would stay on and appeared to amuse himself more than if he had gone to a theatre. Sometimes the women stayed in the shop ironing until 3 in the morning. A lamp hung from the ceiling and spread a brilliant light, making the linen look like fresh snow. The apprentice would put up the shop shutters, but since these July nights were scorching hot, the door would be left open. The later the hour, the more casual the women became with their clothes while trying to be comfortable. The lamplight flecked their rosy skin with gold specks, especially Gervaise, who was so pleasantly rounded. On these nights, Goujet would be overcome by the heat from the stove and the odour of linen steaming under the hot irons. He would drift into a sort of giddiness, his thinking slowed and his eyes obsessed by these hurrying women, as their naked arms moved back and forth, working far into the night to have the neighbourhood's best clothes ready for Sunday. Everything around the laundry was slumbering, settled into sleep for the night. Midnight rang, then 1 o'clock, then 2 o'clock. There were no vehicles or pedestrians. In the dark and deserted street, only their shop door let out any light. Once in a while, footsteps would be heard and a man would pass the shop. As he crossed the path of light, he would stretch his neck to look in, startled by the sound of the thudding irons, and carry with him the quick glimpse of bare-shouldered laundresses immersed in a rosy mist. Goujet, seeing that Gervaise did not know what to do with Etienne, and wishing to deliver him from Coupeau's kicks, had engaged him to go and blow the bellows at the factory where he worked. The profession of bolt-maker, if not one to be proud of on account of the dirt of the forge and of the monotony of the constantly hammering on pieces of iron of a similar kind, was nevertheless a well-paid one, at which 10 and even 12 francs a day could be earned. The youngster, who was then 12 years old, would soon be able to go in for it if the calling was to his liking. And Etienne had thus become another link between the laundress and the blacksmith. The latter would bring the child home and speak of his good conduct. Everyone laughingly said that Goujet was smitten with Gervaise. She knew it and blushed like a young girl, the flush of modesty colouring her cheeks with the bright tints of an apple. The poor fellow, he was never any trouble. He never made a bold gesture or an indelicate remark. He didn't find many men like him. Gervaise didn't want to admit it, but she derived a great deal of pleasure from being adored like this. Whenever a problem arose, she thought immediately of the blacksmith and was consoled. There was never any awkward tension when they were alone together. They just looked at each other and smiled happily with no need to talk. It was a very sensible kind of affection. Towards the end of the summer, Nana quite upset the household. She was 6 years old and promised to be a thorough good-for-nothing. So as not to have her always under her feet, her mother took her every morning to a little school in the Rue Polonceau, kept by Mademoiselle Josse. She fastened her playfellows' dresses together behind. She filled the schoolmistress's snuff-box with ashes and invented other tricks much less decent, which could not be mentioned. Twice Mademoiselle Josse expelled her, and then took her back again so as not to lose the 6 francs a month. Directly lessons were over, Nana avenged herself for having been kept in by making an infernal noise under the porch and in the courtyard, where the ironers whose ears could not stand the racket sent her to play. There she would meet Pauline, the Boche's daughter, and Victor, the son of Gervaise's old employer, a big booby of 10 who delighted in playing with very little girls. Madame Fauconnier, who had not quarrelled with the Coupeaus, would herself send her son. In the house, too, there was an extraordinary swarm of brats, flights of children who rolled down the 4 staircases at all hours of the day and alighted on the pavement of the courtyard like troops of noisy, pillaging sparrows. Madame Gaudron was responsible for 9 of them, all with uncombed hair, runny noses, hand-me-down clothes, saggy stockings, and ripped jackets. Another woman on the 6th floor had 7 of them. This horde that only got their faces washed when it rained were in all shapes and sizes, fat, thin, big, and barely out of the cradle. Nana reigned supreme over this host of urchins. She ordered about girls twice her own size, and only deigned to relinquish a little of her power in favour of Pauline and Victor, intimate confidants who enforced her commands. This precious chit was forever wanting to play at being mamma, undressing the smallest ones to dress them again, insisting on examining the others all over, messing them about and exercising the capricious despotism of a grown-up person with a vicious disposition. Under her leadership, they got up tricks for which they should have been well spanked. The troop paddled in the coloured water from the dyers and emerged from it with legs stained blue or red as high as the knees. Then off it flew to the locksmith's, where it purloined nails and filings and started off again to alight in the midst of the carpenter's shavings, enormous heaps of shavings which delighted it immensely and in which it rolled head over heels, exposing their behinds. The courtyard was her kingdom. It echoed with the clatter of little shoes as they stampeded back and forth with piercing cries. On some days the courtyard was too small for them, and the troop would dash down into the cellar, race up a staircase, run along a corridor, and then dash up another staircase and follow another corridor for hours. They never got tired of their yelling and clambering. "Aren't they abominable, those little toads?" cried Madame Boche. "Really, people can have but very little to do to have time to get so many brats. And yet they complain of having no bread." Boche said that children pushed up out of poverty like mushrooms out of manure. All day long his wife was screaming at them and chasing them with her broom. Finally, she had to lock the door of the cellar when she learned from Pauline that Nana was playing doctor down there in the dark, viciously finding pleasure in applying remedies to the others by beating them with sticks. Well, one afternoon there was a frightful scene. It was bound to have come sooner or later. Nana had thought of a very funny little game. She had stolen one of Madame Boche's wooden shoes from outside the concierge's room. She tied a string to it and began dragging it about like a cart. Victor, on his side, had the idea to fill it with potato parings. Then a procession was formed. Nana came first, dragging the wooden shoe. Pauline and Victor walked on her right and left. Then the entire crowd of urchins followed in order, the big ones first, the little ones next, jostling one another. A baby in long skirts, about as tall as a boot, with an old tattered bonnet cocked on one side of its head, brought up the rear. And the procession chanted something sad with plenty of ohs and ahs. Nana had said that they were going to play at a funeral. The potato parings represented the body. When they had gone the round of the courtyard, they recommenced. They thought it immensely amusing. "What can they be up to?" murmured Madame Boche, who emerged from her room to see, ever mistrustful and on the alert. And when she understood, "But it's my shoe!" cried she furiously. "Ah, the rogues!" She distributed some smacks, clouted Nana on both cheeks, and administered a kick to Pauline, that great goose who allowed the others to steal her mother's shoe. It so happened that Gervaise was filling a bucket at the top. When she beheld Nana, her nose bleeding and choking with sobs, she almost sprang at the concierge's chignon. It was not right to hit a child as though it were an ox. One could have no heart. One must be the lowest of the low if one did so. Madame Boche naturally replied in a similar strain. When one had a beast of a girl like that, one should keep her locked up. At length, Boche himself appeared in the doorway to call his wife to come in, and not to enter into so many explanations with a filthy thing like her. There was a regular quarrel. As a matter of fact, things had not gone on very pleasantly between the Boches and the Coupeaus for a month past. Gervaise, who was of a very generous nature, was continually bestowing wine, broth, oranges, and slices of cake on the Boches. One night she had taken the remains of an endive and beetroot salad to the concierge's room, knowing that the latter would have done anything for such a treat. But on the morrow she became quite pale with rage on hearing Mademoiselle Remanjou relate how Madame Boche had thrown the salad away in the presence of several persons with an air of disgust, and under the pretext that she, thank goodness, was not yet reduced to feeding on things which others had messed about. From that time, Gervaise took no more presents to the Boches. Nothing. Now the Boches seemed to think that Gervaise was stealing something which was rightfully theirs. Gervaise saw that she had made a mistake. If she hadn't catered to them so much in the beginning, they wouldn't have gotten into the habit of expecting it and might have remained on good terms with her. Now the concierge began to spread slander about Gervaise. There was a great fuss with the landlord, Monsieur Marescot, at the October rental period, because Gervaise was a day late with the rent. Madame Boche accused her of eating up all her money in fancy dishes. Monsieur Marescot charged into the laundry, demanding to be paid at once. He didn't even bother to remove his hat. The money was ready and was paid to him immediately. The Boches had now made up with the Lorilleux, who now came and did their guzzling in the concierge's lodge. They assured each other that they would never have fallen out if it hadn't been for Clump Clump. She was enough to set mountains to fighting. The Boches knew her well now. They could understand how much the Lorilleux must suffer. And whenever she passed beneath the doorway, they all affected to sneer at her. One day, Gervaise went up to see the Lorilleux in spite of this. It was with respect to Mother Coupeau, who was then 67 years old. Mother Coupeau's eyesight was almost completely gone. Her legs, too, were no longer what they used to be. She had been obliged to give up her last cleaning job, and now threatened to die of hunger if assistance were not forthcoming. Gervaise thought it shameful that a woman of her age, having 3 children, should be thus abandoned by heaven and earth. And as Coupeau refused to speak to the Lorilleux on the subject, saying that she, Gervaise, could very well go and do so, the latter went up in a fit of indignation, with which her heart was almost bursting. When she reached their door, she entered without knocking. Nothing had been changed since the night when the Lorilleux, at their first meeting, had received her so ungraciously. The same strip of faded woolen stuff separated the room from the workshop, a lodging like a gun barrel, and which looked as though it had been built for an eel. Right at the back, Lorilleux, leaning over his bench, was squeezing together one by one the links of a piece of chain, whilst Madame Lorilleux, standing in front of the vise, was passing a gold wire through the draw plate. In the broad daylight, the little forge had a rosy reflection. "Yes, it's I," said Gervaise. "I dare say you're surprised to see me as we're at daggers drawn, but I've come neither for you nor myself, you may be quite sure. It's for Mother Coupeau that I've come. Yes, I've come to see if we're going to let her beg her bread from the charity of others." "Oh, well, that's a fine way to burst in upon one," murmured Madame Lorilleux. "One must have a rare cheek." And she turned her back and resumed drawing her gold wire, affecting to ignore her sister-in-law's presence. But Lorilleux raised his pale face and cried, "What's that you say?" Then, as he had heard perfectly well, he continued, "More backbitings, eh? She's nice, Mother Coupeau, to go and cry starvation everywhere. Yet only the day before yesterday she dined here. We do what we can. We haven't all got the gold of Peru. Only if she goes about gossiping with others, she had better stay with them, for we don't like spies." He took up the piece of chain and turned his back also, adding as though with regret, "When everyone gives 5 francs a month, we'll give 5 francs. Gervaise had calmed down and felt quite chilled by the wooden-looking faces of the Lorilleuxs. She had never once set foot in their rooms without experiencing a certain uneasiness. With her eyes fixed on the floor, staring at the holes of the wooden grating through which the waste gold fell, she now explained herself in a reasonable manner. Mother Coupeau had 3 children. If each gave 5 francs, it would only make 15 francs. And really that was not enough. One could not live on it. They must at least triple the sum. But Lorilleux cried out, "Where did she think he could steal 15 francs a month? It was quite amusing. People thought he was rich simply because he had gold in his place." He began then to criticize Mother Coupeau. She had to have her morning coffee. She took a sip of brandy now and then. She was as demanding as if she were rich. Mon Dieu! Sure, everyone liked the good things of life, but if you've never saved a sou, you had to do what other folks did and do without. Besides, Mother Coupeau wasn't too old to work. She could see well enough when she was trying to pick a choice morsel from the platter. She was just an old spendthrift trying to get others to provide her with comforts. Even had he had the means, he would have considered it wrong to support anyone in idleness. Gervaise remained conciliatory and peaceably argued against all this bad reasoning. She tried to soften the Lorilleuxs, but the husband ended by no longer answering her. The wife was now at the forge, scouring a piece of chain in the little long-handled brass saucepan full of lye water. She still affectedly turned her back, as though 100 leagues away, and Gervaise continued speaking, watching them pretending to be absorbed in their labour in the midst of the black dust of the workshop, their bodies distorted, their clothes patched and greasy, both become stupidly hardened like old tools in the pursuit of their narrow mechanical task. Then suddenly anger again got the better of her, and she exclaimed, "Very well, I'd rather it was so. Keep your money. I'll give Mother Coupeau a home, do you hear? I picked up a cat the other evening, so I can at least do the same for your mother. And she shall be in want of nothing. She shall have her coffee and a drop of brandy. Good heavens, what a vile family." At these words, Madame Lorilleux turned round. She brandished the saucepan as though she was about to throw the lye water in her sister-in-law's face. She stammered with rage. "Be off, or I shall do you an injury. And don't count on the 5 francs, because I won't give a radish. No, not a radish. Oh, well, yes, 5 francs. Mother would be your servant, and you would enjoy yourself with my 5 francs. If she goes to live with you, tell her this. She may croak. I won't even send her a glass of water. Now off you go. Clear out." "What a monster of a woman," said Gervaise, violently slamming the door. On the morrow, she brought Mother Coupeau to live with her, putting her bed in the inner room where Nana slept. The moving did not take long, for all the furniture Mother Coupeau had was her bed, an ancient walnut wardrobe which was put in the dirty clothes room, a table and 2 chairs. They sold the table and had the chairs recaned. From the very first, the old lady took over the sweeping. She washed the dishes and made herself useful, happy to have settled her problem. The Lorilleuxs were furious enough to explode, especially since Madame Lerat was now back on good terms with the Coupeaus. One day the two sisters, the flower maker and the chain maker, came to blows about Gervaise because Madame Lerat dared to express approval of the way she was taking care of their mother. When she noticed how this upset the other, she went on to remark that Gervaise had magnificent eyes warm enough to set paper on fire. The two of them commenced slapping each other and swore they would never see each other again. Nowadays, Madame Lerat often spent her evenings in the shop, laughing to herself at Clémence's spicy remarks. 3 years passed by. There were frequent quarrels and reconciliations. Gervaise did not care a straw for the Lorilleuxs, the Boches, and all the others who were not of her way of thinking. If they did not like it, they could forget it. She earned what she wished. That was her principal concern. The people of the neighbourhood ended by greatly esteeming her, for one did not find many customers so kind as she was, paying punctually, never cavilling or higgling. She bought her bread of Madame Coudeloup in the Rue des Poissonniers, her meat of stout Charles, a butcher in the Rue Polonceau, her groceries at Le Hongre in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, almost opposite her own shop. François, the wine merchant at the corner of the street, supplied her with wine in baskets of 50 bottles. Her neighbour, Vigouroux, whose wife's hips must have been black and blue, the men pinched her so much, sold coke to her at the same price as the gas company. And in all truth, her tradespeople served her faithfully, knowing that there was everything to gain by treating her well. Besides, whenever she went out around the neighbourhood, she was greeted everywhere. She felt quite at home. Sometimes she put off doing a laundry job just to enjoy being outdoors among her good friends. On days when she was too rushed to do her own cooking and had to go out to buy something already cooked, she would stop to gossip with her arms full of bowls. The neighbour she respected most was still the watchmaker. Often she would cross the street to greet him in his tiny cupboard of a shop, taking pleasure in the gaiety of the little cuckoo clocks with their pendulums ticking away the hours in chorus.
One afternoon in the autumn, Gervaise, who'd been taking some washing home to a customer in the Rue de Porte Blanche, found herself at the bottom of the Rue de Poissonniers, just as the day was declining. It had rained in the morning, the weather was very mild, and an odour rose from the greasy pavement, and the laundress, burdened with her big basket, was rather out of breath, slow of step, and inclined to take her ease as she ascended the street with the vague preoccupation of a longing increased by her weariness. She would have liked to have had something to eat. Then, on raising her eyes, she beheld the name of the Rue Marcadet, and she suddenly had the idea of going to see Goujet at his forge. He had no end of times told her to look in any day she was curious to see how iron was wrought. Besides, in the presence of other workmen, she would ask for Etienne and make believe that she had merely called for the youngster. The factory was somewhere on this end of the Rue Marcadet, but she didn't know exactly where, and street numbers were often lacking on those ramshackle buildings separated by vacant lots. She wouldn't have lived on this street for all the gold in the world. It was a wide street, but dirty, black with soot from factories, with holes in the pavement and deep ruts filled with stagnant water. On both sides were rows of sheds, workshops with beams and brickwork exposed so that they seemed unfinished, a messy collection of masonry. Beside them were dubious lodging-houses and even more dubious taverns. All she could recall was that the bolt factory was next to a yard full of scrap iron and rags, a sort of open sewer spread over the ground, storing merchandise worth hundreds of thousands of francs, according to Goujet. The street was filled with a noisy racket. Exhaust pipes on roofs puffed out violent jets of steam. An automatic sawmill added a rhythmic screeching. A button factory shook the ground with the rumbling of its machines. She was looking up toward the Montmartre height, hesitant, uncertain whether to continue, when a gust of wind blew down a mass of sooty smoke that covered the entire street. She closed her eyes and held her breath. At that moment she heard the sound of hammers in cadence. Without realizing it, she had arrived directly in front of the bolt factory, which she now recognized by the vacant lot beside it, full of piles of scrap iron and rolled rags. She still hesitated, not knowing where to enter. A broken fence opened a passage which seemed to lead through the heaps of rubbish from some buildings recently pulled down. 2 planks had been thrown across a large puddle of muddy water that barred the way. She ended by venturing along them, turned to the left, and found herself lost in the depths of a strange forest of old carts, standing on end with their shafts in the air, and of hovels in ruins, the woodwork of which was still standing. Toward the back, stabbing through the half-light of sundown, a flame gleamed red. The clamour of the hammers had ceased. She was advancing carefully when a workman, his face blackened with coal dust and wearing a goatee, passed near her, casting a side glance with his pale eyes. "Sir," asked she, "it's here, is it not, that a boy named Etienne works? He's my son." "Etienne, Etienne," repeated the workman in a hoarse voice as he twisted himself about. "Etienne? No, I don't know him." An alcoholic reek, like that from old brandy casks, issued from his mouth. Meeting a woman in this dark corner seemed to be giving the fellow ideas, and so Gervaise drew back, saying, "But yet it's here that Monsieur Goujet works, isn't it?" "Ah, Goujet, yes," said the workman. "I know Goujet. If you come for Goujet, go right to the end." And turning round, he called out at the top of his voice, which had a sound of cracked brass, "I say, golden mug, here's a lady wants you." But a clanging of iron drowned the cry. Gervaise went to the end. She reached the door and, stretching out her neck, looked in. At first she could distinguish nothing. The forge had died down, but there was still a little glow which held back the advancing shadows from its corner. Great shadows seemed to float in the air. At times black shapes passed before the fire, shutting off this last bit of brightness, silhouettes of men so strangely magnified that their arms and legs were indistinct. Gervaise, not daring to venture in, called from the doorway in a faint voice, "Monsieur Goujet! Monsieur Goujet!" Suddenly all became lighted up. Beneath the puff of the bellows a jet of white flame had ascended, and the whole interior of the shed could be seen, walled in by wooden planks, with openings roughly plastered over, and brick walls reinforcing the corners. Coal ash had painted the whole expanse a sooty grey. Spider webs hung from the beams like rags hung up to dry, heavy with the accumulated dust of years. On shelves along the walls, or hanging from nails, or tossed into corners, she saw rusty iron, battered implements, and huge tools. The white flame flared higher, like an explosion of dazzling sunlight, revealing the trampled dirt underfoot, where the polished steel of 4 anvils, fixed on blocks, took on a reflection of silver sprinkled with gold. Then Gervaise recognized Goujet in front of the forge by his beautiful yellow beard. Etienne was blowing the bellows. 2 other workmen were there, but she only beheld Goujet, and walked forward and stood before him. "Why, it's Madame Gervaise!" he exclaimed with a bright look on his face. "What a pleasant surprise!" But as his comrades appeared to be rather amused, he pushed Etienne towards his mother, and resumed, "You've come to see the youngster. He behaves himself well. He's beginning to get some strength in his wrists." "Well," she said, "it isn't easy to find your way here. I thought I was going to the end of the world." After telling her about her journey, she asked why no one in the shop knew Etienne's name. Goujet laughed and explained to her that everybody called him Little Zouzou, because he had his hair cut short like that of a zouave. While they were talking together, Etienne stopped working the bellows, and the flame of the forge dwindled to a rosy glow amid the gathering darkness. Touched by the presence of this smiling young woman, the blacksmith stood gazing at her. Then, as neither continued speaking, he seemed to recollect and broke the silence. "Excuse me, Madame Gervaise, I've something that has to be finished. You'll stay, won't you? You're not in anybody's way." She remained. Etienne returned to the bellows. The forge was soon ablaze again with a cloud of sparks, the more so as the youngster, wanting to show his mother what he could do, was making the bellows blow a regular hurricane. Goujet, standing up watching a bar of iron heating, was waiting with the tongs in his hand. The bright glare illuminated him without a shadow, sleeves rolled back, shirt neck open, bare arms and chest. When the bar was at white heat, he seized it with the tongs and cut it with a hammer on the anvil, in pieces of equal length, as though he had been gently breaking pieces of glass. Then he put the pieces back into the fire, from which he took them one by one to work them into shape. He was forging hexagonal rivets. He placed each piece in a tool hole of the anvil, bent down the iron that was to form the head, flattened the 6 sides, and threw the finished rivet still red-hot onto the black earth, where its bright light gradually died out, and this with a continuous hammering, wielding in his right hand a hammer weighing 5 pounds, completing a detail at every blow, turning and working the iron with such dexterity that he was able to talk to and look at those about him. The anvil had a silvery ring. Without a drop of perspiration, quite at his ease, he struck in a good-natured sort of a way, not appearing to exert himself more than on the evenings when he cut out pictures at home. "Oh, these are little rivets of 20 millimeters," said he in reply to Gervaise's question. "A fellow can do this 300 a day, but it requires practice, for one's arm soon grows weary." And when she asked him if his wrist did not feel stiff at the end of the day, he laughed aloud. Did she think him a young lady? His wrist had had plenty of drudgery for 15 years past. It was now as strong as the iron implements it had been so long in contact with. She was right, though. A gentleman who had never forged a rivet or a bolt, and who would try to show off with his 5-pound hammer, would find himself precious stiff in the course of a couple of hours. It did not seem much, but a few years of it often did for some very strong fellows. During this conversation, the other workmen were also hammering away all together. Their tall shadows danced about in the light, the red flashes of the iron that their fire traversed, the gloomy recesses, clouds of sparks darted out from beneath the hammers and shone like suns on a level with the anvils. And Gervaise, feeling happy and interested in the movement round the forge, did not think of leaving. She was going a long way round to get nearer to Etienne without having her hands burned, when she saw the dirty and bearded workman whom she had spoken to outside enter. "So you found him, madame?" asked he in his drunken, bantering way. "You know, Golden Mug, it's I who told madame where to find you." He was called Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, the brick of bricks, a dab hand at bolt forging, who wetted his iron every day with 1.5 pints of brandy. He had gone out to have a drop, because he felt he wanted greasing to make him last till 6 o'clock. When he learned that little Zuzu's real name was Etienne, he thought it very funny, and he showed his black teeth as he laughed. Then he recognized Gervaise. Only the day before he had had a glass of wine with Coupeau. You could speak to Coupeau about Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst. He would at once say, "He's a jolly dog." Ah, that joker Coupeau. He was one of the right sort. He stood treat oftener than his turn. "I'm awfully glad to know you're his missus," added he. "He deserves to have a pretty wife, eh, Golden Mug? Madame is a fine woman, isn't she?" He was becoming quite gallant, sidling up towards the laundress, who took hold of her basket and held it in front of her so as to keep him at a distance. Goujet, annoyed, and seeing that his comrade was joking because of his friendship for Gervaise, called out to him, "I say, lazy bones, what about the 40mm bolts? Do you think you're equal to them now that you've got your gullet full, you confounded guzzler?" The blacksmith was alluding to an order for big bolts which necessitated 2 beaters at the anvil. "I'm ready to start at this moment, big baby," replied Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst. "It sucks its thumb and thinks itself a man. In spite of your size, I'm equal to you." "Yes, that's it, at once. Look sharp, and off we go." "Right you are, my boy." They taunted each other, stimulated by Gervaise's presence. Goujet placed the pieces of iron that had been cut beforehand in the fire. Then he fixed a tool hole of large bore on an anvil. His comrade had taken from against the wall 2 sledgehammers weighing 20 pounds each, the 2 big sisters of the factory, whom the workers called Fifine and Didelle, and he continued to brag, talking of a half-gross of rivets which he had forged for the Dunkirk lighthouse, regular jewels, things to be put in a museum, they were so daintily finished off. Hang it all, no, he did not fear competition. Before meeting with another chap like him, you might search every factory in the capital. They were going to have a laugh. They would see what they would see. "Madame will be judge," said he, turning towards the young woman. "Enough chattering," cried Goujet. "Now then, Zuzu, show your muscle. It's not hot enough, my lad." But Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, asked, "So we strike together?" "Not a bit of it. Each his own bolt, my friend." This statement operated as a damper, and Goujet's comrade, on hearing it, remained speechless in spite of his boasting. Bolts of 40mm, fashioned by one man, had never before been seen, the more so as the bolts were to be round-headed, a work of great difficulty, a real masterpiece to achieve. The 3 other workmen came over, leaving their jobs, to watch. A tall, lean one wagered a bottle of wine that Goujet would be beaten. Meanwhile, the two blacksmiths had chosen their sledgehammers with eyes closed, because Fifine weighed a half-pound more than Dedele. Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, had the good luck to put his hand on Dedele. Fifine fell to Golden Mug. While waiting for the iron to get hot enough, Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, again showing off, struck a pose before the anvil while casting side-glances towards Gervaise. He planted himself solidly, tapping his feet impatiently like a man ready for a fight, throwing all his strength into practice swings with Dedele. Mon Dieu, he was good at this. He could have flattened the Vendôme column like a pancake. Now then, off you go, said Goujet, placing one of the pieces of iron, as thick as a girl's wrist, in the tool-hole. Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, leaned back and swung Dedele round with both hands. Short and lean, with his goatee bristling and with his wolf-like eyes glaring beneath his unkempt hair, he seemed to snap at each swing of the hammer, springing up from the ground as though carried away by the force he put into the blow. He was a fierce one, who fought with the iron, annoyed at finding it so hard, and he even gave a grunt whenever he thought he had planted a fierce stroke. Perhaps brandy did weaken other people's arms, but he needed brandy in his veins instead of blood. The drop he had taken a little while before had made his carcass as warm as a boiler. He felt he had the power of a steam engine within him, and the iron seemed to be afraid of him this time. He flattened it more easily than if it had been a quid of tobacco. And it was a sight to see how Dedele waltzed. She cut such capers, with her tootsies in the air, just like a little dancer at the Élysée Montmartre, who exhibits her fine underclothes. For it would never do to dawdle. Iron is so deceitful, it cools at once, just to spite the hammer. With 30 blows, Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, had fashioned the head of his bolt. But he panted, his eyes were half out of his head, and got into a great rage as he felt his arms growing tired. Then, carried away by wrath, jumping about and yelling, he gave 2 more blows, just out of revenge for his trouble. When he took the bolt from the hole, it was deformed, its head being askew like a hunchback's. "Come now, isn't that quickly beaten into shape?" said he all the same, with his self-confidence, as he presented his work to Gervaise. "I'm no judge, sir," replied the laundress reservedly. But she saw plainly enough the marks of Dedele's last 2 kicks on the bolt, and she was very pleased. She bit her lips so as not to laugh, for now Goujet had every chance of winning. It was now Golden Mug's turn. Before commencing, he gave the laundress a look full of confident tenderness. Then he did not hurry himself. He measured his distance and swung the hammer from on high with all his might and at regular intervals. He had the classic style, accurate, evenly balanced, and supple. Fifine, in his hands, did not cut capers like at a dance-hall, but made steady, certain progress. She rose and fell in cadence like a lady of quality solemnly leading some ancient minuet. There was no brandy in Golden Mug's veins, only blood, throbbing powerfully even into Fifine and controlling the job. That stalwart fellow! What a magnificent man he was at work! The high flame of the forge shone full on his face. His whole face seemed golden indeed, with his short hair curling over his forehead and his splendid yellow beard. His neck was as straight as a column, and his immense chest was wide enough for a woman to sleep across it. His shoulders and sculptured arms seemed to have been copied from a giant's statue in some museum. You could see his muscles swelling, mountains of flesh rippling and hardening under the skin. His shoulders, his chest, his neck expanded. He seemed to shed light about him, becoming beautiful and all-powerful, like a kindly god. He had now swung Fifine 20 times, his eyes always fixed on the iron, drawing a deep breath with each blow, yet showing only 2 great drops of sweat trickling down from his temples. He counted 21, 22, 23. Calmly Fifine continued, like a noble lady dancing. "What a show-off!" jeeringly murmured Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst. Gervaise, standing opposite Goujet, looked at him with an affectionate smile. Mon Dieu, what fools men are! Here these 2 men were, pounding on their bolts to pay court to her. She understood it. They were battling with hammer blows, like 2 big red roosters vying for the favours of a little white hen. Sometimes the human heart has fantastic ways of expressing itself. This thundering of Dedele and Fifine upon the anvil was for her. This forge roaring and overflowing was for her. They were forging their love before her, battling over her. To be honest, she rather enjoyed it. All women are happy to receive compliments. The mighty blows of Golden Mug found echoes in her heart. They rang within her, a crystal-clear music in time with the throbbing of her pulse. She had the feeling that this hammering was driving something deep inside of her, something solid, something hard as the iron of the bolt. She had no doubt Goujet would win. Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, was much too ugly in his dirty tunic, jumping around like a monkey that had escaped from a zoo. She waited, blushing red, happy that the heat could explain the blush. Goujet was still counting. "Hand 28, cried he at length, laying the hammer on the ground. "It's finished. You can look." The head of the bolt was clean, polished, and without a flaw, regular goldsmith's work, with the roundness of a marble cast in a mould. The other men looked at it and nodded their heads. There was no denying it was lovely enough to be worshipped. Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, tried indeed to chuff, but it was no use, and ended by returning to his anvil with his nose put out of joint. Gervaise had squeezed up against Goujet, as though to get a better view. Etienne having let go the bellows, the forge was once more becoming enveloped in shadow, like a brilliant red sunset suddenly giving way to black night. And the blacksmith and the laundress experienced a sweet pleasure in feeling this gloom surround them in that shed, black with soot and filings, and where an odour of old iron prevailed. They could not have thought themselves more alone in the Bois de Vincennes had they met there in the death of some copse. He took her hand as though he had conquered her. Outside, they scarcely exchanged a word. All he could find to say was that she might have taken Etienne away with her, had it not been that there was still another half-hour's work to get through. When she started away, he called her back, wanting a few more minutes with her. "Come along, you haven't seen all the place, it's quite interesting." He led her to another shed, where the owner was installing a new machine. She hesitated in the doorway, oppressed by an instinctive dread. The great hall was vibrating from the machines, and black shadows filled the air. He reassured her with a smile, swearing that there was nothing to fear, only she should be careful not to let her skirts get caught in any of the gears. He went first, and she followed into the deafening hubbub of whistling, amid clouds of steam peopled by human shadows moving busily. The passages were very narrow, and there were obstacles to step over, holes to avoid, passing carts to move back from. She couldn't distinguish anything clearly or hear what Goujet was saying. Gervaise looked up and stopped to stare at the leather belts hanging from the roof in a gigantic spider-web, each strip ceaselessly revolving. The steam engine that drove them was hidden behind a low brick wall, so that the belts seemed to be moving by themselves. She stumbled and almost fell while looking up. Goujet raised his voice with explanations. There were the tapping machines operated by women, which put threads on bolts and nuts. Their steel gears were shining with oil. She could follow the entire process. She nodded her head and smiled. She was still a little tense, however, feeling uneasy at being so small among these rough metal workers. She jumped back more than once, her blood suddenly chilled by the dull thud of a machine. Goujet had stopped before one of the rivet machines. He stood there brooding, his head lowered, his gaze fixed. This machine forged 40mm rivets with the calm ease of a giant. Nothing could be simpler. The stoker took the iron shank from the furnace. The striker put it into the socket, where a continuous stream of water cooled it to prevent softening of the steel. The press descended, and the bolt flew out into the ground, its head as round as though cast in a mould. Every 12 hours this machine made hundreds of kilograms of bolts. Goujet was not a mean person, but there were moments when he wanted to take Fifine and smash this machine to bits, because he was angry to see that its arms were stronger than his own. He reasoned with himself, telling himself that human flesh cannot compete with steel, but he was still deeply hurt. The day would come when machinery would destroy the skilled worker. Their day's pay had already fallen from 12 francs to 9 francs. There was talk of cutting it again. He stared at it, frowning, for 3 minutes without saying a word. His yellow beard seemed to bristle defiantly. Then, gradually, an expression of resignation came over his face, and he turned toward Gervaise, who was clinging tightly to him, and said with a sad smile, "Well, That machine would certainly win a contest, but perhaps it will be for the good of mankind in the long run. Gervaise didn't care a bit about the welfare of mankind. Smiling, she said to Goujet, "I like yours better, because they show the hand of an artist." Hearing this gave him great happiness, because he had been afraid that she might be scornful of him after seeing the machines. Mon Dieu, he might be stronger than Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, but the machines were stronger yet. When Gervaise finally took her leave, Goujet was so happy that he almost crushed her with a hug. The laundress went every Saturday to the Goujets to deliver their washing. They still lived in a little house in the Rue Neuve de la Goutte d'Or. During the first year she had regularly repaid them 20 francs a month. So as not to jumble up the accounts, the washing book was only made up at the end of each month, and then she added to the amount whatever sum was necessary to make the 20 francs, for the Goujets' washing rarely came to more than 7 or 8 francs during that time. She had therefore paid off nearly half the sum owing, when one quarter day, not knowing what to do, some of her customers not having kept their promises, she had been obliged to go to the Goujets and borrow from them sufficient for her rent. On 2 other occasions she had also applied to them for the money to pay her workwomen, so that the debt had increased again to 425 francs. Now she no longer gave a halfpenny. She worked off the amount solely by the washing. It was not that she worked less or that her business was not so prosperous, but something was going wrong in her home. The money seemed to melt away, and she was glad when she was able to make both ends meet. Mon Dieu, what's the use of complaining as long as one gets by? She was putting on weight, and this caused her to become a bit lazy. She no longer had the energy that she had in the past. Oh well, there was always something coming in. Madame Goujet felt a motherly concern for Gervaise, and sometimes reprimanded her. This wasn't due to the money owed, but because she liked her and didn't want to see her get into difficulties. She never mentioned the debt. In short, she behaved with the utmost delicacy. The morrow of Gervaise's visit to the forge happened to be the last Saturday of the month. When she reached the Goujets, where she made a point of going herself, her basket had so weighed on her arms that she was quite 2 minutes before she could get her breath. One would hardly believe how heavy clothes are, especially when there are sheets among them. "Are you sure you've brought everything?" asked Madame Goujet. She was very strict on that point. She insisted on having her washing brought home without a single article being kept back for the sake of order, as she said. She also required the laundress always to come on the day arranged and at the same hour. In that way there was no time wasted. "Oh yes, everything is here," replied Gervaise, smiling. "You know I never leave anything behind." "That's true," admitted Madame Goujet. "You've got into many bad habits, but you're still free of that one." And while the laundress emptied her basket, laying the linen on the bed, the old woman praised her. She never burned the things, nor tore them like so many others did. Neither did she pull the buttons off with the iron. Only she used too much blue and made the shirt fronts too stiff with starch. "Just look, it's like cardboard," continued she, making one crackle between her fingers. "My son does not complain, but it cuts his neck. Tomorrow his neck will be all scratched when we return from Vincennes." "No, don't say that," exclaimed Gervaise, quite grieved. "To look nice, shirts must be rather stiff, otherwise it's as though one had a rag on one's body. You should just see what the gentlemen wear. I do all your things myself. The workwomen never touch them, and I assure you I take great pains. I would, if necessary, do everything over a dozen times, because it's for you, you know." She slightly blushed as she stammered out the last words. She was afraid of showing the great pleasure she took in ironing Goujet's shirts. She certainly had no wicked thoughts, but she was none the less a little bit ashamed. "Oh, I'm not complaining of your work. I know it's perfection," said Madame Goujet. "For instance, you've done this cap splendidly, only you could bring out the embroidery like that. And the flutings are all so even. Oh, I recognize your hand at once. When you give even a dishcloth to one of your workwomen, I detect it at once. In future, use a little less starch, that's all. Goujet does not care to look like a stylish gentleman." She had taken out her notebook and was crossing off the various items. Everything was in order. She noticed that Gervaise was charging 6 sous for each bonnet. She protested, but had to agree that it was in line with present prices. Men's shirts were 5 sous, women's underdrawers 4 sous, pillowcases 1.50 sous, and aprons 1 sou. No, the prices weren't high. Some laundresses charged 1 sou more for each item. Gervaise was now calling out the soiled clothes as she packed them in her basket for Madame Goujet to list. Then she lingered on, embarrassed by a request which she wished to make. "Madame Goujet," she said at length, "if it does not inconvenience you, I would like to take the money for the month's washing." It so happened that that month was a very heavy one, the account they had made up together amounting to 10 francs 7 sous. Madame Goujet looked at her a moment in a serious manner, then she replied, "My child, it shall be as you wish. I will not refuse you the money, as you are in need of it. Only, it's scarcely the way to pay off your debt. I say that for your sake, you know. Really now, you should be careful." Gervaise received the lecture with bowed head and stammering excuses. The 10 francs were to make up the amount of a bill she had given her coke merchant, but on hearing the word bill, Madame Goujet became severer still. She gave herself as an example. She had reduced her expenditure ever since Goujet's wages had been lowered from 12 to 9 francs a day. When one was wanting in wisdom whilst young, one dies of hunger in one's old age. But she held back and didn't tell Gervaise that she gave her their laundry only in order to help her pay off the debt. Before that she had done all her own washing, and she would have to do it herself again if the laundry continued taking so much cash out of her pocket. Gervaise spoke her thanks and left quickly as soon as she had received the 10 francs 7 sous. Outside on the landing she was so relieved she wanted to dance. She was becoming used to the annoying, unpleasant difficulties caused by a shortage of money, and preferred to remember not the embarrassment, but the joy in escaping from them. It was also on that Saturday that Gervaise met with a rather strange adventure as she descended the Goujets' staircase. She was obliged to stand up close against the stair rail with her basket to make way for a tall, bare-headed woman who was coming up, carrying in her hand a very fresh mackerel with bloody gills in a piece of paper. She recognized Virginie, the girl whose face she had slapped at the wash-house. They looked each other full in the face. Gervaise shut her eyes. She thought for a moment that she was going to be hit in the face with a fish. But no, Virginie even smiled slightly. Then, as her basket was blocking the staircase, the laundress wished to show how polite she too could be. "I beg your pardon," she said. "You are completely excused," replied the tall brunette. And they remained conversing together on the stairs, reconciled at once without having ventured on a single allusion to the past. Virginie, then 29 years old, had become a superb woman of strapping proportions, her face, however, looking rather long between her 2 plaits of jet-black hair. She at once began to relate her history just to show off. She had a husband now. She had married in the spring an ex-journeyman cabinet-maker, who recently left the army, and who had applied to be admitted into the police, because a post of that kind is more to be depended upon and more respectable. She had been out to buy the mackerel for him. "He adores mackerel," said she. "We must spoil them, those naughty men, mustn't we? But come up. You shall see our home. We are standing in a draught here." After Gervaise had told her of her own marriage, and that she had formerly occupied the very apartment Virginie now had, Virginie urged her even more strongly to come up, since it is always nice to visit a spot where one had been happy. Virginie had lived for 5 years on the left bank at Gros Caillou. That was where she had met her husband while he was still in the army. But she got tired of it and wanted to come back to the Goutte d'Or neighborhood where she knew everyone. She had only been living in the rooms opposite the Goujets for 2 weeks. Oh, everything was still a mess, but they were slowly getting it in order. Then, still on the staircase, they finally told each other their names. Madame Coupeau, Madame Poisson. And from that time forth they called each other on every possible occasion Madame Poisson and Madame Coupeau, solely for the pleasure of being Madame, they who in former days had been acquainted when occupying rather questionable positions. However, Gervaise felt rather mistrustful at heart. Perhaps the tall brunette had made it up the better to avenge herself for the beating at the wash-house by concocting some plan worthy of a spiteful, hypocritical creature. Gervaise determined to be upon her guard. For the time being, as Virginie behaved so nicely, she would be nice also. In the room upstairs, Poisson, the husband, a man of 35, with a cadaverous-looking countenance and carroty moustaches and beard, was seated working at a table near the window. He was making little boxes. His only tools were a knife, a tiny saw the size of a nail file, and a pot of glue. He was using wood from old cigar boxes, thin boards of unfinished mahogany upon which he executed fretwork and embellishments of extraordinary delicacy. All year long he worked at making the same size boxes, only varying them occasionally by inlay work, new designs for the cover, or putting compartments inside. He did not sell his work, he distributed it in presents to persons of his acquaintance. It was for his own amusement, a way of occupying his time while waiting for his appointment to the police force. It was all that remained with him from his former occupation of cabinet-making. Poisson rose from his seat and politely bowed to Gervaise, when his wife introduced her as an old friend. But he was no talker. He at once returned to his little saw. From time to time he merely glanced in the direction of the mackerel placed on the corner of the chest of drawers. Gervaise was very pleased to see her old lodging once more. She told them whereabouts her own furniture stood, and pointed out the place on the floor where Nana had been born. How strange it was to meet like this again after so many years. They never dreamt of running into each other like this, and even living in the same rooms. Virginie added some further details. Her husband had inherited a little money from an aunt, and he would probably set her up in a shop before long. Meanwhile she was still sewing. At length, at the end of a full half-hour, the laundress took her leave. Poisson scarcely seemed to notice her departure. While seeing her to the door, Virginie promised to return the visit, and she would have Gervaise do her laundry. While Virginie was keeping her in further conversation on the landing, Gervaise had the feeling that she wanted to say something about Lantier and her sister Adèle, and this notion upset her a bit. But not a word was uttered respecting those unpleasant things. They parted, wishing each other good-bye in a very amiable manner. "Good-bye, Madame Coupeau." "Good-bye, Madame Poisson." That was the starting point of a great friendship. A week later, Virginie never passed Gervaise's shop without going in, and she remained there gossiping for hours together, to such an extent indeed that Poisson, filled with anxiety, fearing she had been run over, would come and seek her with his expressionless and death-like countenance. Now that she was seeing the dressmaker every day, Gervaise became aware of a strange obsession. Every time Virginie began to talk, Gervaise had the feeling Lantier was going to be mentioned. So she had Lantier on her mind throughout all of Virginie's visits. This was silly, because, in fact, she didn't care a bit about Lantier or Adèle at this time. She was quite certain that she had no curiosity as to what had happened to either of them. But this obsession got hold of her in spite of herself. Anyway, she didn't hold it against Virginie. It wasn't her fault, surely. She enjoyed being with her, and looked forward to her visits. Meanwhile, winter had come, the Coupeaus' fourth winter in the Rue de la Goutte d'Or. December and January were particularly cold. It froze hard, as it well could. After New Year's Day, the snow remained 3 weeks without melting. It did not interfere with work, but the contrary, for winter is the best season for the ironers. It was very pleasant inside the shop. There was never any ice on the window panes like there was at the grocer's and the hostess opposite. The stove was always stuffed with coke and kept things as hot as a Turkish bath. With the laundry steaming overhead, you could almost imagine it was summer. You were quite comfortable with the doors closed and so much warmth everywhere that you were tempted to doze off with your eyes open. Gervaise laughed and said it reminded her of summer in the country. The street traffic made no noise in the snow, and you could hardly hear the pedestrians who passed by. Only children's voices were heard in the silence, especially the noisy band of urchins who had made a long slide in the gutter near the blacksmith's shop. Gervaise would sometimes go over to the door, wipe the moisture from one of the panes with her hand, and look out to see what was happening to her neighborhood due to this extraordinary cold spell. Not one nose was being poked out of the adjacent shops. The entire neighborhood was muffled in snow. The only person she was able to exchange nods with was the coal dealer next door, who still walked out bareheaded despite the severe freeze. What was especially enjoyable in this awful weather was to have some nice hot coffee in the middle of the day. The workwomen had no cause for complaint. The mistress made it very strong and without a grain of chicory. It was quite different to Madame Fauconnier's coffee, which was like ditch water. Only whenever Mother Coupeau undertook to make it, it was always an interminable time before it was ready, because she would fall asleep over the kettle. On these occasions, when the workwomen had finished their lunch, they would do a little ironing whilst waiting for the coffee. It so happened that on the morrow of 12th day 12:30 struck, and still the coffee was not ready. It seemed to persist in declining to pass through the strainer. Mother Coupeau tapped against the pot with a teaspoon, and one could hear the drops falling slowly, one by one, and without hurrying themselves any the more. "Leave it alone," said tall Clemence. "You'll make it thick. Today there'll be as much to eat as to drink." Tall Clemence was working on a man's shirt, the plaits of which she separated with her finger-nail. She had caught a cold, her eyes were frightfully swollen, and her chest was shaken with fits of coughing, which doubled her up beside the work-table. With all that, she had not even a handkerchief round her neck, and she was dressed in some cheap, flimsy woolen stuff in which she shivered. Close by, Madame Putois, wrapped up in flannel muffled up to her ears, was ironing a petticoat which she turned round the skirt-board, the narrow end of which rested on the back of a chair, whilst a sheet laid on the floor prevented the petticoat from getting dirty as it trailed along the tiles. Gervaise alone occupied half the work-table with some embroidered muslin curtains, over which she passed her iron in a straight line with her arms stretched out to avoid making any creases. All on a sudden, the coffee running through noisily caused her to raise her head. It was that squinty-eyed Augustine who had just given it an outlet by thrusting a spoon through the strainer. "Leave it alone," cried Gervaise. "Whatever is the matter with you? It'll be like drinking mud now." Mother Coupeau had placed 5 glasses on a corner of the work-table that was free. The women now left their work. The mistress always poured out the coffee herself after putting 2 lumps of sugar into each glass. It was the moment that they all looked forward to. On this occasion, as each one took her glass and squatted down on a little stool in front of the stove, the shop door opened. Virginie entered, shivering all over. "Ah, my children," said she, "it cuts you in two. I can no longer feel my ears. The cold is something awful." "Why, it's Madame Poisson!" exclaimed Gervaise. "Ah, well, you've come at the right time. You must have some coffee with us." "On my word, I can't say no. One feels the frost in one's bones merely by crossing the street." There was still some coffee left, luckily. Mother Coupeau went and fetched a 6th glass, and Gervaise let Virginie help herself to sugar out of politeness. The workwomen moved to give Virginie a small space close to the stove. Her nose was very red. She shivered a bit, pressing her hands, which were stiff with cold, around the glass to warm them. She had just come from the grocery store, where you froze to death waiting for a 1/4 pound of cheese, and so she raved about the warmth of the shop. It felt so good on one's skin. After warming up, she stretched out her long legs, and the 6 of them relaxed together, supping their coffee slowly, surrounded by all the work still to be done. Mother Coupeau and Virginie were the only ones on chairs. The others, on low benches, seemed to be sitting on the floor. Squint-eyed Augustine had pulled over a corner of the cloth below the skirt, stretching herself out on it. No one spoke at first. All kept their noses in their glasses, enjoying their coffee. "It's not bad, all the same," declared Clemence, but she was seized with a fit of coughing and almost choked. She leaned her head against the wall to cough with more force. "That's a bad cough you've got," said Virginie. "Wherever did you catch it?" "One never knows," replied Clemence, wiping her face with her sleeve. "It must have been the other night. There were 2 girls who were flaying each other outside the grand balcony. I wanted to see, so I stood there whilst the snow was falling. Ah, what a drubbing! It was enough to make one die with laughing. One had her nose almost pulled off, the blood streamed on the ground. When the other, a great long stick like me, saw the blood, she slipped away as quick as she could, and I coughed nearly all night. Besides that, too, men are so stupid in bed, they don't let you have any covers over you half the time." "Pretty conduct that," murmured Madame Putois. "You're killing yourself, my girl." "And if it pleases me to kill myself, life isn't so very amusing, slaving all the blessed day long to earn 55 sous, cooking one's blood from morning to night in front of the stove. Now, you know, I've had enough of it. All the same, though, this cough won't do me the service of making me croak. It'll go off the same way it came." A short silence ensued. The good-for-nothing Clémence, who led riots in low dancing establishments and shrieked like a screech owl at work, always saddened everyone with her thoughts of death. Gervaise knew her well, and so merely said, "You are never very gay the morning after a night of high living." The truth was that Gervaise did not like this talk about women fighting. Because of the flogging at the wash-house, it annoyed her whenever anyone spoke before her and Virginie of kicks with wooden shoes and of slaps in the face. It so happened, too, that Virginie was looking at her and smiling. "By the way," she said quietly, "yesterday I saw some hair pulling. They almost tore each other to pieces." "Who were they?" Madame Putois inquired. "The midwife and her maid, you know, a little blonde. What a pest the girl is! She was yelling at her employer that she had got rid of a child for the fruit woman, and that she was going to tell the police if she wasn't paid to keep quiet. So the midwife slapped her right in the face, and then the little blonde jumped on her and started scratching her and pulling her hair, really, by the roots. The sausage man had to grab her to put a stop to it." The workwomen laughed. Then they all took a sip of coffee. "Do you believe that she really got rid of a child?" Clémence asked. "Oh, yes, the rumour was all round the neighbourhood," Virginie answered. "I didn't see it myself, you understand, but it's part of the job. All midwives do it." "Well," exclaimed Madame Putois, "you have to be pretty stupid to put yourself in their hands. No thanks, you could be maimed for life. But there's a sure way to do it. Drink a glass of holy water every evening, and make the sign of the cross 3 times over your stomach with your thumb. Then your troubles will be over." Everyone thought Mother Coupeau was asleep, but she shook her head in protest. She knew another way, and it was infallible. You had to eat a hard-cooked egg every 2 hours, and put spinach leaves on your loins. Squint-eyed Augustine set up a hand-cackling when she heard this. They had forgotten about her. Gervaise lifted up the petticoat that was being ironed, and found her rolling on the floor with laughter. She jerked her upright. What was she laughing about? Was it right for her to be eavesdropping when all the people were talking, the little goose? Anyway, it was time for her to deliver the laundry to a friend of Madame Lérat at Les Batignolles. So Gervaise hung a basket on her arm and pushed her towards the door. Augustine went off, sobbing and snivelling, dragging her feet in the snow. Meanwhile, Mother Coupeau, Madame Putois, and Clémence were discussing the effectiveness of hard-cooked eggs and spinach leaves. Then Virginie said softly, "Mon Dieu, you have a fight and then you make it up, if you have a generous heart." She leaned toward Gervaise with a smile, and added, "Really, I don't hold any grudge against you for that business at the wash-house. You remember it, don't you?" This was what Gervaise had been dreading. She guessed that the subject of Lantier and Adèle would now come up. Virginie had moved close to Gervaise so as not to be overheard by the others. Gervaise, lulled by the excessive heat, felt so limp that she couldn't even summon the willpower to change the subject. She foresaw what the tall brunette would say, and her heart was stirred with an emotion which she didn't want to admit to herself. "I hope I'm not hurting your feelings," Virginie continued. "Often I've had it on the tip of my tongue. But since we are now on the subject, word of honour, I don't have any grudge against you." She stirred her remaining coffee and then took a small sip. Gervaise, with her heart in her throat, wondered if Virginie had really forgiven her as completely as she said, for she seemed to observe sparks in her dark eyes. "You see," Virginie went on, "you had an excuse. They played a really rotten, dirty trick on you. To be fair about it, if it had been me, I'd have taken a knife to her." She drank another small sip, then added rapidly without a pause, "Anyway, it didn't bring them happiness, mon Dieu, not a bit of it. They went to live over at La Clachère in a filthy street that was always muddy. I went 2 days later to have lunch with them. I can tell you, it was quite a trip by bus. Well, I found them already fighting. Really, as I came in, they were boxing each other's ears. Fine pair of lovebirds. Adèle isn't worth the rope to hang her. I say that even if she is my own sister. It would take too long to relate all the nasty tricks she played on me, and anyhow, it's between the 2 of us. As for Lantier, well, he's no good either. He'd beat the hide of you for anything, and with his fist closed too. They fought all the time. The police even came once." Virginie went on about other fights. Oh, She knew of things that would make your hair stand up. Gervaise listened in silence, her face pale. It was nearly 7 years since she had heard a word about Lantier. She hadn't realized what a strong curiosity she had as to what had become of the poor man, even though he had treated her badly. And she never would have believed that just the mention of his name could put such a glowing warmth in the pit of her stomach. She certainly had no reason to be jealous of Adèle any more, but she rejoiced to think of her body all bruised from the beatings. She could have listened to Virginie all night, but she didn't ask any questions, not wanting to appear much interested. Virginie stopped to sip at her coffee. Gervaise, realizing that she was expected to say something, asked, with a pretense of indifference, "Are they still living at La Glacier?" "No," the other replied. "Didn't I tell you? They separated last week. One morning Adèle moved out and Lantier didn't chase after her." "So they're separated!" Gervaise exclaimed. "Who are you talking about?" Clémence asked, interrupting her conversation with Mother Coupeau and Madame Putois. "Nobody you know," said Virginie. She was looking at Gervaise carefully and could see that she was upset. She moved still closer, maliciously finding pleasure in bringing up these old stories. Of a sudden she asked Gervaise what she would do if Lantier came round here. Men were really such strange creatures, he might decide to return to his first love. This caused Gervaise to sit up very straight and dignified. She was a married woman. She would send Lantier off immediately. There was no possibility of anything further between them, not even a handshake. She would not even want to look that man in the face. "I know that Etienne is his son, and that's a relationship that remains," she said. "If Lantier wants to see his son, I'll send the boy to him, because you can't stop a father from seeing his child. But as for myself, I don't want him to touch me, even with the tip of his finger. That is all finished." Desiring to break off this conversation, she seemed to awake with a start and called out to the women, "You ladies, do you think all these clothes are going to iron themselves? Get to work!" The workwomen, slow from the heat and general laziness, didn't hurry themselves, but went right on talking, gossiping about other people they had known. Gervaise shook herself and got to her feet. Couldn't earn money by sitting all day. She was the first to return to the ironing, but found that her curtains had been spotted by the coffee, and she had to rub out the stains with a damp cloth. The other women were now stretching and getting ready to begin ironing. Clémence had a terrible attack of coughing as soon as she moved. Finally, she was able to return to the shirt she had been doing. Madame Putois began to work on the petticoat again. "Well, good-bye," said Virginie. "I only came out for a 1/4 pound of Swiss cheese. Poisson must think I've frozen to death on the way." She had only just stepped outside when she turned back to say that Augustine was at the end of the street, sliding on the ice with some urchins. The squint-eyed imp rushed in all red-faced and out of breath, with snow all in her hair. She didn't mind the scolding she received, merely saying that she hadn't been able to walk fast because of the ice, and then some brats threw snow at her. The afternoons were all the same these winter days. The laundry was the refuge for anyone in the neighborhood who was cold. There was an endless procession of gossiping women. Gervaise took pride in the comforting warmth of her shop and welcomed those who came in, holding a salon, as the Lorilleuxs and the Boches remarked meanly. Gervaise was always thoughtful and generous. Sometimes she even invited poor people in if she saw them shivering outside. A friendship sprang up with an elderly house painter who was 70. He lived in an attic room and was slowly dying of cold and hunger. His 3 sons had been killed in the war. He survived the best he could, but it had been 2 years since he had been able to hold a paintbrush in his hand. Whenever Gervaise saw Père Bru walking outside, she would call him in and arrange a place for him close to the stove. Often she gave him some bread and cheese. Père Bru's face was as wrinkled as a withered apple. He would sit there, with his stooping shoulders and his white beard, without saying a word, just listening to the coke sputtering in the stove. Maybe he was thinking of his 50 years of hard work on high ladders, his 50 years spent painting doors and whitewashing ceilings in every corner of Paris. "Well, Père Bru," Gervaise would say, "what are you thinking of now?" "Nothing much. All sorts of things," he would answer quietly. The workwomen tried to joke with him to cheer him up, saying he was worrying over his love affairs, but he scarcely listened to them before he fell back into his habitual attitude of meditative melancholy. Virginie now frequently spoke to Gervaise of Lantier. She seemed to find amusement in filling her mind with ideas of her old lover just for the pleasure of embarrassing her by making suggestions. One day she related that she had met him. Then, as the laundress took no notice, she said nothing further, and it was only on the morrow that she added he had spoken about her for a long time and with a great show of affection. Gervaise was much upset by these reports whispered in her ear in a corner of the shop. The mention of Lantier's name always caused a worried sensation in the pit of her stomach. She certainly thought herself strong. She wished to lead the life of an industrious woman, because labour is the half of happiness. So she never considered Coupeau in this matter, having nothing to reproach herself with as regarded her husband, not even in her thoughts. But with a hesitating and suffering heart she would think of the blacksmith. It seemed to her that the memory of Lantier, that slow possession which she was resuming, rendered her unfaithful to Goujet, to their unavowed love, sweet as friendship. She passed sad days whenever she felt herself guilty towards her good friend. She would have liked to have had no affection for anyone but him outside of her family. It was a feeling far above all carnal thoughts, for the signs of which upon her burning face Virginie was ever on the watch. As soon as spring came, Gervaise often went and sought refuge with Goujet. She could no longer sit musing on a chair without immediately thinking of her first lover. She pictured him leaving Adèle, packing his clothes in the bottom of their old trunk, and returning to her in a cab. The days when she went out, she was seized with the most foolish fears in the street. She was ever thinking she heard Lantier's footsteps behind her. She did not dare turn round, but tremblingly fancied she felt his hands seizing her round the waist. He was, no doubt, spying upon her. He would appear before her some afternoon, and the bare idea threw her into a cold perspiration, because he would to a certainty kiss her on the ear, as he used to do in former days, solely to tease her. It was this kiss which frightened her. It rendered her deaf beforehand. It filled her with a buzzing amidst which she could only distinguish the sound of her heart beating violently. So, as soon as these fears seized upon her, the forge was her only shelter. There, under Goujet's protection, she once more became easy and smiling, as his sonorous hammer drove away her disagreeable reflections. What a happy time! The laundress took particular pains with the washing of her customer in the Rue de Porte Blanche. She always took it home herself, because that errand, every Friday, was a ready excuse for passing through the Rue Marcadet and looking in at the forge. The moment she turned the corner of the street, she felt light and gay, as though in the midst of those plots of waste land, surrounded by grey factories, she were out in the country. The roadway black with coal dust, the plumage of steam over the roofs, amused her as much as a moss-covered path leading through masses of green foliage in a wood in the environs. And she loved the dull horizon, streaked by the tall factory chimneys, the Montmartre heights, which hid the heavens from view, the chalky white houses pierced with the uniform openings of their windows. She would slacken her steps as she drew near, jumping over the pools of water, and finding a pleasure in traversing the deserted ins and outs of the yard full of old building materials. Right at the further end, the forge shone with a brilliant light, even at midday. Her heart leapt with the dance of the hammers. When she entered, her face turned quite red, the little fair hairs at the nape of her neck flew about like those of a woman arriving at some lovers' meeting. Goujet was expecting her, his arms and chest bare, whilst he hammered harder on the anvil on those days so as to make himself heard at a distance. He divined her presence, and greeted her with a good silent laugh in his yellow beard. But she would not leave him off his work. She begged him to take up his hammer again, because she loved him the more when he wielded it with his big arms swollen with muscles. She would go and give Etienne a gentle tap on the cheek as he hung onto the bellows, and then remained for an hour watching the rivets. The two did not exchange a dozen words. They could not have more completely satisfied their love if alone in a room with the door double locked. The snickering of Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, did not bother them in the least, for they no longer even heard him. At the end of a quarter of an hour she would begin to feel slightly oppressed. The heat, the powerful smell, the ascending smoke made her dizzy, whilst the dull thuds of the hammers shook her from the crown of her head to the soles of her feet. Then she desired nothing more. It was her pleasure. Had Goujet pressed her in his arms, it would not have procured her so sweet an emotion. She drew close to him that she might feel the wind raised by his hammer beat upon her cheek, and become, as it were, a part of the blow he struck. When the sparks made her soft hands smart, she did not withdraw them. On the contrary, she enjoyed the rain of fire which stung her skin. He, for certain, divined the happiness which she tasted there. He always kept the most difficult work for the Fridays, so as to pay his court to her with all his strength and all his skill. He no longer spared himself at the risk of splitting the anvils in two, as he panted, and his loins vibrated with the joy he was procuring her. All one springtime their love thus filled Goujet with the rumbling of a storm. It was an idyll amongst giant-like labour in the midst of the glare of the coal-fire, and of the shaking of the shed, the cracking carcass of which was black with soot. All that beaten iron, kneaded like red wax, preserved the rough marks of their love. When on the Fridays the laundress parted from Golden Mug, she slowly reascended the Rue de Poissonnier, contented and tired, her mind and her body alike tranquil. Little by little her fear of Lantier diminished. Her good sense got the better of her. At that time she would still have led a happy life, had it not been for Coupeau, who was decidedly going to the bad. One day she just happened to be returning from the forge when she fancied she recognized Coupeau inside Père Colombe's l'Assommoir, in the act of treating himself to a round of vitriol in the company of My Boots, Bibi the Smoker, and Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst. She passed quickly by so as not to seem to be spying on them, but she glanced back. It was indeed Coupeau, who was tossing his little glass of bad brandy down his throat with a gesture already familiar. He lied then, so he went in for brandy now. She returned home in despair. All her old dread of brandy took possession of her. She forgave the wine, because wine nourishes the workman. All kinds of spirit, on the contrary, were filth, poisons which destroyed in the workman the taste for bread. Ah, the government ought to prevent the manufacture of such horrid stuff. On arriving at the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, she found the whole house upset. Her workwomen had left the shop and were in the courtyard looking up above. She questioned Clémence. "It's old Bijard who's giving his wife a hiding," replied the ironer. "He was in the doorway, as drunk as a trooper, watching for her return from the wash-house. He whacked her up the stairs, and now he's finishing her off up there in their room. Listen, can't you hear her shrieks?" Gervaise hastened to the spot. She felt some friendship for her washerwoman, Madame Bijard, who was a very courageous woman. She had hoped to put a stop to what was going on. Upstairs, on the 6th floor, the door of the room was wide open. Some lodgers were shouting on the landing, whilst Madame Boche, standing in front of the door, was calling out, "Will you leave off? I shall send for the police, do you hear?" No one dared to venture inside the room, because it was known that Bijard was like a brute beast when he was drunk. As a matter of fact, he was scarcely ever sober. The rare days on which he worked, he placed a bottle of brandy beside his blacksmith's vice, gulping some of it down every half-hour. He could not keep himself going any other way. He would have blazed away like a torch if anyone had placed a lighted match close to his mouth. "But we mustn't let her be murdered," said Gervaise, all in a tremble. And she entered. The room, an attic and very clean, was bare and cold, almost emptied by the drunken habits of the man, who took the very sheets from the bed to turn them into liquor. During the struggle, the table had rolled away to the window, the 2 chairs, knocked over, had fallen with their legs in the air. In the middle of the room, on the tile floor, lay Madame Bijard, all bloody, her skirts, still soaked with the water of the wash-house, clinging to her thighs, her hair straggling in disorder. She was breathing heavily, with a rattle in her throat, as she muttered prolonged "ohs" each time she received a blow from the heel of Bijard's boot. He had knocked her down with his fists, and now he stamped upon her. "Ah, strumpet! Ah, strumpet! Ah, strumpet!" grunted he in a choking voice, accompanying each blow with the word, taking a delight in repeating it, and striking all the harder the more he found his voice failing him. Then, when he could no longer speak, he madly continued to kick with a dull sound, rigid in his ragged blue blouse and overalls, his face turned purple beneath his dirty beard, and his bald forehead streaked with big red blotches. The neighbours on the landing related that he was beating her because she had refused him 20 sous that morning. Boche's voice was heard at the foot of the staircase. He was calling Madame Boche, saying, "Come down, let them kill each other. It'll be so much scum the less." Meanwhile, Père Bru had followed Gervaise into the room. Between them they were trying to get him towards the door. But he turned round, speechless and foaming at the lips, and in his pale eyes the alcohol was blazing with a murderous glare. The laundress had her wrist injured. The old workman was knocked against the table. On the floor, Madame Bijard was breathing with greater difficulty, her mouth wide open, her eyes closed. Now Bijard kept missing her. He had madly returned to the attack, but blinded by rage, his blows fell on either side, and at times he almost fell when his kicks went into space. And during all this onslaught, Gervaise beheld in a corner of the room little Lalie, then 4 years old, watching her father murdering her mother. The child held in her arms, as though to protect her, her sister Henriette, only recently weaned. She was standing up, her head covered with a cotton cap, her face very pale and grave. Her large black eyes gazed with a fixedness full of thought, and were without a tear. When at length Bijard, running against a chair, stumbled onto the tiled floor, where they left him snoring, Père Bru helped Gervaise to raise Madame Bijard. The latter was now sobbing bitterly, and Lalie, drawing near, watched her crying, being used to such sights and already resigned to them. As the laundress descended the stairs in the silence of the now quieted house, she kept seeing before her that look of this child of 4, as grave and courageous as that of a woman. "Monsieur Coupeau is on the other side of the street," called out Clemence as soon as she caught sight of her. "He looks awfully drunk." Coupeau was just then crossing the street. He almost smashed a pane of glass with his shoulder as he missed the door. He was in a state of complete drunkenness, with his teeth clinched and his nose inflamed. And Gervaise at once recognized the vitriol of l'Assommoir in the poisoned blood which paled his skin. She tried to joke and get him to bed, the same as on the days when the wine had made him merry, but he pushed her aside without opening his lips, and raised his fist in passing as he went to bed of his own accord. He made Gervaise think of the other, the drunkard who was now snoring upstairs, tired out by the blows he had struck. A cold shiver passed over her. She thought of the men she knew, of her husband, of Goujet, of Lantier. Her heart breaking, despairing of ever being happy.
Gervaise's Saint's Day fell on the 19th of June. On such occasions the Coupeaux always made a grand display. They feasted till they were as round as balls, and their stomachs were filled for the rest of the week. There was a complete clear-out of all the money they had. The moment there were a few sous in the house, they went in gorging. They invented saints for those days which the almanac had not provided with any, just for the sake of giving themselves a pretext for gourmandizing. Virginie highly commended Gervaise for stuffing herself with all sorts of savory dishes. When one has a husband who turns all he can lay hands on into drink, it's good to line one's stomach well, and not to let everything go off in liquids. Since the money would disappear anyway, surely it was better to pay it to the butcher. Gervaise used that excuse to justify overeating, saying it was Coupeau's fault if they could no longer save a sou. She had grown considerably fatter, and she limped more than before because her leg, now swollen with fat, seemed to be getting gradually shorter. That year they talked about her Saint's Day a good month beforehand. They thought of dishes and smacked their lips in advance. All the shop had a confounded longing to junket. They wanted a merry-making of the right sort, something out of the ordinary and highly successful. One does not have so many opportunities for enjoyment. What most troubled the laundress was to decide whom to invite. She wished to have 12 persons at table, no more, no less. She, her husband, Mother Coupeau, and Madame Lara already made 4 members of the family. She would also have the Goujet and the Poisson. Originally, she had decided not to invite her workwomen, Madame Poutois and Clemence, so as not to make them too familiar, but as the projected feast was being constantly spoken of in their presence, and their mouths watered, she ended by telling them to come. 4 and 4, 8 and 2 are 10, then, wishing particularly to have 12, she became reconciled with the Lorilleux, who for some time past had been hovering around her. At least it was agreed that the Lorilleux should come to dinner, and that peace should be made with glasses in hand. You really shouldn't keep family quarrels going forever. When the Boches heard that a reconciliation was planned, they also sought to make up with Gervaise, and so they had to be invited to the dinner too. That would make 14, not counting the children. Never before had she given such a large dinner, and the thought frightened and excited her at the same time. The Saint's Day happened to fall on a Monday. It was a piece of luck. Gervaise counted on the Sunday afternoon to begin the cooking. On the Saturday, whilst the workwomen hurried with their work, there was a long discussion in the shop with the view of finally deciding upon what the feast should consist of. For 3 weeks past, one thing alone had been chosen, a fat roast goose. There was a gluttonous look on every face whenever it was mentioned. The goose was even already bought. Mother Coupeau went and fetched it to let Clémence and Madame Putois feel its weight, and they uttered all kinds of exclamations. It looked such an enormous bird with its rough skin all swelled out with yellow fat. Before that there will be the pot au feu, said Gervaise, the soup and just a small piece of boiled beef. It's always good. Then we must have something in the way of a stew. Tall Clémence suggested rabbit, but they were always having that. Everyone was sick of it. Gervaise wanted something more distinguished. Madame Putois having spoken of stewed veal, they looked at one another with broad smiles. It was a real idea. Nothing would make a better impression than a veal stew. And after that, resumed Gervaise, we must have some other dish with a sauce. Mother Coupeau proposed fish, but the others made a grimace as they banged down their irons. None of them liked fish. It was not a bit satisfying, and besides that it was full of bones. Squint-eyed Augustine having dared to observe that she liked skate, Clémence shut her mouth for her with a good sound clout. At length the mistress thought of stewed pig's back and potatoes, which restored the smiles to every countenance. Then Virginie entered like a puff of wind with a strange look on her face. "You've come just at the right time," exclaimed Gervaise. "Mother Coupeau, do show her the bird." And Mother Coupeau went a second time and fetched the goose, which Virginie had to take in her hands. She uttered no end of exclamations. By Jove, it was heavy. But soon laid it down on the work-table between a petticoat and a bundle of shirts. Her thoughts were elsewhere. She dragged Gervaise into the back room. "I say, little one," murmured she rapidly, "I've come to warn you. You'll never guess who I just met at the corner of the street. Lantier, my dear. He's hovering about on the watch, so I hastened here at once. It frightened me on your account, you know." The laundress turned quite pale. What could the wretched man want with her? Coming to like that just in the midst of the preparation for the feast. She never had any luck. She could not even be allowed to enjoy herself quietly. But Virginie replied that she was very foolish to put herself out about it like that. Why, if Lantier dared to follow her about, all she had to do was call a policeman and have him locked up. In the months since her husband had been appointed a policeman, Virginie had assumed rather lordly manners and talked of arresting everybody. She began to raise her voice, saying that she wished some passer-by would pinch her bottom so that she could take the fresh fellow to the police station herself and turn him over to her husband. Gervaise signalled her to be quiet since the workwomen were listening, and led the way back into the shop, reopening the discussion about the dinner. "Now, don't we need a vegetable?" "Why not peas with bacon?" said Virginie. "I like nothing better." "Yes, peas with bacon," the others approved. Augustine was so enthusiastic that she jabbed the poker into the stove harder than ever. By 3 o'clock on the morrow, Sunday, Mother Coupeau had lighted their 2 stoves, and also a third one of earthenware which they had borrowed from the Boche. At 3:30, the pot au feu was boiling away in an enormous earthenware pot lent by the eating-house keeper next door, the family pot having been found too small. They had decided to cook the veal and the pig's back the night before, since both of those dishes are better when reheated, but the cream sauce for the veal would not be prepared until just before sitting down for the feast. There was still plenty of work left for Monday: the soup, the peas with bacon, the roast goose. The inner room was lit by 3 fires. Butter was sizzling in the pans and emitting a sharp odor of burnt flour. Mother Coupeau and Gervaise, with white aprons tied on, were bustling all around, cleaning parsley, dashing for salt and pepper, turning the meat. They had sent Coupeau away so as to not have him underfoot, but they still had plenty of people looking in throughout the afternoon. The luscious smells from the kitchen had spread through the entire building, so that neighboring ladies came into the shop on various pretexts, very curious to see what was being cooked. Virginie put in an appearance towards 5 o'clock. She had again seen Lantier. Really, it was impossible to go down the street now without meeting him. Madame Boche also had just caught sight of him standing at the corner of the pavement with his head thrust forward in an uncommonly sly manner. Then Gervaise, who had at that moment intended going for a sou's worth of burnt onions for the pot au feu, began to tremble from head to foot and did not dare leave the house, the more so as the concierge and the dressmaker put her into a terrible fright by relating horrible stories of men waiting for women with knives and pistols hidden beneath their overcoats. Well, yes, one reads of such things every day in the newspapers. When one of those scoundrels gets his monkey up on discovering an old love leading a happy life, he becomes capable of everything. Virginie obligingly offered to run and fetch the burnt onions. Women should always help one another. They could not let that little thing be murdered. When she returned, she said that Lantier was no longer there. He had probably gone off on finding he was discovered. In spite of that thought, he was the subject of conversation around the saucepans until night-time. When Madame Boche advised her to inform Coupeau, Gervaise became really terrified and implored her not to say a word about it. Oh yes, wouldn't that be a nice situation? Her husband must have become suspicious already, because for the last few days at night he would swear to himself and bang the wall with his fists. The mere thought that the two men might destroy each other because of her made her shudder. She knew that Coupeau was jealous enough to attack Lantier with his shears. While the four of them had been deep in contemplating this drama, the saucepans on the banked coals of the stove had been quietly simmering. When Mother Coupeau lifted the lids, the veal and the pig's back were discreetly bubbling. The pot au feu was steadily steaming with snore-like sounds. Eventually, each of them dipped a piece of bread into the soup to taste the bouillon. At length Monday arrived. Now that Gervaise was going to have 14 persons at table, she began to fear that she would not be able to find room for them all. She decided that they should dine in the shop, and the first thing in the morning she took measurements so as to settle which way she would place the table. After that they had to remove all the clothes and take the ironing table to pieces. The top of this, laid on to some shorter trestles, was to be the dining table. But just in the midst of all this moving, a customer appeared and made a scene, because she had been waiting for her washing ever since the Friday. They were humbugging her. She would have her things at once. Then Gervaise tried to excuse herself, and lied boldly. It was not her fault. She was cleaning out her shop. The workmen would not be there till the morrow, and she pacified her customer and got rid of her by promising to busy herself with her things at the earliest possible moment. Then, as soon as the woman had left, she showed her temper. Really, if you listened to all your customers, you'd never have time to eat. You could work yourself to death like a dog on a leash. Well, no matter who came in today, even if they offered 100,000 francs, she wouldn't touch an iron on this Monday, because it was her turn to enjoy herself. The entire morning was spent in completing the purchases. 3 times Gervaise went out and returned laden like a mule. But just as she was going to order wine, she noticed that she had not sufficient money left. She could easily have got it on credit, only she could not be without money in the house on account of the 1,000 little expenses that one is liable to forget. And Mother Coupeau and she had lamented together in the back room, as they reckoned that they required at least 20 francs. How could they obtain them, those 4 pieces of 100 sous each? Mother Coupeau, who had at one time done the charring for a little actress of the Théâtre de Batignolles, was the first to suggest the pawn shop. Gervaise laughed with relief. How stupid she was not to have thought of it. She quickly folded her black silk dress upon a towel, which she then pinned together. Then she hid the bundle under Mother Coupeau's apron, telling her to keep it very flat against her stomach on account of the neighbors who had no need to know, and she went and watched at the door to see that the old woman was not followed. But the latter had only gone as far as the charcoal dealer's when she called her back. "Mamma, mamma!" She made her return to the shop, and, taking her wedding ring off her finger, said, "Here, put this with it. We should get all the more." When Mother Coupeau brought her 25 francs, she danced for joy. She would order an extra 6 bottles of wine, sealed wine, to drink with the roast. The Lorilleux would be crushed. For a fortnight past, it had been the Coupeau's dream to crush the Lorilleux. Was it not true that those sly ones, the man and his wife, a truly pretty couple, shut themselves up whenever they had anything nice to eat, as though they had stolen it? Yes, they covered up the windows with a blanket to hide the light, and made believe they were already asleep in bed. This stopped anyone from coming up, and so the Lorilleux could stuff everything down, just the two of them. They were even careful the next day not to throw the bones into the garbage, so that no one would know what they had eaten. Madame Lorilleux would walk to the end of the street to toss them into a sewer opening. One morning Gervaise surprised her emptying a basket of oyster shells there. All those penny pinchers were never open-handed, and all their mean contrivances came from their desire to appear to be poor. Well, we'd show them. We'd prove to them that we weren't mean. Gervaise would have laid her table in the street, had she been able to, just for the sake of inviting each passer-by. Money was not invented that it should be allowed to grow mouldy, was it? It is pretty when it shines all new in the sunshine. She resembled them so little now that on the days when she had 20 sous, she arranged things to let people think she had 40. Mother Coupeau and Gervaise talked of the Lorilleux whilst they laid the cloth about 3 o'clock. They had hung some big curtains at the windows, but it was very warm and the door was left open, and the whole street passed in front of the little table. The two women did not place a decanter or a bottle or a salt cellar without trying to arrange them in such a way as to annoy the Lorilleux. They had arranged their seats so as to give them a full view of the superbly laid cloth, and they had reserved the best crockery for them, well knowing that the porcelain plates would create a great effect. "No, no, mamma," cried Gervaise. "Don't give them those napkins. I've 2 damask ones." "Ah, good," murmured the old woman. "That'll break their hearts, that's certain." And they smiled to each other as they stood up on either side of that big white table on which the 14 knives and forks, placed all round, caused them to swell with pride. It had the appearance of the altar of some chapel in the middle of the shop. "Well, that's because they're so stingy themselves," resumed Gervaise. "You know they lied last month when the woman went about everywhere saying that she had lost a piece of gold chain as she was taking the work home. The idea! There's no fear of her ever losing anything. It was simply a way of making themselves out very poor, and of not giving you your 5 francs. "As yet I've only seen my 5 francs twice," said Mother Coupeau. "I'll bet next month they'll concoct some other story. That explains why they cover their window up when they have a rabbit to eat. Don't you see? One would have the right to say to them, as you can afford a rabbit, you can certainly give 5 francs to your mother. Oh, they're just rotten. What would have become of you if I hadn't taken you to live with us?" Mother Coupeau slowly shook her head. That day she was all against the Lorilleux because of the great feast the Coupeaux were giving. She loved cooking, the little gossiping round the saucepans, the place turned topsy-turvy by the revels of Saint's Day. Besides, she generally got on pretty well with Gervaise. On other days, when they played one another, as happens in all families, the old woman grumbled, saying she was wretchedly unfortunate in thus being at her daughter-in-law's mercy. In point of fact, she probably had some affection for Madame Lorilleux, who, after all, was her daughter. "Ah," continued Gervaise, "you wouldn't be so fat, would you, if you were living with them, and no coffee, no snuff, no little luxuries of any sort. Tell me, would they have given you 2 mattresses to your bed?" "No, that's very certain," replied Mother Coupeau. "When they arrive, I shall place myself so as to have a good view of the door to see the faces they'll make." Thinking of the faces they would make gave them pleasure ahead of time. However, they couldn't remain standing there admiring the table. The Coupeaus had lunched very late on just a bite or 2, because the stoves were already in use and because they did not want to dirty any dishes needed for the evening. By 4 o'clock the two women were working very hard. The huge goose was being cooked on a spit. Squint-eyed Augustine was sitting on a low bench, solemnly basting the goose with a long-handled spoon. Gervaise was busy with the peas with bacon. Mother Coupeau kept spinning around, a bit confused, waiting for the right time to begin reheating the pork and the veal. Towards 5 o'clock the guests began to arrive. First of all came the two workwomen, Clémence and Madame Putois, both in their Sunday best, the former in blue, the latter in black. Clémence carried a geranium, Madame Putois a heliotrope, and Gervaise, whose hands were just then smothered with flour, had to kiss each of them on both cheeks with her arms behind her back. Then, following close upon their heels, entered Virginie, dressed like a lady in a printed muslin costume with a sash and a bonnet, though she only had a few steps to come. She brought a pot of red carnations. She took the laundress in her big arms and squeezed her tight. At length Boche appeared with a pot of pansies, and Madame Boche with a pot of mignonette. Then came Madame Lerat, with a balm mint, the pot of which had dirtied her violet merino dress. All these people kissed each other and gathered together in the back room, in the midst of the 3 stoves and the roasting apparatus, which gave out a stifling heat. The noise from the saucepans drowned the voices. A dress catching in the Dutch oven caused quite an emotion. The smell of roast goose was so strong that it made their mouths water, and Gervaise was very pleasant, thanking everyone for their flowers, without, however, letting that interfere with her preparing the thickening for the stewed veal at the bottom of a soup plate. She had placed the pots in the shop at one end of the table, without removing the white paper that was round them. A sweet scent of flowers mingled with the odour of cooking. "Do you want any assistance?" asked Virginie. "Just fancy you've been 3 days preparing all this feast, and it will be gobbled up in no time." "Well, you know," replied Gervaise, "it wouldn't prepare itself. No, don't dirty your hands. You see everything's ready. There's only the soup to warm." Then they all made themselves comfortable. The ladies laid their shawls and their caps on the bed and pinned up their skirts so as not to soil them. Boche sent his wife back to the concierge's lodge until time to eat, and had cornered Clémence in a corner, trying to find out if she was ticklish. She was gasping for breath, as the mere thought of being tickled sent shivers through her. So as not to bother the cooks, the other ladies had gone into the shop and were standing against the wall facing the table. They were talking through the door, though, and as they could not hear very well, they were continually invading the back room and crowding around Gervaise, who would forget what she was doing to answer them. There were a few stories which brought sly laughter. When Virginie mentioned that she hadn't eaten for 2 days in order to have more room for today's feast, tall Clémence said that she had cleaned herself out that morning with an enema like the English do. Then Boche suggested a way of digesting the food quickly by squeezing oneself after each course, another English custom. After all, when you were invited to dinner, wasn't it polite to eat as much as you could? Veal and pork and goose are placed out for the cats to eat. The hostess didn't need to worry a bit. They were going to clean their plates so thoroughly that she wouldn't have to wash them. All of them kept coming to smell the air above the saucepans and the roaster. The ladies began to act like young girls, scurrying from room to room and pushing each other. Just as they were all jumping about and shouting by way of amusement, Goujet appeared. He was so timid he scarcely dared enter, but stood still holding a tall white rose tree in his arms, a magnificent plant with a stem that reached to his face and entangled the flowers in his beard. Gervaise ran to him, her cheeks burning from the heat of the stoves, but he did not know how to get rid of his pot, and when she had taken it from his hands, he stammered, not daring to kiss her. It was she who was obliged to stand on tiptoe and place her cheek against his lips. He was so agitated that even then he kissed her roughly on the eye, almost blinding her. They both stood trembling. "Oh, Monsieur Goujet, it's too lovely," said she, placing the rose tree beside the other flowers, which it overtopped with the whole of its tufts of foliage. "Not at all, not at all," repeated he, unable to say anything else. Then, after sighing deeply, he slightly recovered himself and stated that she was not to expect his mother. She was suffering from an attack of sciatica. Gervaise was greatly grieved. She talked of putting a piece of the goose on one side, as she particularly wished Madame Goujet to have a taste of the bird. No one else was expected. Coupeau was no doubt strolling about in the neighbourhood with Poisson, whom he had called for directly after his lunch. They would be home directly. They had promised to be back punctually at 6. Then, as the soup was almost ready, Gervaise called to Madame Lerat, saying that she thought it was time to go and fetch the Lorilleux. Madame Lerat became at once very grave. It was she who had conducted all the negotiations, and who had settled how everything should pass between the two families. She put her cap and shawl on again and went upstairs very stiffly in her skirts, looking very stately. Down below, the laundress continued to stir her vermicelli soup without saying a word. The guests suddenly became serious and solemnly waited. It was Madame Lerat who appeared first. She had gone round by the street so as to give more pomp to the reconciliation. She held the shop door wide open whilst Madame Lorilleux, wearing a silk dress, stopped at the threshold. All the guests had risen from their seats. Gervaise went forward and, kissing her sister-in-law, as had been agreed, said, "Come in. It's all over, isn't it? We'll both be nice to each other." And Madame Lorilleux replied, "I shall be only too happy if we're so always." When she had entered, Lorilleux also stopped at the threshold, and he likewise waited to be embraced before penetrating into the shop. Neither the one nor the other had brought a bouquet. They had decided not to do so, as they thought it would look too much like giving way to Clump if they carried flowers with them the first time they set foot in her home. Gervaise called to Augustine to bring 2 bottles of wine. Then, filling some glasses on a corner of the table, she called everyone to her, and each took a glass and drank to the good friendship of the family. There was a pause whilst the guests were drinking, the ladies raising their elbows and emptying their glasses to the last drop. "Nothing is better before soup," declared Boche, smacking his lips. Mother Coupeau had placed herself opposite the door to see the faces the Lorilleux would make. She pulled Gervaise by the skirt and dragged her into the back room, and as they both leant over the soup, they conversed rapidly in a low voice. "Oh, what a sight!" said the old woman. "You couldn't see them, but I was watching. When she caught sight of the table, her face twisted around like that, the corners of her mouth almost touched her eyes. And as for him, it nearly choked him. He coughed and coughed. Now, just look at them over there. There's no saliva left in their mouths. They're chewing their lips." "It's quite painful to see people as jealous as that," murmured Gervaise. Really, the Lorilleux had a funny look about them. No one, of course, liked to be crushed. In families, especially when the one succeeds, the others do not like it. That is only natural. Only one keeps it in. One does not make an exhibition of oneself. Well, the Lorilleux could not keep it in. It was more than a match for them. They squinted, their mouths were all on one side. In short, it was so apparent that the other guests looked at them and asked them if they were unwell. Never would they be able to stomach this table with its 14-place settings, its white linen tablecloth, its slices of bread cut in advance, all in the style of a first-class restaurant. Madame Lorilleux went around the table surreptitiously fingering the tablecloth, tortured by the thought that it was a new one. "Everything's ready," cried Gervaise as she reappeared with a smile, her arms bare and her little fair curls blowing over her temples. "If the boss would only come," resumed the laundress, "we might begin." "Oh, well," said Madame Lorilleux, "the soup will be cold by then. Coupeau always forgets. You shouldn't have let him go off." It was already 6:30. Everything was burning now. The goose would be overdone. Then Gervaise, feeling quite dejected, talked of sending someone to all the wine shops in the neighbourhood to find Coupeau. And as Goujet offered to go, she decided to accompany him. Virginie, anxious about her husband, went also. The 3 of them, bareheaded, quite blocked up the pavement. The blacksmith, who wore his frock coat, had Gervaise on his left arm, and Virginie on his right. He was doing the 2-handled basket, as he said, and it seemed to them such a funny thing to say that they stopped, unable to move their legs for laughing. They looked at themselves in the pork butcher's glass and laughed more than ever. Beside Goujet, all in black, the 2 women looked like speckled hens, the dressmaker in her muslin costume sprinkled with pink flowers, the laundress in her white cambric dress with blue spots, her wrists bare, and wearing round her neck a little grey silk scarf tied in a bow. People turned round to see them pass, looking so fresh and lively, dressed in their Sunday best on a weekday, and jostling the crowd which hung about the Rue de Poissonnier on that warm June evening. But it was not a question of amusing themselves. They went straight to the door of each wine shop, looked in, and sought amongst the people standing before the counter. Had that animal Coupeau gone to the Arc de Triomphe to get his dram? They had already done the upper part of the street, looking in all the likely places. At the Little Civet, renowned for its preserved plums, at old Mother Baquette's, who sold Orleans wine at 8 sous, and at the Butterfly, the coachman's house of call, gentlemen who were not easy to please, but no Coupeau. Then, as they were going down towards the boulevard, Gervaise uttered a faint cry on passing the eating-house at the corner kept by François. "What's the matter?" asked Goujet. The laundress no longer laughed. She was very pale and labouring under so great an emotion that she had almost fallen. Virginie understood it all as she caught a sight of Lantier seated at one of François' tables, quietly dining. The two women dragged the blacksmith along. "My ankle twisted," said Gervaise as soon as she was able to speak. At length they discovered Coupeau and Poisson at the bottom of the street, inside Père Colombe's l'Assommoir. They were standing up in the midst of a number of men. Coupeau, in a grey blouse, was shouting with furious gestures and banging his fists down on the counter. Poisson, not on duty that day, and buttoned up in an old brown coat, was listening to him in a dull sort of way, and without uttering a word, bristling his carroty moustache and beard the while. Goujet left the women on the edge of the pavement, and went and laid his hand on the zinc worker's shoulder. But when the latter caught sight of Gervaise and Virginie outside, he grew angry. Why was he badgered with such females as those? Petticoats had taken to tracking him about now. Well, he declined to stir. They could go and eat their beastly dinner all by themselves. To quiet him, Goujet was obliged to accept a drop of something, and even then Coupeau took a fiendish delight in dawdling a good 5 minutes at the counter. When he at length came out, he said to his wife, "I don't like this. It's my business where I go. Do you understand?" She did not answer. She was all in a tremble. She must have said something about Lantier to Virginie, for the latter pushed her husband and Goujet ahead, telling them to walk in front. The two women got on each side of Coupeau to keep him occupied and prevent him seeing Lantier. He wasn't really drunk, being more intoxicated from shouting than drinking. Since they seemed to want to stay on the left side to tease them, he crossed over to the other side of the street. Worried, they ran after him and tried to block his view of the door of François', but Coupeau must have known that Lantier was there. Gervaise almost went out of her senses on hearing him grunt. "Yes, my duck, there's a fellow of our acquaintance inside there. You mustn't take me for a ninny. Don't let me catch you gallivanting about again with your side glances." And he made use of some very coarse expressions. It was not him that she had come to look for with her bare elbows and her mealy mouth. It was her old beau. Then he was suddenly seized with a mad rage against Lantier. "Ah, the brigand! Ah, the filthy hound! One or the other of them would have to be left on the pavement, empty of his guts like a rabbit." Lantier, however, did not appear to notice what was going on, and continued slowly eating some veal and sorrel. A crowd began to form. Virginie led Coupeau away, and he calmed down at once as soon as he had turned the corner of the street. All the same, they returned to the shop far less lively than when they left it. The guests were standing around the table with very long faces. The zinc worker shook hands with them, showing himself off before the ladies. Gervaise, feeling rather depressed, spoke in a low voice as she directed them to their places. But she suddenly noticed that as Madame Goujet had not come, a seat would remain empty, the one next to Madame Lorilleux. "We are 13, said she, deeply affected, seeing in that a fresh omen of the misfortune with which she had felt herself threatened for some time past. The ladies, already seated, rose up looking anxious and annoyed. Madame Putois offered to retire because, according to her, it was not a matter to laugh about. Besides, she would not touch a thing. The food would do her no good. As to Bosch, he chuckled. He would sooner be 13 than 14. The portions would be larger, that was all. "Wait," resumed Gervaise, "I can manage it." And going out onto the pavement, she called Père Bru, who was just then crossing the roadway. The old workman entered, stooping and stiff, and his face without expression. "Seat yourself there, my good fellow," said the laundress. "You won't mind eating with us, will you?" He simply nodded his head. He was willing, he did not mind. "As well him as another," continued she, lowering her voice. "He doesn't often eat his fill. He will at least enjoy himself once more. We shall feel no remorse in stuffing ourselves now." This touched Goujet so deeply that his eyes filled with tears. The others were also moved by compassion, and said that it would bring them all good luck. However, Madame Lorilleux seemed unhappy at having the old man next to her. She cast glances of disgust at his work-roughened hands and his faded patched smock, and drew away from him. Père Bru sat with his head bowed, waiting. He was bothered by the napkin that was on the plate before him. Finally, he lifted it off and placed it gently on the edge of the table, not thinking to spread it over his knees. Now at last Gervaise served the vermicelli soup. The guests were taking up their spoons when Virginie remarked that Coupeau had disappeared. He had perhaps returned to Père Colombe's. This time the company got angry. So much the worse. One would not run after him. He could stay in the street if he was not hungry. And as the spoons touched the bottom of the plates, Coupeau reappeared, with 2 pots of flowers, one under each arm, a stock and a balsam. They all clapped their hands. He gallantly placed the pots, one on the right, the other on the left of Gervaise's glass. Then, bending over and kissing her, he said, "I had forgotten you, my lamb, but in spite of that we love each other all the same, especially on such a day as this." "Monsieur Coupeau's very nice this evening," murmured Clemence in Boche's ear. "He's got just what he required, sufficient to make him amiable." The good behaviour of the master of the house restored the gaiety of the proceedings, which at one moment had been compromised. Gervaise, once more at her ease, was all smiles again. The guests finished their soup, then the bottles circulated and they drank their first glass of wine. Just a drop, pure, to wash down the vermicelli. One could hear the children quarrelling in the next room. There were Etienne, Pauline, Nana, and little Victor Fauconnier. It had been decided to lay a table for the 4 of them, and they had been told to be very good. That squint-eyed Augustine, who had to look after the stove, was to eat off her knees. "Mamma, mamma!" suddenly screamed Nana. "Augustine is dipping her bread in the Dutch oven." The laundress hastened there and caught the squint-eyed one in the act of burning her throat in her attempt to swallow without loss of time a slice of bread soaked in boiling goose fat. She boxed her ears when the young monkey called out that it was not true. When, after the boiled beef, the stewed veal appeared, served in a salad bowl, as they did not have a dish large enough. The party greeted it with a laugh. "It's become serious," declared Poisson, who seldom spoke. It was 7:30. They had closed the shop door so as not to be spied upon by the whole neighbourhood. The little clockmaker opposite especially was opening his eyes to their full size, and seemed to take the pieces from their mouths with such a gluttonous look that it almost prevented them from eating. The curtains hung before the windows admitted a great white uniform light, which bathed the entire table with its symmetrical arrangements of knives and forks, and its pots of flowers enveloped in tall collars of white paper, and this pale fading light, this slowly approaching dusk, gave to the party somewhat of an air of distinction. Virginie looked round the closed apartment hung with muslin, and with a happy criticism declared it to be very cosy. Whenever a cart passed in the street, the glasses jingled together on the tablecloth, and the ladies were obliged to shout as loud as the men. But there was not much conversation. They all behaved very respectably, and were very attentive to each other. Coupeau alone wore a blouse, because, as he said, one need not stand on ceremony with friends, and besides which the blouse was the workman's garb of honour. The ladies, laced up in their bodices, wore their hair in plaits, greasy with pomatum, in which the daylight was reflected, whilst the gentlemen, sitting at a distance from the table, swelled out their chests and kept their elbows wide apart for fear of staining their frock-coats. "Ah, thunder! What a hole they were making in the stewed veal! If they spoke little, they were chewing in earnest. The salad bowl was becoming emptier and emptier with a spoon stuck in the midst of the thick sauce, a good yellow sauce which quivered like a jelly. They fished pieces of veal out of it, and seemed as though they would never come to the end. The salad bowl journeyed from hand to hand, and faces bent over it as forks picked out the mushrooms. The long loaves, standing against the wall behind the guests, appeared to melt away. Between the mouthfuls one could hear the sound of glasses being replaced on the table. The sauce was a trifle too salty. It required 4 bottles of wine to drown that blessed stewed veal, which went down like cream, but which afterwards lit up a regular conflagration in one's stomach. And before one had time to take a breath, the pig's back, in the middle of a deep dish surrounded by big round potatoes, arrived in the midst of a cloud of smoke. There was one general cry. By Jove! It was just the thing. Everyone liked it. They would do it justice. And they followed the dish with a side glance as they wiped their knives on their bread so as to be in readiness. Then, as soon as they were helped, they nudged one another and spoke with their mouths full. It was just like butter, something sweet and solid which one could feel run through one's guts right down into one's boots. The potatoes were like sugar. It was not a bit salty, only, just on account of the potatoes, it required a wetting every few minutes. 4 more bottles were placed on the table. The plates were wiped so clean that they also served for the green peas and bacon. Oh, vegetables were of no consequence. They playfully gulped them down in spoonfuls. The best part of the dish was the small pieces of bacon, just nicely grilled and smelling like horse's hoof. 2 bottles were sufficient for them. "Mama, Mama," called out Nana suddenly, "Augustine's putting her finger in my plate." "Don't bother me, give her a slap," replied Gervaise, in the act of stuffing herself with green peas. At the children's table in the back room, Nana was playing the role of the lady of the house, sitting next to Victor and putting her brother Etienne beside Pauline so they could play house, pretending they were 2 married couples. Nana had served her guests very politely at first, but now she had given way to her passion for grilled bacon, trying to keep every piece for herself. While Augustine was prowling around the children's table, she would grab the bits of bacon under the pretext of dividing them amongst the children. Nana was so furious that she bit Augustine on the wrist. "Ah, you know," murmured Augustine, "I'll tell your mother that after the veal you asked Victor to kiss you." But all became quiet again, as Gervaise and Mother Coupeau came in to get the goose. The guests at the big table were leaning back in their chairs, taking a breather. The men had unbuttoned their waistcoats, the ladies were wiping their faces with their napkins. The repast was, so to say, interrupted. Only 1 or 2 persons, unable to keep their jaws still, continued to swallow large mouthfuls of bread without even knowing that they were doing so. The others were waiting and allowing their food to settle while waiting for the main course. Night was slowly coming on. A dirty ash-grey light was gathering behind the curtains. When Augustine brought 2 lamps and placed one at each end of the table, the general disorder became apparent in the bright glare, the greasy forks and plates, the tablecloth stained with wine and covered with crumbs. A strong stifling odour pervaded the room. Certain warm fumes, however, attracted all the noses in the direction of the kitchen. "Can I help you?" cried Virginie. She left her chair and passed into the inner room. All the women followed one by one. They surrounded the Dutch oven and watched with profound interest as Gervaise and Mother Coupeau tried to pull the bird out. Then a clamour arose, in the midst of which one could distinguish the shrill voices and the joyful leaps of the children. And there was a triumphal entry. Gervaise carried the goose, her arms stiff and her perspiring face expanded in one broad silent laugh. The women walked behind her laughing in the same way, whilst Nana, right at the end, raised herself up to see, her eyes open to their full extent. When the enormous golden goose streaming with gravy was on the table, they did not attack it at once. It was a wonder, a respectful wonderment, which for a moment left everyone speechless. They drew one another's attention to it with winks and nods of the head. Golly, what a bird!
"That one didn't get fat by licking the walls, I'll bet," said Boche. Then they entered into details respecting the bird. Gervaise gave the facts. It was the best she could get at the poulterers in the Faubourg Poissonnier. It weighed 12.5 pounds on the scales at the charcoal dealers. They had burned nearly half a bushel of charcoal in cooking it, and it had given 3 bowls full of dripping. Virginie interrupted her to boast of having seen it before it was cooked. "Oh, you could have eaten it just as it was," she said. "Its skin was so fine, like the skin of a blonde." All the men laughed at this, smacking their lips. Lorilleux and Madame Lorilleux sniffed disdainfully, almost choking with rage to see such a goose on Clump-Clump's table. "Well, we can't eat it whole," the laundress observed. "Who'll cut it up?" "No, not me. It's too big. I'm afraid of it." Coupeau offered his services. Mon Dieu, it was very simple. You caught hold of the limbs and pulled them off. The pieces were good all the same. But the others protested. They forcibly took possession of the large kitchen knife which the zinc worker already held in his hand, saying that whenever he carved he made a regular graveyard of the platter. Finally, Madame Lerat suggested in a friendly tone, "Listen, it should be Monsieur Poisson. Yes, Monsieur Poisson." But as the others did not appear to understand, she added in a more flattering manner still, "Why, yes, of course, it should be Monsieur Poisson, who's accustomed to the use of arms." And she passed the kitchen knife to the policeman. All round the table they laughed with pleasure and approval. Poisson bowed his head with military stiffness and moved the goose before him. When he thrust the knife into the goose, which cracked, Lorilleux was seized with an outburst of patriotism. "Ah, if it was a Cossack!" he cried. "Have you ever fought with Cossacks, Monsieur Poisson?" asked Madame Boche. "No, but I have with Bedouins," replied the policeman, who was cutting off a wing. "There are no more Cossacks." A great silence ensued. Necks were stretched out as every eye followed the knife. Poisson was preparing a surprise. Suddenly he gave a last cut. The hind quarter of the bird came off and stood up on end, rump in the air, making a bishop's mitre. Then admiration burst forth. None were so agreeable in company as retired soldiers. The policeman allowed several minutes for the company to admire the bishop's mitre, and then finished cutting the slices and arranging them on the platter. The carving of the goose was now complete. When the ladies complained that they were getting rather warm, Coupeau opened the door to the street, and the gaiety continued against the background of cabs rattling down the street and pedestrians bustling along the pavement. The goose was attacked furiously by the rested jaws. Boche remarked that just having to wait and watch the goose being carved had been enough to make the veal and pork slide down to his ankles. Then ensued a famous tuck-in. That is to say, not one of the party recollected ever having before run the risk of such a stomachache. Gervaise, looking enormous, her elbows on the table, ate great pieces of breast without uttering a word, for fear of losing a mouthful, and merely felt slightly ashamed and annoyed at exhibiting herself thus, as gluttonous as a cat before Goujet. Goujet, however, was too busy stuffing himself to notice that she was all red with eating. Besides, in spite of her greediness, she remained so nice and good. She did not speak, but she troubled herself every minute to look after Père Bru, and place some dainty bits on his plate. It was even touching to see this glutton take a piece of wing almost from her mouth to give it to the old fellow, who did not appear to be very particular, and who swallowed everything with bowed head, almost besotted from having gobbled so much after he had forgotten the taste of bread. The Lorilleux expended their rage on the roast goose. They ate enough to last them 3 days. They would have stowed away the dish, the table, the very shop, if they could have ruined Clump-Clump by doing so. All the ladies had wanted a piece of the breast, traditionally the ladies' portion. Madame Lerat, Madame Boche, Madame Poutois were all picking bones, whilst Mother Coupeau, who adored the neck, was tearing off the flesh with her last 2 teeth. Virginie liked the skin when it was nicely browned, and the other guests gallantly passed their skin to her, so much so that Poisson looked at his wife severely and bade her stop, because she had had enough as it was. Once already she had been a fortnight in bed with her stomach swollen out, through having eaten too much roast goose.
But Coupeau got angry and helped Virginie to the upper part of her leg, saying that by Jove thunder, if she did not pick it, she wasn't a proper woman. Had roast goose ever done harm to anybody? On the contrary, it cured all complaints of the spleen. One could eat it without bread, like dessert. He could go on swallowing it all night without being the least bit inconvenienced, and just to show off, he stuffed a whole drumstick into his mouth. Meanwhile, Clemence had got to the end of the rump, and was sucking it with her lips, while she wriggled with laughter on her chair, because Boche was whispering all sorts of smutty things to her. Ah, by Jove, yes, there was a dinner. When one's at it, you know. And if one only has the chance now and then, one would be precious stupid not to stuff oneself up to one's ears. Really, one could see their sides puff out by degrees. They were cracking in their skins, the blessed gormandizers. With their mouths open, their chins besmeared with grease, they had such bloated red faces that one would have said they were bursting with prosperity. As for the wine, well, that was flowing as freely around the table as water flows in the Seine. It was like a brook overflowing after a rainstorm when the soil is parched. Coupeau raised the bottle high when pouring to see the red jet foam in the glass. Whenever he emptied a bottle, he would turn it upside down and shake it. One more dead soldier. In a corner of the laundry, the pile of dead soldiers grew larger and larger, a veritable cemetery of bottles onto which other debris from the table was tossed. Coupeau became indignant when Madame Putois asked for water. He took all the water pitchers from the table. Do respectable citizens ever drink water? Did she want to grow frogs in her stomach? Many glasses were emptied at one gulp. You could hear the liquid gurgling its way down the throats like rainwater in a drain pipe after a storm. One might say it was raining wine. Mon Dieu, the juice of the grape was a remarkable invention. Surely the working man couldn't get along without his wine. Papa Noah must have planted his grapevine for the benefit of zinc workers, tailors, and blacksmiths. It brightened you up and refreshed you after a hard day's work. Coupeau was in a high mood. He proclaimed that all the ladies present were very cute, and jingled the 3 sous in his pocket as if they had been 5-franc pieces. Even Goujet, who was ordinarily very sober, had taken plenty of wine. Boche's eyes were narrowing, those of Lorilleux were paling, and Poisson was developing expressions of stern severity on his soldierly face. All the men were as drunk as lords, and the ladies had reached a certain point also, feeling so warm that they had to loosen their clothes. Only Clemence carried this a bit too far. Suddenly Gervaise recollected the 6 sealed bottles of wine. She had forgotten to put them on the table with the goose. She fetched them and all the glasses were filled. Then Poisson rose and, holding his glass in the air, said, "I drink to the health of the missus." All of them stood up, making a great noise with their chairs as they moved. Holding out their arms, they clinked glasses in the midst of an immense uproar. "Here's to this day 50 years hence," cried Virginie. "No, no," replied Gervaise, deeply moved and smiling. "I shall be too old. Ah, a day comes when one's glad to go." Through the door, which was wide open, the neighborhood was looking on and taking part in the festivities. Passers-by stopped in the broad ray of light which shone over the pavement, and laughed heartily at seeing all these people stuffing away so jovially. The aroma from the roasted goose brought joy to the whole street. The clerks on the sidewalk opposite thought that they could almost taste the bird. Others came out frequently to stand in front of their shops, sniffing the air and licking their lips. The little jeweler was unable to work, dizzy from having counted so many bottles. He seemed to have lost his head among his merry little cuckoo clocks. Yes, the neighbors were devoured with envy, as Coupeau said, but why should there be any secret about the matter? The party, now fairly launched, was no longer ashamed of being seen at table. On the contrary, it felt flattered and excited at seeing the crowd gathered there, gaping with gluttony. It would have liked to have knocked out the shop front and dragged the table into the roadway, and there to have enjoyed the dessert under the very nose of the public, and amidst the commotion of the thoroughfare. Nothing disgusting was to be seen in them, was there? Then there was no need to shut themselves in like selfish people. Coupeau, noticing the little clockmaker looked very thirsty, held up a bottle, and as the other nodded his head, he carried him the bottle and a glass. A fraternity was established in the street. They drank to anyone who passed. They called in any chaps who looked the right sort. The feast spread, extending from one to another to the degree that the entire neighbourhood of the Goutte d'Or sniffed the grub and held its stomach amidst a rumpus worthy of the devil and all his demons. For some minutes, Madame Vigoureux, the charcoal dealer, had been passing to and fro before the door. "I'm Madame Vigoureux, Madame Vigoureux," yelled the party. She entered with a broad grin on her face, which was washed for once, and so fat that the body of her dress was bursting. The men liked pinching her because they might pinch her all over without ever encountering a bone. Bosch made room for her beside him and reached slyly under the table to grab her knee, but she, being accustomed to that sort of thing, quietly tossed off a glass of wine and related that all the neighbours were at their windows and that some of the people of the house were beginning to get angry. "Oh, that's our business," said Madame Bosch. "We're the concierge, aren't we? Well, we're answerable for good order. Let them come and complain to us. We'll receive them in a way they don't expect." In the back room there had just been a furious fight between Nana and Augustine on account of the Dutch oven, which both wanted to scrape out. For a quarter of an hour the Dutch oven had rebounded over the tile floor with the noise of an old saucepan. Nana was now nursing little Victor, who had a goose-bone in his throat. She pushed her fingers under his chin and made him swallow big lumps of sugar by way of a remedy. That did not prevent her keeping an eye on the big table. At every minute she came and asked for wine, bread, or meat. For Etienne and Pauline, she said. "Here, burst," her mother would say to her. "Perhaps you'll leave us in peace now." The children were scarcely able to swallow any longer, but they continued to eat all the same, banging their forks down on the table to the tune of a canticle in order to excite themselves. In the midst of the noise, however, a conversation was going on between Père Bru and Mother Coupeau. The old fellow, who was ghastly pale in spite of the wine and the food, was talking of his sons who had died in the Crimea. "Ah, if the lads had only lived, he would have bread to eat every day." But Mother Coupeau, speaking thickly, leant towards him and said, "Ah, one has many worries with children. For instance, I appear to be happy here, don't I? Well, I cry more often than you think. No, don't wish you still had your children." Père Bru shook his head. "I can't get work anywhere," murmured he. "I'm too old. When I enter a workshop, the young fellows joke and ask me if I polished Henry IV's boots. Today it's all over. They won't have me anywhere. Last year I could still earn 30 sous a day painting a bridge. I had to lie on my back with the river flowing under me. I've had a bad cough ever since then. Now I'm finished." He looked at his poor stiff hands and added, "It's easy to understand I'm no longer good for anything. They're right. Were I in their place, I should do the same. You see, the misfortune is that I'm not dead. Yes, it's my fault. One should lie down and croak when one's no longer able to work." "Really," said Lorilla, who was listening, "I don't understand why the government doesn't come to the aid of the invalids of labour. I was reading that in the newspaper the other day. But Poisson thought it his duty to defend the government. "Workmen are not soldiers," declared he. "The Invalide is for soldiers. You must not ask for what is impossible." Dessert was now served. In the centre of the table was a Savoy cake in the form of a temple, with a dome fluted with melon slices, and this dome was surmounted by an artificial rose, close to which was a silver paper butterfly, fluttering at the end of a wire. 2 drops of gum in the centre of the flower imitated dew. Then, to the left, a piece of cream cheese floated in a deep dish, whilst in another dish to the right were piled up some large crushed strawberries, with the juice running from them. However, there was still some salad left, some large cos lettuce leaves soaked with oil. "Come, Madame Bosch," said Gervaise coaxingly. "A little more salad. I know how fond you are of it." No, thank you. I've already had as much as I can manage," replied the concierge. The laundress turned towards Virginie. The latter put her finger in her mouth, as though to touch the food she had taken. "Really, I'm full," murmured she. "There's no room left. I couldn't swallow a mouthful." "Oh, but if you tried a little," resumed Gervaise with a smile, "one can always find a tiny corner empty.
One doesn't need to be hungry to be able to eat salad. You're surely not going to let this be wasted." "You can eat it tomorrow," said Madame Lerat. "It's nicer when it's wilted." The ladies sighed as they looked regretfully at the salad bowl. Clemence related that she had one day eaten 3 bunches of watercress at her lunch. Madame Putois could do more than that. She would take a cos lettuce and munch it up with some salt, just as it was, without separating the leaves. They could all have lived on salad, would have treated themselves to tubfuls, and this conversation aiding, the ladies cleaned out the salad bowl. "I could go on all 4s in a meadow," observed the concierge with her mouth full. Then they chuckled together as they eyed the dessert. Dessert did not count. It came rather late, but that did not matter. They would nurse it all the same. When you're that stuffed, you can't let yourself be stopped by strawberries and cake. There was no hurry. They had the entire night if they wished, so they piled their plates with strawberries and cream cheese. Meanwhile, the men lit their pipes. They were drinking the ordinary wine while they smoked, since the special wine had been finished. Now they insisted that Gervaise cut the Savoy cake. Poisson got up and took the rose from the cake and presented it in his most gallant manner to the hostess amidst applause from the other guests. She pinned it over her left breast near the heart. The silver butterfly fluttered with every movement. "Well, look," exclaimed Lorilleux, who had just made a discovery. "It's your work table that we're eating off. Oh, well, I dare say it's never seen so much work before." The malicious joke had a great success. Witty allusions came from all sides. Clemence could not swallow a spoonful of strawberries without saying that it was another shirt ironed. Madame Lerat pretended that the cream cheese smelled of starch, whilst Madame Lorilleux said between her teeth that it was capital fun to gobble up the money so quickly on the very boards on which one had so much trouble to earn it. There was quite a tempest of shouts and laughter. But suddenly a loud voice called for silence. It was Bosch, who, standing up in an affected and vulgar way, was commencing to sing the Volcano of Love, or the Seductive Trooper. A thunder of applause greeted the first verse. Yes, they would sing songs, everyone in turn. It was more amusing than anything else, and they all put their elbows on the table or leant back in their chairs, nodding their heads at the best parts, and sipping their wine when they came to the choruses. That rogue Bosch had a special gift for comic songs. He would almost make the water pitchers laugh when he imitated the raw recruit with his fingers apart and his hat on the back of his head. He burst out into the Baroness de Follebiche, one of his greatest successes. When he reached the third verse, he turned towards Clemence and almost murmured it in a slow and voluptuous tone of voice. "The Baroness had people there, her sisters 4, oh rare surprise, and 3 were dark and 1 was fair, between them 8 bewitching eyes." Then the whole party, carried away, joined in the chorus. The men beat time with their heels, whilst the lady did the same with their knives against their glasses, all of them singing at the top of their voices. "By Jingo, who on earth will pay? A drink to the pa, pa by Jingo, who on earth will pay? A drink to the pa, troll." The panes of glass of the shop front resounded. The singer's great volume of breath agitated the muslin curtains. Whilst all this was going on, Virginie had already twice disappeared, and each time, on returning, had leant towards Gervaise's ear to whisper a piece of information. When she returned the third time, in the midst of the uproar, she said to her, "My dear, he's still at Francois's. He's pretending to read the newspaper. He's certainly meditating some evil design." She was speaking of Lantier. It was him she had been watching. At each fresh report, Gervaise became more and more grave. "Is he drunk?" asked she of Virginie. "No," replied the tall brunette. "He looks as though he had merely had what he required. It's that especially which makes me anxious. Why does he remain there if he's had all he wanted? Oh, mon Dieu, I hope nothing is going to happen." The laundress, greatly upset, begged her to leave off. A profound silence suddenly succeeded the clamour. Madame Putois had just risen and was about to sing The Boarding of the Pirate. The guests, silent and thoughtful, watched her. Even Poisson had laid his pipe down on the edge of the table the better to listen to her. She stood up to the full height of her little figure with a fierce expression about her.
though her face looked quite pale beneath her black cap. She thrust out her left fist with a satisfied pride as she thundered in a voice bigger than herself, "If the pirate audacious should o'er the waves chase us, the buccaneer slaughter, accord him no quarter, to the guns every man, and with rum fill each can, whilst these pests of the sea dangle from the crossed trees." That was something serious. By Jove, it gave one a fine idea of the real thing. Poisson, who had been on board ships, nodded his head in approval of the description. One could see, too, that that song was in accordance with Madame Putois's own feeling. Coupeau then told how Madame Putois one evening on Rue Poulet had slapped the face of 4 men who sought to attack her virtue. With the assistance of Mother Coupeau, Gervaise was now serving the coffee. Though some of the guests had not yet finished their Savoy cake, they would not let her sit down again, but shouted that it was her turn. With a pale face and looking very ill at ease, she tried to excuse herself. She seemed so queer that someone inquired whether the goose had disagreed with her. She finally gave them "Oh, Let Me Slumber," in a sweet and feeble voice. When she reached the chorus, with its wish for a sleep filled with beautiful dreams, her eyelids partly closed, and her rapt gaze lost itself in the darkness of the street. Poisson stood next, and with an abrupt bow to the ladies, sang a drinking song, The Wines of France. But his voice wasn't very musical, and only the final verse, a patriotic one mentioning the tricolour flag, was a success. Then he raised his glass high, juggled it a moment, and poured the contents into his open mouth. Then came a string of ballads. Madame Boche's Barcarolle was all about Venice and the gondoliers. Madame Lorilleux sang of Seville and the Andalusians in her bolero, whilst Lorilleux went so far as to allude to the perfumes of Arabia in reference to the loves of Fatima the dancer. Golden horizons were opening up all around the heavily laden table. The men were smoking their pipes, and the women unconsciously smiling with pleasure. All were dreaming they were far away. Clémence began to sing softly, "Let's Make a Nest," with a tremolo in her voice which pleased them greatly, for it made them think of the open country, of songbirds, of dancing beneath an arbour, and of flowers. In short, it made them think of the Bois de Vincennes, when they went there for a picnic. But Virginie revived the joking with "My Little Drop of Brandy." She imitated a camp follower, with one hand on her hip, the elbow arched to indicate the little barrel, and with the other hand she poured out the brandy into space by turning her fist round. She did it so well that the party then begged Mother Coupeau to sing The Mouse. The old woman refused, vowing that she did not know that naughty song. Yet she started off with the remnants of her broken voice, and her wrinkled face with its lively little eyes underlined the illusions, the terrors of Mademoiselle Lise drawing her skirts around her at the sight of a mouse. All the table laughed. The women could not keep their countenance and continued casting bright glances at their neighbours. It was not indecent, after all. There were no coarse words in it. All during the song, Boche was playing mouse up and down the legs of the lady coal dealer. Things might have gotten a bit out of line if Goujet, in response to a glance from Gervaise, had not brought back the respectful silence with "The Farewell of Abdul Kader," which he sang out loudly in his bass voice. The song rang out from his golden beard as if from a brass trumpet. All the hearts skipped a beat when he cried, "Ah, my noble comrade," referring to the warrior's black mare. They burst into applause even before the end. "Now, Père Bru, it's your turn," said Mother Coupeau. "Sing your song. The old ones are the best any day." And everybody turned towards the old man, pressing him and encouraging him. He, in a state of torpor, with his immovable mask of tanned skin, looked at them without appearing to understand. They asked him if he knew the 5 vowels. He held down his head. He could not recollect it. All the songs of the good old days were mixed up in his head. As they made up their minds to leave him alone, he seemed to remember, and began to stutter in a cavernous voice. "True-la-la, true-la-la, true-la, true-la, true-la-la." His face assumed an animated expression. This chorus seemed to awake some far-off gaieties within him, enjoyed by himself alone, as he listened with a childish delight to his voice, which became more and more hollow. "Say there, my dear." Virginie came and whispered in Gervaise's ear. "I've just been there again, you know, it worried me. Well, Lantier has disappeared from Françoise." "You didn't meet him outside?" asked the laundress. "No, I walked quickly, not as if I was looking for him." But Virginie raised her eyes, interrupted herself, and heaved a smothered sigh. "Ah, mon Dieu, he's there on the pavement opposite. He's looking this way." Gervaise, quite beside herself, ventured to glance in the direction indicated. Some persons had collected in the street to hear the party sing, and Lantier was indeed there in the front row, listening and coolly looking on. It was rare cheek, everything considered. Gervaise felt a chill ascend from her legs to her heart, and she no longer dared to move, whilst old Bru continued, "Trou-la-la, trou-la-la, trou-la, trou-la, trou-la-la." "Very good, thank you, my ancient one, that's enough," said Coupeau. "Do you know the whole of it? You shall sing it for us another day when we need something sad." This raised a few laughs. The old fellow stopped short, glanced round the table with his pale eyes, and resumed his look of a meditative animal. Coupeau called for more wine as the coffee was finished. Clemence was eating strawberries again. With a pause in singing, they began to talk about a woman who had been found hanging that morning in the building next door. It was Madame Lerat's turn, but she required to prepare herself. She dipped the corner of her napkin into a glass of water and applied it to her temples because she was too hot. Then she asked for a thimble full of brandy, drank it, and slowly wiped her lips. "The child of God shall it be," she murmured, "the child of God." And, tall and masculine looking, with her bony nose and her shoulders as square as a grenadier's, she began, "The lost child left by its mother alone is sure of a home in heaven above. God sees and protects it on earth from his throne. The child that is lost is the child of God's love." Her voice trembled at certain words and dwelt on them in liquid notes. She looked out of the corner of her eyes to heaven, whilst her right hand swung before her chest or pressed against her heart with an impressive gesture. Then Gervaise, tortured by Lantier's presence, could not restrain her tears. It seemed to her that the song was relating her own suffering, that she was the lost child, abandoned by its mother, and whom God was going to take under his protection. Clemence was now very drunk, and she burst into loud sobbing and placed her head down onto the table in an effort to smother her gasps. There was a hush vibrant with emotion. The ladies had pulled out their handkerchiefs and were drying their eyes with their heads erect from pride. The men had bowed their heads and were staring straight before them, blinking back their tears. Poisson bit off the end of his pipe twice while gulping and gasping. Bosch, with 2 large tears trickling down his face, wasn't even bothering to squeeze the coal dealer's knee any longer. All these drunk revellers were as soft-hearted as lambs. Wasn't the wine almost coming out of their eyes? When the refrain began again, they all let themselves go, blubbering into their plates. But Gervaise and Virginie could not, in spite of themselves, take their eyes off the pavement opposite. Madame Bosch, in her turn, caught sight of Lantier and uttered a faint cry, without ceasing to besmear her face with her tears. Then all three had very anxious faces, as they exchanged involuntary signs. Mon Dieu, if Coupeau were to turn around, if Coupeau caught sight of the other, oh, what a butchery, what a carnage! And they went on to such an extent that the zinc worker asked them, "Whatever are you looking at?" He leant forward and recognized Lantier. "Damnation, it's too much," muttered he. The dirty scoundrel, the dirty scoundrel. No, it's too much, it must come to an end." And he rose from his seat, muttering most atrocious threats. Gervaise, in a low voice, implored him to keep quiet. "Listen to me, I implore you. Leave the knife alone. Remain where you are. Don't do anything dreadful." Virginie had to take the knife which he had picked up off the table from him, but she could not prevent him leaving the shop and going up to Lantier. Those around the table saw nothing of this, so involved were they in weeping over the song as Madame Lerat sang the last verse. It sounded like a moaning wail of the wind, and Madame Putois was so moved that she spilled her wine over the table. Gervaise remained frozen with fright, one hand tight against her lips to stifle her sobs. She expected at any moment to see one of the two men fall unconscious in the street. As Coupeau rushed towards Lantier, he was so astonished by the fresh air that he staggered, and Lantier, with his hands in his pockets, merely took a step to the side. Now the two men were almost shouting at each other, Coupeau calling the other a lousy pig and threatening to make sausage of his guts. They were shouting loudly and angrily and waving their arms violently. Gervaise felt faint, and as it continued for a while she closed her eyes. Suddenly she didn't hear any shouting and opened her eyes. The two men were chatting amiably together. Madame Lerat's voice rose higher and higher, warbling another verse. Gervaise exchanged a glance with Madame Boche and Virginie. Was it going to end amicably then? Coupeau and Lantier continued to converse on the edge of the pavement. They were still abusing each other, but in a friendly way. As people were staring at them, they ended by strolling leisurely side by side past the houses, turning round again every 10 yards or so. A very animated conversation was now taking place. Suddenly, Coupeau appeared to become angry again, whilst the other was refusing something and required to be pressed. And it was the zinc worker who pushed Lantier along, and who forced him to cross the street and enter the shop. "I tell you, you're quite welcome," shouted he. "You'll take a glass of wine. Men are men, you know, we ought to understand each other." Madame Lerat was finishing the last chorus. The ladies were singing all together as they twisted their handkerchiefs. "The child that is lost is the child of God's love." The singer was greatly complimented, and she resumed her seat, affecting to be quite broken down. She asked for something to drink because she always put too much feeling into that song, and she was constantly afraid of straining her vocal cords. Everyone at the table now had their eyes fixed on Lantier, who, quietly seated beside Coupeau, was devouring the last piece of Savoy cake, which he dipped in his glass of wine. With the exception of Virginie and Madame Boche, none of the guests knew him. The Lorilleux certainly scented some underhand business, but not knowing what, they merely assumed their most conceited air. Goujet, who had noticed Gervaise's emotion, gave the newcomer a sour look. As an awkward pause ensued, Coupeau simply said, "A friend of mine," and turning to his wife added, "Come, stir yourself, perhaps there's still some hot coffee left." Gervaise, feeling meek and stupid, looked at them one after the other. At first, when her husband pushed her old lover into the shop, she buried her head between her hands, the same as she instinctively did on stormy days at each clap of thunder. She could not believe it possible. The walls would fall in and crush them all. Then, when she saw the two sitting together peacefully, she suddenly accepted it as quite natural. A happy feeling of languor benumbed her, retaining her all in a heap at the edge of the table, with the sole desire of not being bothered. Mon Dieu! What is the use of putting oneself out when others do not, and when things arrange themselves to the satisfaction of everybody? She got up to see if there was any coffee left. In the back room the children had fallen asleep. That squint-eyed Augustine had tyrannized over them all during the dessert, pilfering their strawberries and frightening them with the most abominable threats. Now she felt very ill, and was bent double upon a stool, not uttering a word, her face ghastly pale. Fat Pauline had let her head fall against Etienne's shoulder, and he himself was sleeping on the edge of the table. Nana was seated with Victor on the rug beside the bedstead. She had passed her arm around his neck and was drawing him towards her, and, succumbing to drowsiness and with her eyes shut, she kept repeating in a feeble voice, "Oh, Mamma, I'm not well. Oh, Mamma, I'm not well." "No wonder," murmured Augustine, whose head was rolling about on her shoulders. "They're drunk. They've been singing like grown-up persons." Gervaise received another blow on beholding Etienne. She felt as though she would choke when she thought of the youngster's father being there in the other room eating cake, and that he had not even expressed a desire to kiss the little fellow. She was on the point of rousing Etienne and of carrying him there in her arms. Then she felt again that the quiet way in which matters had been arranged was the best. It would not have been proper to have disturbed the harmony of the end of the dinner. She returned with the coffee-pot and poured out a glass of coffee for Lantier, who, by the way, did not appear to take any notice of her. "Now it's my turn," stuttered Coupeau in a thick voice. "You've been keeping the best for the last? Well, I'll sing That Piggish Child." "Yes, yes, that piggish child," cried everyone. The uproar was beginning again. Lantier was forgotten. The ladies prepared their glasses and their knives for accompanying the chorus. They laughed beforehand as they looked at the zinc worker, who steadied himself on his legs as he put on his most vulgar air. Mimicking the hoarse voice of an old woman, he sang, "When out of bed each morn I hop, I'm always precious queer. I send him for a little drop to the drinking ken that's near. A good half hour or more he'll stay, and that makes me so riled. He swigs it half upon his way. What a piggish child!" And the ladies, striking their glasses, repeated in a chorus in the midst of a formidable gaiety, "What a piggish child! What a piggish child!" Even the Rue de la Goutte d'Or itself joined in now. The whole neighborhood was singing, "What a piggish child!" The little clockmaker, the grocery clerks, the tripe women, and the fruit women all knew the song and joined in the chorus. The entire street seemed to be getting drunk on the odors from the Coupeau party. In the reddish haze from the two lamps, the noise of the party was enough to shut out the rumbling of the last vehicles in the street. 2 policemen rushed over thinking there was a riot, but on recognizing Poisson they saluted him smartly and went away between the darkened buildings. Coupeau was now singing this verse, "On Sundays at Petite Villette, whene'er the weather's fine, we call on Uncle Old Tinette, who's in the dustman line, to feast upon some cherry stones, the young un's almost wild, and rolls amongst the dust and bones. What a piggish child! What a piggish child!" Then the house almost collapsed. Such a yell ascended in the calm, warm night air that the shouters applauded themselves, for it was useless their hoping to be able to bawl any louder. Not one of the party could ever recollect exactly how the carouse terminated. It must have been very late. It's quite certain, for not a cat was to be seen in the street. Possibly, too, they had all joined hands and danced round the table, but all was submerged in a yellow mist, in which red faces were jumping about with mouths slit from ear to ear. They had probably treated themselves to something stronger than wine toward the end, and there was a vague suspicion that someone had played them the trick of putting salt into the glasses. The children must have undressed and put themselves to bed. On the morrow, Madame Boche boasted of having treated Boche to a couple of clouts in a corner, where he was conversing a great deal too close to the charcoal dealer. But Boche, who recollected nothing, said she must have dreamt it. Everyone agreed that it wasn't very decent the way Clemence had carried on. She had ended by showing everything she had, and then being so sick that she had completely ruined one of the muslin curtains. The men had at least the decency to go into the street. Lorilleux and Poisson, feeling their stomachs upset, had stumblingly glided as far as the pork butcher's shop. It is easy to see when a person has been well brought up. For instance, the ladies, Madame Putois, Madame Lerat, and Virginie, indisposed by the heat, had simply gone into the back room and taken their stays off. Virginie had even desired to lie on the bed for a minute, just to obviate any unpleasant effects. Thus the party had seemed to melt away, some disappearing behind the others, all accompanying one another, and being lost sight of in the surrounding darkness, to the accompaniment of a final uproar, a furious quarrel between the Lorilleux and an obstinate and mournful trou-la-la, trou-la-la of old Bruce. Gervaise had an idea that Goujet had burst out sobbing when bidding her good-bye. Coupeau was still singing. As for Lantier, he must have remained till the end. At one moment even, she could still feel a breath against her hair, but she was unable to say whether it came from Lantier or if it was the warm night air. Since Madame Lerat didn't want to return to Les Batignolles at such a late hour, they took one of the mattresses off the bed and spread it for her in the corner of the shop after pushing back the table. She slept right there amid all the dinner crumbs. All night long, while the Coupeau was sleeping, a neighbor's cat took advantage of an open window and was crunching the bones of the goose with its sharp teeth, giving the bird its final resting place.
On the following Saturday, Coupeau, who had not come home to dinner, brought Lantier with him towards 10 o'clock. They had had some sheep's trotters at Chez Thomas at Montmartre. "You mustn't scold, wife," said the zinc worker. "We're sober, as you can see. Oh, there's no fear with him. He keeps one on the straight road." And he related how they had happened to meet in the Rue Rochechouart. After dinner, Lantier declined to have a drink at the Black Ball, saying that when one was married to a pretty and worthy little woman, one ought not to go liquoring up at all the wine shops. Gervaise smiled slightly as she listened. Oh, she was not thinking of scolding. She felt too much embarrassed for that. She had been expecting to see her former lover again some day ever since their dinner party, but at such an hour, when she was about to go to bed, the unexpected arrival of the two men had startled her. Her hands were quivering as she pinned back the hair which had slid down her neck. "You know," resumed Coupeau, "as he was so polite as to decline a drink outside, you must treat us to one here. Ah, he certainly owes us that." The workwomen had left long ago. Mother Coupeau and Nana had just gone to bed. Gervaise, who had been just about to put up the shutters when they appeared, left the shop open and brought some glasses, which she placed on a corner of the work table with what was left of a bottle of brandy. Lantier remained standing and avoided speaking directly to her. However, when she served him, he exclaimed, "Only a thimbleful, madame, if you please." Coupeau looked at them and then spoke his mind very plainly. They were not going to behave like a couple of geese, he hoped. The past was past, was it not? If people nursed grudges for 9 and 10 years together, one would end by no longer seeing anybody. No, he carried his heart in his hand, he did. First of all, he knew who he had to deal with, a worthy woman and a worthy man. In short, two friends. He felt easy. He knew he could depend upon them. "Oh, that's certain, quite certain," repeated Gervaise, looking on the ground and scarcely understanding what she said. "She is a sister now, nothing but a sister," murmured Lantier in his turn. "Mon Dieu, shake hands," cried Coupeau, "and let those who don't like it go to blazes. When one has proper feelings, one is better off than millionaires. For myself, I prefer friendship before everything, because friendship is friendship, and there's nothing to beat it." He dealt himself heavy blows on the chest, and seemed so moved that they had to calm him. They all three silently clinked glasses and drank their drop of brandy. Gervaise was then able to look at Lantier at her ease, for on the night of her Saint's Day she had only seen him through a fog. He had grown more stout, his arms and legs seeming too heavy because of his small stature. His face was still handsome, even though it was a little puffy now due to his life of idleness. He still took great pains with his narrow moustache. He looked about his actual age. He was wearing grey trousers, a heavy blue overcoat and a round hat. He even had a watch with a silver chain on which a ring was hanging as a keepsake. He looked quite like a gentleman. "I'm off," said he. "I live no end of a distance from here." He was already on the pavement when the zinc worker called him back to make him promise never to pass the door without looking in to wish them good day. Meanwhile, Gervaise, who had quietly disappeared, returned, pushing Etienne before her. The child, who was in his shirt sleeves and half asleep, smiled as he rubbed his eyes. But when he beheld Lantier, he stood trembling and embarrassed, and casting anxious glances in the direction of his mother and Coupeau. "Don't you remember this gentleman?" asked the latter. The child held down his head without replying. Then he made a slight sign which meant that he did remember the gentleman. "Well then, don't stand there like a fool, go and kiss him." Lantier gravely and quietly waited. When Etienne had made up his mind to approach him, he stooped down, presented both his cheeks, and then kissed the youngster on the forehead himself. At this the boy ventured to look at his father, but all on a sudden he burst out sobbing and scampered away like a mad creature, with his clothes half falling off him, while Coupeau angrily called him a young savage. "The emotion's too much for him," said Gervaise, pale and agitated herself. "Oh, he's generally very gentle and nice," exclaimed Coupeau. "I brought him up properly, as you'll see. He'll get used to you. He must learn to know people. We can't stay mad. We should have made up a long time ago for his sake. I'd rather have my head cut off than keep a father from seeing his own son." Having thus delivered himself, he talked of finishing the bottle of brandy. All three clinked glasses again. Lantier showed no surprise, but remained perfectly calm. By way of repaying the zinc worker's politeness, he persisted in helping him put up the shutters before taking his departure. Then, rubbing his hands together to get rid of the dust on them, he wished the couple good night. "Sleep well. I shall try and catch the last bus. I promise you I'll look in again soon." After that evening, Lantier frequently called at the Rue de la Goutte d'Or. He came when the zinc worker was there, inquiring after his health the moment he passed the door, and affecting to have solely called on his account. Then, clean-shaven, his hair nicely combed, and always wearing his overcoat, he would take a seat by the window and converse politely with the manners of an educated man. It was thus that the Coupeaus learned, little by little, the details of his life. During the last 8 years, he had for a while managed a hat factory, and when they asked him why he had retired from it, he merely alluded to the rascality of a partner, a fellow from his native place, a scoundrel who had squandered all the takings with women. His former position as an employer continued to affect his entire personality, like a title of nobility that he could not abandon. He was always talking of concluding a magnificent deal with some hat makers who were going to set him up in business. While waiting for this, he did nothing but stroll around all day like one of the idle rich. If anyone dared to mention a hat factory looking for workers, he smiled and said he was not interested in breaking his back working for others. A smart fellow like Lantier, according to Coupeau, knew how to take care of himself. He always looked prosperous, and it took money to look thus. He must have some deal going. One morning, Coupeau had seen him having his shoes shined on the Boulevard Montmartre. Lantier was very talkative about others, but the truth was that he told lies about himself. He would not even say where he lived, only that he was staying with a friend, and that there was no use in coming to see him because he was never in. It was now early November. Lantier would gallantly bring bunches of violets for Gervaise and the workwomen. He was now coming almost every day. He won the favour of Clémence and Madame Putois with his little attentions. At the end of the month, they adored him. The Boches, whom he flattered by going to pay his respects in their concierge's lodge, went into ecstasies over his politeness. As soon as the Lorilleuxs knew who he was, they howled at the impudence of Gervaise in bringing her former lover into her home. However, one day Lantier went to visit them, and made such a good impression when he ordered a necklace for a lady of his acquaintance that they invited him to sit down. He stayed an hour, and they were so charmed by his conversation that they wondered how a man of such distinction had ever lived with Clump. Soon Lantier's visits to the Coupeaus were accepted as perfectly natural. He was in the good graces of everyone along the Rue de la Goutte d'Or. Goujet was the only one who remained cold. If he happened to be there when Lantier arrived, he would leave at once, as he didn't want to be obliged to be friendly to him. In the midst, however, of all this extraordinary affection for Lantier, Gervaise lived in a state of great agitation for the first few weeks. She felt that burning sensation in the pit of her stomach, which affected her on the day when Virginie first alluded to her past life. Her great fear was that she might find herself without strength if he came upon her all alone one night and took it into his head to kiss her. She thought of him too much. She was forever thinking of him. But she gradually became calmer on seeing him behave so well, never looking her in the face, never even touching her with the tips of his fingers when no one was watching. Then Virginie, who seemed to read within her, made her ashamed of all her wicked thoughts. Why did she tremble? One could not hope to come across a nicer man. She certainly had nothing to fear now. And one day the tall brunette manoeuvred in such a way as to get them both into a corner and to turn the conversation to the subject of love. Lantier, choosing his words, declared in a grave voice that his heart was dead, that for the future he wished to consecrate his life solely for his son's happiness. Every evening he would kiss Etienne on the forehead, yet he was apt to forget him in teasing back and forth with Clémence. And he never mentioned Claude, who was still in the south. Gervaise began to feel at ease. Lantier's actual presence overshadowed her memories, and seeing him all the time, she no longer dreamed about him. She even felt a certain repugnance at the thought of their former relationship. Yes, it was over. If he dared to approach her, she'd box his ears, or even better, she'd tell her husband. Once again her thoughts turned to Goujet and his affection for her. One morning Clémence reported that the previous night, at about 11 o'clock, she had seen Monsieur Lantier with a woman. She told about it maliciously and in coarse terms to see how Gervaise would react. Yes, Monsieur Lantier was on the Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette with a blonde, and she followed them. They'd gone into a shop where the worn-out and used-up woman had bought some shrimps. Then they went to the Rue de la Rochefoucauld. Monsieur Lantier had waited on the pavement in front of the house while his lady friend went in alone. Then she had beckoned to him from the window to join her. No matter how Clémence went on with the story, Gervaise went on peacefully ironing a white dress. Sometimes she smiled faintly. These southerners, she said, are all crazy about women. They have to have them no matter what, even if they come from a dung heap. When Lantier came in that evening, Gervaise was amused when Clémence teased him about the blonde. He seemed to feel flattered that he'd been seen. Mon Dieu, she was just an old friend, he explained. He saw her from time to time. She was quite stylish. He mentioned some of her former lovers, among them a count, an important merchant, and the son of a lawyer. He added that a bit of playing around didn't mean a thing. His heart was dead. In the end, Clémence had to pay a price for her meanness. She certainly felt Lantier pinching her hard 2 or 3 times without seeming to do so. She was also jealous because she didn't reek of musk like that boulevard workhorse. When spring came, Lantier, who was now quite one of the family, talked of living in the neighborhood so as to be nearer his friends. He wanted a furnished room in a decent house. Madame Boche and even Gervaise herself went searching about to find it for him. They explored the neighboring streets. But he was always too difficult to please. He required a big courtyard, a room on the ground floor, in fact every luxury imaginable. And then every evening at the Coupeaus he seemed to measure the height of the ceilings, study the arrangement of the rooms, and covet a similar lodging. Oh, he would never have asked for anything better. He would willingly have made himself a hole in that warm, quiet corner. Then each time he wound up his inspection with these words, "By Jove, you are comfortably situated here." One evening when he had dined there and was making the same remark during the dessert, Coupeau, who now treated him most familiarly, suddenly exclaimed, "You must stay here, old boy, if it suits you. It's easily arranged." And he explained that the dirty clothes room, cleaned out, would make a nice apartment. Etienne could sleep in the shop on a mattress on the floor, that was all. "No, no," said Lantier. "I cannot accept. It would inconvenience you too much. I know that it's willingly offered, but we should be too warm, all jumbled up together. Besides, you know, each one likes his liberty. I should have to go through your room, and that wouldn't be exactly funny." Ah, the rogue, resumed the zinc worker, choking with laughter, banging his fist down on the table. He's always thinking of something smutty. But you joker, we're of an inventive turn of mind. There are 2 windows in the room, aren't there? Well, we'll knock one out and turn it into a door. Then, you understand, you come in by way of the courtyard. And we can even stop up the other door if we like. Thus you'll be in your home and we in ours. A pause ensued. At length the hatter murmured, "Ah, yes, in that manner perhaps we might. And yet, no, I should be too much in your way." He avoided looking at Gervaise, but he was evidently waiting for a word from her before accepting. She was very much annoyed at her husband's idea. Not that the thought of seeing Lantier living with them wounded her feelings or made her particularly uneasy, but she was wondering where she would be able to keep the dirty clothes. Coupeau was going on about the advantages of the arrangement. Their rent, 500 francs, had always been a bit steep. Their friend could pay 20 francs a month for a nicely furnished room, and it would help them with the rent. He would be responsible for fixing up a big box under their bed that would be large enough to hold all the dirty clothes. Gervaise still hesitated. She looked towards Mother Coupeau for guidance. Lantier had won over Mother Coupeau months ago by bringing her gumdrops for her cough. "You certainly would not be in our way," Gervaise ended by saying. "We could so arrange things." "No, no, thanks," repeated the hatter. "You're too kind. It would be asking too much." Coupeau could no longer restrain himself. Was he going to continue making objections when they told him it was freely offered? He would be obliging them. There, did he understand? Then in an excited tone of voice he yelled, "Etienne! Etienne!" The youngster had fallen asleep on the table. He raised his head with a start. "Listen, tell him that you wish it. Yes, that gentleman there. Tell him as loud as you can. I wish it." "I wish it," stuttered Etienne, his voice thick with sleep. Everyone laughed, but Lantier resumed his grave and impressive air. He squeezed Coupeau's hand across the table as he said, "I accept. It's all in good fellowship on both sides, is it not? Yes, I accept, for the child's sake." The next day, when the landlord, Monsieur Marescot, came to spend an hour with the Boches, Gervaise mentioned the matter to him. He refused angrily at first. Then, after a careful inspection of the premises, particularly gazing upward to verify that the upper floors would not be weakened, he finally granted permission, on condition there would be no expense to him. He had the Coupeaus sign a paper saying they would restore everything to its original state on the expiration of the lease. Coupeau brought in some friends of his that very evening, a mason, a carpenter, and a painter. They would do this job in the evenings as a favour to him. Still, installing the door and cleaning up the room cost over 100 francs, not counting the wine that kept the work going. Coupeau told his friends he'd pay them something later, out of the rent from his tenant. Then the furniture for the room had to be sorted out. Gervaise left Mother Coupeau's wardrobe where it was and added a table and 2 chairs taken from her own room. She had to buy a washing stand and a bed with mattress and bedclothes, costing 130 francs, which she was to pay off at 10 francs a month. Although Lantier's 20 francs would be used to pay off these debts for 10 months, there would be a nice little profit later. It was during the early days of June that the hatter moved in. The day before, Coupeau had offered to go with him and fetch his box, to save him the 30 sous for a cab. But the other became quite embarrassed, saying that the box was too heavy, as though he wished up to the last moment to hide the place where he lodged. He arrived in the afternoon towards 3 o'clock. Coupeau did not happen to be in, and Gervaise, standing at the shop door, became quite pale on recognizing the box outside the cab. It was their old box, the one with which they had journeyed from Plassans, all scratched and broken now and held together by cords. She saw it return as she had often dreamt it would, and it needed no great stretch of imagination to believe that the same cab, that cab in which that strumpet of a burnisher had played her such a foul trick, had brought the box back again. Meanwhile, Boche was giving Lantier a helping hand. The laundress followed them in silence and feeling rather dazed. When they had deposited their burden in the middle of the room, she said, for the sake of saying something, "Well, that's a good thing finished, isn't it?" Then pulling herself together, seeing that Lantier, busy in undoing the cords, was not even looking at her, she added, "Monsieur Boche, you must have a drink." And she went and fetched a quart of wine and some glasses. Just then Poisson passed along the pavement in uniform. She signalled to him, winking her eye and smiling. The policeman understood perfectly. When he was on duty and anyone winked their eye to him, it meant a glass of wine. He would even walk for hours up and down before the laundry, waiting for a wink. Then, so as not to be seen, he would pass through the courtyard and toss off the liquor in secret. Ah, said Lantier when he saw him enter. "It's you, Badingue." He called him Badingue for a joke, just to show how little he cared for the Emperor. Poisson put up with it in his stiff way, without one knowing whether it really annoyed him or not. Besides, the two men, though separated by their political convictions, had become very good friends. "You know that the Emperor was once a policeman in London," said Boche in his turn. "Yes, on my word. He used to take the drunken women to the station house." Gervaise had filled 3 glasses on the table. She would not drink herself, she felt too sick at heart. But she stood there longing to see what the box contained, and watching Lantier remove the last cords. Before raising the lid, Lantier took his glass and clinked it with the others. "Good health." "Same to you," replied Boche and Poisson. The laundress filled the glasses again. The 3 men wiped their lips on the backs of their hands. And at last the hatter opened the box. It was full of a jumble of newspapers, books, old clothes and underlinen in bundles. He took out successively a saucepan, a pair of boots, a bust of Le Rollin with the nose broken, an embroidered shirt and a pair of working trousers. Gervaise could smell the odour of tobacco, and that of a man whose linen wasn't too clean, one who took care only of the outside, of what people could see. The old hat was no longer in the left corner. There was a pin-cushion she did not recognize, doubtless a present from some woman. She became calmer, but felt a vague sadness as she continued to watch the objects that appeared, wondering if they were from her time or from the time of others. "I say, Badingue, do you know this?" resumed Lantier. He thrust under his nose a little book printed at Brussels. The Amours of Napoleon III, illustrated with engravings. It related, among other anecdotes, how the Emperor had seduced a girl of 13, the daughter of a cook, and the picture represented Napoleon III, bare-legged, and also wearing the grand ribbon of the Legion of Honor, pursuing a little girl who was trying to escape his lust. "Ah, that's it exactly," exclaimed Boche, whose slyly ridiculous instincts felt flattered by the sight. "It always happens like that." Poisson was seized with consternation, and he could not find a word to say in the Emperor's defense. It was in a book, so he could not deny it. Then Lantier, continuing to push the picture under his nose in a jeering way, he extended his arms and exclaimed, "Well, so what?" Lantier didn't reply. He busied himself arranging his books and newspapers on a shelf in the wardrobe. He seemed upset not to have a small bookshelf over his table, so Gervaise promised to get him one. He had The History of 10 Years by Louis Blanc, except for the first volume, Lamartine's The Girondins in instalments, The Mysteries of Paris, and The Wandering Jew by Eugène Sue, and a quantity of booklets on philosophic and humanitarian subjects, picked up from used book dealers. His newspapers were his prized possessions, a collection made over a number of years. Whenever he read an article in a cafe that seemed to him to agree with his own ideas, he would buy that newspaper and keep it. He had an enormous bundle of them, papers of every date and every title, piled up in no discernible order. He patted them and said to the other 2, "You see that? No one else can boast of having anything to match it. You can't imagine all that's in there. I mean, if they put into practice only half the ideas, it would clean up the social order overnight. That would be good medicine for your emperor and all his stool pigeons." The policeman's red moustache and beard began to bristle on his pale face, and he interrupted. "And the army, tell me, what are you going to do about that?" Lantier flew into a passion. He banged his fists down on the newspapers as he yelled, "I require the suppression of militarism, the fraternity of peoples. I require the abolition of privileges, of titles, and of monopolies. I require the equality of salaries, the division of benefits, the glorification of the protectorate. All liberties, do you hear? All of them. And divorce." Yes, divorce for morality," insisted Boche. Poisson had assumed a majestic air. "Yet if I won't have your liberties, I'm free to refuse them," he answered. Lantier was choking with passion. If you don't want them, he replied. "No, you're not free at all. If you don't want them, I'll send you off to Devil's Island. Yes, Devil's Island with your emperor and all the rats of his crew." They always quarrelled thus every time they met. Gervaise, who did not like arguments, usually interfered. She roused herself from the torpor into which the sight of the box, full of the stale perfume of her past love, had plunged her, and she drew the three men's attention to the glasses. "Ah, yes," said Lantier, becoming suddenly calm and taking his glass. "Good health." "Good health," replied Boche and Poisson, clinking glasses with him. Boche, however, was moving nervously about, troubled by an anxiety as he looked at the policeman out of the corner of his eye. "All this between ourselves, Monsieur Poisson?" murmured he at length. "We say and show you the things to show off." But Poisson did not let him finish. He placed his hand upon his heart as though to explain that all remained buried there. He certainly did not go spying about on his friends. Coupeau arriving, they emptied a second quart. Then the policeman went off by way of the courtyard and resumed his stiff and measured tread along the pavement. At the beginning of the new arrangement, the entire routine of the establishment was considerably upset. Lantier had his own separate room, with his own entrance and his own key. However, since they had decided not to close off the door between the rooms, he usually came and went through the shop. Besides, the dirty clothes were an inconvenience to Gervaise, because her husband never made the case he had promised, and she had to tuck the dirty laundry into any odd corner she could find. They usually ended up under the bed, and this was not very pleasant on warm summer nights. She also found it a nuisance having to make up Etienne's bed every evening in the shop. When her employees worked late, the lad had to sleep in a chair until they finished. Goujet had mentioned sending Etienne to Lille, where a machinist he knew was looking for apprentices. As the boy was unhappy at home and eager to be out on his own, Gervaise seriously considered the proposal. Her only fear was that Lantier would refuse. Since he had come to live with them solely to be near his son, surely he wouldn't want to lose him only 2 weeks after he moved in. However, he approved wholeheartedly when she timidly broached the matter to him. He said that young men needed to see a bit of the country. The morning that Etienne left, Lantier made a speech to him, kissed him, and ended by saying, "Never forget that a working man is not a slave, and that whoever is not a working man is a lazy drone." The household was now able to get into the new routine. Gervaise became accustomed to having dirty laundry lying all around. Lantier was forever talking of important business deals. Sometimes he went out, wearing fresh linen and neatly combed. He would stay out all night, and on his return pretend that he was completely exhausted because he'd been discussing very serious matters. Actually, he was merely taking life easy. He usually slept until 10. In the afternoons, he would take a walk if the weather was nice. If it was raining, he would sit in the shop reading his newspaper. This atmosphere suited him. He always felt at his ease with women and enjoyed listening to them. Lantier first took his meals at François', on the corner of the Rue des Poissonniers. But of the 7 days in the week, he dined with the Coupeaus on 3 or 4. So much so that he ended by offering to board with them and to pay them 15 francs every Saturday. From that time, he scarcely ever left the house, but made himself completely at home there. Morning to night, he was in the shop, even giving orders and attending to customers. Lantier didn't like the wine from Françoise, so he persuaded Gervaise to buy her wine from Vigouroux, the coal dealer. Then he decided that Coudeloup's bread was not baked to his satisfaction, so he sent Augustine to the Viennese bakery on the Faubourg Poissonnier for their bread. He changed from the grocer Le Hongre, but kept the butcher, Fat Charles, because of his political opinions. After a month, he wanted all the cooking done with olive oil. Clémence joked that with a Provençal like him you could never wash out the oil stains. He wanted his omelettes fried on both sides, as hard as pancakes. He supervised Mother Coupeau's cooking, wanting his steaks cooked like shoe leather and with garlic on everything. He got angry if she put herbs in the salad. "They're just weeds, and some of them might be poisonous," he declared. His favourite soup was made with overboiled vermicelli. He would pour in half a bottle of olive oil. Only he and Gervaise could eat this soup, the others being too used to Parisian cooking. Little by little, Lantier also came to mixing himself up in the affairs of the family. As the Lorilleuxs always grumbled at having to part with the 5 francs for Mother Coupeau, he explained that an action could be brought against them. They must think that they had a set of fools to deal with. It was 10 francs a month which they ought to give. And he would go up himself for the 10 francs, so boldly and yet so amiably that the chainmaker never dared refuse them. Madame Lerat also gave 2 5-franc pieces now. Mother Coupeau could have kissed Lantier's hands. He was, moreover, the grand arbiter in all the quarrels between the old woman and Gervaise. Whenever the laundress, in a moment of impatience, behaved roughly to her mother-in-law, and the latter went and cried on her bed, he hustled them about and made them kiss each other, asking them if they thought themselves amusing with their bad tempers. And Nana, too, she was being brought up badly, according to his idea. In that he was right, for whenever the father spanked the child, the mother took her part, and if the mother in her turn boxed her ears, the father made a disturbance. Nana delighted at seeing her parents abuse each other, and knowing that she was forgiven beforehand, was up to all kinds of tricks. Her latest mania was to go and play in the blacksmith shop opposite. She would pass the entire day swinging on the shafts of the carts. She would hide with bands of urchins in the remotest corners of the grey courtyard, lighted up with the red glare of the forge. And suddenly she would reappear, running and shouting, unkempt and dirty, and followed by the troop of urchins, as though a sudden clash of the hammers had frightened the ragamuffins away. Lantier alone could scold her, and yet she knew perfectly well how to get over him. This tricky little girl of 10 would walk before him like a lady, swinging herself about and casting side glances at him, her eyes already full of vice. He had ended by undertaking her education. He taught her to dance and to talk patois. A year passed thus. In the neighbourhood it was thought that Lantier had a private income, for this was the only way to account for the Coupeaus' grand style of living. No doubt Gervaise continued to earn money, but now that she had to support 2 men in doing nothing, the shop certainly could not suffice. More especially as the shop no longer had so good a reputation. Customers were leaving, and the workwomen were tippling from morning till night. The truth was that Lantier paid nothing, neither for rent nor board. During the first months he had paid sums on account. Then he had contented himself with speaking of a large amount he was going to receive, with which later on he would pay off everything in a lump sum. Gervaise no longer dared ask him for a centime. She had the bread, the wine, the meat, all on credit. The bills increased everywhere at the rate of 3 and 4 francs a day. She had not paid a sou to the furniture dealer, nor to the three comrades, the mason, the carpenter, and the painter. All these people commenced to grumble, and she was no longer greeted with the same politeness at the shops. She was as though intoxicated by a mania for getting into debt. She tried to drown her thoughts, ordered the most expensive things, and gave full freedom to her gluttony now that she no longer paid for anything. She remained withal very honest at heart, dreaming of earning from morning to night hundreds of francs, though she did not exactly know how, to enable her to distribute handfuls of 5-franc pieces to her tradespeople. In short, she was sinking, and as she sank lower and lower, she talked of extending her business. Instead, she went deeper into debt. Clémence left around the middle of the summer because there was no longer enough work for 2 women, and she had not been paid in several weeks. During this impending ruin, Coupeau and Lantier were in effect devouring the shop and growing fat on the ruin of the establishment. At table they would challenge each other to take more helpings and slap their rounded stomachs to make more room for dessert. The great subject of conversation in the neighbourhood was as to whether Lantier had really gone back to his old footing with Gervaise. On this point opinions were divided. According to the Lorilleux, Clump was doing everything she could to hook Lantier again, but he would no longer have anything to do with her because she was getting old and faded, and he had plenty of younger girls that were prettier. On the other hand, according to the Boches, Gervaise had gone back to her former mate the very first night, just as soon as poor Coupeau had gone to sleep. The picture was not pretty, but there were a lot of worse things in life, so folks ended by accepting the threesome as altogether natural. In fact, they thought them rather nice, since there were never any fights, and the outward decencies remained. Certainly, if you stuck your nose into some of the other neighbourhood households, you could smell far worse things. So what if they slept together like a nice little family? It never kept the neighbours awake. Besides, everyone was still very much impressed by Lantier's good manners. His charm helped greatly to keep tongues from wagging. Indeed, when the fruit dealer insisted to the tripe seller that there had been no intimacies, the latter appeared to feel that this was really too bad, because it made the Coupeaus less interesting. Gervaise was quite at her ease in this matter, and not much troubled with these thoughts. Things reached the point that she was accused of being heartless. The family did not understand why she continued to bear a grudge against the hatter. Madame Lerat now came over every evening. She considered Lantier as utterly irresistible, and said that most ladies would be happy to fall into his arms. Madame Boche declared that her own virtue would not be safe if she were 10 years younger. There was a sort of silent conspiracy to push Gervaise into the arms of Lantier, as if all the women around her felt driven to satisfy their own longings by giving her a lover. Gervaise didn't understand this because she no longer found Lantier seductive. Certainly he had changed for the better. He had gotten a sort of education in the cafes and political meetings, but she knew him well. She could pierce to the depths of his soul, and she found things there that still gave her the shivers. Well, if the others found him so attractive, why didn't they try it themselves? In the end, she suggested this one day to Virginie, who seemed the most eager. Then, to excite Gervaise, Madame Lerat and Virginie told her of the love of Lantier and tall Clémence. Yes, she had not noticed anything herself, but as soon as she went out on an errand, the hatter would bring the work girl into his room. Now people met them out together. He probably went to see her at her own place. Well, said the laundress, her voice trembling slightly, what can it matter to me? She looked straight into Virginie's eyes. Did this woman still have it in for her? Virginie replied with an air of innocence. It can't matter to you, of course. Only you ought to advise him to break off with that girl, who is sure to cause him some unpleasantness. The worst of it was that Lantier, feeling himself supported by public opinion, changed altogether in his behaviour towards Gervaise. Now, whenever he shook hands with her, he held her fingers for a minute between his own. He tried her with his glance, fixing a bold look upon her, in which she clearly read that he wanted her. If he passed behind her, he dug his knees into her skirt or breathed upon her neck. Yet he waited a while before being rough and openly declaring himself. But one evening, finding himself alone with her, he pushed her before him without a word, and viewed her all trembling against the wall at the back of the shop, and tried to kiss her. It so chanced that Goujet entered just at that moment. Then she struggled and escaped, and all three exchanged a few words as though nothing had happened. Goujet, his face deadly pale, looked on the ground, fancying that he had disturbed them, and that she had merely struggled so as not to be kissed before a third party. The next day, Gervaise moved restlessly about the shop. She was miserable and unable to iron even a single handkerchief. She only wanted to see Goujet and explain to him how Lantier happened to have pinned her against the wall. But since Etienne had gone to Lille, she had hesitated to visit Goujet's forge, where she felt she would be greeted by his fellow workers with secret laughter. This afternoon, however, she yielded to the impulse. She took an empty basket and went out under the pretext of going for the petticoats of her customer on Rue des Portes Blanches. Then, when she reached Rue Marcadet, she walked very slowly in front of the bolt factory, hoping for a lucky meeting. Goujet must have been hoping to see her, too, for within 5 minutes he came out as if by chance. "You have been on an errand," he said, smiling, "and now you're on your way home." Actually, Gervaise had her back towards Rue des Poissonniers. He only said that for something to say. They walked together up toward Montmartre, but without her taking his arm. They wanted to get a bit away from the factory, so as not to seem to be having a rendezvous in front of it. They turned into a vacant lot between a sawmill and a button factory. It was like a small green meadow. There was even a goat tied to a stake. "It's strange," remarked Gervaise. "You'd think you were in the country." They went to sit under a dead tree. Gervaise placed the laundry basket by her feet. "Yes," Gervaise said, "I had an errand to do, and so I came out." She felt deeply ashamed and was afraid to try to explain. Yet she realized that they had come here to discuss it. It remained a troublesome burden. Then, all in a rush, with tears in her eyes, she told him of the death that morning of Madame Bijard, her washerwoman. She had suffered horrible agonies. "Her husband caused it by kicking her in the stomach," she said in a monotone. "He must have damaged her insides. Mon Dieu, she was in agony for 3 days with her stomach all swelled up. Plenty of scoundrels have been sent to the galleys for less than that, but the courts won't concern themselves with a wife-beater. Especially since the woman said she had hurt herself falling. She wanted to save him from the scaffold, but she screamed all night long before she died." Goujet clenched his hands and remained silent. "She weaned her youngest only 2 weeks ago, little Jules," Gervaise went on. "That's lucky for the baby, he won't have to suffer. Still there's the child, Lalie, and she has 2 babies to look after. She isn't 8 yet, but she's already sensible. Her father will beat her now, even more than before." Goujet gazed at her silently. Then, his lips trembling, "You hurt me yesterday, yes, you hurt me badly." Gervaise turned pale and clasped her hands as he continued. "I thought it would happen. You should have told me. You should have trusted me enough to confess what was happening, so as not to leave me thinking that—" Goujet could not finish the sentence. Gervaise stood up, realizing that he thought she had gone back with Lantier, as the neighbors asserted. Stretching her arms towards him, she cried, "No, no, I swear to you, he was pushing against me, trying to kiss me, but his face never even touched mine. It's true, and that was the first time he tried. Oh, I swear on my life, on the life of my children, oh, believe me." Goujet was shaking his head. Gervaise said slowly, "Monsieur Goujet, you know me well. You know that I do not lie. On my word of honor, it never happened, and it never will. Do you understand? Never. I'd be the lowest of the low if it ever happened, and I wouldn't deserve the friendship of an honest man like you." She seemed so sincere that he took her hand and made her sit down again. He could breathe freely. His heart rejoiced. This was the first time he had ever held her hand like this. He pressed it in his own, and they both sat quietly for a time. "I know your mother doesn't like me," Gervaise said in a low voice. "Don't bother to deny it. We owe you so much money." He squeezed her hand tightly. He didn't want to talk of money. Finally he said, "I've been thinking of something for a long time. You are not happy where you are. My mother tells me things are getting worse for you. Well, then we can go away together." She didn't understand at first and stared at him, startled by this sudden declaration of a love that he had never mentioned. Finally she asked, "What do you mean?" "We'll get away from here," he said, looking down at the ground. "We'll go and live somewhere else, in Belgium, if you wish. With both of us working, we would soon be very comfortable." Gervaise flushed. She thought she would have felt less shame if he had taken her in his arms and kissed her. Goujet was an odd fellow, proposing to elope, just the way it happens in novels. Well, she had seen plenty of working men making up to married women, but they never took them even as far as Saint-Denis. "Ah, Monsieur Goujet," she murmured, not knowing what else to say. "Don't you see?" he said. "There would only be the two of us. It annoys me having others around." Having regained her self-possession, however, she refused his proposal. "It's impossible, Monsieur Goujet. It would be very wrong. I'm a married woman, and I have children. We'd soon regret it. I know you'd care for me, and I care for you also, too much to let you do anything foolish. It's much better to stay just as we are. We have respect for each other, and that's a lot. It's been a comfort to me many times. When people in our situation stay on the straight, it is better in the end." He nodded his head as he listened. He agreed with her, and was unable to offer any arguments. Suddenly he pulled her into his arms and kissed her, crushing her. Then he let her go, and said nothing more about their love. She wasn't angry. She felt that they had earned that small moment of pleasure. Goujet now didn't know what to do with his hands, so he went around picking dandelions and tossing them into her basket. This amused him and gradually soothed him. Gervaise was becoming relaxed and cheerful. When they finally left the vacant lot, they walked side by side and talked of how much Etienne liked being at Lille. Her basket was full of yellow dandelions. Gervaise, at heart, did not feel as courageous when with Lantier as she said. She was indeed perfectly resolved not to hear his flattery, even with the slightest interest. But she was afraid, if ever he should touch her, of her old cowardice, of that feebleness and gloominess into which she allowed herself to glide, just to please people. Lantier, however, did not avow his affection. He several times found himself alone with her and kept quiet. He seemed to think of marrying the tripe seller, a woman of 45 and very well preserved. Gervaise would talk of the tripe seller in Goujet's presence, so as to set his mind at ease. She would say to Virginie and Madame Lerat, whenever they were ringing the hatter's praises, that he could very well do without her admiration, because all the women of the neighbourhood were smitten with him. Coupeau went braying about everywhere that Lantier was a friend and a true one. People might jabber about them. He knew what he knew, and he did not care a straw for their gossip, for he had respectability on his side. When they all three went out walking on Sundays, he made his wife and the hatter walk arm in arm before him, just by way of swaggering in the street, and he watched the people, quite prepared to administer a drubbing if anyone had ventured on the least joke. It was true that he regarded Lantier as a bit of a high flyer. He accused him of avoiding hard liquor, and teased him because he could read and spoke like an educated man. Still, he accepted him as a regular comrade. They were ideally suited to each other, and friendship between men is more substantial than love for a woman. Coupeau and Lantier were forever going out junketing together. Lantier would now borrow money from Gervaise, 10 francs, 20 francs at a time, whenever he smelt there was money in the house. Then on those days he would keep Coupeau away from his work, talk of some distant errand and take him with him. Then, seated opposite to each other in the corner of some neighbouring eating house, they would guzzle fancy dishes which one cannot get at home and wash them down with bottles of expensive wine. The zinc worker would have preferred to booze in a less pretentious place, but he was impressed by the aristocratic tastes of Lantier, who would discover on the bill of fare dishes with the most extraordinary names. It was hard to understand a man so hard to please. Maybe it was from being a southerner. Lantier didn't like anything too rich and argued about every dish, sending back meat that was too salty or too peppery. He hated draughts. If a door was left open, he complained loudly. At the same time, he was very stingy, only giving the waiter a tip of 2 sous for a meal of 7 or 8 francs. He was treated with respect in spite of that. The pair were well known along the exterior boulevards, from Batignolles to Belleville. They would go to the Grand Rue des Batignolles to eat tripe cooked in the Caen style. At the foot of Montmartre, they obtained the best oysters in the neighbourhood at the town of Bar-le-Duc. When they ventured to the top of the height, as far as the Galette windmill, they had a stewed rabbit. The lilacs in the Rue des Martyrs had a reputation for their calf's head, whilst the restaurant of the Golden Lion and the 2 chestnut trees in the Chaussée Clignancourt served them stewed kidneys which made them lick their lips. Usually they went toward Belleville, where they had tables reserved for them at some places of such excellent repute that you could order anything with your eyes closed. These eating sprees were always surreptitious, and the next day they would refer to them indirectly while playing with the potatoes served by Gervaise. Once Lantier brought a woman with him to the Galette windmill, and Coupeau left immediately after dessert. One naturally cannot both guzzle and work, so that ever since the hatter was made one of the family, the zinc worker, who was already pretty lazy, had got to the point of never touching a tool. When tired of doing nothing, he sometimes let himself be prevailed upon to take a job. Then his comrade would look him up and chaff him unmercifully when he found him hanging to his knotty cord like a smoked ham, and he would call him to come down and have a glass of wine. And that settled it. The zinc worker would send the job to blazes and commence a booze which lasted days and weeks. Oh, it was a famous booze, a general review of all the dram shops of the neighbourhood. The intoxication of the morning slept off by midday and renewed in the evening. The goes of vitriol succeeded one another, becoming lost in the depths of the night, like the Venetian lanterns of an illumination, until the last candle disappeared with the last glass. That rogue of a hatter never kept on to the end. He let the other get elevated, then gave him the slip and returned home smiling in his pleasant way. He could drink a great deal without people noticing it. When one got to know him well, one could only tell it by his half-closed eyes and his over-bold behaviour to women. The zinc worker, on the contrary, became quite disgusting and could no longer drink without putting himself into a beastly state. Thus, towards the beginning of November, Coupeau went in for a booze which ended in a most dirty manner, both for himself and the others. The day before, he had been offered a job. This time Lantier was full of fine sentiments. He lauded work, because work ennobles a man. In the morning he even rose before it was light, for he gravely wished to accompany his friend to the workshop, honouring in him the workman really worthy of the name. But when they arrived at the little civet, which was just opening, they entered to have a plum in brandy. Only one, merely to drink together to the firm observance of a good resolution. On a bench opposite the counter, and with his back against the wall, Bibi the smoker was sitting, smoking, with a sulky look on his face. "Hello, here's BB having a snooze," said Coupeau. "Are you down in the dumps, old bloke?" "No, no," replied the comrade, stretching his arm. "It's the employers who disgust me. I sent mine to the right about yesterday. They're all toads and scoundrels." BB the smoker accepted a plum. He was no doubt waiting there on that bench for someone to stand him a drink. Lantier, however, took the part of the employers. They often had some very hard times, as he who had been in business himself well knew. The workers were a bad lot, forever getting drunk. They didn't take the work seriously. Sometimes they quit in the middle of a job and only returned when they needed something in their pockets. Then Lantier would switch his attack to the employers. They were nasty exploiters, regular cannibals, but he could sleep with a clear conscience, as he had always acted as a friend to his employees. He didn't want to get rich the way others did. "Let's be off, my boy," he said, speaking to Coupeau. "We must be going or we shall be late." BB the smoker followed them, swinging his arms. Outside, the sun was scarcely rising. The pale daylight seemed dirtied by the muddy reflection of the pavement. It had rained the night before, and it was very mild. The gas lamps had just been turned out. The Rue des Poissonniers, in which shreds of night, rent by the houses, still floated, was gradually filling with the dull tramp of the workmen descending towards Paris. Coupeau, with his zinc worker's bag slung over his shoulder, walked along in the imposing manner of a fellow who feels in good form for a change. He turned round and asked, "BB, do you want a job? The boss told me to bring a pal if I could." "No, thanks," answered BB the smoker. "I'm purging myself. You should ask My Boots. He was looking for something yesterday. Wait a minute. My Boots is most likely in there." And as they reached the bottom of the street, they indeed caught sight of My Boots inside Père Colombe's. In spite of the early hour, l'Assommoir was flaring, the shutters down, the gas lighted. Lantier stood at the door, telling Coupeau to make haste, because they only had 10 minutes left. "What, you're going to work for that rascal Bourguignon?" yelled My Boots when the zinc worker had spoken to him. "You'll never catch me in his hutch again now. I'd rather go till next year with my tongue hanging out of my mouth. But, old fellow, you won't stay 3 days, and it's I who tell you so." "Really now, is it such a dirty hole?" asked Coupeau anxiously. "Oh, it's about the dirtiest. You can't move there. The ape's forever on your back. And such queer ways, too. A missus who always says you're drunk. A shop where you mustn't spit. I sent them to the right about the first night, you know. Good, now I'm warned. I shan't stop there forever. I'll just go this morning to see what it's like. But if the boss bothers me, I'll catch him up and plant him upon his missus, you know, banged together like 2 fillets of sole." Then Coupeau thanked his friend for the useful information and shook his hand. As he was about to leave, My Boots cursed angrily. Was that lousy Bourguignon going to stop them from having a drink? Weren't they free any more? He could well wait another 5 minutes. Lantier came in to share in the round, and they stood together at the counter. My Boots, with his smock black with dirt and his cap flattened on his head, had recently been proclaimed king of pigs and drunks, after he had eaten a salad of live beetles and chewed a piece of a dead cat. "Say there, old Borgia," he called to Père Colombe. "Give us some of your yellow stuff, first-class mule's wine." And when Père Colombe, pale and quiet in his blue-knitted waistcoat, had filled the 4 glasses, these gentlemen tossed them off so as not to let the liquor get flat. "That does some good when it goes down," murmured BB the smoker. The comic My Boots had a story to tell. He was so drunk on the Friday that his comrades had stuck his pipe in his mouth with a handful of plaster. Anyone else would have died of it. He merely strutted about and puffed out his chest. "Do you gentlemen require anything more?" asked Père Colombe in his oily voice. "Yes, fill us up again," said Lantier. "It's my turn." Now they were talking of women. BB the smoker had taken his girl to an aunt's at Montrouge on the previous Sunday. Coupeau asked for the news of the Indian mail, a washerwoman of Chaillot, who was known in the establishment. They were about to drink when My Boots loudly called to Goujet and Lorilleux, who were passing by. They came just to the door, but would not enter. The blacksmith did not care to take anything. The chainmaker, pale and shivering, held in his pocket the gold chains he was going to deliver, and he coughed and asked them to excuse him, saying that the least drop of brandy would make him split his sides. "There are hypocrites for you," grunted My Boots. "I bet they have their drinks on the sly." And when he had poked his nose in his glass, he attacked Père Colombe. "Vile druggist, you've changed the bottle. You know it's no good trying to palm your cheap stuff off on me." The day had advanced. A doubtful sort of light lit up l'Assommoir, where the landlord was turning out the gas. Coupeau found excuses for his brother-in-law, who could not stand drink, which after all was no crime. He even approved Goujet's behaviour, for it was a real blessing never to be thirsty. And as he talked of going off to his work, Lantier, with his grand air of a gentleman, sharply gave him a lesson. One at least stood one's turn before sneaking off. One should not leave one's friends like a mean blackguard, even when going to do one's duty. "Is he going to badger us much longer about his work?" cried My Boots. "So this is your turn, sir?" asked Père Colombe of Coupeau. The latter paid. But when it came to Bibi the smoker's turn, he whispered to the landlord, who refused with a shake of the head. My Boots understood, and again set to abusing the old Jew Colombe. "What, a rascal like him dared to behave in that way to a comrade? Everywhere else one could get drink on tick. It was only in such low boozing dens that one was insulted." The landlord remained calm, leaning his big fists on the edge of the counter. He politely said, "Lend the gentleman some money, that will be far simpler." "Mon Dieu, yes, I'll lend him some," yelled My Boots. "Here, Bibi, throw this money in his face, the limb of Satan." Then, excited and annoyed at seeing Coupeau with his bag slung over his shoulder, he continued speaking to the zinc worker. "You look like a wet nurse. Drop your brat, it will give you a humpback." Coupeau hesitated an instant, and then quietly, as though he had only made up his mind after considerable reflection, he laid his bag on the ground, saying, "It's too late now. I'll go to Bourguignon's after lunch. I'll tell him the missus was ill. Listen, Père Colombe, I'll leave my tools under this seat, and I'll call for them at 12 o'clock. Lantier gave his blessing to this arrangement with an approving nod. Labour was necessary, yes, but when you're with good friends, courtesy comes first. Now the four had 5 hours of idleness before them. They were full of noisy merriment. Coupeau was especially relieved. They had another round and then went to a small bar that had a billiard table. At first, Lantier turned up his nose at this establishment because it was rather shabby. So much liquor had been spilled on the billiard table that the balls stuck to it. Once the game got started, though, Lantier recovered his good humour and began to flaunt his extraordinary knack with a cue. When lunchtime came, Coupeau had an idea. He stamped his feet and cried, "We must go and fetch Salted Mouth. I know where he's working. We'll take him to Mère Louise to have some petitoes." The idea was greeted with acclamation. Yes, Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, was no doubt in want of some petitoes. They started off. Coupeau took them to the bolt factory in Rue Marcadet. As they arrived a good half-hour before the time the workmen came out, the zinc worker gave a youngster 2 sous to go in and tell Salted Mouth that his wife was ill and wanted him at once. The blacksmith made his appearance, waddling in his walk, looking very calm and scenting a tuck-out. "Ah, you jokers," said he, as soon as he caught sight of them hiding in a doorway. "I guessed it. Well, what are we going to eat?" At Mother Louise, whilst they sucked the little bones of the petitoes, they again fell to abusing the employers. Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, related that they had a most pressing order to execute at the shop. The ape was pleasant for the time being. One could be late and he would say nothing. He no doubt considered himself lucky when one turned up at all. At any rate, no boss would dare to throw Salted Mouth out the door, because she couldn't find lads of his capacity any more. After the petitoes, they had an omelette. When each of them had emptied his bottle, Mère Louis brought some Auvergne wine, thick enough to cut with a knife. The party was really warming up. "What do you think is the ape's latest idea?" cried Salted Mouth at dessert. "Why, he's been and put up a bell in his shed. A bell! That's good for slaves. Oh, well, it can ring today. They won't catch me again at the anvil. For 5 days past I've been sticking there. I may give myself a rest now. If he deducts anything, I'll send him to blazes." "I," said Coupeau with an air of importance, "I'm obliged to leave you. I'm off to work. Yes, I promised my wife. Amuse yourselves. My spirit, you know, remains with my pals." The others chuffed him, but he seemed so decided that they all accompanied him when he talked of going to fetch his tools from Père Colombe's. He took his bag from under the seat and laid it on the ground before him, whilst they had a final drink. But at 1 o'clock the party was still standing drinks. Then Coupeau, with a bored gesture, placed the tools back again under the seat. They were in his way. He could not get near the counter without stumbling against them. It was too absurd. He would go to Bourguignon's on the morrow. The other four, who were quarrelling about the question of salaries, were not at all surprised when the zinc worker, without any explanation, proposed a little stroll on the boulevard just to stretch their legs. They didn't go very far. They seemed to have nothing to say to each other out in the fresh air. Without even consulting each other with so much as a nudge, they slowly and instinctively ascended the Rue des Poissonniers, where they went to Françoise and had a glass of wine out of the bottle. Lantier pushed his comrades inside the private room at the back. It was a narrow place with only one table in it, and was separated from the shop by a dull glazed partition. He liked to do his drinking in private rooms because it seemed more respectable. Didn't they like it here? It was as comfortable as being at home. You could even take a nap here without being embarrassed. He called for the newspaper, spread it out open before him, and looked through it, frowning the while. Coupeau and My Boots had commenced a game of piquet. 2 bottles of wine and 5 glasses were scattered about the table. They emptied their glasses, then Lantier read out loud. "A frightful crime has just spread consternation throughout the commune of Gaillon, department of Seine-et-Marne. A son has killed his father with blows from a spade in order to rob him of 30 sous. They all uttered a cry of horror. There was a fellow whom they would have taken great pleasure in seeing guillotined. No, the guillotine was not enough. He deserved to be cut into little pieces. The story of an infanticide equally aroused their indignation. But the hatter, highly moral, found excuses for the woman, putting all the wrong on the back of her husband. For after all, if some beast of a man had not put the wretched woman into the way of bleak poverty, she could not have drowned it in a water closet. They were most delighted, though, by the exploit of a marquis, who, coming out of a dance hall at 2 a.m, had defended himself against an attack by 3 blackguards on the Boulevard des Invalides. Without taking off his gloves, he had disposed of the first 2 villains by ramming his head into their stomachs, and then had marched the 3rd one off to the police. What a man! Too bad he was a noble. "Listen to this now," continued Lantier. "Here's some society news. A marriage is arranged between the eldest daughter of the Countess de Bretigny and the young Baron de Valençay, aide-de-camp to His Majesty. The wedding trousseau will contain more than 300,000 francs worth of lace." "What's that to us?" interrupted Bibi the smoker. "We don't want to know the colour of her mantle. The girl can have no end of lace. Nevertheless, she'll see the folly of loving." As Lantier seemed about to continue his reading, Salted Mouth, otherwise Drink Without Thirst, took the newspaper from him and sat upon it, saying, "Oh no, that's enough. This is all the paper is good for." Meanwhile, My Boots, who had been looking at his hand, triumphantly banged his fist down on the table. He scored 93. "I've got the revolution," he exulted. "You're out of luck, comrade," the others told Coupeau. They ordered 2 fresh bottles. The glasses were filled up again as fast as they were emptied. The booze increased. Towards 5 o'clock it began to get disgusting, so much so that Lantier kept very quiet, thinking of how to give the others the slip. Brawling and throwing the wine about was no longer his style. Just then Coupeau stood up to make the drunkard sign of the cross. Touching his head, he pronounced Montparnasse, then Ménilmonte, as he brought his hand to his right shoulder. Bagnolet giving himself a blow in the chest, and wound up by saying stewed rabbit 3 times as he hit himself in the pit of the stomach. Then the hatter took advantage of the clamour which greeted the performance of this feat, and quietly made for the door. His comrades did not even notice his departure. He had already had a pretty good dose, but once outside he shook himself and regained his self-possession, and he quietly made for the shop, where he told Gervaise that Coupeau was with some friends. 2 days passed by. The zinc worker had not returned. He was reeling about the neighbourhood, but no one knew exactly where. Several persons, however, stated that they had seen him at Mother Baquet's, at the Butterfly, and at the Little Old Man with a Cough. Only some said that he was alone, whilst others affirmed that he was in the company of 7 or 8 drunkards like himself. Gervaise shrugged her shoulders in a resigned sort of way. Mon Dieu. She just had to get used to it. She never ran about after her old man. She even went out of her way if she caught sight of him inside a wine shop so as not to anger him. And she waited at home till he returned, listening at night time to hear if he was snoring outside the door. He would sleep on a rubbish heap, or on a seat, or in a piece of waste land, or across a gutter. On the morrow, after having only badly slept off his booze of the day before, he would start off again, knocking at the doors of all the consolation dealers, plunging afresh into a furious wandering, in the midst of nips of spirits, glasses of wine, losing his friends and then finding them again, going regular voyages from which he returned in a state of stupor, seeing the streets dance, the night fall and the day break, without any other thought than to drink and sleep off the effects wherever he happened to be. When in the latter state, the world was ended so far as he was concerned. On the 2nd day, however, Gervaise went to Père Colombe's l'Assommoir to find out something about him. He had been there another 5 times. They were unable to tell her anything more. All she could do was to take away his tools, which he had left under a seat. In the evening, Lantier, seeing that the laundress seemed very worried, offered to take her to a music hall, just by way of passing a pleasant hour or 2. She refused at first, for she was in no mood for laughing. Otherwise she would not have said no, for the hatter made the proposal in too straightforward a manner for her to feel any mistrust. He seemed to feel for her in quite a paternal way. Never before had Coupeau slept out 2 nights running, so that in spite of herself she would go every 10 minutes to the door with her iron in her hand and look up and down the street to see if her old man was coming. It might be that Coupeau had broken a leg or fallen under a wagon and been crushed, and that might be good riddance to bad rubbish. She saw no reason for cherishing in her heart any affection for a filthy character like him, but it was irritating all the same to have to wonder every night whether he would come in or not. When it got dark, Lantier again suggested the music hall, and this time she accepted. She decided it would be silly to deny herself a little pleasure when her husband had been out on the town for 3 days. If he wasn't coming in, then she might as well go out herself. Let the entire dump burn up if it felt like it. She might even put a torch to it herself. She was getting tired of the boring monotony of her present life. They ate their dinner quickly. Then, when she went off at 8 o'clock, arm in arm with the hatter, Gervaise told Mother Coupeau and Nana to go to bed at once. The shop was shut and the shutters up. She left by the door opening into the courtyard and gave Madame Boche the key, asking her if her pig of a husband came home to have the kindness to put him to bed. The hatter was waiting for her under the big doorway, arrayed in his best and whistling a tune. She had on her silk dress. They walked slowly along the pavement, keeping close to each other, lighted up by the glare from the shop windows, which showed them smiling and talking together in low voices. The music hall was in the Boulevard de Rochechouart. It had originally been a little cafe and had been enlarged by means of a kind of wooden shed erected in the courtyard. At the door, a string of glass globes formed a luminous porch. Tall posters pasted on boards stood upon the ground close to the gutter. "Here we are," said Lantier. "Tonight, first appearance of Mademoiselle Amanda, serio-comic." Then he caught sight of Bibi the smoker, who was also reading the poster. Bibi had a black eye, some punch he had run up against the day before. "Well, where's Coupeau?" inquired the hatter, looking about. "Have you, then, lost Coupeau?" "Oh, long ago, since yesterday," replied the other. "There was a bit of a free-for-all on leaving Mother Baquet's. I don't care for fisticuffs. We had a row, you know, with Mother Baquet's pot-boy, because he wanted to make us pay for a quart twice over. Then I left. I went and had a bit of a snooze." He was still yawning. He had slept 18 hours at a stretch. He was, moreover, quite sobered, with a stupid look on his face, and his jacket smothered with fluff, for he had no doubt tumbled into bed with his clothes on. "And you don't know where my husband is, sir?" asked the laundress. "Well, no, not a bit. It was 5 o'clock when we left Mother Baquet's, that's all I know about it. Perhaps he went down the street. Yes, I fancy now I saw him go to the Butterfly with the coachman. Oh, how stupid it is. Really, we deserve to be shot." Lantier and Gervaise spent a very pleasant evening at the music hall. At 11 o'clock, when the place closed, they strolled home without hurrying themselves. The cold was quite sharp. People seemed to be in groups. Some of the girls were giggling in the darkness as their men pressed close to them. Lantier was humming one of Mademoiselle Amanda's songs. Gervaise, with her head spinning from too much drink, hummed the refrain with him. It had been very warm at the music hall, and the 2 drinks she had had, along with all the smoke, had upset her stomach a bit. She had been quite impressed with Mademoiselle Amanda. She wouldn't dare to appear in public wearing so little, but she had to admit the lady had lovely skin. "Everyone's asleep," said Gervaise, after ringing 3 times without the Boches opening the door. At length the door opened, but inside the porch it was very dark, and when she knocked at the window of the concierge's room to ask for her key, the concierge, who was half asleep, pulled out some rigmarole which she could make nothing of at first. She eventually understood that Poisson, the policeman, had brought Coupeau home in a frightful state, and that the key was no doubt in the lock. "The deuce," murmured Lantier when they had entered. "Whatever has he been up to here? The stench is abominable." There was indeed a most powerful stench. As Gervaise went to look for matches, she stepped into something messy. After she succeeded in lighting a candle, a pretty sight met their eyes. Coupeau appeared to have disgorged his very insides. The bed was splattered all over, so was the carpet, and even the bureau had splashes on its sides. Besides that, he had fallen from the bed, where Poisson had probably thrown him, and was snoring on the floor in the midst of the filth, like a pig wallowing in the mire, exhaling his foul breath through his open mouth. His grey hair was straggling into the puddle around his head. "Oh, the pig, the pig!" repeated Gervaise, indignant and exasperated. "He's dirtied everything. Now, a dog wouldn't have done that. Even a dead dog is cleaner." They both hesitated to move, not knowing where to place their feet. Coupeau had never before come home and put the bedroom into such a shocking state. The sight was a blow to whatever affection his wife still had for him. Previously she had been forgiving and not seriously offended, even when he had been blind drunk. But this made her sick. It was just too much. She wouldn't have touched Coupeau for the world. and just the thought of this filthy bum touching her caused a repugnance such as she might have felt had she been required to sleep beside the corpse of someone who died from a terrible disease. "Oh, I must get into that bed," murmured she. "I can't go and sleep in the street. I'll crawl into it foot first." She tried to step over the drunkard, but had to catch hold of a corner of the chest of drawers to save herself from slipping in the mess. Coupeau completely blocked the way to the bed. Then Lantier, who laughed to himself on seeing that she certainly could not sleep on her own pillow that night, took hold of her hand, saying in a low and angry voice, "Gervaise, he is a pig." She understood what he meant and pulled her hand free. She sighed to herself and in her bewilderment addressed him familiarly, as in the old days. "No, leave me alone, Auguste. Go to your own bed. I'll manage somehow to lie at the foot of the bed." "Come, Gervaise, don't be foolish," resumed he. "It's too abominable. You can't remain here. Come with me. He won't hear us. What are you afraid of?" "No," she replied firmly, shaking her head vigorously. Then, to show that she would remain where she was, she began to take off her clothes, throwing her silk dress over a chair. She was quickly in only her chemise and petticoat. Well, it was her own bed. She wanted to sleep in her own bed and made 2 more attempts to reach a clean corner of the bed. Lantier, having no intention of giving up, whispered things to her. What a predicament she was in, with a louse of a husband that prevented her from crawling under her own blankets, and a low skunk behind her just waiting to take advantage of the situation to possess her again. She begged Lantier to be quiet. Turning toward the small room where Nana and Mother Coupeau slept, she listened anxiously. She could hear only steady breathing. "Leave me alone, Auguste," she repeated. "You'll wake them. Be sensible." Lantier didn't answer, but just smiled at her. Then he began to kiss her on the ear, just as in the old days. Gervaise felt like sobbing. Her strength deserted her. She felt a great buzzing in her ears. A violent tremor passed through her. She advanced another step forward, and she was again obliged to draw back. It was not possible. The disgust was too great. She felt on the verge of vomiting herself. Coupeau, overpowered by intoxication, lying as comfortably as though on a bed of down, was sleeping off his booze, without life in his limbs and with his mouth all on one side. The whole street might have entered and laughed at him, without a hair of his body moving. "Well, I can't help it," she faltered. "It's his own fault. Mon Dieu. He's forcing me out of my own bed. I've no bed any longer. No, I can't help it. It's his own fault." She was trembling so she scarcely knew what she was doing. While Lantier was urging her into his room, Nana's face appeared at one of the glass panes in the door of the little room. The young girl, pale from sleep, had awakened and gotten out of bed quietly. She stared at her father lying in his vomit. Then she stood watching until her mother disappeared into Lantier's room. She watched with the intensity and the wide-open eyes of a vicious child, aflame with curiosity.
That winter, Mother Coupeau nearly went off in one of her coughing fits. Each December she could count on her asthma, keeping her on her back for 2 and 3 weeks at a time. She was no longer 15. She would be 73 on St. Anthony's Day. With that, she was very rickety, getting a rattling in her throat for nothing at all, though she was plump and stout. The doctor said she would go off coughing just time enough to say, "Good night, the candle's out." When she was in her bed, Mother Coupeau became positively unbearable. It is true, though, that the little room in which she slept with Nana was not at all gay. There was barely room for 2 chairs between the beds. The wallpaper, a faded gray, hung loose in long strips. The small window near the ceiling let in only a dim light. It was like a cavern. At night, as she lay awake, she could listen to the breathing of the sleeping Nana as a sort of distraction. But in the daytime, as there was no one to keep her company from morning to night, she grumbled and cried and repeated to herself for hours together, as she rolled her head on the pillow, "Good heavens, what a miserable creature I am! Good heavens, what a miserable creature I am! They'll leave me to die in prison. Yes, in prison." As soon as anyone called, Virginie or Madame Boche, to ask after her health, she would not reply directly, but immediately started on her list of complaints. "Oh, I pay dearly for the food I eat here. I'd be much better off with strangers. I asked for a cup of tisane, and they brought me an entire pot of hot water. It was a way of saying that I drank too much. I brought Nana up myself, and she scurries away in her bare feet every morning, and I never see her again all day. Then at night she sleeps so soundly that she never wakes up to ask me if I am in pain. I'm just a nuisance to them. They're waiting for me to die. That will happen soon enough. I don't even have a son anymore. That laundress has taken him from me. She'd beat me to death if she wasn't afraid of the law." Gervaise was indeed rather hasty at times. The place was going to the dogs. Everyone's temper was getting spoilt, and they sent each other to the right about for the least word. Coupeau, one morning that he had a hangover, exclaimed, "The old thing's always saying she's going to die, and yet she never does." The words struck Mother Coupeau to the heart. They frequently complained of how much she cost them, observing that they would save a lot of money when she was gone. When at her worst that winter, one afternoon, when Madame Lorilleux and Madame Lerat had met at her bedside, Mother Coupeau winked her eye as a signal to them to lean over her. She could scarcely speak. She rather hissed, then said in a low voice, "It's becoming indecent. I heard them last night. Yes, Clump Clump and the Hatter. And they were kicking up such a row together. Coupeau's too decent for her." And then in related short sentences, coughing and choking between each, that her son had come home dead drunk the night before. Then, as she was not asleep, she was easily able to account for all the noises, of Clump Clump's bare feet tripping over the tiled floor, the hissing voice of the Hatter calling her, the door between the two rooms gently closed, and the rest. It must have lasted till daylight. She could not tell the exact time, because in spite of her efforts, she had ended by falling into a doze. "What's the most disgusting is that Nana might have heard everything," continued she. "She was indeed restless all the night, she who usually sleeps so sound. She tossed about and kept turning over as though there had been some lighted charcoal in her bed." The other two women did not seem at all surprised. "Of course," murmured Madame Lorilleux, "it probably began the very first night. But as it pleases Coupeau, we've no business to interfere. All the same, it is not very respectable." "As for me," declared Madame Lerat through clenched teeth, "if I'd been there, I'd have thrown a fright into them. I'd have shouted something, anything. A doctor's maid told me once that the doctor had told her that a surprise like that, at a certain moment, could strike a woman dead. If she had died right there, that would have been well, wouldn't it? She would have been punished right where she had sinned." It wasn't long until the entire neighborhood knew that Gervaise visited Lantier's room every night. Madame Lorilleux was loudly indignant, calling her brother a poor fool whose wife had shamed him, and her poor mother forced to live in the midst of such horrors. As a result, the neighbors blamed Gervaise. Yes, she must have led Lantier astray. You could see it in her eyes. In spite of the nasty gossip, Lantier was still liked, because he was always so polite. He always had candy or flowers to give to the ladies. Mon Dieu, men shouldn't be expected to push away women who threw themselves at them. There was no excuse for Gervaise. She was a disgrace. The Lorilleuxs used to bring Nana up to their apartment in order to find out more details from her, their godchild. But Nana would put on her expression of innocent stupidity and lower her long silky eyelashes to hide the fire in her eyes as she replied. In the midst of this general indignation, Gervaise lived quietly on, feeling tired out and half asleep, At first she considered herself very sinful and felt a disgust for herself. When she left Lantier's room, she would wash her hands and scrub herself as if trying to get rid of an evil stain. If Coupeau then tried to joke with her, she would fly into a passion and run and shiveringly dress herself in the farthest corner of the shop. Neither would she allow Lantier near her soon after her husband had kissed her. She would have liked to have changed her skin as she changed men, but she gradually became accustomed to it. Soon it was too much trouble to scrub herself each time. Her thirst for happiness led her to enjoy as much as she could the difficult situation. She had always been disposed to make allowances for herself, so why not for others? She only wanted to avoid causing trouble. As long as the household went along as usual, there was nothing to complain about. Then, after all, she could not be doing anything to make Coupeau stop drinking. Matters were arranged so easily to the general satisfaction. One is generally punished if one does what is not right. His dissoluteness had gradually become a habit. Now it was as regular an affair as eating and drinking. Each time Coupeau came home drunk, she would go to Lantier's room. This was usually on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. Sometimes on other nights, if Coupeau was snoring too loudly, she would leave in the middle of the night. It was not that she cared more for Lantier, but just that she slept better in his room. Mother Coupeau never dared speak openly of it, but after a quarrel, when the laundress had bullied her, the old woman was not sparing in her allusions. She would say that she knew men who were precious fools and women who were precious hussies, and she would mutter words far more biting, with the sharpness of language pertaining to an old waistcoat maker. The first time this had occurred, Gervaise looked at her straight in the face without answering. Then, also avoiding going into details, she began to defend herself with reasons given in a general sort of way. When a woman had a drunkard for a husband, a pig who lived in filth, that woman was to be excused if she sought for cleanliness elsewhere. Once she pointed out that Lantier was just as much her husband as Coupeau was. Hadn't she known him since she was 14? And didn't she have children by him? Anyway, she'd like to see anyone make trouble for her. She wasn't the only one around the Rue de la Goutte d'Or. Madame Vigouroux, the coal dealer, had a merry dance from morning to night. Then there was the grocer's wife, Madame Lehongre, with her brother-in-law. Mon Dieu, what a slob of a fellow! He wasn't worth touching with a shovel. Even the neat little clockmaker was said to have carried on with his own daughter, a street-walker. Ah, the entire neighborhood! Oh, she knew plenty of dirt. One day, when Mother Coupeau was more pointed than usual in her observations, Gervaise had replied to her, clenching her teeth, "You're confined to your bed, and you take advantage of it. Listen, you're wrong. You see that I behaved nicely to you? For I've never thrown your past life into your teeth. Oh, I know all about it. No, don't cough. I've finished what I had to say. It's only to request you to mind your own business, that's all." The old woman almost choked. On the morrow, Goujet having called about his mother's washing when Gervaise happened to be out, Mother Coupeau called him to her and kept him some time seated beside her bed. She knew all about the blacksmith's friendship, and had noticed that for some time past he had looked dismal and wretched from a suspicion of the melancholy things that were taking place. So for the sake of gossiping, and out of revenge for the quarrel of the day before, she bluntly told him the truth, weeping and complaining as though Gervaise's wicked behavior did her some special injury. When Goujet quitted the little room, he leant against the wall, almost stifling with grief. Then, when the laundress returned home, Mother Coupeau called to her that Madame Goujet required her to go round with her clothes, ironed or not. And she was so animated that Gervaise, seeing something was wrong, guessed what had taken place, and had a presentiment of the unpleasantness which awaited her. Very pale, her limbs already trembling, she placed the things in a basket and started off. For years past she had not returned the Goujets a sou of their money. the debt still amounted to 425 francs. She always spoke of her embarrassments and received the money for the washing. It filled her with shame, because she seemed to be taking advantage of the blacksmith's friendship to make a fool of him. Coupeau, who had now become less scrupulous, would chuckle and say that Goujet no doubt had fooled around with her a bit and had so paid himself. But she, in spite of the relation she had fallen into with Coupeau, would indignantly ask her husband if he already wished to eat of that sort of bread. She would not allow anyone to say a word against Goujet in her presence. Her affection for the blacksmith remained like a last shred of her honor. Thus every time she took the washing home to those worthy people, she felt a spasm of her heart the moment she put a foot on their stairs. "Ah, it's you at last," said Madame Goujet sharply, on opening the door to her. "When I'm in want of death, I'll send you to fetch him." Gervaise entered, greatly embarrassed, not even daring to mutter an excuse. She was no longer punctual, never came at the time arranged, and would keep her customers waiting for days on end. Little by little she was giving way to a system of thorough disorder. "For a week past I've been expecting you," continued the lace-mender. "And you tell falsehoods, too. You send your apprentice to me with all sorts of stories. You are then busy with my things. You will deliver them the same evening, or else you've had an accident, the bundle's fallen into a pail of water. Whilst all this is going on, I waste my time, nothing turns up, and it worries me exceedingly. No, you're most unreasonable. Come, what have you in your basket? Is everything there now? Have you brought me the pair of sheets you've been keeping back for a month past, and the chemise which was missing the last time you brought home the washing?" Yes, murmured Gervaise, "I have the chemise. Here it is." But Madame Goujet cried out, "That chemise was not hers. She would have nothing to do with it. Her things were changed now. It was too bad. Only the week before there were 2 handkerchiefs, which hadn't her mark on them. It was not to her taste to have clothes coming from no one knew where. Besides that, she liked to have her own things." "And the sheets?" she resumed. "They're lost, aren't they? Well, woman, you must see about them, for I insist upon having them tomorrow morning. Do you hear?" There was a silence which particularly bothered Gervaise when she noticed that the door to Goujet's room was open. If he was in there, it was most annoying that he should hear these just criticisms. She made no reply, meekly bowing her head and placing the laundry on the bed as quickly as possible. Matters became worse when Madame Goujet began to look over the things one by one. She took hold of them and threw them down again, saying, "Ah, you don't get them up nearly so well as you used to. One can't compliment you every day now. Yes, you've taken to mucking your work, doing it in a most slovenly way. Just look at this shirt front. It's scorched. There's the mark of the iron on the plates, and the buttons have all been torn off. I don't know how you manage it, but there's never a button left on anything. Oh, now here's a petticoat body, which I shall certainly not pay you for. Look there, the dirt's still on it. You've simply smoothed it over. So now the things are not even clean." She stopped whilst she counted the different articles. Then she exclaimed, "What? This is all you've brought? There are 2 pairs of stockings, 6 towels, a tablecloth, and several dishcloths short. You're regularly trifling with me, it seems. I sent word that you were to bring me everything, ironed or not. If your apprentice isn't here on the hour with the rest of the things, we shall fall out, Madame Coupeau, I warn you." At this moment Goujet coughed in his room. Gervaise slightly started. Mon Dieu, how she was treated before him, and she remained standing in the middle of the rooms, embarrassed and confused, and waiting for the dirty clothes. But after making up the account, Madame Goujet had quietly returned to her seat near the window, and resumed the mending of a lace shawl. "And the dirty things?" timidly inquired the laundress. "No, thank you," replied the old woman. "There will be no laundry this week." Gervaise turned pale. She was no longer to have the washing. Then she quite lost her head. She was obliged to sit down on a chair, for her legs were giving way under her. She did not attempt to vindicate herself. All that she would find to say was, "Is Monsieur Goujet ill?" Yes, he was not well. He had been obliged to come home instead of returning to the forge, and he had gone to lie down on his bed to get a rest. Madame Goujet talked gravely, wearing her black dress as usual and her white face framed in her nun-like coif. The pay at the forge had been cut again. It was now only 7 francs a day because the machines did so much of the work. This forced her to save money every way she could. She would do her own washing from now on. It would naturally have been very helpful if the Coupeaus had been able to return her the money lent them by her son, but she was not going to set the lawyers on them, as they were unable to pay. As she was talking about the debt, Gervaise lowered her eyes in embarrassment. "All the same," continued the lace-maker, "by pinching yourselves a little, you could manage to pay it off. For really now, you live very well, and spend a great deal, I'm sure. If you were only to pay off 10 francs a month—" She was interrupted by the sound of Goujet's voice as he called, "Mamma! Mamma!"
And when she returned to her seat, which was almost immediately, she changed the conversation. The blacksmith had doubtless begged her not to ask Gervaise for money, but in spite of herself she again spoke of the debt at the expiration of 5 minutes. Oh, she had foreseen long ago what was now happening. Coupeau was drinking all that the laundry business brought in, and dragging his wife down with him. Her son would never have loaned the money if he had only listened to her. By now he would have been married, instead of miserably sad with only unhappiness to look forward to for the rest of his life. She grew quite stern and angry, even accusing Gervaise of having schemed with Coupeau to take advantage of her foolish son. Yes, some women were able to play the hypocrite for years, but eventually the truth came out. "Mama! Mama!" again called Goujet, but louder this time. She rose from her seat, and when she returned, she said as she resumed her lace-mending, "Go in. He wishes to see you." Gervaise, all in a tremble, left the door open. This scene filled her with emotion, because it was like an avowal of their affection before Madame Goujet. She again beheld the quiet little chamber with its narrow iron bedstead and papered all over with pictures, the whole looking like the room of some girl of 15. Goujet's big body was stretched on the bed. Mother Coupeau's disclosures and the things his mother had been saying seemed to have knocked all the life out of his limbs. His eyes were red and swollen. His beautiful yellow beard was still wet. In the first moment of rage he must have punched away at his pillow with his terrible fists, for the ticking was split and the feathers were coming out. "Listen, Mamma's wrong," he said to the laundress in a voice that was scarcely audible. "You owe me nothing. I won't have it mentioned again." He raised himself up and was looking at her. Big tears at once filled his eyes. "Do you suffer, Monsieur Goujet?" murmured she. "What is the matter with you? Tell me." "Nothing, thanks. I tired myself with too much work yesterday. I will rest a bit." Then, his heart breaking, he could not restrain himself and burst out, "Mon Dieu! Ah, mon Dieu! It was never to be. Never. You swore it. And now it is. It is. Ah, it pains me too much. Leave me." And with his hand he gently and imploringly motioned to her to go. She did not draw nearer to the bed. She went off as he requested her to, feeling stupid, unable to say anything to soothe him. When in the other room she took up her basket, but she did not go home. She stood there trying to find something to say. Madame Goujet continued her mending without raising her head. It was she who at length said, "Well, good night. Send me back my things, and we will settle up afterwards." "Yes, it will be best so. Good night," stammered Gervaise. She took a last look around the neatly arranged room and thought, as she shut the door, that she seemed to be leaving some part of her better self behind. She plodded blindly back to the laundry, scarcely knowing where she was going. When Gervaise arrived, she found Mother Coupeau out of her bed, sitting on a chair by the stove. Gervaise was too tired to scold her. Her bones ached as though she had been beaten, and she was thinking that her life was becoming too hard to bear. Surely a quick death was the only escape from the pain in her heart. After this, Gervaise became indifferent to everything. With a vague gesture of her hand, she would send everybody about their business. At each fresh worry, she buried herself deeper in her only pleasure, which was to have her 3 meals a day. The shop might have collapsed. So long as she was not beneath it, she would have gone off willingly without a chemise to her back. And the little shop was collapsing, not suddenly, but little by little, morning and evening. One by one the customers got angry and sent their washing elsewhere. Monsieur Madinier, Mademoiselle Romanjou, the Boches themselves had returned to Madame Fauconnier, where they could count on great punctuality. One ends by getting tired of asking for a pair of stockings for 3 weeks straight and of putting on shirts with grease stains dating from the previous Sunday. Gervaise, without losing a bite, wished them a pleasant journey and spoke her mind about them, saying that she was precious glad she would no longer have to poke her nose into their filth. The entire neighbourhood could quit her. That would relieve her of piles of stinking junk and give her less work to do. Now her only customers were those who didn't pay regularly, the street walkers, and women like Madame Gaudron, whose laundry smelled so bad that not one of the laundresses on the Rue Neuve would take it. She had to let Madame Putois go, leaving only her apprentice, squint-eyed Augustine, who seemed to grow more stupid as time passed. Frequently there was not even enough work for the two of them, and they sat on stools all afternoon, doing nothing. Whilst idleness and poverty entered, dirtiness naturally entered also. One would never have recognized that beautiful blue shop, the colour of heaven, which had once been Gervaise's pride. Its window frames and panes, which were never washed, were covered from top to bottom with the splashes of the passing vehicles. On the brass rods in the windows were displayed 3 grey rags left by customers who had died in the hospital. And inside it was more pitiable still. The dampness of the clothes hung up at the ceiling to dry had loosened all the wallpaper. The pompadour chintz hung in strips like cobwebs covered with dust. The big stove, broken and in holes from rough use of the poker, looked in its corner like the stock-in-trade of a dealer in old iron. The work-table appeared as though it had been used by a regiment, covered as it was with wine and coffee stains, sticky with jam, greasy from spilled gravy. Gervaise was so at ease among it all that she never even noticed the shop was getting filthy. She became used to it all, just as she got used to wearing torn skirts and no longer washing herself carefully. The disorder was like a warm nest. Her own ease was her sole consideration. She did not care a pin for anything else. The debts, though still increasing, no longer troubled her. Her honesty gradually deserted her. Whether she would be able to pay or not was altogether uncertain, and she preferred not to think about it. When her credit was stopped at one shop, she would open an account at another shop close by. She was in debt all over the neighbourhood. She owed money every few yards. To take merely the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, she no longer dared pass in front of the grocers, nor the charcoal dealers, nor the greengrocers, and this obliged her, wherever she required to be at the wash-house, to go round by the Rue des Poissonniers, which was quite 10 minutes out of her way. The tradespeople came and treated her as a swindler. One evening the dealer from whom she had purchased Lantier's furniture made a scene in the street. Scenes like this upset her at the time, but were soon forgotten, and never spoiled her appetite. What a nerve to bother her like that when she had no money to pay. They were all robbers anyway, and it served them right to have to wait. Well, she'd have to go bankrupt, but she didn't intend to fret about it now. Meanwhile, Mother Coupeau had recovered. For another year the household jogged along. During the summer months there was naturally a little more work, the white petticoats and the cambric dresses of the street-walkers of the exterior boulevard. The catastrophe was slowly approaching. The home sank deeper into the mire every week. There were ups and downs, however, days when one had to rub one's stomach before the empty cupboard, and others when one ate veal enough to make one burst. Mother Coupeau was forever being seen in the street, hiding bundles under her apron and strolling in the direction of the Pawn Palace in the Rue Polonceau. She strutted along with the air of a devotee going to Mass, for she did not dislike these errands. Haggling about money amused her. This crying up of her wares like a second-hand dealer tickled the old woman's fancy for driving hard bargains. The clerks knew her well and called her Mama 4 francs, because she always demanded 4 francs when they offered 3, on bundles no bigger than 2 sous worth of butter. At the start, Gervaise took advantage of good weeks to get things back from the pawn shops, only to put them back again the next week. Later, she let things go altogether, selling her pawn tickets for cash. One thing alone gave Gervaise a pang. It was having to pawn her clock to pay an acceptance for 20 francs to a bailiff who came to seize her goods. Until then she had sworn rather to die of hunger than to part with her clock. When Mother Coupeau carried it away in a little bonnet box, she sunk onto a chair, without a particle of strength left in her arms, her eyes full of tears, as though a fortune was being torn from her. But when Mother Coupeau reappeared with 25 francs, the unexpected loan, the 5 francs profit consoled her. She at once sent the old woman out again for 4 sous worth of brandy in a glass, just to toast the 5-franc piece. The two of them would often have a drop together when they were on good terms with each other. Mother Coupeau was very successful at bringing back a full glass hidden in her apron pocket without spilling a drop. Well, the neighbours didn't need to know, did they? But the neighbours knew perfectly well. This turned the neighbourhood even more against Gervaise. She was devouring everything. A few more mouthfuls and the place would be swept clean. In the midst of this general demolishment, Coupeau continued to prosper. The confounded tippler was as well as he could be. The sour wine and the vitriol positively fattened him. He ate a great deal, and laughed at the stick lawyer, who accused drink of killing people, and answered him by slapping himself on the stomach, the skin of which was so stretched by the fat that it resembled the skin of a drum. He would play him a tune on it, the glutton's vespers, with rolls and beats loud enough to have made a quack's fortune. Lawyer, annoyed at not having any fat himself, said that it was soft and unhealthy. Coupeau ignored him and went on drinking more and more, saying it was for his health's sake. His hair was beginning to turn grey, and his face to take on the drunkard's hue of purplish wine. He continued to act like a mischievous child. Well, it wasn't his concern if there was nothing about the place to eat. When he went for weeks without work, he became even more difficult. Still, he was always giving Lantier friendly slaps on the back. People swore he had no suspicion at all. Surely something terrible would happen if he ever found out. Madame Laura shook her head at this. His sister said she had known of husbands who didn't mind at all. Lantier wasn't wasting away either. He took great care of himself, measuring his stomach by the waistband of his trousers, with the constant dread of having to loosen the buckle or draw it tighter, for he considered himself just right, and out of coquetry neither desired to grow fatter nor thinner. That made him hard to please in the matter of food, for he regarded every dish from the point of view of keeping his waist as it was. Even when there was not a sou in the house, he required eggs, cutlets, light and nourishing things. Since he was sharing the lady of the house, he considered himself to have a half-interest in everything, and would pocket any franc pieces he saw lying about. He kept Gervaise running here and there, and seemed more at home than Coupeau. Nana was his favourite because he adored pretty little girls, but he paid less and less attention to Etienne, since boys, according to him, ought to know how to take care of themselves. If anyone came to see Coupeau while he was out, Lantier, in short sleeves and slippers, would come out of the back room with the bored expression of a husband who has been disturbed, saying he would answer for Coupeau, as it was all the same. Between these two gentlemen, Gervaise had nothing to laugh about. She had nothing to complain of as regard her health, thank goodness. She was growing too fat. But 2 men to cuddle was often more than she could manage. Ah, mon Dieu, one husband is already too much for a woman. The worst was that they got on very well together, the rogues. They never quarrelled. They would chuckle in each other's faces as they sat of an evening after dinner, their elbows on the table. They would rub up against one another all the livelong day, like cats which seek and cultivate their pleasure. The days when they came home in a rage, it was on her that they vented it. Go it! Hammer away at the animal! She had a good back. It made them all the better friends when they railed together. And it never did for her to give them tet for tat. In the beginning, when one of them yelled at her, she would appeal to the other, but this seldom worked. Coupeau had a foul mouth and called her horrible things. Lantier chose his insults carefully, but they often hurt her more. But one can get used to anything. Soon their nasty remarks and all the wrongs done her by these 2 men slid off her smooth skin like water off a duck's back. It was even easier to have them angry because when they were in good moods they bothered her too much, never giving her time to get a bonnet ironed. Yes, Coupeau and Lantier were wearing her out. The zinc worker, sure enough, lacked education, but the hatter had too much, or at least he had education in the same way that dirty people have a white shirt with uncleanliness underneath it. One night she dreamt that she was on the edge of a wall. Coupeau was knocking her into it with a blow of his fists, while Lantier was tickling her in the ribs to make her fall quicker. Well, that resembled her life. It was no surprise if she was becoming slipshod. The neighbours weren't fair in blaming her for the frightful habits she had fallen into. Sometimes a cold shiver ran through her, but things could have been worse, so she tried to make the best of it. Once she had seen a play in which the wife detested her husband and poisoned him for the sake of her lover. Wasn't it more sensible for the three of them to live together in peace? In spite of her debts and poverty, she thought she was quite happy, and could live in peace if only Coupeau and Lantier would stop yelling at her so much. Towards the autumn, unfortunately, things became worse. Lantier pretended he was getting thinner and pulled a longer face over the matter every day. He grumbled at everything, sniffed at the dishes of potatoes, a mess he could not eat, he would say, without having the colic. The least jangling now turned to quarrels, in which they accused one another of being the cause of all their troubles, and it was a devil of a job to restore harmony before they all retired for the night. Lantier sensed a crisis coming, and it exasperated him to realize that this place was already so thoroughly cleaned out that he could see the day coming when he'd have to take his hat and seek elsewhere for his bed and board. He had become accustomed to this little paradise where he was nicely treated by everybody. He should have blamed himself for eating himself out of house and home, but instead he blamed the Coupeaus for letting themselves be ruined in less than 2 years. He thought Gervaise was too extravagant. What was going to happen to them now? One evening in December they had no dinner at all. There was not a radish left. Lantier, who was very glum, went out early, wandering about in search of some other den where the smell of the kitchen would bring a smile to one's face. He would now remain for hours beside the stove, wrapped in thought. Then suddenly he began to evince a great friendship for the poisson. He no longer teased the policeman and went even so far as to concede that the Emperor might not be such a bad fellow after all. He seemed to especially admire Virginie. No doubt he was hoping to board with them. Virginie having acquainted him with her desire to set up in some sort of business, he agreed with everything she said, and declared that her idea was a most brilliant one. She was just the person for trade. Tall, engaging, active. Oh, she would make as much as she liked. The capital had been available for some time, thanks to an inheritance from an aunt. Lantier told her of all the shopkeepers who were making fortunes. The time was right for it. You could sell anything these days. Virginie, however, hesitated. She was looking for a shop that was to let. She did not wish to leave the neighbourhood. Then Lantier would take her into corners and converse with her in an undertone for 10 minutes at a time. He seemed to be urging her to do something in spite of herself, and she no longer said no, but appeared to authorize him to act. It was a secret between them, with winks and words rapidly exchanged, some mysterious understanding which betrayed itself even in their handshakings. From this moment the hatter would covertly watch the Coupeaus whilst eating their dry bread, and becoming very talkative again, would deafen them with his continual jeremiads. All day long Gervaise moved in the midst of that poverty which he so obligingly spread out. Mon Dieu, he wasn't thinking of himself. He would go on starving with his friends as long as they liked. But look at it with common sense. They owed at least 500 francs in the neighbourhood. Besides which, they were 2 quarters rent behind with the rent, which meant another 250 francs. The landlord, Monsieur Marescot, even spoke of having them evicted if he did not pay them by the 1st of January. Finally, the pawn place had absorbed everything. One could not have got together 3 francs worth of odds and ends. The clearance had been so complete. The nails remained in the walls, and that was all, and perhaps there were 2 pounds of them at 3 sous the pound. Gervaise, thoroughly entangled in it all, her nerves quite upset by this calculation, would fly into a passion and bang her fists down upon the table, or else she would end by bursting into tears like a fool. One night she explained, "I'll be off tomorrow. I prefer to put the key under the door and to sleep on the pavement rather than to continue to live in such frights." "It would be wiser," said Lantier slyly, "to get rid of the lease, if you could find someone to take it, when you are both decided to give up the shop." She interrupted him more violently. At once! At once! Oh, it'll be a good riddance." Then the hatter became very practical. On giving up the lease, one could no doubt get the new tenant to be responsible for the 2 overdue quarters. And he ventured to mention the Poissons, and reminded them that Virginie was looking for a shop. Theirs would perhaps suit her. He remembered that he had heard her say she longed for one just like it. But when Virginie's name was mentioned, the laundress suddenly regained her composure. "We'll see how things go along. When you're angry, you always talk of quitting, but it isn't so easy when you just stop to think about it." During the following days, it was in vain that Lantier harped upon the subject. Gervaise replied that she had seen herself worse off, and had pulled through. How would she be better off when she no longer had her shop? That would not put bread into their mouths. She would, on the contrary, engage some fresh workwomen and work up a fresh connection. Lantier made the mistake of mentioning Virginie again. This stirred Gervaise into a furious obstinacy. No, never. She always had her suspicions of what was in Virginie's heart. Virginie only wanted to humiliate her. She would rather turn it over to the first woman to come in from the street than to that hypocrite who had been waiting for years to see her fail. Yes, Virginie still had in mind that fight in the wash-house. Well, she'd be wiser to forget about it, unless she wanted another one now. In the face of this flow of angry retorts, Lantier began by attacking Gervaise. He called her stupid and stuck-up. He even went so far as to abuse Coupeau, accusing him of not knowing how to make his wife respect his friend. Then, realizing that passion would compromise everything, he swore that he would never again interest himself in the affairs of other people, for one always got more kicks than thanks. And indeed he appeared to have given up all idea of talking them into parting with the lease. But he was really watching for a favourable opportunity of broaching the subject again, and bringing the laundress round to his views. January had now arrived. The weather was wretched, both damp and cold. Mother Coupeau, who had coughed and choked all through December, was obliged to take to her bed after 12th night. It was her annuity which she expected every winter. This winter, though, those around her said she'd never come out of her bedroom except feet first. Indeed, her gaspings sounded like a death rattle. She was still fat, but one eye was blind and one other side of her face was twisted. The doctor made one call and didn't return again. They kept giving her tisanes and going to check on her every hour. She could no longer speak because her breathing was so difficult. One Monday evening, Coupeau came home totally drunk. Ever since his mother was in danger, she had lived in a continual state of deep emotion. When he was in bed, snoring loudly, Gervaise walked about the place for a while. She was in the habit of watching over Mother Coupeau during a part of the night. Nana had showed herself very brave, always sleeping beside the old woman and saying that if she heard her dying, she would wake everyone. Since the invalid seemed to be sleeping peacefully this night, Gervaise finally yielded to the appeals of Lantier to come into his room for a little rest. They only kept a candle alight, standing on the ground behind the wardrobe. But towards 3 o'clock, Gervaise abruptly jumped out of bed, shivering and oppressed with anguish. She thought she had felt a cold breath pass over her body. The morsel of candle had burnt out. She had tied on her petticoats in the dark, all bewildered and with feverish hands. It was not till she got into the little room, after knocking up against the furniture, that she was able to light a small lamp. In the midst of the oppressive silence of the night, the zinc worker's snores alone sounded as 2 grave notes. Nana, stretched on her back, was breathing gently between her pouting lips, and Gervaise, holding down the lamp which caused big shadows to dance about the room, cast the light on Mother Coupeau's face, and beheld it all white, the head lying on the shoulder, the eyes wide open. Mother Coupeau was dead. Gently, without uttering a cry, icy cold yet prudent, the laundress returned to Lantier's room. He had gone to sleep again. She bent over him and murmured, "Listen, it's all over. She's dead." Heavy with sleep, only half awake, he grunted at first, "Leave me alone, get into bed, we can't do her any good if she's dead." Then he raised himself on his elbow and asked, "What's the time?" 3 o'clock. "Only 3 o'clock? Get into bed quick, you'll catch cold. When it's daylight, we'll see what's to be done." But she did not listen to him. She dressed herself completely. Bundling himself in the blankets, Lantier muttered about how stubborn women were. What was the hurry to announce a death in the house? He was irritated at having his sleep spoiled by such gloomy matters. Meanwhile, Gervaise had moved her things back into her own room. Then she felt free to sit down and cry, no longer fearful of being caught in Lantier's room. She had been fond of Mother Coupeau and felt a deep sorrow at her loss. She sat crying by herself, her sobs loud in the silence, but Coupeau never stirred. She had spoken to him and even shaken him, and finally decided to let him sleep. He would be more of a nuisance if he woke up. On returning to the body, she found Nana sitting up in bed, rubbing her eyes. The child understood, and with her vicious urchin's curiosity, stretched out her neck to get a better view of her grandmother. She said nothing, but she trembled slightly, surprised and satisfied in the presence of this death which she had been promising herself for 2 days past, like some nasty thing hidden away and forbidden to children. And her young cat-like eyes dilated before that white face, all emaciated at the last gasp by the passion of life. She felt that tingling in her back, which she felt behind the glass door when she crept there to spy on what was no concern of chits like her. "Come on, get up," said her mother in a low voice. "You can't remain here." She regretfully slid out of bed, turning her head round and not taking her eyes off the corpse. Gervaise was much worried about her, not knowing where to put her until daytime. She was about to tell her to dress herself, when Lantier in his trousers and slippers rejoined her. He could not get to sleep again and was rather ashamed of his behaviour. Then everything was arranged. "She can sleep in my bed," murmured he. "She'll have plenty of room." Nana looked at her mother and Lantier with her big clear eyes, and put on her stupid air, the same as on New Year's Day when anyone made her a present of a box of chocolate candy. And there was certainly no need for them to hurry her. She trotted off in her nightgown, her bare feet scarcely touching the tiled floor. She glided like a snake into the bed, which was still quite warm, and she lay stretched out and buried in it, her slim body scarcely raising the counterpane. Each time her mother entered the room, she beheld her with her eyes sparkling in her motionless face, not sleeping, not moving, very red with excitement, and appearing to reflect on her own affairs. Lantier assisted Gervaise in dressing Mother Coupeau, and it was not an easy matter, for the body was heavy. One would never have thought that the old woman was so fat and so white. They put on her stockings, her white petticoat, a short linen jacket, and a white cap. In short, the best of her linen. Coupeau continued snoring, a high note and a low one, the one sharp, the other flat. One could almost have imagined it to be church music accompanying the Good Friday ceremonies. When the corpse was dressed and properly laid out on the bed, Lantier poured himself out a glass of wine, for he felt quite upset. Gervaise searched the chest of drawers to find a little brass crucifix which she had brought from Plassans, but she recollected that Mother Coupeau had, in all probability, sold it herself. They had lighted the stove, and they passed the rest of the night half asleep on chairs, finishing the bottle of wine that had been opened, worried and sulking, as though it was their own fault. Towards 7 o'clock, before daylight, Coupeau at length awoke. When he learnt his loss, he at first stood still with dry eyes, stuttering and vaguely thinking that they were playing him some joke. Then he threw himself on the ground and went and knelt beside the corpse. He kissed it and wept like a child, with such a copious flow of tears that he quite wetted the sheet with wiping his cheeks. Gervaise had recommenced sobbing, deeply affected by her husband's grief, and the best of friends with him again. Yes, he was better at heart than she thought he was. Coupeau's despair mingled with a violent pain in his head. He passed his fingers through his hair. His mouth was dry like on the morrow of a booze, and he was still a little drunk in spite of his 10 hours of sleep. And clenching his fist, he complained aloud. Mon Dieu, she was gone now, his poor mother whom he loved so much. Ah, what a headache he had, it would settle him, it was like a wig of fire. And now they were tearing out his heart. No, it was not just a fate thus to set itself against one man. Come, cheer up, old fellow, said Lantier, raising him from the ground. You must pull yourself together. He poured him out a glass of wine, but Coupeau refused to drink. What's the matter with me? I've got copper in my throat. It's Mamma. When I saw her, I got a taste of copper in my mouth. Mamma, mon Dieu, Mamma, Mamma. And he recommenced crying like a child. Then he drank the glass of wine, hoping to put out the flame searing his breast. Lantier soon left, using the excuse of informing the family and filming the necessary declaration at the town hall. Really, though, he felt the need of fresh air, and so he took his time, smoking cigarettes and enjoying the morning air. When he left Madame Lerat's house, he went into a dairy place on Les Batignolles for a cup of hot coffee, and remained there an hour, thinking things over. Towards 9 o'clock, the family were all united in the shop, the shutters of which were kept up. Lorilleux did not cry. Moreover, he had some pressing work to attend to, and he returned almost directly to his room, after having stalked about with a face put on for the occasion. Madame Lorilleux and Madame Laura embraced the Coupeaus and wiped their eyes, from which a few tears were falling. But Madame Lorilleux, after giving a hasty glance round the death chamber, suddenly raised her voice to say that it was unheard of, that one never left a lighted lamp beside a corpse. There should be a candle. And Nana was sent to purchase a packet of tall ones. Ah well, it made one long to die at clumps, she said. She laid one out in such a fine fashion. What a fool not even to know what to do with a corpse! Had she never buried anyone in her life? Madame Laura had to go to the neighbours and borrow a crucifix. She brought one back, which was too big, a cross of black wood with a Christ in painted cardboard fastened to it, which covered the whole of Mother Coupeau's chest and seemed to crush her under its weight. Then they tried to obtain some holy water, but no one had any, and it was again Nana who was sent to the church to bring some back in a bottle. In practically no time, the tiny room was presented quite another appearance. On a little table a candle was burning beside a glass full of holy water, into which a sprig of boxwood was dipped. Now if anyone came, it would at least look decent. And they arranged the chairs in a circle in the shop for receiving people. End of third part of Chapter 9. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.